Opening my eyes, I find myself as the embryo of cell within Dr. Gero's laboratory. The strongest martial arts evolution system has been activated. Juvenile evolves into child. Child evolves into adult. Adult evolves into perfect. Perfect evolves into beyond perfect, and then unlimited evolution. Initiating data analysis. Combat power increases infinitely. Acquiring Super Earthling genes. Power surges by 300. Obtaining Legendary Saiyan genes. Combat power multiplies by 10 times. Integrating variant Namekian genes. Significant boost in mental attributes. Unlocking initial demon gene. Enables demon form transformation. Enhancing frost demon genes. Awakens full racial potential. Cell shall thrive in this world. Farming and harvesting, collecting data, cold and formidable. As the Z fighters launch their assault, I calmly declare, I shall claim all your data. Chapter 1. Newborn. There's still no fluctuation in Cell's data. An elderly man, adorned with a tall hat, furrows his brow and inquires. Indeed, Dr. Gero, its vital signs remain stable, yet there are no signs of growth. Useless. Dr. Gero slams his palm down upon the control panel. 3 years of my efforts wasted, and it cannot even achieve the most basic awakening of consciousness. Within the incubation chamber, Ling Yuan's consciousness jolts awake. He swiftly analyzes his current predicament. Dr. Gero, cell, data. These elements intertwine to yield a staggering conclusion. He has been reincarnated as the ultimate antagonist of the android saga in Dragon Ball. Cell. After a brief moment of astonishment, he gradually regains his composure, correlating the information at hand. Currently, he is merely a mass of flesh immersed in an incubation chamber, destined for disposal. A failed experiment. Just as Ling Yuan contemplates his escape, Dr. Gero's impatient voice resounds once more. Tomorrow, cease all research on it and terminate the nutrient supply. The countdown to death has commenced. Less than 24 hours remain. Time is of the essence. He exerts himself to alter his circumstances. In his previous life, a sudden illness had shattered him. Now he is on the verge of possessing a perfect warrior's body, and yet he is to be destroyed as a failed product before he can even glimpse this world? In the darkness, a mechanical voice reverberates within his mind, the host detected to possess a strong will to survive, an immense ambition. Conditions met. The strongest martial arts evolution system is now activating. This system allows interaction with the strong, data analysis, and infinite evolution to greater strength. A miraculous turn of fate. Ling Yuan's consciousness shudders violently, and a blue system interface materializes before him. Life core activated. 6 grand characters shimmer with the light of hope. The system begins to elucidate, preemptively awakening the dormant vast life energy within, catalyzing the host's flesh, enabling it to surpass embryonic constraints and develop into a larva in a short span. In that instant, he comprehends what he must do. He possesses the potential to become the most formidable being. He is endowed with a system as a golden key. What he needs to do is survive and transform all the powerful beings of Dragon Ball into stepping stones on his path to invincibility. This is his fervent desire, his singular ultimate goal. Outside, Dr. Gero's footsteps seem to recede. Why tomorrow morning, I wish to see this specimen no more. The doctor's frigid voice issues a final ultimatum. His assistant promptly responds, Understood, doctor. I shall dispose of this waste immediately. Their dialogue ruthlessly condemns the weak Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan, no. Henceforth, he is Cell. His yet-to-exist gaze crystallizes with unwavering determination on a conscious level. System. Immediately activate the life core. Without a moment's hesitation, he gives the system his initial command. Command confirmed. Buzz. An indescribable sensation floods his feeble corporeal form with fervor. An unbearable agony ensues. Every single cell is forcibly torn and reassembled. The underdeveloped mass of flesh begins to undergo a frenzied maturation process. Bones grow wildly. Exoskeletons reshape in a frenzy. Muscle fibers twist and interconnect. His body defies the laws of life, madly shattering the limits of growth. Amidst this violent metamorphosis, the main computer of a laboratory suddenly illuminates. Doctor, wait a moment. Data from incubation chamber number 73 is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. Dr. Gero, who is heading towards the exit, halts abruptly, his brow furrowing in concern on the control panel screen. The curve representing Cell's vital signs is wildly oscillating, and red alarms begin to flash. What is happening? A flicker of suspicion crosses Dr. Gero's eyes. Damn it. Cell endures the excruciating pain of his body being torn apart, his heart racing with anxiety. If discovered, his current state of limbo will only result in Dr. Gero imposing his tedious commands upon him. Becoming an obedient machine is far more terrifying than outright destruction. System, hurry! He roars with the last vestiges of his strength from the depths of his consciousness. Perfect activation. Life force suppression begins. Just as Dr. Gero and his assistant approach the control panel with excitement, the suffocating red alarm on the screen flickers once, then immediately subsides. All data returns to the previous state of vital signs stable, no signs of growth, a chilling silence. The young assistant's eyes widen in confusion as he observes the screen return to normal. Strange, just now, Doctor. Gero stares at the screen for several seconds before finally waving his hand in annoyance that IT was merely a malfunction of the instrument. Old wiring tends to fail. His tone is filled with disappointment and resignation. Replace this batch of instruments tomorrow as well. Yes, doctor. The assistant dares not speak further and promptly bows his head at doctor. Gero let out a disdainful snort, dismissing the trivial interruption, and turned to exit the laboratory. Not long after they had departed from the lab, in the corner of the room, the enormous incubation chamber designated as scrap number 73 stirred with the faint sound of a subtle crack. Outside the incubation chamber, a nearly imperceptible fissure began to materialize. Chapter 2. The Moment of the Hunt. Bang! The glass of the cultivation chamber shattered, and the nutrient fluid gushed out, spilling everywhere. The embryonic form of Cell floated slowly from the broken container, having transformed from a mere lump of flesh into a small, otherworldly being. Its limbs and tail had begun to take shape. Though still quite immature, it possessed the rudiments of self-sufficiency. Cell sensed the environment around it. What a marvelous sensation. Is this what they call energy? A few faint life signals emanated from a short distance away, likely Dr. Gero and his assistant. At this moment, Gero had yet to undergo his modifications. He was merely an ordinary old man. Above, a pipe led directly to the outside, his only escape route. Without hesitation, Cell dove into the drainage pipe. In the cramped confines, it struggled to crawl, each inch forward draining the meager strength of its small body. The pipe was enveloped in darkness, with only a distant glimmer of light guiding its way. At last, the sky appeared before it. Cell tumbled out of the pipe, landing heavily on the ground. The weather was clear, and sunlight bathed it in warmth, a long-awaited comfort. Before it lay a dense forest. The laboratory from the original story was nestled in the remote northern mountains, far from the city, devoid of human presence, an ideal sanctuary for its evolution. Since Gero had deemed it a failure, he would not be overly concerned with its pursuit for the time being. Cell lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Its current physical condition and the surrounding environmental analysis raced through its mind. It absolutely could not die. With this thought in mind, Cell began to search for sustenance. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the assistant prepared to enter the lab to replace equipment. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of the exploded cultivation chamber. Nutrient fluid lay everywhere. Cultivation chamber number 73 was utterly destroyed. He stood in shock for a moment before promptly notifying Dr. Gero outside. Doctor, we have a serious situation. Dr. Gero hurried to the scene, and upon witnessing the chaos, his expression darkened. He meticulously examined the site and discovered torn tissue fragments at the base of the cultivation chamber. This is evidence of forced growth and tearing? Doctor. Gero's pupils dilated suddenly. The machinery had not malfunctioned. At that moment, the embryo had indeed exhibited signs of life. What shocked him further was the realization that it had heard the decision for its destruction and chose to escape. Ha! Dr. Gero suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the empty laboratory. The research was not in vain. I have collected the cells of numerous elite beings and extraterrestrials. And the ultimate android I created is undeniably extraordinary. He turned to his assistant and issued orders. Go, send out units 13, 14, and 15. We must capture Cell. Remember, it must be alive. The assistant nodded quickly. Yes, doctor. Dr. Gero approached another workstation, picking up a new design blueprint. The vital materials for Cell had yet to be utilized. Natural growth had not yet reached its final form. It seemed he would need to find 2 new organisms to serve as hosts for transplantation. His eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. Soon, the Trinity, the ultimate warrior, would be complete. The Red Ribbon Army would rise again. Sun Wukong, I will kill you soon. Deep within the forest, Cell encountered a wild rabbit. This was its first meal since its rebirth. Acid sprayed forth, followed by a swift pounce and greedy consumption. The hunger pangs subsided slightly, and its body felt a bit stronger. Yet, this was far from sufficient. It craved more energy, stronger adversaries. Cell gazed up at the sky. Familiar names surfacing in its mind. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Trunks. These formidable warriors from the Dragon Ball universe seemed to evoke a sense of anticipation. However, it knew it was still too weak and needed to amass power first. Detection of host killing a creature, gaining a minuscule amount of evolution points. The system's notification echoed in its mind. Current evolution points, 1, 10, 0, 0, 0. Points needed for the next stage of evolution, 999. It appeared the journey ahead would be long. Cell continued its search for prey in the forest. A squirrel, a snake, a few birds. Each kill yielded 1 or 2 evolution points. 3 days later, Cell's body had noticeably grown, and its movements became more agile. Current evolution points, 127, 10, 000. The progress was too slow. Metamorphosis seemed a distant prospect. Just then, the sound of engines reached its ears. A military truck was traversing the mountain road, occupied by several fully armed soldiers. An evil smile crept across Cell's face. The biological energy of humans was far richer than that of animals. It stealthily followed the truck. As night fell, the soldiers set up camp in a clearing. Cell emerged from the shadows, its dissolving liquid shooting forth like lightning. A monster. Open fire. Quick fire. Gunfire erupted, but Cell's speed was overwhelming. It darted among the soldiers, each strike precise and lethal. In under 5 minutes, the battle concluded. Congratulations, host has devoured multiple humans, gaining 500 evolution points. Current evolution points, 627, 10, 000. Cell reveled in the surging power within. The sensation was exquisite. It felt no discomfort in killing humans. Evidently, being reborn as a monster had altered its mindset. Yet, it understood this was merely the beginning. True power awaited it ahead. Chapter 3, The Ultimate Battle, Android vs. Turtle School. The system's notification echoed in Cell's mind the moment it resonated, causing its body to stiffen abruptly. What? Warning. 3 powerful energy signatures detected approaching at high speed. Estimated time of arrival, 3 minutes. Cell's heart raced. The chilling fear of impending death coursed through its veins. Dr. Gero had dispatched pursuers so swiftly. System. What is my current combat power? Do I stand a chance in direct confrontation? While hastily tidying up the scene, Cell questioned urgently within. Host's current combat power is approximately 1,000 points. Probability of survival against 3 pursuers, 0. Hearing that grim statistic, Cell let out a self-deprecating laugh. A premature being was still far too weak. It quickly analyzed the situation. System, help me locate the nearest bustling area and suppress my biological energy to the lowest level. I will signal when to release it. As Cell issued commands, it began to scurry towards the city it recalled from memory. Location identified, Commercial Street, North District, West City. Distance from host, 170 kilometers. Energy suppression function activated. 170 kilometers. At its current speed, it would take about half an hour. The 3 pursuers, however, clearly possessed greater speed. Cell gritted its teeth and began to sprint with all its might. Indeed, within minutes, 3 dark figures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching. Cell immediately halted, taking cover behind a large rock, completely concealing its energy signature. 3 silhouettes soared overhead, descending not far from his original position. At the forefront was a silver-haired man clad in a bear vest, adorned with a crimson ribbon military cap. Following behind was a brawny brute, muscles rippling like coiled whips, and a diminutive, sly figure with hands tucked behind his back. They were none other than androids 13, 14, and 15. Their target had vanished somewhere in this vicinity. Android 13 surveyed the surroundings, instructing the others to search in tandem, recalling Dr. Gero's command to capture him alive. Understood. Androids 14 and 15 immediately dispersed. Gero issued a command, and as their search veered off course, he sprang to his feet and bolted towards the bustling city center. Yet, such a course of action was unsustainable. They would inevitably catch up with him. He needed to sow chaos to divert their attention. An ingenious plan flickered in Gero's mind. If only he could lure the Z-fighters here. Half an hour later, Gero finally reached the outskirts of North City. The vibrant commercial street bustled with life, its towering edifices more imposing than those of the modern era. The life force of ordinary humans flickered faintly like fireflies. Yet their numbers were overwhelming. Seizing the moment, Gero abruptly emerged from a manhole cover, weaving swiftly through the crowd. A monster! Run! The onlookers shrieked in terror upon spotting the green-skinned aberration, scattering in every direction. Gero deliberately revealed himself in the most crowded area to ensure a significant uproar, then swiftly slipped into the ventilation ducts of a high-rise building. System, activate energy signature. Energy suppression lifted. In an instant, Gero's life energy radiated across the city like a lighthouse. As anticipated, within a minute, the 3 androids materialized above the city. Found it. It's in that building. Android 13 pointed at the structure where Gero was concealed. Surround it. Don't let it escape. Without hesitation, the trio smashed through the outer walls of the building, commencing a frenzied search. Boom. The structure was violently disassembled, concrete and steel raining down upon the streets with a resounding crash. Office workers inside the building fled in terror through various exits, plunging the entire block into chaos. Gero continuously shifted within the building's confines, utilizing its intricate layout and the system's assistance to confound the three androids. Whenever they drew near, he would evade through the elevator shaft or stairwell, forcing them to continue their destruction of the structure in pursuit. 20 minutes later, the once pristine office building had been reduced to a dilapidated shell, teetering on the brink of collapse. The streets were littered with fleeing crowds and injured civilians. Such widespread devastation quickly made headlines. On the islands came House. Krillin and Yamcha were engaged in sparring practice on the beach. Master Roshi lounged in a chair, watching a yoga instructor on television, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. Breaking news. A massive building collapse has occurred in North City, with terrorists wreaking havoc in the urban area. Citizens are advised to steer clear of the vicinity. On screen, a reporter quivered as he reported from a distance. The backdrop filled with crumbling skyscrapers and debris swirling in the air. What? Krillin and Yamcha ceased their training, rushing to the television. The footage showed three figures darting through the air, continuously crashing into buildings. Who are those guys? Yamcha furrowed his brow. Whoever they are. We can't let them continue this destruction. Krillin clenched his fists. Master Roshi, we need to check this out. Master Roshi set down the remote, his expression turning serious. Be careful. I'll contact Goku. Krillin and Yamcha immediately took to the skies, heading towards North City. Meanwhile, Master Roshi picked up the phone and dialed Goku's number. At that moment, Gero was hiding in the underground parking lot of the building, listening to the cacophony above and nodding in satisfaction, his small tail flicking involuntarily. The plan had succeeded halfway. Androids 13 and his companions were thoroughly outsmarted, and the chaos they had created served as the perfect cover for his escape. Although in the original timeline, Goku's family was shopping in North City, the timeline had shifted due to his intervention. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as the commotion was substantial, the right people would inevitably arrive. Indeed, it wasn't long before the system alerted him of two energy signatures rapidly approaching, one slightly stronger than the other. Gero held his breath, continuing to wait. Now was not the time to reveal himself. He needed to ensure that the Z fighters and the androids clashed, guaranteeing that he faced no immediate threat. The turmoil above persisted, and Android 13 grew increasingly impatient. Damn it, this little bug is too good at hiding. Should we just blow the whole building up? Android 15 suggested. Absolutely not. Dr. Gero wants it alive, Android 13 retorted, continuing the search. It can't have gone far. Just then, two figures soared in from the distance. Stop. Krillin and Yamcha landed outside the building, adopting battle stances. What are you guys doing? Krillin shouted angrily. There are innocent civilians here. Android 13 halted, turning to face the two with a cold smirk. Ah, Goku's friends. Regrettably, we don't have time to play with you right now. What friends? Your actions have severely endangered the safety of the citizens. Yamcha tightened his fists. Cease this destruction at once. Humph, two weaklings dare to command us. Android 15 scoffed. Since you're here, let's take care of you together. With that, the three androids simultaneously launched from the building, encircling Krillin and Yamcha. In the underground parking lot, Gero sensed the shift in energy above, aware that the final battle was imminent. This was the opportunity he had been awaiting. The clash between the Z fighters and the androids would offer him the most advantageous data analysis. Moreover, amidst the chaos, he would find a more opportune moment to escape. Most importantly, he had to survive and grow stronger than anyone else. Chapter 4. The Shocking Battle, the Delighted Gero. We can't fight here. Krillin's voice echoed from above, filled with concern. Solar flare. A blinding white light erupted, forcing Gero to avert his gaze. Damn those pesky fools. Android 13 roared, shielding his eyes in rage. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Solar flare successfully analyzed. Earned 3,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 36, 27, 10,000. Gero was pleased. He had acquired a divine technique. Though Krillin's combat power was not particularly high, his understanding and innovation in martial arts were unparalleled. Krillin and Yamcha soared upwards, occasionally firing energy blasts at the androids as provocation. Android 14 twisted his neck and flexed his wrists, gathering his rage to form a massive energy sphere aimed at the two. In response, Krillin and Yamcha assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, their hands coming together at their waists. Kamehameha! Two beams of blue energy surged forth, converging in midair into a thicker beam, clashing with Android 14's energy sphere. Kamehameha successfully analyzed. Earned 5,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 86, 27, 10,000. The strength of the two individuals was considerable, yet they still fell short against the androids. In the clash of energies, the assault from Android 14 clearly held the upper hand, while Krillin and Yamcha struggled to maintain their ground. beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Just as the energy blast was about to strike them, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. The newcomer raised his hand, channeling power to deflect the incoming energy sphere, which erupted in the air. "Are you all right, Krillin Yamcha?" The voice of the newcomer was calm and gentle. Yet the aura he exuded silenced the entire battlefield. "Goku!" the two exclaimed in delight. Cell focused his gaze and finally laid eyes on the legendary protagonist. With his spiky black hair, a face radiating charisma, and dressed in the iconic orange gi of Master Roshi, Son Goku, the man who traversed the entire Dragon Ball universe, stood before him. "The plan is proceeding well. It seems everyone will soon be gathered," Cell thought to himself, smirking maliciously. Goku turned his attention to the three androids, his expression turning grave. "Why are you destroying the city?" The androids remained silent, with Android 13 sneering. "Killing you is also part of our primary mission." No sooner had he spoken than all three vanished from sight. Bang, bang, bang. Four figures collided at high speed in midair, with each punch and kick producing a deafening sonic boom. Various martial arts techniques and energy blasts flew chaotically, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. Krillin and Yamcha found themselves unable to intervene, retreating to a safe distance to spectate. Yamcha went off to assist the injured in the city, while Krillin anxiously monitored the aerial battle. After a fierce exchange, Goku was sent hurtling away by the combined might of the three, crashing through two rock walls before coming to a halt. Rising from the rubble, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "These three are incredibly powerful." Detecting a strong energy fluctuation approaching, "What are you dawdling for, Kakarot?" A voice filled with arrogance echoed from above. "Are you actually losing to these weaklings?" The newcomer descended slowly, arms crossed, exuding an impressive aura. "Heh, Vegeta has arrived," Cell observed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the prideful prince. Encountering the Saiyan prince in real life was exhilarating. The innate nobility and fervor for battle he had witnessed in the anime were even more striking in person. Vegeta surveyed the battlefield with disdain, scoffing, "Kakarot, you can only be defeated by me." He pointed a finger at Android 15, declaring, "That little one is mine." "What did you say, you bastard?" Android 15's taunt ignited Vegeta's fury, causing him to charge forward. "Mr. Goku, Mr. Krillin." A blue-haired youth swiftly approached, a long sword slung across his back. Coming to a halt, he gazed at the three androids in shock, mouth agape. "What is going on?" Trunks fixated on the red satin insignia emblazoned on the androids' chests. "Are these guys androids?" "Their insignia is identical to those two from the future." He hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Vegeta, they are likely androids. Be cautious." "What?" The three were taken aback. Trunks explained, "It seems my repeated time travels have altered history, and I arrived a bit earlier than anticipated. These three are not the future's malevolent duo, but we cannot let our guard down." Taking a deep breath, Trunks clenched his fists. Holla! A golden aura erupted from him instantaneously, his hair standing on end and turning golden, his irises shifting to green. Ding! Successfully analyzed Super Saiyan transformation. Earned 10,000 evolution points. Current evolution points, 18627, 10,000. Evolution conditions met. Cell watched the imposing golden warrior with immense excitement. The perfect fusion of strength and beauty. This was the Super Saiyan. The golden aura brimmed with world-shattering power, warping the very air around it with its high temperature. This qualitative change in energy transcended the limits of ordinary beings. After transforming, Trunks' speed skyrocketed, darting toward Android 14, his sword carving a golden arc through the air. Android 14 hastily raised his hand to block, but could not withstand the might of the Super Saiyan. Soon, Android 14 was vanquished, obliterated by a wave of energy. His remnants scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku unleashed their own transformations, their golden auras soaring high. "Let me show you what Saiyan pride truly means." Vegeta roared as he charged at Android 15. Goku faced off against Android 13, the shockwaves from their exchanges shattering the surrounding mountains. Cell remained hidden, reveling in the spectacle of this live-action drama from a godlike perspective. The simultaneous onslaught of three Super Saiyans created an unparalleled visual impact. He awaited the inevitable appearance of Super Android 13 and the Spirit Bomb. Once he analyzed both sides' ultimate techniques, he could make his escape, detecting Android 13 initiating energy fusion. As expected, Android 13 suddenly retreated in the midst of battle, absorbing the remains of Androids 14 and 15 into himself. His body began to swell and transform, his hair turning orange while his form melded with metallic and blue elements. Super Android 13 was born. "Now, allow me to demonstrate true terror." The voice of Super Android 13 became deep and mechanical, his presence amplified several-fold. The expressions of Goku and his allies turned grave. The strength of this adversary had exceeded their expectations. Cell concealed himself in the shadows, his system feverishly analyzing the data on Super Android 13. Deadly Bomb. A terrifying red energy sphere coalesced and was unleashed. The battle reignited, yet this time on a grander scale. Super Android 13 alone could suppress the 3 Super Saions. The overwhelming advantage in power inducing despair. Analyzing high-density energy blast. Progress 45. At that moment, Goku suddenly raised his hands high, beginning to gather energy for the spirit bomb. Everyone, lend me your energy. It's happening. Cell felt invigorated. This was the ultimate technique he had been awaiting. Chapter 5, Stage 1 Pupa. No, this is impossible. The voice of Super Android 13 trembled through the air as his form gradually descended. He spotted the green figure below, slowly smirking at him. That grotesque visage was rife with mockery. Son Goku. Super Android 13 suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh. Is there anything more terrifying than me? You will undoubtedly perish. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Cell felt a jolt run through him. This fiend was attempting to sabotage him even in death. He immediately disappeared from his location, leaving behind a group of bewildered and exhausted individuals. Deep within a cavern, the system's notification relieved Cell. Detected safe distance from Son Goku and others has been achieved. Congratulations, host, for successfully analyzing the deadly bomb and spirit bomb. Current evolution points, 108627, 10,000. Evolution conditions met. Would you like to evolve into the first stage organism immediately? Evolve. Cell decided without hesitation. The radiance of the system enveloped his form. Filled with anticipation, Cell rejoiced, for he had finally achieved results after all this time. He felt every shift within his body. Beginning with his prone posture, his limbs gradually extended, and his tail grew more robust. Once the shedding was complete, Cell slowly rose to his full height. This was the quintessential first-stage perfect form. He sensed the murky air around him, yet it tasted remarkably sweet. A surge of power coursed through him. This was the essence of Ki. Closing his eyes, he could distinctly perceive the life force of the insects and animals nearby. Gradually, he began to levitate. Oh, the journey from initial panic to escalating excitement, and ultimately to a state of calmness. Cell had mastered the art of flight. But he quickly composed himself. He could not afford to be detected now. If Trunks were to notice him at this moment, a formidable wave would descend upon him in an instant. Patience was essential. The timeline for the android's activation was drawing near. A sinister smile crept across Cell's lips as he concealed his presence once more. The year was 767 in the Age of the Gods. In the town of West City, an explosion rocked the buildings, leaving countless residents dead or injured. The same urgent news reports echoed once more. Cell had long hidden in the shadows, analyzing the battle to acquire a few evolutionary points. Growing impatient, he awaited the arrival of the Z warriors. Did Goku not possess the ability to teleport? Surely he could easily locate an ordinary person rather than traipsing about. Soon, Yamcha made a discovery. He spotted 2 figures standing amidst the rubble and immediately recalled the trio from the bustling city. Humans? Androids? Yamcha held his breath and hastily dialed for help. In no time, the others converged around him. Upon seeing the 2, Trunks' expression grew complex. They were not the 2 he recognized. Android 20 flashed a sinister grin, surprised that they could still transform. The group was taken aback. Although the previously dispatched trio had failed to locate their target, they had inadvertently gathered valuable data. Android 20 continued, stating that the battlefield would soon shift to the rocky terrain. Android 19 was the first to engage, taking on Goku. The battle raged fiercely, but suddenly, Goku collapsed in agony as his heart condition flared up. Mr. Goku, Trunks exclaimed in shock. Vegeta scoffed as he stepped forward. Allow me to dispose of this scrap metal. With a burst of golden energy, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and effortlessly defeated Android 19. Then, Android 20 faced off against Vegeta, and the 2 exchanged blows. What of it if you have collected our data? Vegeta sneered. The potential of a Saiyan is limitless. Ultimately, Android 20 was vanquished and retreated to a hidden laboratory. All the while, Cell followed stealthily, fully aware of what was to come. Outside the cave, 2 figures gradually emerged. One was a striking boy with black hair and a red scarf, while the other was a stunning gold-haired, blue-eyed individual with an alluring demeanor. Cell gazed at the 2, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, they were a pair of unparalleled prodigies. Trunks, upon seeing them, was rendered speechless in fear. It's them, the demon twins. Android 17 stretched languidly, having not moved in a while. Android 18 surveyed the crowd coldly. Is this what you call strength? The battle erupted once more. Cell, lurking in the shadows, analyzed their combat data, earning another wave of evolutionary points. Having gathered sufficient information, he swiftly exited the scene. After his second stage evolution, he would no longer fear them. Deep within the forest, concealed from all eyes, lay a deep pit in the ground, from which a pair of malevolent eyes glinted. Chapter 6. The Mechanical Star, the Birth of the Perfect Form. Current evolution points, 156,890, 150,000. Second stage evolution conditions met. Evolution. An even more blinding light illuminated the cave. The terrifying aura was about to emanate, but was swiftly suppressed by Cell. The sound of shedding resonated as Cell's form underwent dramatic transformation. His limbs elongated, his torso straightened, and his thick lips bore a confident smile. This was the power of the second stage. Cell moved his new body, nodding in satisfaction. At this juncture, Vegeta and Trunks should be in the hyperbolic time chamber, while Goku was still recuperating at Master Roshi's. There was no one left who could rival him. System, locate Korin Tower. Half an hour later. At the summit of Korin Tower, Yajirobe dropped his bag of Senza beans, scattering the beans across the ground. The cat sage's whiskers quivered incessantly. Who are you? The cat sage managed to ask, struggling to maintain composure. Despite Cell's efforts to suppress it, his malevolent energy leaked out. There was no doubt. Refusing this creature's demands would lead to his demise. Just borrowing some Senza beans, I'll return them shortly. Cell bent down to retrieve the bag of beans, weighing it in his hand before turning to leave. Wait, what do you intend to do? The cat sage asked urgently. Cell turned back, a strange smile on his lips. To seek out more interesting adversaries. No sooner had he spoken than Cell shot into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. Due to his interference, Super Android 13 had prematurely appeared. Thus, the designated location had likely not yet been activated. In the vastness of space, Cell flew at full speed. Ahead loomed a colossal mechanical entity, its metallic sheen glimmering under the starlight. Ah, so you are still here, he chuckled, landing on the frigid metal surface of the planet Big Geet Star. Almost instantly, numerous security robots emerged from every corner, their red electronic eyes locking onto the intruder. Cell casually unleashed several energy blades, reducing the robots to mere fragments. Who goes there? A magnetic voice reverberated. A figure, glistening with metallic luster, slowly emerged. It was Metal Cooler. Inviting oneself in seems rather impolite, Cell said, feigning regret as he waved a hand, though his expression lacked any semblance of contrition. I merely wish to borrow your esteemed grounds for an upgrade, and perhaps assist Goku in eliminating you all. What? You know that wild monkey? Cell's deliberate words incited Metal Cooler's wrath. Without another word, Metal Cooler charged, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Cell's face. Cell met the blow with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision produced a deafening explosion. The two ascended from the ground to the air, the sounds of metal clashing resonating throughout. The exhilaration surged through Cell, for this was his first full-force battle since his rebirth. Perhaps it was the Saiyan cells within him, but the ecstasy radiated from within, spreading throughout his entire being. Metal Cooler, increasingly astonished, wondered, is there such a formidable existence beyond Super Saiyans in this universe? Who exactly are you? In response, Cell unleashed a powerful energy blast. Boom. Metal Cooler was obliterated, but in the next instant, countless tendrils spread forth, preparing for regeneration. To regenerate before me is quite the irony. Cell clasped his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave utterly annihilated Metal Cooler's remains. Successfully defeated Metal Cooler, earning 15,000 evolution points. This battle has amassed a considerable amount of data. The sound of relentless footsteps echoes behind you. Did you truly believe you had triumphed? Countless metal gulas surge forth from the passage, confronting multiple iterations of myself simultaneously. Do you think you can return alive? Salu rolls his neck, a sanguinary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage together. The chaos of battle commences. Salu defeats the metal gulas time and again, only for even stronger variants to emerge. Each time they are vanquished, the subsequent arrivals grow ever more formidable. They evolve and adapt based on the data gathered from their adversaries. As the engagement escalates, the intensity of the conflict surges. Current evolution points, 582364, 500,000. Conditions for third stage evolution met. Salu gasps for breath, his body battered and bruised from countless skirmishes, regenerations, and the consumption of an entire sack of Senza beans. He has exhausted all reserves. The metal gulas, witnessing their opponent's impending demise, erupt into raucous laughter. You have managed to endure this long before us. You are indeed a noteworthy adversary. Prepare to meet your end. Yet, in the next moment, Salu stands upright, a smile gracing his lips. Evolution. The entirety of planet Bigu trembles violently. Waves of energy ripple through the atmosphere as Salu radiates a blinding light. Green energy envelopes his form. Once the brilliance subsides, Salu slowly opens his eyes. He clenches his fists, admiring his flawless physique. An indescribable sense of fulfillment courses through him. This is the perfect form, truly magnificent. He unleashes his aura, a soft golden glow enveloping him. It seems the Saiyan cells within him undergo a profound transformation alongside his evolution. The metal gulas widen their electronic eyes, staring in disbelief at the being before them. This surge of power is far more terrifying than that of a Super Saiyan. Salu respectfully extends his hands, inclining slightly. Thank you, Metal Gulas. To express my gratitude, you shall die without suffering. Chapter 7. The Second Perfect Form. Bang, bang, bang. Merely swinging his fists and kicking, the metal gulas before him crumble as easily as parchment. A single blow pierces through, and several energy blasts are reduced to ash. The power of the perfect form is indeed extraordinary. Salu effortlessly disperses the final metal gulas, having eradicated all high-level threats on planet Bigu. Fragments of metal litter the ground, sparks flying in all directions. Little did I expect that my vengeance would remain unfinished, culminating in this place. The last metal gula grits its teeth, seething with rage. How infuriating. It glares at Salu, its voice laced with despair. Strike me down. I am the last of my kind. Destroy me. And there shall be no more gulas left in this world. Upon hearing this, Salu lets out a slow chuckle. He then directs his gaze toward a towering mechanical structure behind the metal gula. Your core and main computer program reside there, do they not? Salu's expression grows stern, revealing his displeasure. Attempting to outsmart me is futile. The metal gula's demeanor shifts dramatically, just as it begins to explain. Salu casually disperses it with a wave of his hand. He then soars toward the mechanical edifice, encountering no resistance along the way. From a distance, planet Bigu radiates vibrant sparks. Explosions resonate continuously, causing the entire metallic planet to shudder. In no time, Salu lands before the core gula. The true form of the gula is connected by countless conduits, merging with the planet itself. Its shattered visage conveys shock and terror. My lord, what relation do you bear to Son Goku? With such formidable power, why serve another? Oh, even at the brink of death, you remain so composed. Salu gathers energy blasts in his hand, aiming them at the gula's face. By the way, even if you were to amass the energy of the entire planet for a self-detonation, you could not kill me. Wait, hold on. The gula finally panics. My lord, what are your demands? I have been fused with this planet for so long. I know many secrets. There are wish-granting orbs and planets capable of imparting unique super abilities. Enough. Salu interrupts the gula. You have two choices. First, submit to me. Second, vanish immediately. 1. I choose 1. The gula exclaims without hesitation. How should I address you? My lord, Salu. Lord Salu. The gula promptly amends its address. I can resurrect you and provide you with an opportunity for revenge. The gula's eyes gleam with sudden excitement. Salu nods in satisfaction, then his tone turns icy. Of course, should you harbor any thoughts of betrayal, I will personally obliterate you into dust. Once you descend into hell, you will be suspended from a tree, unable to move, forced to witness children and animals parading and singing. No. The gula's eyes widen in horror. A bead of sweat trickling down its forehead. I will never betray you. Salu's lips curl into a slight smirk as he turns to leave. Once I have dealt with certain matters, I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. The gula watches Salu's retreating figure. This enigmatic individual whose every action seems to be orchestrated with absolute control. For now, I will comply, and after resurrection, I shall plot my next move. Salu swiftly departs from planet Bigu. His objectives have been achieved, and as for subduing the gula, he is well aware of the latter's temperament. He possesses ample methods to ensure the gula's eventual loyalty. On Earth, the battle rages fiercely. Super Vegeta stands proudly in the sky, gazing disdainfully at the green figure below. Is this truly your level? You have thoroughly disappointed me. He spits in contempt. From afar, Salu observes clearly. It is the future Salu, still in his second stage. At this moment, Vegeta possesses ample grounds for his arrogance. Salu smirks softly as he notices the distant figure of Android 18. Her once cold demeanor now drained of color as fear grips her. With a swift motion, Salu appears beside Android 18. Android 16, Android 18. Krillin feels a chill run down his spine. Turning to look, he finds a towering figure looming behind him. Before a sound escapes, both Android 16 and Krillin collapse, unconscious. Salu gazes intently at Android 18. She is indeed breathtaking. With her pointed nose, bright eyes, flawless skin, and curvaceous figure, she is a vision of beauty. Casting a glance at Krillin beside her, he feels the youth is undeserving of her. Just as Android 18 opens her mouth to speak, Salu swiftly covers her mouth, drawing her into his embrace. Silence. With a swift strike, he renders her unconscious and tosses her toward future Salu. Upon seeing a shadow approaching, Future Salu's heart races as he recognizes Android 18. Excellent. Without a moment to lose, his tail extends, instinctively swallowing Android 18 whole, although he is uncertain of the circumstances. Such an opportunity is rare. Finally, an ecstatic shout escapes his lips as Future Salu radiates brilliance, transforming into his perfect form. Salu watches in the shadows, intrigued by the evolution unfolding before him, eager to see whether the inefficiency of absorbing life energy or the power of system evolution prevails. Chapter 8. The Legend of the Fierce Battle, Capturing the Legend. Soon, only a few days remain before Salu's game commences. On this day, while traversing the cosmos, Salu halts. At last, he has arrived. He restrains his aura as a distant planet gradually magnifies. The new Vegeta star is here. Hidden within is another individual of immense potential. In the dead of night, Gero restlessly maneuvered, silently infiltrating the planet's surface. He navigated through the clusters of buildings, swiftly pinpointing his target's location. Within a room, two figures were resting. One was a one-eyed man, his face etched with the wear of time, while the other, of unremarkable appearance, adorned himself with an array of golden ornaments. Found it. Without uttering a word, Gero swiftly entered. Two precise strikes incapacitated the duo, plunging them into a deep slumber. The impending meteor shower loomed, and he wished to remain undisturbed. Thus, he activated his protective shield and seized both individuals, propelling himself into the vastness of space. On a desolate, remote planet, Gero unceremoniously cast them onto the ground. Paragus was the first to awaken, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. He was met with the sight of a non-human entity and instinctively raised his weapon in alarm. Who are you? Where's this? Old man. A languid voice emerged as the plain-looking youth began to stir. Gero offered a faint smile, slightly releasing his aura. A formidable and malevolent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly electrifying the youth. He trembled, his muscles involuntarily swelling. This is bad. Paragus immediately drew out his control device. Gero's eyes gleamed with a golden light, and a beam obliterated the device in an instant. What have you done? Paragus roared in hysteria. It's over. We are all going to be killed. This universe is doomed. He sank to the ground, despondent. Gero observed the increasingly frenzied youth with a sense of satisfaction. Broly, allow me to witness your strength. With that, he unleashed a punch. Bang! His fist collided directly with Broly's face, yet the latter remained unfazed, even exuding a more potent aura. An explosion erupted beneath him, green hair billowing, white eyes gleaming, and muscles bulging explosively. At 8 meters tall, he towered over Gero. Ha! Gero chuckled, gazing at the imposing figure before him, trembling with excitement and aggression. To battle a legend and subsequently tame it. That was his aspiration. Broly cast a sidelong glance at Gero. Have you been rendered speechless? Pathetic. He then hurled a punch at Gero. Bang! The immense force sent Gero flying. Incredible. His figure vanished from sight, only to reappear in the next moment, crashing heavily to the ground. Emerging from the deep crater, Gero tasted the metallic tang of purple blood at his lips. Just as he regained his footing, Broly, grinning malevolently, unleashed a rapid barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions resonated across the barren planet. Barrier. A purple shield materialized instantaneously. Ding. 1/3 of the legendary Super Saiyan form analyzed. Explosion meteor analyzed. 500,000 evolution points acquired. Oh, just 1/3? Gero pondered momentarily before enlightenment struck. So that's it. Above, Broly had already formed an energy sphere with one hand. With a flick of his wrist, the size of the energy blast swelled to that of a soccer field. Disappear. Trash. Ding. Analyzing extermination cannon. System. Consume all evolution points. In an instant, colossal power surged into Gero's being, erupting forth as a powerful aura. The two immense energies clashed. Kamehameha. Under the wave's force, the entire planet was illuminated. In the distance, Paragus was rendered speechless with shock. The rampaging Broly was gradually being suppressed, his energy blasts pushed back. See, come on. Although uncertain of this individual's identity, Paragus prayed for him to defeat his son to save his own life. No, it can't be. Broly observed his attack being repelled. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, dust billowing. Moments later, a battered figure plummeted from the sky. Gero gasped for breath. So strong. If it weren't for the system, I wouldn't stand a chance. It seems the path ahead requires caution. He descended beside Paragus. Did you see that? I will find a way to control Broly's rampage. Submit to me, and I will help you exact your revenge. He then hoisted the unconscious Broly and Paragus, heading towards planet Beigao. After entrusting the technologically advanced Gula to temporarily restrain Broly's rampage, Gero departed, setting course for Earth. It was time to impart a lesson to the Z warriors. Chapter 9. Sheru vs. Sheru. As Sheru approached Earth, the overwhelming aura became increasingly palpable. The tumultuous energies clashed with the pure essence, signaling the commencement of the battle. Sheru's mind was already replaying the vivid imagery of that intense, visceral confrontation. The scene shifted to the arena, where the crowd was stunned by the explosive energy radiating from future Sheru and Goku. The protagonist had become the center of a global broadcast, with Mr. Satan clutching his stomach in feigned agony. Sheru perched on a distant peak, concealing his aura while observing intently. This energy, future Sheru was slightly stronger than Broly. My intervention could evoke even more intriguing developments. Eyeing the formidable opponent, Sheru felt a surge of eagerness. It's not yet my time to enter the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The battle had already commenced in the distance. Goku, fighting you is indeed a delight. Future Sheru's voice resonated. Over there. Vegeta and Trunks were deemed unworthy of his effort. Vegeta, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in frustration. However, I shall not grant you too many opportunities. With that, future Sheru unleashed an even greater power. A powerful whirlwind enveloped the arena, and lightning began to crackle. Android 16 shielded Mr. Satan and the others, while the Z warriors struggled to maintain their footing against the gale. As the storm subsided, Piccolo, incredulous, exclaimed, "This guy is a bottomless pit. We stand no chance." At that moment, Goku was equally astonished to see future Sheru at full power, evenly matched with Gohan. This is bad. I misjudged the opponent's strength. In the distance, Sheru was taken aback for a moment. How could he have reached such a level? Ding. Instant transmission. For Symbol's Fist, Evil Containment Wave, Super Saiyan Bloodline 2 analyzed. Acquiring a total of 1.2 million evolution points. Whoosh. Sheru appeared between future Sheru and Goku. The Z warriors collectively took a step back. Could it be the Sheru from this timeline? Krillin was the first to voice the thought. Everyone turned to him. When I went to Dr. Gero's lab with Trunks in search of blueprints, there was a shattered incubation chamber. I didn't think much of it then, but I never imagined he had already matured into his complete form. Future Sheru was equally stunned. How did you grow into your complete form? I had already consumed androids 17 and 18. Was the 18 from that time the one you discarded? Future Sheru pondered. Exactly. Sheru crossed his arms, smiling. I provided you with an immense benefit. As for how I achieved my complete form, defeat me, and I will reveal it to you. With that, a similar crackle of lightning enveloped him. Thank you, future me, for this splendid gift. In a flash, the two Sherus collided. Bang. This time, the arena could no longer withstand the immense force and shattered completely. Sun Wukong teleported away from the center of the battlefield. From a distance, he gazed at Gohan and declared, "You are the only one who can partake in this battle now." Cell and Future Cell engaged in a fierce melee, the pain mingling with exhilaration, fueling their excitement in the intense clash. Kamehameha. The explosion attack erupted. The two energy beams collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. As the dust settled, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched. Yet Future Cell was utterly astonished by the myriad of extraordinary techniques employed by the Cell from this timeline, who seemed to wield them with remarkable ease. You insolent fool. How dare you underestimate me? He soared into the sky, gathering all his energy. This strike could obliterate the entire solar system. A colossal Kamehameha wave descended from above. Piccolo interrupted Wukong, who was still attempting to encourage Gohan. It's already over. This energy, even if Gohan were to unleash his power, would come too late. Cell, enraged, concentrated green energy into his right hand, Annihilation Cannon. The small orb of light expanded rapidly, meeting the Kamehameha head-on. They were locked in a stalemate. Future Cell unleashed all his firepower. The perfect me requires but one. Go to hell and regret it. Is that so? System, expend all evolution points. Cell raised his left hand. Ultimate Bomb. The red energy orb shot forth, the red and green gradually overpowering the blue, inching upwards. Future Cell gasped in terror. I'm being pushed back. Impossible. Oh. Chapter 10. Not yet over. The Warrior of Fury emerges. As the dust cleared, the disfigured Future Cell dripped with purple blood, gazing in horror below. The fiendish grin of his counterpart revealed a power even more formidable than before. The energy expended in Future Cell's regeneration was immense, and he was left panting. His chest heaved violently, energy rapidly depleting. In a fit of panic, he exploded in size, transforming into a massive form resembling a small mountain. His towering figure, nearly 10 meters high, cast a vast shadow. Damn it! Damn it! Die! His massive arm swung down with a howling wind. The fist, larger than a truck, came crashing down, compressing the air into a shrill scream. Cell, observing his opponent's loss of sanity, raised his arm to block. Bam! The clash of the massive against the minute was discordant, yet Cell stood firm like a mountain. The shockwave from the collision radiated outward, causing the ground to collapse instantaneously. What does it matter if you've transformed like this? Cell remarked nonchalantly. I need not even evade. You are simply too weak. Future Cell finally comprehended despair and fear. He staggered back, muttering, Impossible, impossible, I am the perfect being. Now, let me show you what true perfection looks like. Cell flickered and appeared before Future Cell in an instant. Bam! A swift kick struck Future Cell in the abdomen, bending his massive form into a shrimp-like curve. Bam bam bam. A series of heavy blows landed, each precisely hitting the same spot. Future Cell's Adam's apple bobbed as he spat out Android 18. Heh. Cell observed his adversary. You are now of no value. In a fit of rage, Future Cell reverted to his second stage, his body swelling uncontrollably. Cell flashed forward, pressing down on his abdomen. Ha ha ha. You would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Provoking me now will only hasten your demise. He paused, a more sinister smile curling upon his lips. You wish to self-destruct? Go ahead and explode. In Future Cell's terrified gaze, a purple barrier enveloped his entire form, lifting him into the air. Oh, damn it. Future Cell thrashed wildly within the barrier. The energy repeatedly slammed against the barrier's surface, yet it could not even create a single crack. The purple barrier expanded, emitting blinding white light, then calmed, returning to its original size. With a wave of his hand, Cell summoned thick smoke that billowed and dispersed in the wind. Within the barrier lay a small, quivering mass, still faintly writhing. In an instant, Cell struck, and with a wave of energy, the mass was reduced to ashes. Ding! Perfect Cell, beyond, has been slain, gaining 4 million evolution points. The sequence of events unfolded with such fluidity that the Z fighters scarcely had time to process. Cell returned to the ground, arms crossed as he regarded them. A chill ran down their spines as they exchanged wary glances. The power of this Cell far exceeded their understanding. Even the terrifying perfect form they had just encountered seemed as fragile as a toy in his presence. With a flash, Cell appeared before Gohan. Come with me, kid. He grasped Gohan's arm and whisked him to the center of the arena. Gohan! Piccolo shouted, his voice laced with urgency. Damn it, I must join in. He charged forward, gathering immense energy. Kamehameha. The others also fought desperately, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Cell. Krillin's energy blade, Tien's ki blast, Yamcha's spirit ball, all manner of techniques assailed him. In mere moments, everyone was sent flying, crashing against the rocks with resounding thuds. Enough. Cell stood unmoved. Not a speck of dust on him. What I require is your strength. He then directed a series of finger beams at Piccolo. The golden beams struck Piccolo's limbs and shoulders with precision, splattering blood everywhere. Piccolo convulsed, green blood spraying forth. Uncle Piccolo, stop. Gohan's eyes reddened, his pupils constricting as his energy subtly surged. Cell's smile broadened. This was the reaction he sought. The beams continued to fire relentlessly, leaving gruesome scars on Piccolo. At last, Piccolo's head drooped and he fainted from the pain. In that moment, tears streamed down Gohan's face as he gasped. Wow. Lightning began to swirl around him, his hair growing wildly. A golden aura erupted, powerful energy swirling, lifting debris around him. He dashed to catch Piccolo, gently placing him in a safe spot. Truly, he was the son of the version. Sun Wukong felt both astonished and puzzled. Gohan had awakened, yet the Cell before him did not seem bloodthirsty. Each strike avoided vital points, as if intentionally coaxing Gohan's potential. Gohan returned to face Cell. You bastard. Ding. Magic Flash has been analyzed. Come at me. Cell laughed heartily as he deflected the incoming energy blast with a single hand. Gohan's fist struck Cell squarely in the face, enveloped in golden energy flames. Cell withstood the blow. A colossal sonic boom erupted, shockwaves shattering the surrounding rocks. Gohan felt his arm tingle, the impact cracking his palm. The monster before him was unimaginably powerful. Even in his full state, he could barely compel Cell to take him seriously. But glancing at Piccolo's bloodied body, he hesitated no more. An even greater energy erupted from within him, the rage transforming into strength that surpassed even that of Future Cell moments ago. The evaporating tears turned into mist, slowly rising. Chapter 11. The Rock Plate Assault. The warrior of rage has officially arrived. With a blend of fury and reason, the chaotic energy within him converged, and with every movement, he emanated an aura of invincibility. Gohan lightly tapped the ground and then vanished. He reappeared at his side, his fist enveloped in golden flames, aimed directly at his opponent's face. This time, Cell did not underestimate him. He swiftly dodged the attack and retaliated with a powerful kick. Too slow. Gohan sidestepped the blow, and the clash of fists and feet produced an ear-splitting sonic boom. The tremendous force whipped up gusts of wind, carving deep fissures into the ground and sending debris flying. Truly the son of a legend. This power is exhilarating. Cell laughed heartily, each strike accompanied by a probing intent. Gohan gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. He realized Cell was toying with him, but he needed to give it his all. Uncle Piccolo still lay there, his fate uncertain. Aya! The golden aura erupted once more as Gohan's speed surged dramatically. The two engaged in rapid movements through the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Each collision caused the surrounding mountains to crumble, the terrain continuously reshaped and ravaged. Lightning clashed, energy exploded, more ferociously than in any previous battle. In the distance, Krillin's eyes widened. Gohan's power is astonishing. However, Tien's expression darkened. That monster still seemed to be in control. In the midst of their melee, infused with energy, Gohan seized an opportunity, bringing his hands together at his waist. A brilliant blue light coalesced in his palms, growing ever brighter. Kamehameha. Sensing danger, Cell turned to counterattack, only to find Gohan had vanished. The Kamehameha wave. Gohan appeared behind Cell, unleashing the long-prepared energy blast directly upon him. The immense impact propelled Cell into the sky, the blue beam piercing through the clouds. Well done, Krillin exclaimed, leaping in excitement. Cell managed to steady himself amidst the energy onslaught, halting before breaching the atmosphere. Purple blood trickled from his mouth. Yet his expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Son Gohan, you truly pique my interest. Kamehameha. Two energy beams collided in midair, erupting in blinding luminescence. The energy gradually pressed downward, causing Gohan to sink into the ground, gritting his teeth and forcing out his power. No, Gohan can't hold on much longer. Yamcha cried out anxiously. The Z fighters exchanged glances, rushing toward the sky. Keyblade. Kamehameha. Key bomb. A barrage of techniques rained down, all striking Cell. The explosions were relentless, enveloping the area in smoke. Is it effective? Krillin watched the smoke nervously. As the dust settled, Cell hovered unscathed in the air, a disdainful smirk on his face. Consuming evolution points. Then, with mere air pressure, an invisible shockwave instantly spread out. The Z fighters were thrown like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Vegeta was the first to recover, his golden aura erupting once more. Bastard! I am the Prince of the Saiyans. He brought his hands together, gathering an energy sphere. Final flash. Cell was somewhat surprised. This prince still possessed some spirit. Just as the energy was about to engulf Gohan, he suddenly withdrew, turning to charge at Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, Cell was upon him. What? Vegeta felt himself gripped by an overwhelming force, propelled backward, leaving a massive crater in the rock beneath him. Cell grasped his head, forcing his entire body into the pit. My dear prince, I admire your pride, but the disparity in strength is too great. Vegeta struggled, his golden hair gradually fading to black as consciousness slipped away, ultimately closing his eyes. Vegeta. Goku scrambled to his feet, enduring the pain as he rushed forward. Cell dodged, delivering a knee strike directly to Goku's abdomen. Cough. Goku spat blood, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness and collapsed. Gohan watched his friends fall one by one, a wave of helplessness washing over him. His energy began to waver. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, the golden aura dissipating entirely. Cell glanced at him, shaking his head. It seems this is your limit. He slowly descended before Gohan, looking down at the exhausted youth. Tired? No more fighting. Gohan was momentarily stunned, then lifted his gaze to the opponent. Confusion mingled with vigilance. Cell crossed his arms. Son Gohan, I can spare everyone, provided you gather the Dragon Balls for me. What? Restore them, and in 3 days. If the Dragon Balls are not in hand, you shall all perish, along with the earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Cell vanished, leaving Gohan bewildered in the wind. Chapter 12. The Little Disciple. Cell slowly approached Mr. Satan. Several journalists collapsed under the weight of his terrifying presence, their cameras long forgotten. Android 16 wore a grave expression, adopting a fighting stance, prepared to fight to the death. Enough. Cell waved his hand. I said I'm tired. No more fighting. After continuous battles, Cell truly began to feel hunger. He seized Mr. Satan's arm. Take me to your home. Trembling, Satan nodded, terrified of provoking this formidable being. Inside Satan's mansion, the servants nervously presented an array of exquisite delicacies. Massive dinosaur legs roasted to a golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma. Plates piled high with translucent frog rice balls, each one glistening. There were also sashimi made from rare sea beasts, sliced as thin as gossamer. The table overflowed with nutrient solutions specially formulated by Capsule Corporation. Vibrant like a rainbow, Cell had already consumed a feast. The Saiyan cells provided immense power, but also an insatiable appetite. This long-awaited culinary delight was part of his training. A feeling of satisfaction filled him. How is it, Lord Cell? Is it to your liking? Satan asked, rubbing his hands together, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Cell cast a sidelong glance at the world champion. Though shameless, he possessed decent character. It was time to act. Cell gestured, then turned to him. In 3 days, I will bring 3 individuals to live in your home. Do you have any objections? None. Mr. Satan immediately declared, absolutely none. By the way, Cell continued chewing on the dinosaur meat. Because of that guy in the future, my current image has become that of a world-destroying demon. Public relations are your responsibility. I don't want to go out without a single person noticing. Understood, no problem. This man holds the title of the most influential figure on Earth. As the two fell into silence, save for the sound of eating, a youthful voice suddenly piped up. Don't bully my daddy. A cute little girl with short hair appeared before Satan. She opened her arms and pouted, glaring fiercely at Cell. Cell found her amusing. He feigned a cold demeanor, displaying a menacing expression to tease her. Yet the little girl held back her tears, trembling but refusing to yield. Her legs shook, but she still stood protectively in front of her father. Cell was mildly surprised. This little girl has spirit. He stood up, gently placing his hand on her small head. The girl froze in fear, her body as stiff as stone. Satan immediately clung to Cell's leg, trembling as he pleaded. Please, do not harm my daughter. If you must kill, then take me instead. Cell rolled his eyes and shook off Satan. He crouched down, attempting to display a benevolent smile, feigning ignorance. What is your name? After a prolonged silence, it became evident that the little girl had fainted from sheer terror. The atmosphere grew tense. Satan hurriedly caught his collapsing daughter, helplessly glancing at Cell. Moments later, the girl regained consciousness, with Cell leaning against the door, arms crossed. As the little girl rubbed her eyes and finally discerned the green figure before her, another wave of shivers coursed through her. Cell spoke slowly. Do you wish to become strong? Stronger than your father? The girl initially looked puzzled, but then resolutely nodded. Many formidable foes lie ahead. You must protect him. Cell pointed at Satan. The girl's eyes sparkled, fear replaced by a newfound determination. My name is Biddy. Though her voice was youthful, it resonated with an indomitable will. Cell revealed a genuine smile. This little girl indeed possessed the potential to become a warrior. The mere fact that she could maintain her fighting spirit in the presence of an absolute powerhouse surpassed many. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall train with me. Satan's eyes widened, about to voice his objections, but was silenced by a mere glance from Cell. Rest assured, I shall not harm her. On the contrary, I will make her one of the strongest humans on this planet. Cell knelt before Biddy, meeting her gaze at her level. However, training is arduous. I am renowned as the most rigorous instructor in the universe. Biddy nodded vigorously. I want to protect Dad, and everyone else. Cell stood up, satisfied. This child's resolve surpassed that of many adult warriors. Very well. Starting tomorrow, we shall convene at the back mountain every morning at 6. Satan could no longer contain himself. Wait, Biddy is still just a child. A child? Cell turned to Satan. Gohan was already fighting on the battlefield at her age. Do you wish for her to remain in your shadow, a mere ornament for life? Satan opened his mouth, but no retort came forth. Cell continued, moreover, I am not seeking your approval. A powerful aura subtly emanated from him, causing Satan to immediately shut his mouth. Yet Biddy looked at Cell fearlessly. Master, when will I be as strong as you? Master? Cell was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, just call me Cell. As for when you will be as strong as I am. He gazed at the brave little girl, her small figure gradually overlapping with memories of another life. Chapter 13, The 7 Dragon Balls. Headlines around the world broadcast scenes of Mr. Satan battling fiercely against Cell. On the television screen, Mr. Satan boasted to the camera, indeed. It is I, Satan, who has defeated the fearsome Cell. This fellow is now my disciple. Satan puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. Everyone can rest assured. With me. Satan, around, Earth is absolutely safe. Cell sat on an opulent sofa, observing the farce unfold. This man had quite the audacity, but it worked in Cell's favor, saving him the trouble. Feeling the energy, he concentrated it within his dantian. What is the dantian? The lower abdomen. The weather was clear, and in Satan's courtyard. Cell sat cross-legged opposite Biddy. Their daily training had been ongoing for 2 days. Biddy, close your eyes. Cell's voice was gentle. Feel the flow of energy within you, allowing it to gradually gather. The little girl tightly shut her eyes, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Mr. Satan repeatedly apologized to Cell, who paid him no mind. Watching the energy gradually forming within the little girl, a sense of pride welled up in him. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt a long-lost emotion. He then closed his eyes and continued teaching. Good, just like that. Let the energy accumulate in your dantian, then slowly spread throughout your body. Soon, Biddy's body began to levitate. Satan and the maids were in a state of panic. Biddy is flying. How is this possible? Yet Biddy beamed with joy. I can fly? The little girl exclaimed, looking at Cell. Cell, I really can fly. This is merely the first step. Cell stood up. With a swift motion, he pointed, and a beam pierced through a century-old pine tree. Boom! The sturdy pine snapped in half and crashed to the ground. My old tree. Satan wept. That had been a costly ancient tree he had transplanted. Biddy, elated, dashed towards Cell. Teach me. Teach me. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing the innocent excitement of the little girl, Cell waved his hand. All right, that's enough for today. It's time to eat. Nourish yourself well, for that will enhance your training. With that, Cell used telekinesis to lift Biddy and guide her toward the dining hall. In the dining hall, a lavish array of delicacies adorned the table. Cell devoured half of a giant bird in one sitting, prompting Biddy to laugh heartily at his insatiable appetite. She was soon handed a turkey leg by Cell. Momentarily stunned, she retaliated with a rice ball. Take that. The rice ball struck Cell's face, leaving grains of rice scattered. Watching from the sidelines, Satan mused that perhaps this formidable being was not so malevolent after all. The appointed time arrived. That day, Cell took Biddy to the Capsule Corporation, flying slowly through the air alongside the novice girl. Secretly, Cell erected a protective barrier around her. Below, the city transformed, with people bustling about, occasionally glancing up to see the two figures hovering above. It's time to accelerate. Cell swiftly gathered the little girl into his embrace. Whoosh! In a flash, they arrived at the Capsule Corporation. Upon landing, the Z-Fighters had been waiting for some time. A blue-haired woman holding a baby stood at the center. It was Bulma. Upon seeing Cell, the group had already noticed that he was entirely different from the Cell they once knew. Goku greeted him first. Hey, Cell. Spotting the little girl in Cell's arms, Goku scratched his head. When did you have a daughter? The others collectively fell over. Cough, cough. Kakarot, are you an idiot? Vegeta retorted, speechless. Cell set Biddy down. Now where are the Dragon Balls? If you are trying to deceive me, I won't hesitate to eliminate you all. Biddy mimicked Cell's fierce demeanor, then turned to Gohan. Their eyes met, and Gohan's face flushed as he looked away. Bulma waved her hand. They are over there. Following her direction, 7 radiant orbs sparkled in unison. These are the 7 Dragon Balls. Chapter 14, Granting Wishes and Future Plans. Cell had longed to personally experience this iconic moment. He approached the 7 Dragon Balls, slowly raising his hands. Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish. No sooner had he spoken than the once clear sky darkened. Thunderous clouds gathered ominously. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted into dazzling brilliance, golden energy soaring into the heavens. Within the luminous column, a colossal figure began to take shape. First, the head emerged. A massive dragon's head protruding from the light. Its green scales glistened as they reflected the lightning's glow, and 2 long whiskers danced in the wind, exuding an air of majesty. The dragon coiled upwards, each scale radiating an aura of ancient mystique. The divine dragon, the true Eastern dragon, materialized before Cell's eyes. The visual spectacle was truly unparalleled. Even the seasoned Z-Fighters could not help but express their awe. Videl clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How magnificent! The colossal dragon's head slowly approached Cell, its crimson orbs resembling twin blood moons, gazing down upon the green figure. Speak your wish. The dragon's voice resonated like thunder across the heavens and earth. Cell, undaunted, locked eyes with the dragon. Revive cooler. A palpable restlessness overtook the Z-Fighters nearby. Goku furrowed his brow, and Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Yet soon, they managed to rein in their emotions. Any rash action would only lead to their own demise. The dragon began to speak. Easily done. A flash of red in its eyes sent powerful waves of energy rippling throughout the universe. Cooler had been resurrected. Now, declare your second wish. Cell paused. Indeed, this Dragon Ball had been upgraded to grant 3 wishes. He glanced at Videl, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation. Little one, would you like to converse with it? Cell gestured towards the dragon. The dragon frowned, clearly displeased with such an arrangement. If there are no wishes, I shall take my leave. Its tone was laced with unmistakable impatience. Cell gathered energy at his fingertips, a golden radiance flickering. Before that, you will vanish entirely. His sinister expression, coupled with a terrifying aura, caused the entire courtyard to tremble. The dragon's pupils contracted. This power was entirely beyond its dimension. Wait. It was merely a jest. Videl sprinted to the dragon, raising her small hand. I want to be as strong as Cell. The dragon fell silent for a few moments. That wish is beyond my capabilities. It cast a wary glance at Cell. Lord Cell's might far surpasses my own. I cannot grant you such strength. Videl's small face fell momentarily before she turned to Cell. The imposing figure stood tall in her eyes. Though he appeared peculiar, she inexplicably found him striking. Then give me clothes like Cell's. What? Cell halted, the energy at his fingertips dissipating. The dragon paused for 2 seconds, its eyes glowing red. In a flash of light, Videl was adorned in an outfit inspired by Cell. A dark green coat adorned with strange spotted patterns, edged in purple, defined her silhouette. A playful, luminescent green tail hung from beneath the brim of her hood, both cute and fierce. Hee hee. Videl twirled, mimicking Cell's proud display. Krillin's eyes widened in admiration. Wow, so cute. Vegeta closed his eyes in boredom. Little Trunks smiled, raising his tiny hands. Cell regarded the girl before him, a flick of his finger levitating her effortlessly into his embrace. Not bad. He turned to Goku. You still have one wish remaining. The sky gradually cleared, and the dragon vanished in a burst of light. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into shooting stars, scattering across the land. Cell set Videl down, and the little girl danced excitedly in her new attire. Goku could no longer contain his curiosity. Cell, can you finally reveal your intentions? The others looked at Cell with anxious anticipation. This question had plagued them for far too long. Cell crossed his arms, pausing in silence. Intentions? He gazed into the distance, his voice calm, yet unsettling. I seek to become the strongest entity in this universe. Is that all? Piccolo frowned. Then why revive Cooler? Merely a tool, Cell replied nonchalantly. The universe is vast, and power is abundant. One individual can only accomplish so much. Goku scratched his head. Then why not simply obliterate the Earth? With your strength. That would be a trivial task. Cell regarded him with a sidelong glance. Destruction? How dull. What I require are opponents who can help me grow stronger. You are the finest whetstones. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. You treat us as mere tools. And what of it? Cell retorted. Did you think I would befriend you? Videl tugged at Cell's wing. Cell, will you stay on Earth forever? Cell looked down at her, his expression softening slightly. Yes, at least for now. That's wonderful. Videl exclaimed, jumping with joy. Goku pondered aloud. Cell, you mentioned that the universe is vast and filled with strong beings. Do you know things we are unaware of? Cell smiled faintly. Indeed. For instance, the god of destruction. A collective gasp echoed among them. God of destruction? What is that? Krillin stammered. Vegeta froze, the familiar term evoking memories from his childhood, flooding his mind. Cell observed Vegeta thoughtfully. Beerus. The simple utterance struck Vegeta to his core. Oh. Vegeta's mouth fell agape, beads of sweat trailing down his cheek. Are you insane? I acknowledge your immense strength now, but your opponent is Beerus. There is no chance of victory. His frantic outburst drew the attention of the others, followed by a flurry of explanations. Goku trembled, realizing the universe was so vast, housing such formidable deities. The thrill of a Saiyajin's blood coursed through him, invigorating his entire being. Indeed, Beerus's might was beyond their current grasp. However, as long as they continually grew stronger, their bodies might one day withstand divine power, and there remained a chance to defeat him. Gathering various masters, they could infinitely evolve through endless battles. Where does their potential truly end? Do you not wish to know? Cell turned to Vegeta. Is the pride of the Saiyans merely a phrase to utter? Each statement struck the group, fortifying their resolve. The future is limitless. Rather than remain passive, it is far better to take the initiative. Chapter 15, Settling on Earth. Go play with Gohan for a while. I must take my leave. After instructing Videl, Cell vanished from sight. Cooler stretched his newly restored form, his arms moving slowly. Ha! Goku, with Broly as your pawn this time. You wild monkeys will turn on each other. What a splendid image. As he plotted his revenge, a figure instantaneously appeared beside him. Congratulations, Cooler. Turning, it was Cell. Master Cell, Cooler growled, bowing his head menacingly. Cell smiled slightly. I know what you are contemplating, strategizing to reap the rewards. Cooler was taken aback. This man had seen through his plan. Currently, Goku's power far exceeds yours. Even the Namekian by his side is beyond your capability. What? Cooler was astonished. He never expected these lowly beings to advance so rapidly. Do not be surprised. Cell was enveloped in a crackling aura, a powerful presence erupting. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, forcing Cooler to step back involuntarily. Cooler's pupils dilated, his body trembling uncontrollably. This power exceeds my understanding by leaps and bounds. The notion of being the strongest in the universe is nothing but a jest. Do you comprehend the disparity now? Cell, with arms crossed, gazed at him. The son of Goku is slightly weaker than I am. Even if you and Broly were to join forces, could you possibly prevail? Gula's countenance turned ashen. The Broly father and son duo remained silent, while Paragus wiped the sweat from his brow. The aura of this green monstrosity is even more terrifying than that of Broly when he was in a suppressed berserk state. Without strength, do not seek your demise. Cell retracted his oppressive aura. You will accompany me to Earth, where I shall train you to become beings not inferior to myself. As his words resonated, Cell transported them back to the Capsule Corporation S courtyard. Upon their arrival, tension filled the air as both parties faced off. Goku. Gula ground his teeth. Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. Is this Frieza's brother? His grotesque appearance is indeed a perfect match. You wild monkey, your manner of speaking is truly uncouth. Paragus' eyes widened as he recognized the figure before him. King Vegeta? Memories of the past flashed before his eyes. Enough, Vegeta. Since Cell has brought them here, we might as well hear his plan. Goku interjected, attempting to quell the burgeoning argument. Silence, Kakarot. Kakarot? The previously quiet Broly trembled slightly. Kakar. Bang. Cell swiftly struck him unconscious. The sudden act rendered everyone silent. I did not summon you here to quarrel. Cell surveyed the crowd. It is quite simple. Against opponents of the caliber of a god of destruction, the immediate task is to grow stronger swiftly. Training alone or maintaining the previous pace is far too slow. Only when faced with life and death will new breakthroughs occur. A powerful aura was unleashed once more, suffocating everyone's breath. Should you be dissatisfied, you may withdraw, but you must first defeat me. Under the pressure, both sides fell silent. No one dared challenge this behemoth. Satisfied, Cell nodded and seized the unconscious Broly. Let us go? At the Satan residence, the opulent mansion welcomed new guests once more. Cell arranged accommodations for the three in guest rooms, while Satan, wiping his sweat, directed the servants to prepare the rooms. Lord Cell, are you satisfied with such arrangements? Satan swallowed hard. Gula surveyed the surroundings, examining the room's structure. The luxurious decor and exquisite furnishings were more comfortable than his cosmic battleship. This is Earth's abode. Paragus cautiously touched the silk curtains, astonished that such a primitive planet could have such refined quarters. You'll get used to it, Cell waved dismissively. Training begins tomorrow. Prepare yourselves mentally. Suddenly, Biddy rushed in, bouncing with excitement. Cell, are these the new training partners? The little girl curiously examined the three extraterrestrials. Gula, noticing the human child, raised his tail slightly. Stop. Cell spoke coolly. A terrifying killing intent locked onto Gula, rendering him motionless. She is an exception. Cell's voice held no emotional fluctuation, yet it brimmed with menace. Whoever dares to harm her shall face annihilation. Gula retracted his motion. The monster's protectiveness over this human child was beyond imagination. Understood, my lord. Biddy, oblivious to the earlier danger, excitedly inspected Broly. Wow, this big brother is so tall. Paragus gazed at his unconscious son, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Fear not. He is merely asleep. Cell waved his hand, channeling energy into Broly. Broly slowly opened his eyes, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. Where's this? Your room, Cell replied succinctly. From today onward, this will be your new home. Chapter 16, Transformation. In the desolate expanse of the no man's land, Broly was bound by a new suppression device. The silver-white metallic rings clung to his limbs, emitting a faint blue glow. This apparatus combined high-level technology and was even more sophisticated. Whenever Broly's internal energy fluctuations exceeded the preset limit, the device would automatically tighten. Let us begin. Cell stood 10 meters away, arms crossed. Broly slowly lifted his head, his black hair billowing in the wind. Absent the furious roars, he appeared as an ordinary warrior. Gula scrutinized the data on the instrument. The power output was merely 1% of its original capacity. In this state, Broly couldn't even defeat himself. Attack me, Cell said indifferently. Broly swung his fist toward Cell. Bang! The fist was effortlessly caught, the immense power disparity jolting Broly's body. Too weak. Cell released his grip, lifting the first level of restriction. Gula pressed a button, and the device's glow dimmed slightly. Broly's aura immediately surged, his muscles slightly swelling. He punched again, this time accompanied by a howling wind. Cell sidestepped, driving his knee into Broly's abdomen. Ugh! Broly grunted, stumbling back a few steps. Continue to release the restrictions. The device adjusted again, and Broly's strength continued to rise. 10 minutes later, Broly gasped for breath, his hair beginning to change color, occasionally flickering blue. Good, Cell nodded. Now, attempt to control this power. Broly closed his eyes, taking deep breaths. The turbulent aura within him surged like a ferocious beast, battering against his reason. Think of Kakarot. Cell suddenly prompted. Kakar. Broly's pupils constricted, his green and gold flames alternating wildly. Beep beep beep. The device flickered wildly, forcibly repressing his power back to the threshold. Dominate your anger. Transform it into a source of strength. Cell approached him, directing him to focus energy into his back. Broly gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Cycle this energy, do not allow it to accumulate. Following the instructions, Broly attempted to circulate the volatile energy within him. Time and again he tried, only to fail repeatedly. Whenever he neared losing control, the device would intervene, pulling him back to the edge of reason. Gula observed coldly from the side. It was precisely such monsters that Frieza feared when he annihilated planet Vegeta. 3 months later, release all restrictions, Cell commanded. Gula pressed the final button. The instrument ceased its pulsations. The suppression devices fell from Broly's body, clattering to the ground. His blue hair gradually transformed into golden hues. A powerful aura erupted wildly, causing the ground to crack. Yet, Broly did not go berserk. He stood firm, fists clenched, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Take a deep breath. Cell's voice was soft. Broly complied, his chest heaving violently. The golden aura stabilized, no longer rampaging uncontrollably. Now speak his name. Broly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, cockroach. No roar, no loss of control. He simply uttered the name with calmness. In the following months, the training grew increasingly brutal. Gula became a dedicated sparring partner, often serving as a punching bag for the berserk Broly. Each time Broly lost control, Cell would personally intervene to restrain him. In the visceral clash of fists, Gula's strength ascended with remarkable rapidity. From initially being effortlessly vanquished, he progressed to barely being able to withstand a few blows. The pain he endured forged him into a more formidable warrior. Within the confines of the Satan household, Biddy diligently practiced fundamental combat techniques under Paragus' guidance. Strikes had to be swift and retractions steady. The elder Scion patiently corrected her form. Grandfather Paragus, when will brother Broly return? Biddy inquired, wiping the sweat from her brow. Soon, my child, Paragus replied, casting his gaze into the distance, where he was learning to master his own power. Each day after school, Paragus was there to escort her. 2 fleeting years passed swiftly. The desolate wasteland had been irrevocably transformed, bearing the scars of battle everywhere. Joined by Gula, Broly faced off against Cell. Though still not their equal, they managed to compel Cell to adopt a more serious demeanor. Impressive, Cell remarked, retracting his overwhelming aura. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. Gula panted, purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, while Broly appeared in marginally better condition, having completely stabilized his Super Saiyan form. At last, I can control this power, Broly declared, clenching his fist. Cell nodded, turning his gaze towards the horizon. In the dining hall of the Satan residence, everyone gathered around a long table adorned with a sumptuous feast, the aroma wafting through the air. Brother Broly, this is my favorite frog rice ball, Biddy exclaimed, pushing her bowl aside. Broly accepted it without hesitation. Thank you. The 2 years of training had transformed him utterly. No longer the beast driven solely by rage. Gula ate silently, occasionally observing Cell's expressions. Paragus watched the serene interaction between his son and the young girl, tears of joy welling in his eyes. After decades of curses, they had finally been lifted. Satan, seated at the head of the table, displayed none of his previous trepidation. As the meal drew to a close, Cell set down his utensils. It is time to seek out the Z Warriors. Chapter 17, Cell's team versus the Z Warriors. Within the Capsule Corporation, Bulma led the way while proudly introducing a specially modified combat chamber. The walls were crafted from a unique alloy, designed to withstand the tumult of battles, as Goku and Vegeta trained within. Bulma beamed as she patted the wall, stating, even if you wreak havoc inside, the outside world remains untouched. The mechanical door slowly opened, revealing Cell at the forefront, flanked by Gula and Broly. The instant they entered, Goku's gaze locked with Cell's, an intense aura colliding in the air, thick with tension. Accompanying them were the 3 members of Android 16. The anomalies in the sky over the past 2 years had clarified everything. Gula glanced at Piccolo, recalling Cell's taunts during their training. You wouldn't even stand a chance against a Namekian now. Gula's eyes hardened. Was the honor of the royal lineage now so diminished? Piccolo furrowed his brow, his muscles tensing slightly. I've indeed been underestimated. As they stepped into the interior of the combat chamber, the space unfolded into a circular arena, enveloped by specialized metal, with several large windows for spectators. Piccolo discarded his weighted clothing casually. In a flash, 2 figures vanished from their positions, followed by a series of sonic booms echoing through the chamber. Gula was fully focused, startled by the Namekian's prowess. He recalled when they first arrived on Earth, how this individual had effortlessly dispatched him with mere casual strikes, a level of adversary he hadn't even bothered to remember. Bang! Piccolo's fist grazed Gula's cheek, creating a gust of wind. Gula sidestepped, retaliating with a powerful blow. Piccolo crossed his arms defensively, only to be forced back 3 steps by the impact. It seems you've undergone considerable training, Piccolo remarked, shaking his numb arm. Gula snorted, vanishing before reappearing behind Piccolo. Death Beam. A violet beam shot from his fingertips, aimed directly at Piccolo's heart. Sensing the danger, Piccolo swiftly turned, releasing an energy blast simultaneously. Boom. The energies collided, erupting in a blinding flash. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo's attire lay tattered, yet he remained unscathed. Is that all you've got? Piccolo smirked. A flicker of anger ignited in Gula's eyes. After hundreds of exchanges, Gula's pride began to diminish. Piccolo's strength far surpassed his expectations. The clashes grew increasingly rapid, rendering them invisible to the naked eye of any ordinary observer. This must come to an end. Gula suddenly unleashed a surge of power, his aura skyrocketing. Before Piccolo could react, a devastating punch struck his abdomen. Cough! Piccolo expelled a spray of purple blood. Seizing the moment, Gula delivered a knee strike to Piccolo's chin. Crack! Piccolo's head snapped back uncontrollably as he soared into the air. Gula swiftly ascended above him, hands clasped together, and slammed down upon Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! Piccolo plummeted, creating a massive crater upon impact. As the dust settled, Gula gently descended, seizing Piccolo by the collar and hurling him out of the arena. Gohan and Krillin rushed forward, administering senzu beans. You seem quite pleased with yourself for defeating him, Vegeta remarked, crossing his arms and taunting Gula. Heh, soon enough, you'll find that smile fading. Gula exchanged a provocative glance with Vegeta. The moment Vegeta stepped through the door, an energy blast hurtled toward him. Die! Vegeta effortlessly swatted the energy blast aside, then darted forward, delivering a flying kick aimed at Gula's face. Gula sidestepped, seizing Vegeta's leg and flinging him. Stabilizing himself in midair, Gula gestured dramatically. Deathstorm. Countless purple energy blasts descended like rain. Vegeta chuckled, unleashing a golden aura as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A mere parlor trick. Vegeta crossed his arms, bracing himself against the barrage of energy blasts. The explosions rang out continuously, filling the air with dust. Gula seized the opportunity to rush into the haze, landing a heavy blow directly to Vegeta's chest. Bang! Vegeta staggered back, his shirt torn, showcasing his chiseled physique. Not bad. You're far stronger than your brother, Vegeta said, wiping the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit intensifying. Don't you dare compare me to that fool. Gula roared, charging once more at Vegeta. They exchanged rapid blows in the air, each collision generating fierce gusts of wind. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Gula's abdomen, purple blood oozing from Gula's mouth. Is that all you can muster? Vegeta scoffed. Gula wiped the blood from his lips, fury flashing in his eyes. Don't get too cocky, Saiyan monkey. Gula's entire being erupted in a violet blaze. This is getting interesting, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Gula's muscles swelled, his height increasing dramatically, his gaze turning blood red, as his exoskeleton underwent a transformation, heralding the activation of his final form. Let the second round commence. Death beam. Gula clapped his hands together, unleashing an even thicker violet beam towards Vegeta. Vegeta extended his arms forward, countering with a golden energy wave. The two forces clashed in midair, exploding in a blinding brilliance. The immense shockwave sent tremors throughout the entire combat chamber. Ah! Vegeta roared, his golden aura surging even stronger. As the energies battled, Vegeta's assault gradually gained the upper hand. Gula felt the immense pressure building, veins bulging on his arms. Just a mere wild monkey. I am the strongest in the universe. Guldo gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into his assault. However, Vegeta's energy wave remained inexorable, gradually suppressing Guldo's attack. Die! Vegeta unleashed his full power. The golden energy wave completely engulfed the purple beam, hurtling directly towards Guldo. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the combat chamber. As the smoke cleared, Guldo lay on the ground, having lost his fighting capability. Vegeta retracted his aura, his golden hair reverting to black. Humph! Is that all you've got, Mr. Universe's best? Cell observed the system's assessment, his signature smile unwavering. It seems you all have made considerable progress. Goku, filled with excitement, clenched his fist. Cell, it's our turn next, right? Cell crossed his arms, directing his gaze towards Broly. No, it is his time to shine now. Broly slowly advanced, his eyes fixed on Goku. Kakarot. Chapter 18, Broly vs. Son Goku. Goku glanced at Broly in confusion. You are my nightmare. That wailing echoes in my mind at all times. Broly's voice was low, laced with repressed fury. But now, I shall eliminate you myself. Goku stared at the man before him, scratching his head in bewilderment. Are you also a Saiyan? Sorry, I don't remember anything about Saiyans. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Though I know not what you have endured, if a battle is what you seek, I shall oblige. After a brief exchange, the two found themselves at the center of the arena. Goku readied himself. Prepare yourself. A dash left a long trail in its wake as Broly retreated slightly and then countered. Swish, swish, swish. The two engaged in a flurry of attacks and defenses, each scoring victories against the other. Goku's fist surged towards Broly's cheek, creating a gust of wind. Broly sidestepped, retaliating with a sweeping kick to Goku's chest. Bang! Goku crossed his arms in defense, but was still sent flying, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Not bad. Broly remained silent, the fury in his eyes intensifying. He. Broly's laughter echoed, his aura swelling, his hair gradually standing upright and turning golden. Kakarot. Son Goku transformed as well, golden flames shooting into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke enveloped the area as sonic booms accompanied the immense shockwaves, causing the special alloy walls to vibrate ominously. Goku felt the weight of Broly's punches increasing with each clash, his arms growing numb. The speed intensified. Goku, who had initially held back, began to get serious. This cannot be your full power. Gritting his teeth, he brought his hands together. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged forth, striking Broly squarely. Boom. Accompanied by a tremor. Thick smoke billowed upwards. The fierce battle had begun to affect the surroundings, prompting Bulma to rush to the control panel. Activate Level 2 reinforcement. The infrastructure could no longer withstand the waves of energy emanating from their clash. Within the smoke, Broly's raging aura blew everything away. His hair lengthened, shifting from gold to green, his pupils vanishing into white. Krillin, witnessing this transformation, sighed in relief. This is just like when Trunks transformed. Immense power but diminished speed. Goku was bound to win. Nearby, Vegeta was sweating profusely. Fool. This transformation is entirely different. His voice trembled. This isn't even a typical Super Saiyan. Such discord can only be sensed by another Saiyan. Android 18 watched the scene with astonishment. I never imagined such a monster existed. Monster? Broly completed his transformation, his green aura erupting like a volcano. Haha. No. I am a demon. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire combat chamber, causing the spectators to instinctively step back. You will be the first to be sacrificed. Broly vanished from sight. In the next instant, Goku felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Cough. He spat out blood as his body slammed against the wall like a cannonball. Boom. The special alloy wall bore a deep dent. Goku fell from the wall, struggling to regain his footing. What incredible speed. What overwhelming power. Broly was already before him, a massive fist accompanied by a howling wind coming down upon him. Goku barely managed to sidestep, the punch grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. Instant transmission. Goku vanished, reappearing behind Broly. Kamehameha. The close-range energy wave struck Broly's back. Boom. In the explosion's debris, Broly turned around and scathed. His white eyes locked onto Goku, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. What was that just now? Kakarot. Broly seized Goku by the throat, lifting him high. Your torment has caused me great pain. As Broly tightened his grip, Goku struggled desperately, grasping Broly's forearm. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't understand? Broly's laughter grew more frenzied. Then I shall make you remember. Bang. Goku was mercilessly slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Broly raised his foot, bringing it down forcefully onto Goku's chest. Goku rolled aside just in time, his foot leaving an imprint in the ground. King Kai Fist. A yellow aura enveloped in red surged around Goku, his power instantly skyrocketing. Oh, Cell observed with delight. Super Saiyan stacked, how interesting. Chapter 19, Legends and Super Saiyan 2. 2 times. Goku's roar echoed throughout the combat chamber. Da-da-da. His fists rained down upon Broly like a barrage of raindrops, each strike accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air. Broly met the blows head-on. The clash of the green legendary aura and the red-gold light, creating a violent explosion. Boom. The combat chamber trembled once more, the special alloy walls cracking further. The augmented power, now rivaling a twofold increase, was taking a toll on Goku's body. Cell observed Goku, who was gasping for breath, still daring to probe against Broly. He then glanced at Gohan, who was calmly watching the battle. This kid must have experienced a terrifying enhancement. Inside the arena, beads of sweat rolled down Goku's forehead, the side effects of the King Kai Fist beginning to manifest. Yet, his onslaught grew more ferocious, each punch imbued with world-shattering power. Take this. Goku brought his hands together, unleashing an energy wave. Boom. It struck Broly with full force, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Broly was sent flying, wiping the blood away. Yet his white pupils burned with even greater fury. Kakarot. Broly glared with clenched teeth, his muscles swelling once more. In a flash, he closed the distance to Goku. Raging charge. Bang. An intense burst of energy erupted between them, the shockwave sending both combatants hurtling away. Goku spun in the air several times before stabilizing himself, his breathing growing heavier. The immense strain began to make his muscles tremble. Broly was also suffering, blood still seeping from his wounds, yet his aura remained a violent tide. Kakarot. Broly's voice suddenly soared, heralding the onset of an uncontrollable rampage. He grasped his head with both hands, his massive form trembling violently. After landing, he knelt on one knee, his white pupils flickering erratically. Within his consciousness, little Broly cowered in a corner, quaking in fear. Countless enlarged faces of Goku wept around him, their piercing cries tormenting his nerves like the whispers of demons. "Ah!" Little Broly cried out in despair, clutching his head tightly. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before him, effortlessly obliterating the horrors surrounding him. "It's all right now." The adult Broly embraced his trembling younger self, his gaze resolutely unwavering. "Thank you, big brother." Little Broly slowly raised his head, the terror in his eyes dissipating. In reality, Broly's motionless body gradually straightened. The wildly swirling green aura began to retract, and his white pupils gradually returned to their normal black hue. The exaggeratedly swollen muscles also diminished somewhat. The legendary power of the Super Saiyan had finally been completely mastered by him. Goku paused, instantly releasing the Kaioken. In the next moment, an even more potent aura erupted from within him. Crackle! Golden flames shimmered with dense arcs of electricity, the vigorous fluctuations surpassing even the future Cell. Super Saiyan 2. Kakarot. Broly's voice was as calm as a still lake. "I despise you, but I must also express my gratitude. I will give it my all, without regrets." Goku grinned broadly, his fighting spirit soaring. The clash resumed. Elbow strike. Side kick. Power punch. The two figures clashed fiercely in the air, each contact triggering violent sonic booms. The golden and green lights intertwined, creating a resplendent dance of warfare. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed incessantly. Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form elevated his speed and strength to unprecedented heights, yet Broly's mastered legendary power remained equally fearsome. Outside the arena, Cell's system notifications rang out continuously. Ding. Acquired 1 million evolution points. Ding. Acquired 3 million evolution points. Ding. Acquired evolution points. The investments of the past 2 years were finally beginning to yield returns. A smirk threatened to stretch across Cell's face. Inside the arena, the floor of the battle chamber had been blasted into a bottomless pit. The surrounding special alloy walls were riddled with gaping holes, a pitiful sight. Huh. Goku delivered a heavy punch to Broly's abdomen, who let out a muffled grunt and retaliated with a knee strike. Bang! Goku was propelled upward, and Broly instantly appeared above him, bringing his hands down with tremendous force. Boom! Goku plummeted like a shooting star. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to stand. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Broly slowly descended, his green aura still steady, but his breathing had begun to grow labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Both fighters had reached their limits. The final strike. Goku raised both hands high, a blue energy sphere coalescing in his palms. Kamehameha. Broly similarly brought his hands together, green destructive energy swirling violently. Gigantic meteor. The two terrifying energies were unleashed simultaneously, colliding fiercely in midair. Boom. The entire battle chamber was engulfed in blinding light, the explosive sound reverberating painfully in everyone's ears. As the dust settled, the two warriors had reverted from their transformed states, precariously floating in the air. Goku's GI was tattered and covered in wounds. Broly's battle attire was similarly marred, blood dripping continuously. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before both lost consciousness, plummeting toward the ground. Cell and Gohan instantly dashed forward, catching both warriors. Senzu Bean. Goku expended his last ounce of strength, retrieving a Senzu Bean from his pocket and tossing it to Broly. "I hope we can fight again someday." Broly accepted the Senzu Bean, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Cell placed Broly down on the ground, stretching his neck and shifting his gaze to Gohan. "Son Gohan, now let me witness just how strong you have become through your rigorous training." Chapter 20, Son Gohan. The scholar turned warrior. Bulma gazed at the battle chamber, now utterly unrecognizable, her lips twitching. The state-of-the-art facility, designed to withstand the energy of Super Saiyans, had been so thoroughly destroyed. It seems the battle chamber can no longer withstand your continued conflicts. Bulma looked at Cell, reassessing the destructive capabilities of these monsters. Cell moved his body, the excitement from the previous 2 fierce battles igniting his blood. "Let us change locations." Cell turned to Gohan. "Son Gohan, I am very much looking forward to this." Gohan slowly rose to his feet. 2 years of training had profoundly altered his demeanor. He was no longer the timid boy of yore. "I want to give it a try too." Gohan's tone was calm, yet his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. The warrior instincts of a Saiyan gradually taking precedence. "Gohan, don't underestimate him. This guy is no simple opponent," Vegeta interjected. Following Cell, the group departed from Capsule Corporation to an open area in the outskirts. As the sun set, its orange light bathed the earth. Gohan still wore his signature Piccolo attire. His physique had significantly matured over the past 2 years, with well-defined muscles that were impressive yet not exaggerated. "Are you ready?" Cell crossed his arms, a signature smile gracing his face. Gohan nodded, adopting a battle stance. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. Bang! The air reverberated with the sound of fierce collisions. The shockwaves scattering debris. Gohan's fist collided with Cell's palm, a powerful shockwave uprooting the grass beneath them. Your strength is not merely this. Cell twisted his wrist, attempting to seize Gohan's fist. Gohan swiftly retracted his hand, pivoting on his toes to retreat. Cell pursued closely, sweeping his right leg toward Gohan. Gohan ducked to evade, simultaneously delivering an uppercut aimed at Cell's chin. Cell tilted his head back to dodge, seizing Gohan's wrist and flinging him forcefully. Gohan flipped in midair and landed firmly. Haha, keep it up. Cell flexed his fingers, his aura beginning to rise. Gohan took a deep breath, his golden aura exploding forth instantly. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was seamless, clearly demonstrating his complete mastery. Observing the composed Gohan, Cell felt a hint of surprise. His aura was dense, tranquil, yet brimming with the potential of a volcanic eruption. You have completely surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, and Uncle Vegeta have all been training me diligently. I will not disappoint their expectations. Gohan's voice deepened, the instincts of battle starting to awaken. The two resumed their clash, their speeds multiplying compared to before. Bang, bang, bang. The flurry of punches fell like torrential rain, each impact generating sonic booms. Gohan's attacks grew increasingly fierce, executing a variety of techniques. Cell became more exhilarated with each exchange. Special beam cannon. Gohan suddenly created distance, his right hand forming a spiral beam of energy. Cell's pupils constricted, his form darting aside just in time to narrowly evade the attack. The beam whizzed past, creating a massive hole in a distant mountain before continuing its flight. Such formidable penetration. Cell examined the impact zone, noting a shallow scratch left behind. Without pausing, Gohan brought his hands together, beginning to gather energy. Kamehameha. The azure energy wave surged forth with overwhelming pressure, compelling Cell to remain vigilant as he clasped his hands together. Special beam cannon. The two streams of energy collided violently in midair, intertwining violet and blue luminescence. The sheer force of the energy fluctuations prompted the onlookers to retreat in haste. That kid Gohan, Piccolo squinted against the wind, had hidden his power so well. Goku, having regained his stamina, clenched his fists with excitement as he observed the battle. I knew Gohan could surpass us. Gula, with clenched fists, pondered the limits of the Saiyan race. When would the throne of the universe return? The confrontation persisted for several seconds before culminating in a stalemate. Both combatants, breathless, exchanged glances. What a splendid warm-up. Cell adjusted his breathing. Gohan closed his eyes, his aura rapidly escalating. Arcane sparks began to flicker amidst the golden flames, and his hair stood more defiantly upright. Super Saiyan second grade. How terrifyingly powerful Saiyans are. Krillin thought with a wry smile, realizing that no matter how hard he trained, he could never catch up. Cell's expression grew serious. Gohan's energy now approached his own level. Come on. Gohan's voice resonated with a crackling intensity. This time, it was Cell who took the initiative. He left an afterimage in the air, instantly appearing before Gohan. Gohan reacted just as swiftly, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Boom. Cell's formidable punch struck Gohan's defense with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Gohan flipped several times before regaining his balance against the air. His strength still falls short. Cell teleported behind him, driving his knee toward Gohan's back. Gohan pivoted sharply, catching the blow with his palm. The instant their hands met, a brilliant spark erupted in the air. But his technique has improved significantly, Cell acknowledged with a nod. Gohan propelled himself backward, his hands moving in rapid succession. Magic barrier surrounding bomb. A barrage of golden energy orbs erupted forth like a machine gun, thoroughly covering all of Cell's escape routes. Cell weaved through the rain of energy blasts, his form flickering like a phantom. Occasionally, an energy orb grazed him, leaving charred marks on his body. It's not over yet, Gohan shouted, bringing his hands down sharply, unleashing a concentrated volley of energy orbs towards Cell. Bang! Each orb detonated against Cell with explosive force. Aya! Cell defended himself with his hands, enduring the pain as blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Barrier. A massive purple shield unfurled, absorbing the onslaught of chaotic energy, searching for an opening. Suddenly, Cell accelerated, slipping through the energy barrage to reappear before Gohan. Gohan's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to evade. Cell's fist, accompanied by a howling wind, aimed directly for his abdomen. Thud! Gohan doubled over from the blow, a mist of blood escaping his lips. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he seized the opportunity to headbutt Cell's chin. Caught off guard, Cell's head snapped back. I underestimated you. He clutched his jaw, his battle intent intensifying. Gohan wiped the blood from his mouth, his golden aura flaring more violently. Let us go again. The two clashed fiercely once more, the surrounding air swirling into a colossal tornado. Each impact triggered violent shockwaves, fracturing the ground beneath them. Gohan's assaults grew increasingly ferocious. Showing no signs of restraint, he unleashed a myriad of fighting techniques with effortless grace. Cell, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Gohan, silently praised him. This kid has finally shed the future of Goku's son. Excellent. Just like that. Cell laughed heartily, his strikes becoming more ruthless. Bang. Cell landed a heavy punch on Gohan's chest, sending him flying back. However, Gohan forced himself to stabilize in midair, his hands coming together to gather energy. Ultimate Flash. A golden beam sliced through the air, its power eclipsing that of the previous energy wave. A flicker of surprise crossed Cell's eyes. That Vegeta's technique. With no time to ponder, Cell crossed his arms in defense, bracing for the impact. Boom. The golden beam consumed Cell entirely, the deafening explosion resonating painfully in everyone's ears. The resulting mushroom cloud ascended skyward, its force akin to that of a small nuclear detonation. As the smoke cleared, Cell's form slowly emerged, half of his body severely damaged, revealing horrific biological tissue beneath. Aya. His arm reconnected with his body, regenerating itself. In these 2 years, you are the first to compel me to utilize my regeneration. Broly gasped in astonishment. The universe truly was vast, and such abilities made for an excellent training partner. Gohan panted heavily, that last attack nearly exhausting his strength. Yet, witnessing Cell's determined demeanor, a sense of disappointment crept into his heart. You've done well, Cell remarked, noticing Gohan's thoughts. Your strength has indeed impressed me, but it's still insufficient. Gohan gritted his teeth, his aura surging once more. Cell raised an eyebrow. Does this kid still have energy left? The golden flames around Gohan suddenly became feral, arcs of electricity crackling around him. His hair elongated further, veins bulging on his forehead. This is... Cell's pupils dilated. Super Saiyan 2nd grade at full power. The spectators collectively gasped, overwhelmed by the monstrous aura emanating from him. A level beyond their comprehension. Gohan slowly raised his head, his golden eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. He spoke not a word, but the oppressive force radiating from him rendered everyone breathless. Cell finally shed his previously relaxed demeanor, scrutinizing Gohan with newfound seriousness. System, expend all evolution points. Chapter 21, Infinite Evolution of Cell. The system promptly responded. Over 10 million evolution points have been consumed. Currently available gene for evolution, Earthling. Cell paused, having never encountered such a prompt before. He glanced at the panel, noting several unlit options remaining. Scion, Namekian. Without hesitation, he selected the Earthling option, feeling a surge of expansion from his biological core as his blood surged within him. Earthling gene has evolved into Super Earthling, overall battle power increased by 2-fold. Subsequent acquisition of evolution points x15. Upon completing the evolution, a dark slot appeared behind Super Earthling, indicating the potential for even greater evolution. Haha. Cell could not contain his laughter, standing still as a chilling scene unfolded. His body began to emit white smoke, his insectoid armor gradually transforming, his skull shrank, the residual tail fully retracting into his body, and his massive wings softened and thinned, rendering him more aesthetically pleasing. What is that? Krillin stammered, trembling. He transformed. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. Gohan fixed his gaze upon the transformed figure, showing no hesitation as he charged at Cell. Bang! Gohan's fist was effortlessly caught by Cell. Gohan's pupils dilated, and he immediately swung his other hand, only to have it seized as well. I told you. It's still not enough. Cell's knee drove upwards, striking Gohan in the abdomen. Thud. What seemed like a casual strike fell to Gohan as though a mountain had collided with him. Cell did not relent. He grasped Gohan's hair and delivered a brutal punch to his face. Bang! Gohan left behind a fleeting shadow, crashing through countless rock walls as he was propelled backward. Gohan. As Piccolo bellowed, ready to charge forward, he was halted by Vegeta. Fool, are you seeking death? This level is beyond our reach. Gohan struggled to rise. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his consciousness fading, yet the fire of battle burned brightly in his eyes. You can still stand? Impressive, remarked Cell, nodding in approval. Gohan inhaled deeply, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam surged forth, hurtling towards Cell, standing his ground. Cell extended a hand to collide with the energy blast. The resounding explosion echoed, smoke dissipating, revealing Cell unscathed. It's over. Cell ambled over to Gohan, looking down upon him. No, not yet. Gohan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand. You possess immense potential, but you are far from sufficient, Cell stated, lifting him to meet his gaze. You are no different from waste. Turning to the others, Cell continued. You are all too weak to facilitate my evolution. You are all my sources of evolution. Vegeta, see that, you bastard. Cell disregarded Vegeta's fury, continuing, a greater crisis is approaching. If you wish to survive, you must grow stronger. What crisis? Goku inquired. The sound of Majin resurrecting Cell sent a shiver through everyone. Even I cannot dispose of him instantly. Majin. Piccolo frowned. Having never heard of such a being. Of course, for he has been sealed away for millions of years. Cell surveyed the group. But he will awaken soon. And Earth will be his primary target. Goku clenched his fists, excitement surging. He sounds formidable. I must train hard. Don't rejoice too soon, Son Goku, Cell scoffed. Even if you start training now, you will never be his match. Then what should we do? Krillin asked anxiously. Cell glanced at Broly and Cooler. I will train you. To ensure you are worthy of facing that monster. Broly nodded, while Cooler snorted disdainfully. Why should I trust you? Vegeta challenged. It matters not whether you believe me. Cell shrugged. The Majin cannot be reasoned with. If he grows displeased, Earth could vanish into cosmic dust in an instant. Goku approached Cell. How did you become so powerful? Cell smiled faintly, a secret. He turned, signaling for Broly and Cooler to follow, leaving the Z fighters exchanging glances, uncertain. Do you trust him? Krillin asked. Whether we believe him or not, we must prepare, Piccolo asserted grimly. If what he says is true, we face a threat greater than ever before. Goku tightened his fists. Then let us continue training. I want to grow stronger. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, I would do so regardless of your words. Gohan gazed at his hands, feeling the new power within him. Why does Cell know so much? No one could answer that question. Cell returned with Broly and Cooler to the Satan residence. Videl excitedly rushed out to greet them. Cell, Broly, you're back. Broly smiled. Yes, we VE returned. Cell smiled slightly. The pieces are now in place. All that remains is to await the commencement of the game. Chapter 22. A call for help from the future. Cooler set down his utensils, the food tasting like wax in his mouth. He gazed at Cell, whose figure had become even more perfectly proportioned, feeling an overwhelming shock. Lord Cell. Cooler's voice was somewhat hoarse, his hand trembling as he set down his fork. The Majin you spoke of, is it named Bu? Cell, who was in the midst of devouring a large piece of roasted dinosaur meat, paused at the mention. He chewed leisurely, then raised his gaze to meet Cooler's. Indeed, the two syllables left Cooler frozen in place. His father's words echoed in his mind from a night long past, when young Cooler and Frieza first heard the legends of cosmic taboos. The Frozen Demon clan has long passed down two legends, one of the Super Saiyan, and the other, the Majin Bu. It is said that the history of the Majin predates their own lineage. Ancestors had once witnessed the terror of that pink demon from the corners of the universe. Capricious and irrational, it had obliterated several star systems. That was a pure embodiment of destruction, one that even their clan must avoid. Beads of sweat formed on Cooler's forehead. If what Cell said is true, even his evolved self might not stand a chance. Cell cast a glance at Satan, who sat at the head of the table, animatedly bragging about his daughter's future achievements. This seemingly ridiculous Earthling played a crucial role during the Bu saga. Bu's peculiar magic was plentiful. It remained to be seen if the system could analyze it. When the time comes, Satan, this seemingly useless pawn, may prove unexpectedly useful. As long as interaction can occur, there exists a possibility for analysis. The system timely responded, its voice resonating in Cell's mind. The meal concluded. Videl curiously approached Cell. The girl's eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity, utterly unaware of the danger that lay before her. Cell, why do you look different again? You look even better than before. She reached out to touch Cell's smooth skin, but was deftly evaded. Cell deflected her inquiries with vague responses, then pointed to the silent Cooler beside him. Starting tomorrow, he will be responsible for your training. Huh. Both Videl and Cooler were taken aback. Me? Cooler pointed at himself, disbelief etched across his face. He had once been the universe's strongest. How could he be reduced to teaching a little Earth girl? This was an utter disgrace. Yet, gazing at Cell's calm expression, Cooler swallowed his protests. Do you have any objections? Cell retorted, his tone flat, but carrying an air that brooked no refusal. Cooler could only nod helplessly. The next morning, Cell took Broly and used instant transmission to find Goku. When they appeared at the Capsule Corp, Goku was practicing in the yard. Upon seeing the two suddenly arrive, Goku paused, a broad smile lighting up his face. Cell, Broly, you're here. Training alone is far too inefficient, Cell stated directly. The Saiyans, being a warrior race, could only extract their full potential through continuous combat and extreme challenges. All of that potential would become his precious evolution points. Goku scratched his head. Shall we gather Vegeta and the others for training? That is precisely my intention. The group training begins now. Time flowed, and 3 years passed. During these 3 years, the martial arts scene on Earth underwent a dramatic transformation. Under Cell's guidance, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly formed a perfect training cycle. Each of their strengths experienced a qualitative leap. Particularly Broly, who, having mastered the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, became increasingly formidable. There remained 2 years until the arrival of the sorcerer Babidi on Earth, within the specialized battle chamber of the Capsule Corporation. The battle chamber, having undergone numerous upgrades and renovations, has become capable of withstanding combat at the Super Saiyan 2 level. Yet, under the tumultuous clash of the three warriors, it still appears somewhat overwhelmed. Violent gusts of energy rage, as golden and green auras collide with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly engage in a fierce melee within the expansive arena. Each collision elicits pained groans from the specially crafted alloy walls, while dense arcs of electricity erupt in the air. Goku's Kamehameha intertwines with Vegeta's final flash, and Broly's colossal meteor slashes through the firmament like a green comet. The trio has achieved a peculiar equilibrium in their collaboration, with each individual striving to push their limits to the utmost. Outside the battle chamber, 2 small figures press against the observation window. Go, Dad. Dad is the strongest. Trunks and Goten wave their tiny fists, cheering for their respective fathers. The former is already 6 years old, while the latter is 5. Both beginning to display the innate talents of their Saiyan heritage. Trunks turns his head to glance at Cell, who stands a short distance behind, arms crossed, observing the spectacle with a relaxed demeanor. Hey, Uncle Cell, aren't you going to join them in battle? Cell waves his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. They are too weak. This is not mere arrogance. Over the past 3 years, he has absorbed nearly 30 million evolution points. Although the evolutionary options for the Super Earthlings remain grayed out and unilluminated after genetic evolution, his power continues to grow at an alarming rate. Initiating the next phase of evolution requires specific opportunities, higher quality genetic samples, and sufficient evolution points. The system had once explained this. Even so, Cell has long since left Goku and the others far behind. The current conflict is merely an entertaining drama for him to watch. More importantly, each time they surpass their limits, the system reaps a bounty of evolution points. This sensation is akin to observing piglets thrive in a farmyard. At that moment, hurried footsteps echo from outside. Not good. Everyone. Bulma rushes in, her complexion as pale as a sheet, tightly clutching a device in her hand. Her rapid breaths draw all attention towards her. This outcry halts the fierce battle within the chamber. Goku and the others cease their movements, flying out as their auras gradually dissipate. What is happening, Bulma? Krillin steps forward. It's the future. Something has gone awry. Bulma raises the device, which is a sophisticated communicator, now flashing a frantic red alarm. The future Trunks has sent an urgent distress signal through the temporal communicator. What? Vegeta is the first to charge forward, his expression darkening instantly. He seizes Bulma by the shoulders. Bulma, what is happening? Without further ado, Bulma swiftly operates the device. Her fingers dance rapidly across its surface, pulling up the recently received information. A holographic image projects into the air. The scene shakes violently, revealing a devastated city, littered with rubble and flames. Buildings appear as though they have been torn apart by a colossal beast, remnants of walls scattered everywhere. The sky is an eerie shade of crimson, as if soaked in blood. A small figure darts through the ruins, leaving obliteration in its wake, reducing everything to dust. The figure moves too swiftly to discern its features, merely a pink blur wreaking havoc through the city. Then the camera shifts to reveal a young woman with disheveled hair and a face smeared with dirt. She appears exhausted, her clothes tattered, as she desperately cries into the camera. Hey, can anyone hear me? Those of you in the past. Her voice is tinged with palpable despair. What you see now is a being more terrifying than the androids. He is nothing short of a demon. The footage shakes even more violently, suggesting the camerawoman is fleeing. Trunks has already been gravely injured while covering for us. The rest of us humans can only hide underground, struggling to survive. Please, if you can see this message, send someone to save us. I beg you. ZZZZ. The video abruptly cuts off amidst a surge of intense electromagnetic interference, the image dissolving into static. The entire chamber falls into a deathly silence. All present are left reeling from the harrowing sights they have just witnessed. Vegeta's body trembles slightly, not from fear, but from rage. He whirls around, roaring at Bulma. Bulma, prepare the time machine immediately. I must go resolve this crisis. Though his words are uttered lightly, the urgency of a father's concern is palpable to all. Even the Prince of the Saiyans has a tender side. No, Vegeta. Bulma immediately retorts, grasping his arm. The time machine can only carry one person at a time. Moreover, the energy and technology are still unstable. I haven't fully mastered the future's technology. If you go alone, it's likely. Enough with the excuses. Vegeta interrupts her, his fists cracking ominously. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. A mere pink monster is not worthy of my fear. Enough, Vegeta. A calm voice interjects. Cell uncrosses his arms and approaches slowly, his expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if the terrifying scene they just witnessed was merely an inconsequential performance to him. I will go. All eyes turn toward him. New evolution points have arrived. Cell's heart is unperturbed, filled only with anticipation for the unknown adversary. He strides toward the time machine. The interior of the machine is cramped, yet perfectly suited for his now elongated and proportionate physique following his evolution. Its unique, oval shape exudes a sense of advanced technology. He settles inside and sets the temporal coordinates as per Bulma's instructions. Bulma wishes to say more, but seeing Cell's resolute demeanor, she ultimately opts for silence. Cell, please. Vegeta steps forward, imploring him. Cell casts a sidelong glance, leaving only a smile in response. The hatch closes slowly. A blinding light flashes, overwhelming the senses. A massive surge of energy causes the entire laboratory to tremor. Once the light fades, only a cool breeze remains, rustling the clothing of those present. The time machine, along with Cell, vanishes from the current timeline. Chapter 23, The Doomsday Sanctuary. After a blinding flash, Cell emerges from the time machine, finding himself at the coordinates from the previous footage. The surrounding ruins continue to smolder, remnants of civilization strewn about, the air thick with a foul odor. Cell senses no life nearby, and subsequently retracts the time machine, his communicator beginning to respond. Zzz. The crackling sound of electricity becomes coherent, and a trembling voice comes through. Is it the rescue from the past? The voice on the other end is filled with palpable hope, as if clutching at a final lifeline. Indeed. Tell me your location, Cell replies calmly. Wonderful. Then a cry resounds. We are beneath Capsule Corporation. Trunks is barely hanging on. Gero immediately set off towards his destination, arriving at the site of the former Capsule Corporation, now reduced to mere ruins. The once thriving technological edifice had vanished, leaving only a vast crater, the edges still bearing traces of metal melted by intense heat. At the underground entrance, a vigilant group of individuals scanned their surroundings, clutching rudimentary weapons, their eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. In a swift motion, Gero appeared before them, and the leader, taken aback by Gero's peculiar appearance, instinctively raised his weapon. Before the man could utter a word, Gero barked, "If you wish to save Trunks, lead me there at once." The man, startled, immediately lowered his weapon and proceeded to unlock the barrier. Inside the tunnel were various individuals, disheveled and incomplete. Some were missing limbs, while others bore ghastly scars on their faces. Many recoiled in fear upon seeing Gero, while others displayed blank expressions, as if numbed by despair. This was humanity in the aftermath of apocalypse, clinging to life like mice hiding underground. Hastily navigating through the tunnel, they descended deeper, where two women surrounded Trunks. One, an elderly woman with blue hair, appeared worn and frail, her vitality drained by prolonged hardship. The other, a younger girl named Dancer, was weeping uncontrollably beside Trunks. Gero observed Trunks, who lay there with not a single part of him unharmed. A gaping wound the size of a fist marred his chest, blood oozing from it. His left arm was contorted, and his legs were stripped of flesh, revealing white bone. His face bore bruises, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the Scion's robust constitution, a mere human would have perished long ago. Without hesitation, Gero produced a senzu bean, which Dancer took, chewed, and administered to Trunks. In a short while, Trunks, who had been in agony, gradually found tranquility. His wounds began to heal, the gaping hole closing, and broken bones rejoining. The long-lost sensation of comfort allowed the tense youth a moment of respite, and he succumbed to a peaceful slumber. As the three exited the room, Dancer approached Gero and expressed, "Thank you, stranger from the past. Everyone will remember this kindness." Gero waved dismissively, then tossed a multitude of supply capsules, including the remaining senzu beans, to Dancer. These were brought by the past version of Bulma, along with the technology for cultivating senzu beans. Dancer accepted them, tears streaming down her face, yet she nodded resolutely. "Truly, this is the past me, who even thought of senzu cultivation." The elderly woman spoke, identifying Gero as the savior of humanity, the last technological deity of this timeline who had forged a refuge in the apocalypse. She gazed at Gero and inquired, "You are an android, aren't you?" "He, still as astute as ever, Bulma," Gero replied, introducing himself. Although many remained wary upon hearing the term android, their yearning for hope ultimately triumphed over suspicion. The two women subsequently briefed him on the current state of affairs, the underground facilities, and the remnants of humanity. Approximately 3,000 individuals resided here, one of the last human enclaves on Earth. They relied on rudimentary equipment for survival, with the able-bodied venturing out to scavenge for supplies, all supporting one another in their shared despair. As time passed, a revived Trunks emerged from the room, locking eyes with Gero. Any momentary hostility dissipated, replaced by a complex array of emotions. Gero, I never expected it to be you who came here. The young man before him had made significant strides compared to 5 years ago, exuding a robust presence and a resolute gaze that indicated he had endured numerous life and death battles, maturing in the face of adversity. Trunks, it has been a while. Gero, tell me how the demon emerged. Gero inquired with certainty, suspecting the chaotic presence of Majin DNA. Trunks inhaled deeply, his eyes clouded with painful memories. When I returned to this timeline, I resolved the android crisis and began participating in the reconstruction of the city. At that time, Earth was slowly regaining its vitality, and smiles returned to people's faces. But 3 years later, a meteorite fell upon East City. I went to investigate, and upon breaking the outer shell, I discovered a massive egg. Subsequently, my mother brought scientists multiple times to examine it, but it showed no signs of life. Gradually, this egg became a local attraction, drawing many visitors. Trunks' voice began to tremble, but a year later, the egg cracked, releasing a torrent of pink mist. The mist enveloped East City, and anyone who came into contact with it vanished. The mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, birthing a demon. It indiscriminately attacked the city, slaughtering countless lives. I attempted to intervene, but its power was unimaginable, far surpassing what you possessed back then. As he spoke, Trunks clenched his fists, blood dripping from his knuckles as tears welled in his eyes. I could only fight desperately to save a handful of people. Watching those innocent lives fade before me, I felt utterly powerless. Gero frowned. Was there no one else accompanying its emergence? Perhaps a peculiar, diminutive creature? No, it was solely the demon from beginning to end. Trunks shook his head. Gero stroked his chin, realizing that this timeline had undergone peculiar alterations. From Trunks' account, the demon's emergence seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand, arriving 2 years earlier than expected, without the presence of Babidi or his ilk. A conspiracy was undoubtedly at play. Can you confirm its current location? I will confront it. Gero declared. Certainly. Bulma produced an unfamiliar device, stating, this is a tracker developed based on the specific aura it emits. The device displayed a red dot, slowly moving in a particular direction. Gero took it and promptly turned to exit. Wait. Trunks hurried after him. Let me accompany you. This is my world. I have a responsibility to protect it. Gero paused, glancing back at the stubborn youth. Suit yourself, he replied nonchalantly, but do not hinder me. The duo burst from the underground refuge and ascended to the surface. According to the device, Bu was heading south, where another small human settlement existed. We must stop it before it arrives. Trunks urged anxiously. Both propelled themselves forward, racing towards their target. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Demon. Trunks glanced at Gero, his emotions in turmoil. Why have you come to assist us? Father was eager to join, but the incomplete time machine only allowed one traveler. Gero responded coolly, your father, you say? A warmth bloomed in Trunks' heart, swiftly overshadowed by the harshness of their reality. Soon, an overwhelming energy approached. The distant pink hue sharpened, revealing a grotesque, diminutive creature beating its chest and emitting strange cries. Below, a crowd of terrified individuals huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. This creature was the primordial Bu, Gero recognized instantly. Still in its initial, most malevolent state, having yet to absorb any other beings. This confirmed his suspicions. Someone had discovered the sealed egg and unleashed it here. Bu sensed Gero and Trunks, its neck contorting grotesquely as it turned its head. Upon spotting Trunks, its expression darkened. This young man had repeatedly thwarted its attempts to hunt. Kill, kill, kill. Whispering softly, in the next instant, his body elongated dramatically. The upper half surged forward towards the two individuals, his energy blast fully coalesced in hand. Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, but was still sent flying amidst a billowing cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, Cell deftly dodged a strike, launching a punch that collided with the Majin's face. Bang! The force, sufficient to shatter mountains, sank deeply into the Majin's flesh, leaving a pronounced dent. The lower half of the Majin retracted with tremendous force, landing a kick upon Cell. Pooh! A copious amount of blood sprayed forth. For the first time, Cell experienced the terrifying power of the Majin, this strike far surpassing any adversary he had faced before. He was propelled backwards at great speed, crashing into a building. Ding! Evolution points, 10 million acquired. The system chimed, indicating that this single blow equated to months of training for those in the original timeline. Such a return was exceedingly valuable. Though Cell felt the pain, his heart rejoiced, and he subsequently unleashed his energy, shattering the debris around him. Lightning crackled around his form. The Majin, witnessing this, revealed a cruel smile. Ah! A dense white mist erupted from his head, his aura continuously surpassing Cell's. Observing this, Trunks immediately dashed downwards to assist the civilians. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of countless explosions filled the air. Cell's energy blast struck Bu, who nonchalantly regenerated. This terrifying speed of regeneration far exceeded that of the Namekians. Cell relentlessly exerted himself. In Trunks' eyes, Cell was merely wasting his energy. Such attacks would never reach the Majin. Yet, Cell grew increasingly exhilarated. Ding! Super speed regeneration is being analyzed. 10-15. Each time the opponent exerted himself, Cell found himself able to acquire this extraordinary ability more swiftly. Sensing that his opponent could do nothing against him, the Majin twisted his body and began to taunt. Then, with a swift change of expression, he unleashed a massive energy attack towards Cell. Cell crossed his arms to block, resulting in a colossal explosion. As the dust settled, one of his arms had vanished. Pain surged through him as he began to regenerate. The Majin, observing this, seemed to have discovered an amusing toy and intensified his assault. Cell, who had initially been able to hold his own, now found himself unable to retaliate against the relentless blows, accompanied by the continuous notifications from the system. Almost there. A calm voice resonated, followed by a complete expenditure of all evolution points. Cell felt a surge of power within, his formidable aura once again eclipsing that of the Majin. He seized the incoming arms, delivering a headbutt to the Majin's forehead. This time, it was different. The Majin's forehead quickly swelled, although it was rapidly healing. His expression clearly indicated that this strike had been effective. Ah! The Majin let out an enraged cry, bringing his hands together to coalesce a vast energy sphere in his palms. Trunks, having just evacuated the civilians, returned to witness this scene with a changed expression. Cell, be cautious. Rumble. The energy sphere, measuring a formidable 10 meters in diameter, descended upon Cell with apocalyptic force. Cell did not flinch or evade, instead bringing his hands together. Power cannon. A violet energy beam clashed violently with the pink energy sphere in midair. The immense explosion resonated throughout the entire city, its shockwave flattening surrounding buildings. As the dust cleared, Bu pointed at Cell, emitting a strange laugh, his face alight with excitement. Fun, fun. He uttered his first complete sentence. Cell rolled his neck, reveling in the surging power within. Super speed regeneration analysis complete. Ability acquired. Super speed regeneration. Current evolution points, 0. The system's notification brought a satisfied nod from Cell. He now possessed regenerative capabilities on par with Bu. Trunks, do not be an impediment here. Cell's voice bore an undeniable authority. Trunks hesitated briefly, ultimately choosing to trust Cell and retreated. Seeing his toy attempt to flee, Bu immediately extended his arm to grasp Trunks. In an instant, Cell appeared before Bu, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Bang! This blow was several times stronger than the previous, bending Bu over. Ugh! Bu emitted a pained sound, quickly followed by a furious outburst. I will kill you. I will kill you. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, his aura skyrocketing. Come on. Cell beckoned. Filled with fighting spirit, Bu roared and charged forward, his fist whistling through the air as it aimed at Cell. Cell sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his knee upward. Bu reacted with lightning speed, using his palm to block the attack. The two engaged in fierce close combat, the sound of fists striking flesh echoing incessantly, each collision producing violent sonic booms. Trunks, watching from a distance, was utterly astounded. Cell was actually holding his own against this demon. Is this the true strength of Cell? He murmured, recalling the battle from the past timeline. Back then, Cell was already terrifyingly strong, but now he had reached unimaginable heights. Bang, bang, bang. The battle intensified, their speeds becoming so rapid that ordinary eyes could not follow. Suddenly, Bu opened his mouth, unleashing a pink beam. Cell had no time to evade, and was struck in the chest. Pooh! A hole appeared, blood gushing forth. Yet in the next instant, the hole began to heal rapidly. Bu, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment. He pointed at Cell, his eyes wide with disbelief. Cell scoffed. Now you realize? Too late. His aura began to escalate, arcs of electricity flickering across his body. Sensing the threat, Bu's form began to change. His pink skin grew more vibrant, and his muscles became denser. Bu charged forward with a roar. Cell advanced instead of retreating, meeting him head-on. Boom. The two collided once more, this time with even greater force. The ground of the entire city cracked beneath them. Distant mountains were sheared in half by the shockwave. Cell and Bu had fully entered a state of white-hot combat. Both bore numerous wounds, yet they healed rapidly. This was a prolonged struggle between two regenerative monsters. Cell let out a joyous laugh. Since his evolution, he had yet to encounter a foe as formidable as this. Bu was equally thrilled. It had been ages since he met a toy that could engage him so fiercely. Come again, The two monsters continued their frenzied battle, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Chapter 25, The Devoured Cell. Ha ha. Cell gasped heavily, the rising and falling of his chest becoming increasingly erratic. The energy within him was depleting like a flood breaching its dam, each regeneration siphoning off his accumulated power. In stark contrast, the Majin DNA remained as innocent yet cruel as ever, as if the cataclysmic battle just moments ago had merely been a warm-up. Infinite stamina. These four words weighed heavily on Cell's mind. Even though he had replicated BU's super speed regeneration, his own capacity was ultimately finite. If he continued to exhaust himself, defeat was merely a matter of time. Ding! Majin core acquired. Successful acquisition will allow for the analysis of its genetic sequence. The system's notification felt like a lifeline. Core? So it resides within him. Sheru's gaze fell upon the capering pink creature, which seemed solely bent on destruction. Its instinct not yet fully awakened as it had evidently not absorbed any life forms. A strategy must be devised to entice it, to inflict unimaginable harm, to provoke and compel it to unleash its devouring instinct. Gero fixed his eyes on the screeching BU, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He ceased his assault, hovering in midair. Is this all you are capable of, you fool? Nearby, the small BU, who had been giggling merrily, suddenly froze. Gero extended a finger, disdainfully pointing at it. You pitiful, diminutive waste, a self-pitying wretch no one cares for. With that, Gero mimicked its bizarre antics, turning his back and playfully smacking his own rear. Ha ha ha. This mocking and humiliating imitation was unmistakable even to the mentally impaired BU. The innocent expression on BU's face vanished, replaced by a blank stare, swiftly followed by an all-consuming fury. A torrent of white steam erupted violently from the hole atop its head, the ferocious energy rising unexpectedly. Such potent talent. The capacity to effortlessly breach limits solely fueled by rage astonished even Gero. In a flash, BU, who had been 100 meters away, appeared before Gero. Before he could react, the pink figure elongated like a living serpent, coiling tightly around him. The crushing force emanating from every direction made Gero feel as though his biological armor was groaning under the immense strain, his bones shrieking in agony, as if he were on the verge of being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. The creature's wrath had prompted it to abandon simple blows, intent on torturing the being that dared to humiliate it. Aya! Gero's face contorted in pain as he let out a piercing scream. The more he suffered, the tighter BU constricted, a cruel delight manifesting on its pink visage. That's it, squeeze a little harder. Suddenly, Gero's grimace faded, replaced by a cunning smirk. Gotcha! Triple barriers. A hum resounded as three thick, purple energy shields erupted from within Gero, layered upon one another, forming a colossal purple cage that enveloped the two entwined beings entirely. BU paused, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. Ha ha ha. Gero cackled madly, his energy spiraling out of control, radiating a blinding brilliance and unimaginable heat. As waves of destructive energy surged from every cell of his being. Taste this power. Boom. With no escape, no space for reprieve. Gero detonated the stored energy within the confines of the barrier. The purple shield swelled under the internal cataclysm, becoming a miniature sun that blazed with intensity. The first layer faltered within half a second, shattering into fragments amid the blinding light. The second layer, riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, soon crumbled. Ultimately, the last barrier was completely breached by the torrent of destruction within. Boom. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the earth, spreading wildly in all directions, while the explosive force summoned storms of thunder and lightning, darkening the sky and adding another layer of terror to the apocalypse. This area was utterly obliterated. Amidst the chaos of thunder and mist, countless green and pink fragments of flesh floated aimlessly. The earlier cataclysmic explosion had left both regenerative monsters in tatters. After a brief silence, the pieces began to stir. Green returned to green, pink to pink. All the green fragments were drawn by an invisible force, converging from all directions, reassembling into Gero's form. Conversely, the pink remnants also gathered, yet oddly, a small portion was left behind, failing to participate in the reconstruction. The remaining parts morphed back into BU's shape, appearing unscathed, albeit this time, a strikingly different expression graced BU's face. No longer was there innocence and playfulness. Instead, there was astonishment, pain, and a hint of fear. For the first time, someone had made it feel such intense agony. This terrifying entity could not be allowed to exist. Devour. I must consume him. This thought ignited within BU's simple mind, awakening its primal instincts. The leftover pink mass seemed to respond to the call, suddenly coming to life. It writhed in the air, transforming into a vast pink net of flesh, propelled by a fierce wind, descending upon the freshly restored Gero. Here it comes. Gero sensed a shadow looming over his back, yet he did not flinch. Instead, an expression of anticipation graced his features. Barrier. He summoned his remaining strength to conjure a thin energy shield in front of him, bracing for this decisive moment. Chapter 26. Life and Death Crisis. Life and Death. The mass that had absorbed Gero slithered rapidly toward Bu's core. Bu extended his hands, welcoming the returning flesh. As the mass melded with him, an unprecedented wave of satisfaction coursed through his being. Yay! He let out a childlike squeal of joy, patting his little belly and bouncing on the spot. The annoying, prickly little bug had finally been dealt with. With the weight of his worries lifted, an overwhelming sense of euphoria morphed into a profound drowsiness. Bu yawned widely, burrowing into a nearby cave within the dense forest, curling up into a ball, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the chaotic pink abyss, Gero, still holding onto the last vestiges of his barrier, embarked on a surreal journey. Surrounded by constantly shifting, writhing internal tissues, the pink walls of flesh rushed past his eyes. Enveloped by the mass, he felt himself being drawn by an unseen force, swiftly traversing through slick tubes. Time lost its meaning as he plummeted. He was expelled into a relatively open area. As soon as he landed, the soft ground beneath him sprang to life. Countless tendrils of flesh erupted from the earth, like predatory appendages snaking towards Gero's ankles. Gero's eyes sharpened, twisting and turning. At the last moment before the tendrils tightened their grip, he leapt into the air. The aimless tendrils flailed momentarily before retreating back into the ground, as if they had never existed. System, where's the core? Ding! The system screen illuminated, revealing a complex biological structure diagram, with a pulsating red dot clearly marking the target's location. Not too far away. Gero raised his hand and launched an energy blast at the thick flesh wall above him. Boom! The explosive shockwave unleashed a torrent of flesh and blood. However, the gaping wound could barely withstand a second before it began to regenerate and close in a writhing motion. Infuriating. Cell's brow furrowed. The speed of regeneration rendered any attempt to force a breakthrough utterly delusional, especially considering his energy reserves were nearly depleted after the recent battle. At this juncture, he could only explore upward along the naturally formed pathways of these organs. He extended his hand, conjuring a sphere of energy the size of a ping-pong ball to serve as a flashlight. In the pitch-black abyss of his internal world, this small beacon shone conspicuously. Guided by the light, Cell discerned the area he occupied. Below lay an immense pool, roiling with a viscous liquid that emitted steam, where bubbles continuously formed, exuding a potent, corrosive aroma. This must be Bu's stomach. This fiend intended to digest him directly. With a fleeting glance, Cell ascended without hesitation toward the upper realm. He traversed a narrow conduit, only to find himself in a vast expanse even broader than the stomach itself. Strangely, the surrounding flesh walls were riddled with countless deep, bottomless black holes, resembling a colossal beehive. A faint light seeped from the depths of certain cavities, lending an eerie and mysterious aura to the entire space. Above the stomach, an enormous independent chamber unfolded. Suddenly, a swift shadow shot forth from one of the holes without warning. By the time Cell reacted, a gaping maw, lined with layers of sharp, serrated teeth, was mere inches away, lunging toward him. Get away, Cell bellowed, gripping the edge of the monstrous jaw with both arms, desperately holding back the formidable force that sought to close upon him. The grinding of teeth against his biological armor emitted an excruciating creak. Infuriating. The energy expenditure was staggering. Cell gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly strained, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. System, how many evolution points remain? Ding. The host currently has no available evolution points. The situation was dire. He glanced at the myriad beehive-like openings, a disquieting thought flickering through his mind. Surely, not all of those holes harbor such abominations. As if to validate his apprehension, a swarm of grotesque insects surged forth from the holes. These horrific parasites residing within Bu appeared to be encountering external sustenance for the first time. The scent of fresh flesh ignited their insatiable instincts, and they rushed toward the peculiar creature. Damn it! Energy blade. He unleashed his last reserves, forming a sharp energy disc that swiftly severed the head of the giant insect, ensnaring him. Its foul ichor splattered all over him. In that fleeting moment of liberation, he found himself encircled by an overwhelming swarm of insects. Gazing upon the seemingly endless tide of monsters, he realized that annihilating them all was an impossibility. A fierce glint flashed in Cell's eyes as he executed another energy blade, not aimed at the enemy, but decisively severing his own left arm. With a swift motion, he grasped the severed limb, no longer inclined to linger, and hastened back the way he came. The insects, having caught a whiff of fresh blood, descended into madness. They could no longer suppress their primal hunger, abandoning their pursuit of Cell's main body and instead fervently chasing after the tantalizing scent of the severed arm. Upon returning to the upper region of the stomach, Cell glanced at the corrosive sea below and hurled his severed arm into the liquid with great force. Thud! The arm plunged into the viscous substance, and the frenzied swarm followed suit without hesitation. They barely had time to emit a sound before being dissolved into wisps of smoke within the terrifying gastric acid. Having narrowly escaped, Cell dared not linger, swiftly turning upward, exerting every ounce of his strength to ascend. Guided by the system's map, he deftly circumvented several perilous areas and finally reached his destination. As he navigated through the final narrow conduit, a bizarre and magnificent sight unfolded before him. Above, rows of luminous, peculiar tissues illuminated the entire area, casting it in brightness akin to daylight. At the center of the radiance pulsated a massive, heart-like entity, rhythmically beating. It was ensconced by numerous thick, fleshy tendrils, anchored in midair, and each pulse reverberated throughout the space. Found it! An uncontrollable surge of excitement and fervor ignited in Cell's eyes. In the cavern, Bu, who had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly trembled violently without warning. An unprecedented wave of terror surged through him. This dread was more intense than the prior battle. Instinct compelled him once more, and his colossal consciousness began to retract, sinking deeper into his own body. In the realm of consciousness, just as Cell was about to make his move, the ground beneath him began to writhe violently, gradually revealing the pink visage and form of Majin Bu. Upon the emergence of Bu's consciousness, he spotted Cell not far away, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, his gaze traversed past Cell to fixate on the slowly pulsating core nearby. Buzz! In an instant, every cell in his body emitted the sharpest alarm. And a crystal-clear thought seized his simplistic mind. He must not allow this cunning adversary to reach the core. The sense of crisis, where life and death hung by a thread, manifested for the first time in Bu's consciousness. A fierce survival instinct propelled him to abandon all thoughts, and he raised his hand to unleash a solid energy blast. Cell had anticipated this and barely evaded the attack. The explosion created a massive hole in the flesh wall, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the entire space. Boom! Outside in the cavern, Bu's physical form stiffened, clutching his head. It seemed he grasped the gravity of the situation. Within the realm of consciousness, he ceased his energy assault, his body swaying before splitting into hundreds, even thousands of duplicates, which closed in on Cell from all angles, encircling him without a gap. I cannot let it end here. Cell roared within, faced with the innumerable Bu duplicates that had sealed off all his escape routes. He leaped upward, his hand solidifying into an exceptionally sharp energy blade. Slice! Blood splattered as Cell seized his severed head, exerting the last vestiges of strength in his body, and hurled it towards the core as if he were throwing a shot put. The head soared through the air, deftly breaking through the layers of encirclement and crashing heavily against the pulsating core. Ugh! The core quaked violently. All of Bu's duplicates contorted and disintegrated into dust. The final remnant of Bu, retaining his consciousness, bore an unprecedented expression of terror as he recklessly charged towards Cell's head, which had collided with the core. However, the remaining headless body lunged forward, utilizing its final strength to grasp Bu's consciousness by the legs. Quick! System! Cell emitted an urgent summons. Ding! Analyzing and absorbing the Majin core. Majin genes parsed. 10, 20. Ding! Earned evolution points. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. The system's notification sounded like celestial music, resonating continuously. The evolution points flowed into him. Cell felt warm currents surging within, his parched body rapidly regaining vitality at an astonishing pace. Boom! From the severed end of that head, a brand new form began to regenerate. Restored to his former shape, Cell seized the robust sinews enveloping the core, his muscles bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to tear them apart. Ah! The consciousness of Bu finally broke free from the constraints of its remnants, its eyes widening in sheer terror as it beheld Cell severing the source of its existence. Desperately lunging forward. Give it to me now? With the replenishment of evolution points, his stamina surged endlessly, empowering him further. Crack! Crack! One by one, sinews as resilient as steel cables were forcefully ripped apart. The lunging consciousness of Bu abruptly halted, then was forcibly drawn back to its original form by an irresistible force. An endless darkness engulfed him, accompanied by weakness, powerlessness, and excruciating pain. Ah! Within the cave, Bu, clutching its head and thrashing wildly, began to melt uncontrollably. Countless white vapors erupting from the myriad holes in its body. Grasping the core, Cell was swept out of Bu's body along with the white steam. The further he flew outward, the quicker his form restored. Bang! Ejected by the white smoke, Cell collided with the distant mountainside. He tumbled to the ground and looked up. At this moment, the Majin DNA, stripped of its core, staggered for a couple of steps before losing its form entirely, dissolving into a lifeless puddle of pink sludge. Cell, holding the still faintly pulsating core in his palm, sank down in exhaustion. The fatigue of surviving mingled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, and he let out a long breath as he gazed at his trophy. Reborn as Cell, what a splendid transformation. Chapter 27, A New Evolution. Ding. Successfully analyzed the Majin core, obtained Majin genes. Initiating basic Majin transformation. Battle power increased threefold. Acquired immunity to technique side effects, such as Kaioken. The incessant notifications echoed in Cell's mind. He could feel that beside the biological computer, which had served as his core, a lively pink heart was now pulsating. With each beat, it surged forth unparalleled vitality, revitalizing every cell within him. The depleted energy was rapidly replenished, and fatigue dissipated entirely. This sensation, a total of 100 million evolution points consumed. Current evolvable gene, Namekian. The system's prompt interrupted his reverie. Two distinct branches emerged behind the Namekian gene sequence. Super Namekian, combat specialization type, significantly enhancing physical strength and fighting techniques, with regeneration abilities receiving a tiered boost. Variant Namekian, attribute specialization type, unlocking unique mental talents of the Namekians, enhancing mental power and special abilities. Cell scrutinized the descriptions of the two branches. The former offered pure combat enhancement, straightforward and brute force. The latter, however, represented an entirely new realm. He had already attained peak levels of pure power through the genes of Scions and Majins. Yet, his mental capabilities had always been a weakness. This was the missing piece on the path to perfection. He chose the variant Namekian. Selected variant Namekian for basic evolution. Unlocked the basic form of the variant Namekian. Unlocked Namekian language. Unlocked mental control. Boom. An arcane power detonated in his mind. The world seemed to transform in that instant. He could perceive the flow of the wind, hear the subtle vibrations within the distant rocks, and even sense the energy particles drifting in the air. His mental prowess was unprecedentedly formidable. Cell rose slowly, stretching his body. He sensed Trunks' position. That aura was rapidly approaching in this direction, revealing a sense of urgency. Was he coming to assess the situation? In a flash, Cell vanished from his spot. Trunks, in a state of frantic urgency, pushed his speed to its utmost limits. The two cataclysmic auras had just vanished. Had they won or lost? What had happened to Cell? And what of that monster, Bew? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Just then, a figure appeared unexpectedly in his path. Trunks abruptly halted midair. It was him. Cell. Trunks exclaimed, unable to mask his astonishment. Are you all right? He saw Cell standing there, unharmed. What about Majin Bew? Trunks pressed anxiously. I saw you being absorbed by it. It's been dealt with, Cell replied nonchalantly. Dealt with? That demon that plunged the entire world into chaos. Just like that? Dealt with? Trunks could hardly believe it. Observing Trunks' incredulous expression, Cell let out a soft chuckle. Hee hee, it seems mere words won't suffice. No sooner had he spoken than Cell's form began to shift. The iconic green bioarmor receded like the tide, and the color of his skin began to transform. It was not merely a change in hue, but a reconstruction. Green faded. Pink spread. His figure elongated, becoming more slender and statuesque, the original insect-like traits entirely vanishing, replaced by a form that lay between human and Majin. A terrifying aura, both familiar and foreign, emanated from him. Trunks gaped, frozen in place. That appearance, that aura, a Majin? He instinctively uttered the words. Before him, Cell stood in a tall and striking Majin form. How do you find it? The Majin form of Cell extended a hand, admiring his new pink skin, a satisfied expression gracing his face. After absorbing Bew, this body had undergone a perfect evolution beyond perfection. Watching Cell revel in his new form, Trunks instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Subsequently, an overwhelming joy surged within him. The nightmare had finally come to an end. Chapter 28, Cell vs. The Three Scions. Having tidied up this mess, it was time for me to return. In the underground shelter of the West City ruins, all survivors had emerged to the surface. They spontaneously formed two lines to bid farewell to the monster that had ended their apocalyptic nightmare. Trunks stood at the forefront of the crowd, flanked by his mother and Mai. The time machine was meticulously prepared. Just a moment. As Cell prepared to enter the capsule, Bulma hurriedly approached, clutching a box. She opened it to reveal a thick notebook and two vials emitting a faint blue glow of energy particles. Deliver these to my past self. Cell accepted them. Ah, so this is the energy source for the time machine from the original story. He nodded and leaped into the cramped cabin. As the hatch slowly closed, he cast a final glance at the young man outside, vigorously waving at him. A sinister smile creeping across his face. We shall meet again. The enigmatic being who unleashed Majin DNA will soon take notice of the changes. In a blinding flash of white light, the time machine transformed into a streak of luminescence, vanishing along with Cell from the ravaged land. In the present era, at Capsule Corporation, the time machine materialized in the backyard. Almost as soon as the hatch opened, Cell's overwhelming aura surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. 3 equally formidable auras erupted from the direction of the gravity training room, racing toward this location. Vegeta led the charge, his speed surpassing even that of Goku. Before he arrived, his urgent and irritable inquiries bellowed forth. Cell, how is Trunks? He instantly appeared before Cell, gripping his shoulders tightly, his fingers digging in with palpable anxiety. Is he all right? Cell remained calm, locking eyes with the anxious prince of the Saiyan race. This Saiyan prince genuinely cared for his son. Fear not. Cell uttered 3 words. Trunks has consumed a senza bean. With that single statement, Vegeta's tensed muscles instantly relaxed. He released his grip and stepped back, the nearly explosive aura around him dissipating, though his gaze remained fixed on Cell. Father. At that moment, the present-day Trunks sprinted over, followed closely by Goku and Broly. As they sensed the even more unfathomable aura emanating from Cell compared to when he had departed, solemn expressions adorned their faces. Here, Cell disregarded the others, tossing the items entrusted to him by future Bulma to the present Bulma, who had just arrived. This is from your future self. Bulma fumbled to catch them, and upon seeing the notebook and the 2 vials, she was momentarily taken aback. She opened the notebook, her eyes scanning the familiar handwriting along with the formulas and theories far exceeding current technological standards, her hands trembling slightly. My future self is indeed remarkable. Having completed this exchange, Cell finally shifted his focus to the matter at hand. He looked directly at Goku, then glanced at Vegeta and Broly beside him. You 3, come join me for some training. His seemingly casual words carried an undeniable weight of authority. Goku blinked, then excitement spread across his face. Sure. I've been eager to see how much stronger you've become after your journey to the future. Humph, just as I hoped. Vegeta scoffed, his earlier concerns morphing into pure combat fervor. Let us see if you have the right to make such bold claims. Though Broly remained silent, determination ignited in his eyes. Cell, your aura seems entirely different from before. Cell chuckled softly. The abilities granted by my transformation and the unique genetics. I too am eager to test my limits and see how far I've come. Without further ado, they proceeded to the innermost combat training room of Capsule Corporation. This special space, crafted with the highest technology over the years, featured walls composed of more intricate rare alloys, specifically designed to withstand energy impacts. In the expansive combat arena, Cell stood alone on one side. Opposite him, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly formed a triangle, their expressions serious. The battle was imminent. Come on. Cell cracked his neck with a satisfying pop. Let me see how much you've all grown. As his words echoed, the 3 simultaneously unleashed their power. Huh. Goku initiated the assault, his golden aura soaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Huh. Vegeta, not to be outdone, followed suit, erupting with a powerful Super Saiyan 2 aura, golden lightning crackling around him. Roar. Broly let out a deep growl, his green aura raging and stable, brimming with destructive force. The 3 titanic auras intertwined, creating a tempest of power. At the center of this storm, Cell wore a serene smile. Come forth, he beckoned with a finger. Show me the fruits of your 3 years of training. Do not underestimate me. Vegeta roared, don't underestimate me. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The next second, he appeared behind Cell, delivering a punch imbued with his full strength aimed directly at Cell's back. Simultaneously, Goku launched his own attack from the front, his fist cleaving through the air with a piercing shriek. Broly took a more direct approach, transforming into a green projectile, barreling forward with reckless abandon. The 3 executed their assault in perfect unison, cutting off all routes of escape for Cell. Faced with their lethal combined strike, Cell smiled. He merely shifted his body slightly. This simple motion allowed him to deftly evade Goku's punch. At the same time, he raised his left hand, palm open, perfectly meeting Vegeta's fist. Bang! Vegeta felt the force of his punch dissipate instantaneously, the recoil reverberating through his arm. Meanwhile, Cell's right hand had somehow positioned itself in the path of Broly's charge. Boom! The ferocious green energy collided with Cell's seemingly fragile palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Broly's charge, potent enough to shatter planets, was abruptly halted. He hovered in midair, unable to advance another inch. In the span of a heartbeat, Cell had neutralized the full force assault of 3 top-tier Saiyans. What? Trunks and Goten, observing, were left agape. This was no longer a matter of strength. It was a chasm of dimensional disparity. Impressive power, and your speed is commendable, Cell remarked, as if critiquing a student's work. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta and Broly simultaneously felt an irresistible force propelling them away, their bodies uncontrollably colliding with one another. Boom! The two Saiyan giants crashed together, producing a resounding impact as they plummeted to the ground. Is this all you've got? Cell's figure vanished from before Goku. Oh no! Goku felt the hairs on his body stand on end, immediately preparing to use instant transmission. Blocked. A powerful mental force surged toward Goku, causing a sharp pain to throb in his head. Ugh! Why can't I use it? Thud. With a powerful knee strike, Cell forcefully struck Goku in the abdomen. Cough. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as his golden aura diminished significantly, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Grabbing him by the hair, Cell lifted him into the air before casually tossing him towards the recently risen Vegeta and Broly. How infuriating! Vegeta seethed with rage, his hands clasped before his chest. Ultimate Flash. A colossal golden energy blast roared forth, while Broly simultaneously unleashed a torrent of destructive green energy. The two streams of energy merged into a more terrifying deluge, consuming Cell. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, Cell merely raised his arm, transforming into his Majin form. He shifted his shape, gathering energy to produce a small, pink energy sphere. The sphere expanded against the wind, colliding with the golden-green energy torrent. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The golden-green torrent was effortlessly shattered, vanishing silently within the pink sphere. What is this stance? Broly could not comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. Did he absorb the attack? Impossible. Vegeta roared. How could my ultimate flash possibly be negated? Cell stretched his neck, producing a cracking sound. Now it's my turn. Cell's figure vanished once more. Tap. Tap, tap, tap. The afterimages of his fists and feet filled the entire battle chamber. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were unable to mount any effective defense. They could only feel every part of their bodies enduring a tempest of relentless blows. Abdomen, chest, back, cheeks. The excruciating pain compounded incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. The three figures were tossed about like punching bags, utterly powerless to retaliate. Their transformations appeared feeble before Cell. Too weak. Cell ceased his assault. Hovering in the center of the three, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were battered and breathless, barely managing to maintain their levitation. They gazed at Cell. Is the future god of destruction this powerful? Goku managed to utter with great difficulty. No. Cell shook his head, far beyond my current self. I could extinguish you with but a finger. Goku forced a bitter smile, relinquishing his transformation. Cell, please train us now. Chapter 29, The Perilous Training. This training will be unlike any you have ever experienced. Cell's voice was soft yet struck Goku, Vegeta, and Broly's hearts like a hammer. The limits of physical training have been reached. Adding more gravity or engaging in sparring will only lead to your progress resembling that of a snail. He paced before the three. Next, we shall focus on something different. Will, soul, spirit. Or rather, the damned, fragile essence of you Saiyans. Cell halted, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a frigid indifference. If you cannot endure, the least you can expect is to become a fool, at worst, death. The training room was enveloped in an eerie silence. I accept. Goku was the first to speak, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze illuminating with determination. The visions of the future, the deaths of comrades, pierced his heart like thorns. There was no turning back. Humph. Don't compare me to that fool Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed. As a royal scion, the word death does not exist in my dictionary. Broly remained silent, merely nodding gravely at Cell. Excellent. A smirk graced Cell's lips as he closed his eyes. Genetic traits of the aberrant Namekian mental realm unfold. The world fell into instant silence. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly blinked, the heavy alloy walls dissolving, fading into an infinite expanse of pure black. The ground beneath their feet vanished. The lights above disappeared. Light, sound, scent, touch, every sensory perception was forcibly stripped away. What? Vegeta attempted to sense energy, but found himself blind and deaf. He could feel nothing at all. Kakarot, Broly, both seemed to have vanished into thin air. He could not even perceive his own fists, his own body. Panic surged from deep within. Do not be anxious. Cell's voice resonated directly in their minds, clear as if whispered in their ears. This is the mental space. Your bodies remain outside. Your consciousness is under my control. Here, transformations, energy, and physical strikes are mere trash. Vegeta attempted to summon his ki, but his dantian felt void. He wished to throw a punch, but could not even locate his arms. He had become a specter trapped in a black box. What do you intend to do? Vegeta roared within his mind. Quite simple. Cell replied, survive. Survive? The thought had barely emerged when, boom, an indescribable, terrifying pressure surged from all directions, compressing from every inch of darkness. This was neither gravity nor an energy impact. It was a pure, existential obliteration aimed at erasing him from this world entirely. Aya. Goku's consciousness emitted a silent scream. He felt as though he was being disassembled. Shattered. Every thought, every memory was being squeezed, twisted, and torn apart by this pressure. It was as though someone wielded an eraser, vigorously attempting to erase the marks he left upon paper. Damn it. Vegeta struggled fiercely. He transformed the pride of a Saiyan prince into a shield, resisting the force that sought to obliterate him completely. Yet his resistance, in the face of the boundless, dark pressure, resembled a tiny boat amidst a tsunami, ready to capsize at any moment. Meanwhile, Broly's consciousness erupted into chaos. His primal instincts drove him to fight back furiously, the green will of destruction burning savagely. But here, anger was a poison. The pressure intensified several-fold. Broly's consciousness flickered violently, like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Do you see? Cell's voice echoed once more, cold as a deity. This is your will. In the face of true trials, utterly fragile. Goku, is your determination to protect everyone truly this insubstantial? Unable to preserve even your own existence? Broly, your strength will only hasten your demise. Finally, his voice targeted Vegeta, who was struggling the most. And you, Vegeta, your pride is your mightiest weapon, yet also your gravest weakness. Do you not wish to surpass Kakarot? To become the strongest in the universe? Yet now, you cannot even maintain your own existence. No sooner had he finished speaking than the pressure bearing down on Vegeta's consciousness surged dramatically. Creak. Vegeta seemed to hear the sound of his own soul shattering. Countless images exploded in his mind. Namek, Frieza's finger piercing his heart, tears streaming as he died, with eyes wide open. Earth. Android 18 breaking his arm with a single kick, that feeling of powerlessness. Faced with my perfect form, he exerted all his strength in a single kick, unable to even make me flinch. Those failures and humiliations he had buried deep within him were now magnified 1,000-fold, relentlessly whipping his soul. Aya. Vegeta's consciousness twisted violently, on the brink of disintegrating into a multitude of light particles. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall never, ever surrender here. His resistance grows increasingly feeble. In the reality of the training room, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Broly stand with their eyes closed, utterly motionless. Yet their bodies tremble as if caught in a tempest. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, cascade from their foreheads, pooling into a puddle beneath them. On their faces, expressions of anguish, fury, terror, and despair flicker in rapid succession. In the monitoring room, Bulma gazes at the screen displaying alarming data, her heart racing to her throat. You too. Hurry. Stop Cell. Bulma cries out in desperation. If this continues, they will truly perish. Trunks and Goten, pale with fear, turn to dash into the training room. Better to perish now than endure what is to come. Cell's cold voice resonates from within, a future adversary far more perilous than this. This is their own choice. Within the realm of the mind, darkness grows ever denser. Vegeta's consciousness blurs. He is on the verge of collapse. Surrender, whispers the void. To be consumed by this emptiness means no more suffering. At that moment, Cell's voice, akin to a demon's whisper, echoes once more. Is this how you yield, Prince? To vanish so easily is indeed a tempting choice. No longer will you chase the shadows of others, nor will you suffer the pain of impotence. Bulma will remarry. Your son will have a new father. Trunks may even prefer Kakarot as his dad. Silence. A roar, emanating from the depths of his soul, explodes in the suffocating darkness. Vegeta's fading consciousness suddenly coalesces anew. Do not dare mention them. That is the final bastion. No longer is it a hollow semblance of the Saiyan Prince's dignity, nor a mere obsession of guardianship and perseverance. Images flash before him like a searing brand, searing into the depths of his consciousness. In the darkness, the visage of a blue-haired woman materializes. She incessantly admonishes him for the chaos he brings to the training room, yet quietly prepares clean clothes and steaming meals for him. The scene shifts to a trembling boy, bearing his bloodline, who despite his fear, bravely puffs out his small chest and gazes at his father with the most adoring eyes. That is his woman. That is his son. My pride. Vegeta's fists, clenched against the void, solidify his consciousness, igniting an unprecedented golden flame around him. They are their man, their father. Boom. The darkness is violently torn asunder. His will manifests into substance, transforming into golden flames, sharp as blades. In the shadows, Cell's voice emerges, tinged with mirth. So this is it. At last, you have found your anchor, your highness. Now, Kakarot, what about you? Cell's consciousness glides toward another flickering, nearly extinguished light. To protect Earth? To safeguard everyone? What a noble slogan. But is this truly all there is to you? Who have you genuinely protected? Memories of failure become not mere images, but daggers piercing his consciousness repeatedly. The assault of Raditz. The futile struggle leading to mutual destruction. He was powerless. On Namek, Krillin's demise before his very eyes shattered him. And then, he had thrust his own son into the path of that very monster, one he himself had no chance against. Each time, he was a moment too late. Each time, his guardianship demanded the blood and lives of his comrades to awaken it. Can this truly be called protection? No, I refuse. Son Goku's consciousness convulses in excruciating pain. He no longer wishes to witness any familiar face fade before him. He does not want Gohan to bear the kind of despair that even adults cannot endure. What he desires is not a scion bent on vengeance born from tragedy, but the absolute power to obliterate all threats before they even arise. That once innocent, combative heart is, at this moment, tempered by fire, settling down. No longer a raging flame, but rather a tranquil ocean, fathomless and calm after the tempest. Son Goku's consciousness slowly coalesces. Lacking Vegeta's piercing brilliance, it resembles a steadfast boulder, impervious to any external force. Very well. Now, it is time for the last one. The most challenging, the most intriguing, Broly. His legendary power is the key to unlocking a higher realm. Yet now, this power acts as the fiercest poison, turning against him. Cell's consciousness infiltrates that chaotic, tempestuous green storm. It's all your fault. You brought this calamity upon yourself. Avenge me. Go. Slay King Vegeta. Stay away. Ah, my eyes. You vile monster. Get away. Fragments of memory whirl like a storm, interlaced with primal pain, fury, and terror. Cell traverses the ruins of memory. Arriving at the heart of the storm, a tiny, curled-up figure trembling in fear. Before him stands a towering man, brandishing a gleaming knife. His face a mask of madness and distortion. The young Paragus, from initial resentment of his son's power to the subsequent greed for revenge, culminating in the terror of being utterly consumed. Every ounce of hatred coalescing into a dagger aimed at his helpless child. What a tragic sight. Cell's consciousness gradually solidifies within Broly's inner realm, observing the young soul tormented by nightmares, his face even bearing a hint of pity. To unleash this power, he must allow Broly to sever this chain himself. The most effective method is to resurrect the nightmare. Cell's form begins to twist and morph. His shape, visage, and voice rapidly reconstruct. In an instant, he becomes the visage that haunts Broly's deepest fears. Paragus, why do you disobey? Why do you possess such terrifying strength? You monster. The tempest of Broly's raging consciousness inexplicably halts the moment this figure materializes. The familiar aura, one that sends shivers down his spine, is that of his father. No, don't come near me. The core of Broly's consciousness, that small figure, emits a feeble plea. Yet Cell does not relent. He extends his hand, conjuring a blade identical to the one from memory. The chill of the blade sends a piercing cold through Broly's consciousness. Cell, as Paragus, bellows, raising the weapon high, aimed directly at the boy. This scene resonates profoundly with the most excruciating and darkest moment etched deep within memory. Broly's consciousness emitted a silent scream. He yearned to flee, yet felt as though an invisible force had nailed him to the spot, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the cold blade loomed larger within his field of vision. Fear surged like monstrous waves from the abyss, engulfing all. At that moment, a voice, colder than the blade itself, pierced through Paragus's roar, resonating in every corner of Broly's consciousness. Where's your rage? The voice belonged to Cell. This power that torments you, this fury that drives you to annihilate everything, where is it now? He sees you as a mere tool, shackled by chains, even desiring your destruction. And you, Cell's voice dripped with mockery, will you merely cry like a weaned infant in this place? Broly's consciousness jolted violently. Cry? Yes, I am crying. I am afraid. Why? Why should I be afraid? Shouldn't it be him, the frail mortal attempting to control me, who should be afraid? Your power is your own. Cell's voice resonated like a decree, a whisper that struck at the very essence of Broly's soul. Your anger, too, must be governed by you. Lift your gaze, Broly. Look closely and discern who the true monster is. Slowly, rigidly, Broly's curled consciousness raised its head. He beheld the twisted visage wrought by madness. The blade poised to pierce his very eyes, and behind that face, deep within those eyes, lay an unmistakable, profound fear. He is afraid. He is afraid of my power. A thought struck like lightning cleaving the chaos, reverberating for the first time in his mind. If you fear so much, roar. A primal roar, unbefitting of humanity, erupted from the depths of his soul, shattering the entire mental realm. The tumultuous green energy transformed from a chaotic storm into a colossal claw, seizing Paragus's body. While what? The madness on Paragus's face was instantaneously replaced by shock and disbelief. The sharp blade in his hand halted mere centimeters from Broly. unable to advance any further. Let me go? You monster! He struggled and roared in frenzy. Yet, the green energy claw only tightened its grip. Broly's consciousness gradually rose to its feet. No longer was he the child huddled in a corner. He stood tall, restored to the magnificent stature of adulthood. He approached Paragus step by step, gazing down at this diminutive father he held in his grasp with the disdain reserved for ants. I. Broly uttered his first clear voice, one that wholly belonged to him. Not a monster. Crack. The green giant claw clenched with a thunderous force. Paragus's phantom, along with the last vestige of terror upon his face, was obliterated into dust. That nightmare, which had truly impacted Broly's life, was finally dispelled into nothingness. In the dark recesses of his mind, three distinct yet equally indomitable wills shone like three newly birthed stars, radiating resplendent light. Chapter 31, Convergence. In the training room of Capsule Corporation, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly simultaneously shuddered violently, their tightly shut eyes snapping open. They gasped for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat as though they had just emerged from the depths of water. Dad, are you all right? Trunks and Goten could wait no longer. They dashed into the training room, each throwing themselves toward the newly awakened Vegeta and Goku. In the monitoring room, Bulma watched the life data on the screen plummet from the red alert zone to normal levels, her body sagging against the chair's back as she exhaled a long sigh of relief. She quickly snatched up the nearby tablet and hurried inside. Your bodily data almost reached the brink of collapse, but thankfully, you all persevered. As Bulma spoke, she scrutinized the trio anxiously. Do you feel any changes? Vegeta pushed Trunks away from him, slowly raising his hand, opening it, then clenching it tightly. He did not measure the magnitude of his power, but rather experienced an unprecedented sense of control. The once turbulent energy that had required immense effort to harness now flowed through him as gently as a stream, effortlessly coursing to every corner of his being. It feels wondrous, Vegeta murmured to himself, his body feeling remarkably light. Yes. Goku nodded vigorously, stretching his limbs with an uncontainable excitement. The energy feels clearer. I can feel every single cell in motion. Broly remained silent, merely absorbing the changes within his body. Subsequently, he turned to face Cell, who was not far off, and nodded gravely. Thank you. Those succinct words were imbued with profound sincerity. The true source of his fury and anguish had been utterly severed. Now, he truly lived for himself. Cell simply accepted his gratitude calmly. The outcome of this training surpassed all expectations. The forging of their wills had elevated their mastery over their own powers to an entirely new realm. This was the cornerstone to ascend to greater heights. I wonder how Gohan is faring. Goku scratched his head, suddenly recalling his eldest son. 3 years prior, when devising training plans at the lookout, Cell had divided everyone into 2 groups. The 3 of them trained under Cell in a brutal combat regimen, while Gohan had been assigned to the other group under the unexpected guidance of Gula. Rest for 2 days, Cell's voice interjected, breaking the reverie of the group. Afterward, we will reunite with them and test your newly acquired powers. 2 days later, in Satan City, within the confines of the Satan estate. Unlike the ravaged lands beyond, this place retained its luxurious pre-war appearance. The spacious courtyard was lush with verdant grass. Under the pavilion at the center of the courtyard, a young man was voraciously devouring a feast laid before him, his gluttonous demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding elegance. Gohan-kun, how does this frog rice ball taste? I made it today. A graceful young girl stood with her hands behind her back, slightly bending forward, her face alight with anticipation. Gohan paused mid-bite, chewing a few times before mumbling a vague assessment. No wonder it's so salty. The girl's smile instantly froze, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. Then don't eat it. With a huff, she swiftly snatched the remaining rice ball from Gohan's grasp. Before he could react, he could only watch helplessly as the delectable morsel was whisked away. Fuming, the girl turned her gaze toward the other side of the pavilion, where Gula sat upright, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. His dining movements were both graceful and swift, as the plate before him visibly emptied at an astonishing pace. Yet, he emitted not a single extraneous sound, standing in stark contrast to Gohan. Sensing the young woman's gaze upon him, Gula paused for merely half a second before resuming his meal in silence. Speaking at such a moment would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Over the past 3 years, he had accumulated ample experience. Just as the atmosphere in the pavilion grew subtly tense, the sound of creaking echoed as the grand entrance gate was pushed open from the outside. A butler clad in a sharp suit briskly entered, his face marked by deference, yet followed by several individuals who exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. The butler hurried to the pavilion, bowing deeply. Mr. Satan has stepped out, miss, and they are ahead. As his words fell, both Gohan and the young woman turned their attention to the newcomers. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, rising in delight. Hey, long time no see. The arrivals were none other than Cell and his companions, having concluded their training. After exchanging greetings with Gohan, Goku's gaze settled on the silent, consuming figure of the Cosmic Emperor, Gula. At that moment, Gula also ceased his actions, slowly lifting his head to meet Goku's gaze. An invisible spark seemed to crackle in the air between them. It appears your training has proven effective. Goku initiated the conversation. Likewise, Gula replied, placing down his utensils and wiping his mouth with a napkin. Your presence is becoming increasingly intolerable. Their dialogue was laden with tension. Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan and Videl, who were seated nearby. Gohan, have you made any progress over these 3 years? You're not merely here to play house. Are you? Cough, cough. What are you talking about, Uncle Vegeta? We're just training together. Gohan spluttered, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry. Vegeta merely snorted, crossing his arms, his face a canvas of impatience. Videl, her cheeks flushed, nudged Gohan insistently. After we finish eating, let us show the uncles our progress. Chapter 32, Gohan and Videl. In the clearing behind the mountain, thanks to Mr. Satan's financial backing, the area had been sufficiently restored and fortified. Gohan and Videl stood facing each other, separated by several dozen meters, while the others retreated to a greater distance, ensuring ample space for their duel. Videl, are you ready? Gohan inhaled deeply, assuming a stance. He was determined to showcase his progress, not allowing his father or Uncle Vegeta to underestimate the fruits of his labor over the past 3 years. Let us go, Videl nodded, her legs slightly bent. Her aura shifting dramatically. No longer the shy girl, she transformed into a drawn sword. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Gohan shed the last remnants of relaxation. However, just as Gohan anticipated the battle to commence with some signal, Videl vanished from her position. Wow, so fast. Gohan's reaction lagged by only a fraction of a second. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind swept toward him as Videl lunged forward with a straightforward punch aimed directly at his face. The speed of this strike surpassed any earthly limit. Before the fist even arrived, the force of the wind caused Gohan's bangs to dance wildly. In his line of sight, that pale fist loomed larger, enveloped in a faint white aura. Danger! Gohan had no time to contemplate. His body instinctively leaned back while raising his left arm to block. Bang! The fist collided solidly with his arm, producing a dull thud. A tremendous force surged through his arm, leaving him with a numbing sensation. He found himself sliding uncontrollably backward for 7 or 8 meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard ground. What? Gohan was pushed back? Vegeta's previously impatient expression flickered with momentary astonishment. He had indeed felt it. The instant that girl charged forward, an overwhelming energy erupted. Hey Gohan, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta roared in dissatisfaction. You're being overpowered by a mere Earth woman. Gohan disregarded Vegeta's outburst, shaking his numbed left arm, his expression now entirely grave. The strength behind that punch was abnormal. It was not the power of an ordinary person. Videl, you. Before he could finish, Videl launched her second wave of attacks. Having landed her first blow, she showed no signs of hesitation, her figure darting like a phantom, closing in again. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a flurry of kicks enveloped Gohan from all directions. High kicks, mid-level kicks, low kicks. Each strike produced a sound as it sliced through the air, moving so swiftly that only shadows could be seen. Bang, bang, bang. Gohan crossed his arms defensively in front of him, left with no choice but to endure the torrential assault. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, each step leaving shallow indentations in the ground. This Earth Girl's martial arts were both refined and lethal. Moreover, her strength continued to escalate. Goku's initial excitement gradually morphed into seriousness. He could distinctly sense that Videl's energy was climbing at an astonishing rate. The intensity of that energy had already surpassed the vast majority of Earth's martial artists. What had she and Gohan experienced over these 3 years? Gula remained expressionless, standing to the side, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In the center of the arena, Gohan finally seized a moment of opportunity, letting out a shout as his energy erupted. A wave of energy radiated from him, temporarily pushing Videl's relentless strikes back. Videl, you're serious, huh? Gohan chuckled wryly. Everyone's here to witness our training results. Though he spoke casually, his mind wandered back to the earlier scene in the dining hall. Growing increasingly frustrated, why was she so dense? She charged at him again. This time, Gohan no longer remained on the defensive. He met her head-on. Their figures collided at high speed in the clearing, the sounds of their fists and feet clashing echoed continuously. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact conjured visible shockwaves, stirring up clouds of dust around them. This Earth woman named Videl was indeed capable of exchanging blows with Gohan, who had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. They were evenly matched. Impossible, Vegeta bellowed, his voice laden with disbelief. How could a member of such a lowly Earthling race attain this level in merely 3 years? This energy had far surpassed that of Frieza from years past. Gohan, what kind of training have you undergone in these 3 years? This was not only Vegeta's query but the question on everyone's lips. As they observed the fierce battle unfolding, Cell crossed his arms, a serene smile gracing his face. This is the fruit of mental training. His calm words brought a sudden stillness to everyone's movements. Even Gohan and Videl, locked in combat, instinctively halted and retreated. All attention now focused on Cell. Mental training? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta shuddered simultaneously, their minds echoing with memories of that endless darkness and the soul-rending pain. Could it be? Cell paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. Instead, he merely gazed at the girl, who was slightly panting from the fierce battle. Bulla has meditated with me since childhood. This statement struck the hearts of all present like a thunderclap. Vegeta's expression froze in an instant. Do not underestimate her simply because she is a girl from Earth. Cell's voice carried a hint of amusement as he slowly scanned Vegeta's shocked visage. Compared to the training you have just completed, she is indeed your senior. Chapter 33, The Fruits of 3 Years. Bulla now possesses a mastery over ki that rivals yours. Cell's words were as calm as water. Yet they stirred a tempest within the hearts of both warriors. Paragus' Scion body technique, Cooler's ki manipulation, my mental training. Cell's gaze swept over the astonished Vegeta and Sun Wukong. She has never faltered in such training since childhood. Do you still look down on her? Vegeta's mouth hung open, rendered speechless. A mere girl from Earth has undergone such rigorous mental training? Sun Wukong too regarded Bulla with disbelief. The girl who had just battled Gohan was now breathlessly tidying her disheveled hair. She is remarkably resilient. Broly spoke in a low voice, the image of her small frame rising in his mind. And incredibly gentle. He recalled how, from their first meeting to their growing familiarity, Bulla had always played the role of the glue, enhancing the group's atmosphere. In the center of the arena, the battle between Gohan and Bulla intensified. Bulla leaped into the air, each strike resonating with the sound of breaking air, her legs slicing through like blades. Gohan crossed his arms to block, his body retreating repeatedly. This guy's power has increased again. He gritted his teeth as the ki within him began to surge. A golden blaze erupted skyward. Gohan's hair transformed into a brilliant gold, radiating an overwhelming aura. Super Saiyan state. What? Bulla's expression shifted as she sensed the surge in power. The chasm of strength between them had now surpassed what mere technique could bridge. Bulla-san, be careful. In an instant, Gohan vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared behind Bulla, unleashing a punch. The force of his blow tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Bulla, unable to turn in time to defend herself, instinctively dove forward. Boom. The fist grazed her back, creating a crater 3 meters wide in the ground. Debris flew, dust billowed. That was close. Bulla rolled several times on the ground before clumsily rising to her feet, her face smeared with dirt and her hair in utter disarray. Angrily, she turned to Gohan and shouted, "Hey, Gohan-kun, you're such a cheat. Transforming to boost your combat power is so unfair." With her hands on her hips, her face flushed with indignation, she resembled a pouting little girl. Upon seeing her pout, the seriousness Gohan had displayed during their battle vanished in an instant. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." He hurriedly retracted his transformation, his golden hair reverting to black. "Bulla-san, are you hurt? It's all my fault. I'll replace your training outfit. And your hairstyle. How about I treat you to a feast? You can have anything you want. I truly apologize." As he spoke, he bowed deeply, his demeanor a stark contrast to the formidable warrior he had just been. Bulla couldn't help but smile at his flustered state. All right. I forgive you." She approached Cell and brushed the dust from her clothes. The fierce combatant had instantly transformed back into the girl in need of protection. "Cell, how did I perform?" She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Barely passable," Cell nodded, his tone still flat. "At least it proves that these 3 years were not in vain." Upon hearing this evaluation, a radiant smile spread across Bulla's face. Gaining Cell's approval brought her more joy than anything else. Now then, Cooler slowly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. His movements were elegant and composed, yet carried an unsettling sense of pressure. "Gohan." Cooler's voice was deep and authoritative. "It is time to show them the true results." Gohan felt the overwhelming ki emanating from Cooler. The oppressive aura was even more terrifying than that of future Cell. "Yes." He took a deep breath and resumed his stance. "I won't hold back, Mr. Cooler." As soon as he finished speaking, Gohan unleashed his golden aura once more. Yet this time, he did not remain at the first level of Super Saiyan. "Hiya!" Accompanied by a long howl, golden lightning began to swirl around him. Super Saiyan level 2. The powerful aura caused the air around them to warp. Interesting. Cooler observed Gohan's full power eruption, a smirk appearing on his lips. Then I shall take this a bit more seriously. The ultimate form activated, his tall figure stood firm, his tail swishing behind him, raising clouds of dust. Gohan felt an unprecedented battle intent, one that surpassed his training. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 34, Breaking Limits, Super Saiyan 3 arrives. In the skies above the back mountain, after a prolonged struggle, the two began their final contest. The clash of Gohan and Cooler's ki sent shockwaves that made even Sun Wukong and others in the distance feel a sharp pain. The intertwining golden flames and purple malevolent energy transformed the entire arena into a vortex of power. Interesting. After years of intensive training, Cooler had regained the sensation of being the strongest in the universe. He moved. Without any extraneous gestures, his body leaned slightly forward, transforming into a purple blur, instantly crossing hundreds of meters to appear before Gohan. Too fast. Gohan's pupils dilated in shock as he barely managed to cross his arms in front of his chest. Boom. The seemingly casual punch from Cooler contained a terrifying force capable of shattering planets. The fist struck Gohan's arms with a resounding crash. Crack. The sound of bones cracking was distinctly audible. Gohan was sent flying like a golden meteor, crashing through several small hills before finally embedding himself deep within a distant mountainside, raising a cloud of dust. Ding. High-intensity data analyzed, gaining 70 million evolution points. The system's notification echoed in Cell's mind. Amidst the dust, Gohan slowly stood up, shaking his numbed arms as the golden aura reignited. Mr. Cooler, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Gohan's voice traveled from afar, calm yet tinged with excitement. Cooler hovered in the air, looking down at him, his tail flicking behind him impatiently. It's over, son Gohan. Is it? Gohan stretched his neck. However, you haven't hidden enough. With that, he launched into action. A distinctly different aura erupted from within him. A thunderous howl resonated through the heavens, as his energy surged inward with reckless abandon, causing the clouds above to twist and contort. The very earth trembled beneath the weight of this formidable power. The golden lightning encircling Gohan transformed from delicate arcs into ferocious electric dragons that rampaged across the ground, leaving behind profound, charred trails. Could it be? Goku sensed it. This momentum. It was reminiscent of the sensation Gohan experienced during his initial breakthrough to Super Saiyan in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet now, this force was 100-fold stronger. At the core of his energy, Gohan's body was undergoing a violent transformation. His golden hair grew wildly, cascading down like a waterfall to his waist rather than standing erect. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow rose sharply, rendering his visage stern and fierce. Fragmented memories flashed in his mind, the Titan roaring under the moonlight. The primal essence of a Saiyan, now fully awakened and harmoniously fused with the power of a Super Saiyan. In the distance, Broly seemed to sense it, slowly closing his eyes in meditation as everyone turned their gaze to Gohan. This energy was overwhelming. Trunks halted, staring in astonishment towards Satan City. It's my brother's energy. Goten exclaimed joyfully. Let us go, Goten. The two small figures no longer hesitated, transforming into streaks of light as they raced toward the fray. On the mountain's rear, Videl hid behind the energy barrier created by Cell, staring in awe at the scene that unfolded as the dust settled. That figure, bathed in lightning and golden light, hair flowing like a waterfall, emanated an aura that shook the very heavens. Is this Gohan? She murmured. In midair, Gohan slowly opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance in Videl's direction, his stern face suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. This smile evoked a complex array of emotions in Goku and Vegeta, shock and joy. They were astonished by the sheer terror of this newfound power, yet elated that this young man had once again surpassed them, achieving a new realm ahead of their time. Ding. Detected a new energy form. Analyzing Super Saiyan 3. Warning. The target's energy response is excessively vast, rendering conventional analysis inefficient. Recommendation. Engage in high-intensity combat with the host to significantly accelerate the analysis process. The system's voice echoed in Cell's mind. Super Saiyan 3, you say? It seems that without the potential unlocked by the Elder Kai, Gohan's evolutionary path leans more towards the innate bloodline power of the Saiyans. So be it. Cell's thoughts raced. In approximately 2 years, those individuals should be arriving soon. Guldo. Step back. Cell's calm voice resonated. Before the words had fully departed his lips, his figure silently appeared beside Guldo. Guldo gazed at Gohan, who resembled a deity descended from the heavens, feeling the energy that seemed capable of collapsing space itself. Disbelief etched on his tranquil face. He did not challenge Cell's command. Instead, he silently retreated, reverting from his transformation. He understood that the ensuing battle was beyond his involvement. Instantly, All attention was drawn to Cell and Gohan. Cell spoke no further words of triviality. He merely observed Gohan, as energy surged wildly within him. Boom! A terrifying aura, rivaling that of a Super Saiyan at its third tier, erupted from Cell. Pink patterns extended across his body, muscles reassembling at a visible pace. As the atmosphere was infused with the sinister essence of a demon, engulfing the arena. Demon transformation. Come forth, Gohan. Cell's voice directly resonated within Gohan's mind. Let me witness the true extent of your newfound power. In the next moment, Cell vanished from sight, becoming a pink blur that charged directly at the Golden Warrior. Chapter 35. The Perfect Warrior and Perfect Potential. Boom. The pink blur collided with the Golden Warrior in a cataclysmic clash. There was no testing the waters. The first strike unleashed a force potent enough to obliterate the planet itself. A terrifying shockwave emanated from the two, forming a destructive ring that spread violently in all directions. The terrain of the mountains was instantaneously rewritten. The once solid ground was upheaved, transforming into a cloud of dust. The distant peaks crumbled, collapsing like fragile sandcastles before this overwhelming force. Ding! Encountered a high-quality energy entity. Data analysis of Super Saiyan 3 commencing, progress 1-3-7. Within Cell's mind, the system's data stream surged rapidly. His body was shattered with each clash against Gohan's fists and feet, only to regenerate in an instant. Each wound on the pink demon's form became an optimal data collection point. Pain. That was merely the pleasurable friction stimulating the growth of his evolution points. Gohan's assaults were fierce and direct. His long hair danced behind him. With every punch and kick, he unleashed a tempest of destructive lightning. His expression was cold, yet his fighting spirit was clearer than ever. He was neither consumed by power nor ruled by rage. He was perfectly mastering this brand new strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures flickered at high speed amidst the crumbling world, each impact sending tremors through the sky. Golden lightning intertwined with pink malevolence, ripping through the atmosphere. In the distance, Vegeta trembled under the overwhelming pressure that reached him. It was not fear, it was the exhilarating thrill from a Saiyan's instinct to battle, coupled with an undeniable jealousy. Kakarot, do you see it? That brand new visage. Yes. Goku's face mirrored shock, but more so, it radiated profound joy. How incredible! Gohan has truly surpassed us once again. Buldo stood silently nearby, speechless. The arrogance that usually adorned his features had vanished, replaced by a sense of reluctance. This level of combat had once more exceeded his own advancements. Whether it was the golden-haired Saiyan or the pink-skinned monster Cell, either could annihilate him in an instant. At that moment, two small figures zipped in from the horizon. Daddy, brother, wow, what an incredible battle. It was Goten and Trunks. The moment they approached the edge of the battlefield, the raging energy wave sent them tumbling. Be careful. Broly's eyes snapped open, instantly appearing before them, using his imposing frame to shield them from the aftermath. It's too dangerous. Do not approach. His expression was grave. Even he felt a chill from the combat energy. In the center of the battlefield, the clash between Gohan and Cell escalated to a fever pitch. Mere physical strikes could no longer suffice. They began exchanging even more destructive energy attacks. Gohan clasped his hands at his waist, a dazzling golden light converging in his palms. Kamehameha. A robust golden beam of energy, entwined with countless furious electric dragons, roared forth towards Cell. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space exhibited visible distortions. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Cell merely raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A pink, malevolent energy coalesced in his palm, forming a rapidly spinning, densely packed energy sphere. Lacking the grandeur of an explosion, it nonetheless harbored a more restrained and perilous aura. Boom! The golden and pink energies collided with a tremendous crash. At that moment, the world was enveloped in silence, replaced by a blinding white light. Subsequently, a colossal energy sphere began to expand at the point of impact, devouring and vaporizing everything in its vicinity. In the divine hall, a cloaked figure abruptly awoke from meditation. Rushing to the edge of the sanctuary, he gazed down at the mortal realm, disbelief etched across his features. These two energies. Piccolo felt the terrifying power emanating from the direction of Satan City, sending shivers through his very soul. One of them was all too familiar, Gohan. But how could he be so overwhelmingly powerful? The other, unmistakably Cell, yet tainted with an aura of wickedness. What on earth had transpired? Without further hesitation, Piccolo transformed into a flash of white light, racing towards the eye of the energy storm. He had to witness it with his own eyes. In the mountain's rear, the aftermath of the energy clash gradually subsided. The previously modified terrain lay once more in ruins, replaced by a massive pit over 10 kilometers in diameter, unfathomably deep. The edges of the crater continued to melt, releasing scalding steam. Gohan hovered in midair, gasping for breath. The transformation into Super Saiyan Level 3 exacted a tremendous toll on his stamina. That last full-powered Kamehameha had nearly drained him of half his energy. Before him, Cell emerged slowly from the haze of dust. His pink form bore extensive damage, with half of his body even vaporized. Yet in the blink of an eye, the flesh writhed, cells reconstituting. All injuries healed in a mere 2 seconds. Ding! High-intensity energy impact. Data analysis efficiency significantly enhanced. Completion of Super Saiyan 3 data analysis. 55, 78, 99. Analysis complete. Successfully deciphered. Super Saiyan 3. Gained 500 million evolution points. The system's notification rang in Cell's ears like the most exquisite symphony. Is it over, Gohan? Cell flexed his newly restored arm, continuing to unleash his power. Gohan, however, did not respond. He merely gathered his energy once more, preparing for another assault. At that moment, a green figure descended like lightning at the battlefield's edge. It was Piccolo. He stood there, stunned, gazing at Gohan, who was bathed in golden lightning, his hair cascading down to his waist. Then he glanced at the unscathed, malevolent pink creature. Finally, his gaze fell upon Goku and Vegeta observing from a distance. His mind went blank. Gohan. Piccolo struggled to utter the name. This power far exceeded that of the Cell who once filled him with despair. In fact, it surpassed any adversary he could possibly conceive. He had grown. Truly, he had matured. A complex wave of shock, relief, and pride surged within Piccolo's heart. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan noticed the newcomer, his stern visage breaking into a familiar, gentle smile. This expression snapped Piccolo back to reality. What on earth are you all doing? He shouted towards Goku and Vegeta. Hey, Piccolo, you made it. Goku scratched his head. As you can see, we're training. Training? Piccolo nearly erupted with laughter. Turning the earth into a practice ground and creating a massive pit that nearly obliterated the continent was termed training? Vegeta merely snorted, turning his head away. He wished to say nothing. With each glance at Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 form, his inner pride endured further torment. Enough. At that moment, Cell's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. He glanced at his system panel. The analysis was complete, his goals achieved. Today's training ends here. Cell reverted from his Majin form, returning to his original appearance. The suffocating aura of malevolence vanished without a trace. Gohan finally breathed a sigh of relief, canceling his Super Saiyan 3 transformation and slowly descending from the air. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to falter. Videl rushed forward to support him. Gohan, are you okay? I'm fine. Gohan waved his hand, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. Hey, everyone. A figure in the distance sped towards them in a car. Chapter 36, An Unending Ascent. The car door flung open. A man sporting an outrageous pompadour and clad in an extravagant suit stumbled out, rolling and scrambling from the vehicle. His bow tie askew and expensive shoes caked in dust, he appeared utterly disheveled. It was Mr. Satan. Oh my heavens! My mountain! My yard! Are you all alright? He stared at the immense pit before him, as if it had been struck by a meteor, his demeanor frozen in shock. The modified terrain was reduced to charred earth and molten rock. His heart bled, yet his face quickly contorted into an exaggerated expression of concern, as if he cared more about the safety of these individuals than his property. Daddy! Videl exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Just wait a moment. I have something to say. His full attention shifted to the superhumans capable of obliterating the world with a flick of their wrist. He jogged over, cleared his throat, and opened his arms wide, striking what he believed to be an incredibly charismatic pose. Everyone, I have tremendous news to announce. His voice boomed with fervor, resonating across the desolate ruins. In 1 year, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held again. Global live broadcast, with the eyes of the world upon us. He grew increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling as if he could already envision countless cheers and flashes directed at him. The spotlight of the world would once again shine upon him, and the name of Satan Champion would echo globally. Observing the indifferent expressions on the faces around him, Satan hastily added, fearful that these genuine powerhouses might misunderstand him. Of course, all the profits we earn will go towards repairing this training ground, making it even sturdier. I guarantee you'll be able to fight even more vigorously next time. He spoke with utmost sincerity, as if he were a generous philanthropist. Afterward, he cautiously inched closer to Cell, resembling a fox cautiously approaching a beast. He lowered his voice, forcing a smile that teetered on the edge of obsequiousness. Lord Cell, he began, his tone dripping with flattery. You see, during that press conference, wasn't it stated that I was the one who bested you with my own hands? And out of admiration for my prowess, you became my disciple? He hesitated before continuing. For this upcoming competition, might I request that you, in the capacity of my disciple. Represent me, advance to the finals, and then, in that moment of immense public scrutiny, graciously relinquish the championship to me? Satan rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation, even winking at Cell with an expression that suggested a shared understanding. Din covered her face in disbelief. She felt as if her toes were awkwardly digging into her shoes, wishing desperately for a hole to swallow her whole. Her father, for the sake of some ephemeral fame and fortune, was willing to stoop to any depths and utter any words. The concept of shame appeared non-existent to him. Dad, please don't. Her plea was abruptly silenced by a roar, stifled with unbridled fury. Cell. Piccolo could no longer contain himself. His towering green form flashed, positioning itself between the recently recovered, exhausted Gohan and Cell. Anger erupted from him, causing the air, still heated from the recent battle, to cool slightly. He pointed an accusatory finger at Cell. Look at Gohan. Your training methods are depleting his very life force. You show no regard for his well-being. What do you consider him? Merely a tool for combat? A subject for your experiments? Satan flinched at the sudden surge of energy, retreating several steps to hide behind Gula. Cell merely gazed at Piccolo with an unwavering calm, as if the latter's furious outburst was nothing more than a trivial breeze. Destroyer, he uttered, the word floating lightly from his lips. Instantly, the arena fell into a profound silence. Even Piccolo, who had been roaring moments before, stood frozen. His anger crystallized on his face. In that moment, even Gohan, in his current state, found Cell's words devoid of any fluctuation. He could not withstand them for even a second. 1 second. The weight of that phrase enveloped everyone in despair. The cataclysmic transformation they had just witnessed could not endure even a fleeting second. If they did not strive harder, extracting every ounce of potential, this planet, along with all of us, would vanish like mere dust. Cell's gaze swept over Piccolo, over Goku, over Vegeta. At that juncture, would discussions of physical limits hold any significance? The chilling words extinguished all of Piccolo's fury, rendering his inquiries feeble in the face of such a merciless future. Indeed, if everyone perished, what meaning would protection hold? It's all right, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said, supporting Din as he struggled to stand upright. He met Piccolo's worried and pained expression with warmth in his heart. Yet he shook his head. Mr. Cell speaks the truth. I can feel it. I am still far from strong enough. Piccolo gazed into Gohan's clear and resolute eyes, devoid of confusion or coerced agony, only yearning for strength and an awakening to the future. At that moment, another long-suppressed emotion erupted like a volcano at its breaking point. Cell. Vegeta's roar was even more ferocious than Piccolo's earlier outburst. Is this what you call training? Allowing this boy to race ahead of us all? His body trembled slightly from overwhelming frustration. The golden flames of his aura surged uncontrollably around him, crackling with explosive force, shattering the debris beneath his feet into powder. Why? Why must it always be Kakarot's son? Years ago, in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had been the first to breach the threshold of Super Saiyan. Yet now, the one who truly surpassed that boundary and reached the second stage was this young boy. History was repeating itself once more. After enduring grueling trials of willpower, he had finally managed to catch up to Kakarot, even surpass him. Yet in the blink of an eye, this boy had once again left them in the dust. Keep pushing me, Vegeta shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Cell. Increase the intensity of the training. I need to grow stronger. I require a mightier opponent, a greater challenge. The earlier insistence on showcasing Gohan's strength now felt like a mere jest. As he observed the unfolding scene, Cell's plan was progressing flawlessly along its intended path. He craved a spectrum of emotions: jealousy, resentment, fury, desire, each serving as the finest fuel to propel the Saiyan combat machine into the realm of the divine. Excellent, he announced, his voice low yet cutting through the cacophony. In that case, we shall advance to the second phase of training, team combat. The mere mention of those words sent a jolt through Goku and Vegeta, who instantly grasped their implications. It was no longer a simple one-on-one, but a more intricate melee. Yet Vegeta's wrath had not subsided. After venting his fury, he instead grew eerily calm. He slowly turned to face Cell again, his deep-set eyes ablaze with indomitable fire. Before we commence team combat, he stated in a low, firm tone, Cell, I challenge you. Everyone was taken aback. Not training, Vegeta emphasized each word with deliberate intensity, as if forcing them through clenched teeth, but an actual fight. Bring forth the same vigor you displayed against that boy and face me. His declaration reverberated like a bombshell, demanding confirmation of the gap between himself and this unfathomable monster. He sought to measure that seemingly insurmountable chasm with his own body. Goku, upon hearing this, shifted from excitement to an unprecedented seriousness. He too turned his gaze to Cell, his eyes brimming with anticipation and combat fervor. Vegeta had voiced the very question that lingered in his mind. Broly stood silently nearby, equally curious, pondering how long the current Vegeta could endure a battle of such magnitude. Cell stroked his chin, contemplating. The limits of the three are beginning to waver. Just one more intense, direct impact will shatter them completely. It was time to take that most critical step. This battle would serve as the ultimate catalyst. Very well, Cell calmly replied, as if agreeing to a casual sparring match. Chapter 37. The Angry Prince Surpasses Goku. The moment Cell's words hung in the air, Vegeta's furious roar transformed into a golden tempest. The ground beneath him cracked, the golden aura erupting more violently than ever before. Fine blue lightning danced around his form, crackling with explosive energy. Super Saiyan Level 2. Moreover, he was channeling the fruits of his mental training, infusing all his resentment and rage into his most formidable stance. Cell. He halted 10 meters away from Cell, his voice resonating with a chilling gravitas. I witnessed your recent battle with Gohan, he declared. That power, that speed, Vegeta's fists slowly clenched. You didn't even unleash your full strength, did you? Gohan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, reflecting on the earlier confrontation. Indeed, although Cell appeared earnest, there was an unmistakable air of ease about him. You are toying with us, Vegeta continued, like a cat plays with a mouse. Cell remained silent. Answer me, Vegeta bellowed, his golden aura surging dramatically. What is your true strength? Do you wish to know? Cell finally replied, his tone devoid of emotion, sending a chill down one's spine. Absolutely. Vegeta responded without hesitation. Then let us see. No sooner had he spoken than Cell's figure vanished from sight. Too fast. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Cell appeared before him. With a resounding thud, a seemingly casual chop struck the side of Vegeta's neck. He was sent hurtling sideways like a marionette with severed strings, rolling across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Vegeta, Goku shouted, attempting to rush to his aid. Do not interfere, Kakarot. Vegeta rose from the ground, a trickle of blood staining his lip. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, his face not reflecting fear, but rather an exhilarated grin. Ha! Yes. This is true power. He laughed maniacally, his golden aura erupting once more, seemingly unscathed. Come on, Cell. Vegeta roared, charging forward. This time, his speed was markedly enhanced. His fist, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly for Cell's face. Cell merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Vegeta did not falter, but followed up with a knee strike. Cell raised his arm to block, producing a dull thud. Not bad, Cell acknowledged, much stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's inner fury ignited further. Ada. He began to unleash a flurry of attacks, fists and feet raining down like a tempest upon Cell. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike bore cataclysmic force, rending the air with sharp howls. Yet Cell remained unfazed, either dodging or blocking, easily neutralizing Vegeta's every assault. His calm demeanor only fueled Vegeta's rage. Why? Vegeta roared after yet another attack was thwarted. Why do you always make it seem so effortless? Cell offered no reply, continuing his defensive counterattacks. Occasionally, his own strikes inflicted considerable pain upon Vegeta. Nevertheless, Vegeta gritted his teeth and pressed on. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, he held. I will not be defeated by anyone. His attacks became increasingly frenzied, disregarding defense entirely, a desperate onslaught. Cell regarded the reckless Saiyan Prince before him with a slight smirk. System notification, emotional fluctuations detected at critical levels. Recommendation, increase stimulation intensity to facilitate breakthrough. Vegeta, Cell suddenly spoke, do you know? Vegeta's assault momentarily paused. In my earlier battle with Gohan, I utilized 60% of my strength. In facing you, I have not even expended 30%. This revelation struck Vegeta like a thunderbolt, piercing through his very core. You bastard. He roared in fury. Would you like to experience true power? Cell inquired. Without waiting for Vegeta's response, Cell's aura began to rise. Boom. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the battlefield in an instant. The intensity of this aura far surpassed that of his previous fight against Gohan. Vegeta felt his body tremble, not from fear, but from the oppressive force that rendered him nearly immobile. Is this your true strength? Vegeta managed to ask with great difficulty. Not yet. Cell shook his head. This is perhaps 80%. 80%. Vegeta's worldview shattered completely. A torrent of negative emotions surged within him. Unthinkable. He howled toward the heavens. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, a certain restraint within him began to loosen. An unprecedented power surged forth from the depths of his being. Aya! Vegeta's roar shook the very heavens, enveloping him in a dazzling golden light. His hair began to grow wildly, unlike Gohan's, as it surged backward like a raging flame. His eyebrows vanished, Yet the prominence of his brow bone made his visage appear even more fierce. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. But this was Vegeta's own unique transformation. Imbued with the majesty of a king. Ding. New energy form detected. Evolution point acquired. 800 million. Cell gazed at the newly transformed Vegeta with satisfaction. However, as soon as Vegeta completed his transformation, the immense drain of energy left him teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance. The toll this form took on his stamina far exceeded his expectations. Good, Cell nodded. You have finally taken that step. Vegeta offered no reply, as he lacked the strength for further speech. A profound sense of exhaustion washed over him, causing the newly ascended Saiyan Prince to gradually sink to the ground. Chapter 38. The eve of the martial arts tournament, all members at maximum condition. Dad. Trunks darted to Vegeta's side, cautiously helping his swaying father to his feet. Incredible. That power was even greater than Gohan's. Vegeta's trembling hand reached toward his son's head, a hint of pride flickering on his pale face, drained from the immense exertion. Of course, he replied. Goku approached slowly from the side. Vegeta, I am truly delighted. You, who have longed to grow stronger, have found your purpose. Trunks and Bulma, right? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face flushed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, withdrawing his hand. Enough chatter, Kakarot. This time, I will not allow you to surpass me so easily. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. Prepare yourself. I will compete in that so-called World Martial Arts Tournament. My primary target is you. Ah, I understand. Soon, I too shall catch up to you and Gohan, and... Goku's tone shifted as he turned to Cell, his gaze sharpening. Cell stood with his arms crossed nearby. Children, huh? He then glanced at Videl, who seemed to sense his gaze, and turned to look at him. What is it, Cell? Nothing. Cell replied to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan, I'll leave matters here in your capable hands. Mr. Satan, taken aback, nodded vigorously. Of course, Lord Cell. A year passed quietly. Cell initiated the chaotic training regime. 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3, various combinations taking turns to battle. Gohan and Vegeta solidified their mastery of the new transformation. Their control over the Super Saiyan 3rd grade increasingly refined. In just 6 months, Goku has transcended the barrier of Super Saiyan 3, while Broly has developed a new level beyond Super Saiyan 2. The strength of the 4 fighters is remarkably balanced. In every skirmish they engage in sends tremors through the earth. Naturally, Cell, utilizing his system of systematic cultivation, continues to outpace them all in power. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remain until the martial arts tournament commences. In the heart of Satan City, a magnificent new stadium has risen, adorned with a grand banner proclaiming the world's greatest martial arts tournament, shimmering under the sunlight. Media vans from various outlets are already in position, with countless journalists brandishing cameras, scouring for newsworthy material. Within the opulent living room of the Satan residence, Mr. Satan, clad in a brand new martial arts uniform, paces excitedly before the gathered crowd. In just 3 days, the eyes of the entire world will be upon us. His face flushes with excitement as he gestures animatedly. We have surpassed 10,000 registrations. Among them are martial arts masters from various nations. Videl, seated on the sofa, shakes her head in exasperation. Dad, could you please temper your excitement? How can I not be excited? Mr. Satan turns to face Cell. Mr. Cell, I have already completed your registration. The world champion's protege. Cell nods in acknowledgement. Understood. Goku scratches his head. By the way, will the arena be able to withstand our battles? Of course. Vegeta scoffs. Do you think Bulma has been running to Satan City all year for no reason? She's been making breakthroughs in technology. Gohan quickly interjects. The arena is not only robust in material, even the barriers for the audience can withstand Broly's ferocious strikes. I want to participate too. Videl exclaims, leaping to her feet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Satan's face pales at her declaration. Videl, you cannot enter. It's far too dangerous. Why not? Videl puts her hands on her hips. You know my strength, right? But. Mr. Satan is visibly flustered. He is well aware of Videl's prowess, having trained alongside these formidable beings and under Cell's tutelage. However, the concern lies in the multitude of terrifying monsters in the arena. Injuries are inevitable in such a fierce competition. Videl, Gohan speaks up. If you are entering, then I will register as well. Really? Gohan. Videl's eyes light up. Of course. Gohan smiles, though secretly he thinks, this isn't training. If danger arises, I will protect you at all costs. Humph. Vegeta snorts disdainfully. The rest are merely fodder. Such arrogance can lead to demise. Cooler rises from the corner. Sometimes, the determination of the weak is far more fearsome than the pride of the strong. You're entering as well? Vegeta frowns. Indeed, Cooler rolls his neck. The transformation of Son Gohan has inspired new strategies in me, and this year, I shall ensure you monkeys face a humiliating defeat on the arena. Broly silently nods in agreement, clearly indicating his intention to compete as well. Excellent. Wonderful, Mr. Satan exclaims, overwhelmed with joy. With all of you, my friends, participating, victory will surely be ours. He begins to envision the aftermath, picturing himself as the last one standing in the grand finale. Cell observes the group, calculating in his mind. The martial arts tournament is about to unfold a new chapter. Surely, that illustrious figure will make an appearance as well. Chapter 39, The Gathering of Deities at the Martial Arts Tournament. By the way, Gohan suddenly recalls. Are Goten and Trunks also participating? Of course. The two youngsters chime in unison. But you're still too young, Gohan expresses concern. Brother, we are strong too. Goten retorts defiantly. Yes, Uncle Goku has taught us how to fuse. Trunks joins in the enthusiasm. Fuse? Gohan raises an eyebrow. It's that dance. Goten begins to demonstrate. Stop. Goku quickly intervenes, moving close to the boys and whispering, we can't fuse here. We promised it would be a surprise for everyone. Mr. Satan looks on, utterly confused. Fuse? Dance? What on earth are they talking about? Children can participate. There is a designated youth division. Mr. Satan waves a hand dismissively. That is fine. Let them join the adult division. Cell interjects smoothly. Very well, Mr. Cell. I will explain the situation to the tournament organizers. Mr. Satan rushes off with enthusiasm. The living room falls into silence. Cell, Goku suddenly speaks. Do you think there will be any particularly formidable opponents at this tournament? Cell does not respond directly, but instead walks to the window, gazing at the colossal stadium in the distance. Perhaps extraordinary individuals will emerge. A glimmer of profound insight passes through his eyes. Videl approaches Cell. Cell, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Cell gently pats her head. I am merely anticipating a stronger path. Videl nods, somewhat understanding yet perplexed. By the way, Gohan, Videl blushes slightly as she turns to him. Let's explore Satan City over the next 3 days. I haven't had a chance to be a good host yet. Sure. Gohan nods enthusiastically. As these individuals continue their discussions about the tournament, Cell's thoughts drift to a more distant place. The god of destruction. The emergence of the Majin cannot be far off now. Just how far can I push my abilities? This tournament presents an opportune moment for a significant harvest of evolutionary points. As night falls, in the back garden of the Satan residence, Vegeta and Goku are still engaged in their training bouts. Both maintain their normal forms, yet every clash reverberates like thunder. Broly stands alone at a distance, eyes closed in meditation, a gentle green aura flowing around him, starkly contrasting with his typically ferocious appearance. Cooler is engrossed in studying some documents. As Cell approaches, he discovers these are profiles of some tournament participants. Have you found anything intriguing? Cell inquires. Most are rather mundane. Cooler shakes his head, but a few seem somewhat unusual. He points to one of the profiles. This male named Shin displayed some anomalous power readings upon registration. Cell glances at it and smiles faintly. The Supreme Kai is finally arriving. While watching the anime, he once thought this character was formidable enough to frighten Piccolo into a pale hue. Yet ultimately, he became a source of comic relief. And there's a certain red-faced individual, Cooler smirks. It seems this tournament will be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. At that moment, Mr. Satan bursts back into the room, brimming with excitement. Good news. Good news. He waves a stack of registration forms. Everyone is signed up. And the organizing committee has granted us special privileges. What special privileges? Videl asks curiously. Because I am the reigning champion, we can proceed directly to the main event. No preliminary rounds required. Mr. Satan boasts, completely oblivious to the bemused expressions on the faces of those around him. By the way, Mr. Satan suddenly remembers. There will be a pre-tournament press conference tomorrow. All seed participants must attend. A press conference? Goku scratches his head. What is that? It's just a chance for everyone to make an appearance before the media and say a few words. Satan elucidated that the primary purpose was to garner publicity. I certainly do not wish to face those reporters, Vegeta frowned. No worries. I shall handle it. Satan confidently proclaimed, patting his chest, you need only stand by. Cell observed this Earthling, willing to do anything for fame and fortune, and found it somewhat amusing. However, it presented a perfect opportunity to scrutinize the other competitors, especially the two who had come to harvest energy. As night deepened, the training concluded. Everyone retreated to their quarters to rest, preparing for the press conference the following day and the martial arts tournament 3 days hence. Cell stood on the balcony, gazing at the brightly lit stadium in the distance. System notification, multiple high-energy signatures detected converging on this location. Intriguing. It seems this martial arts tournament will indeed be quite eventful. Chapter 40, A Simple Head Explosion. Frightening the Kaioshin. On the following morning, Mr. Satan, do you have anything to say to the nation's audience? A reporter inquired, extending the microphone towards him. Satan adjusted his tie, revealing his trademark exaggerated smile. Absolutely. Dear audience members. He spread his arms wide, striking what he believed to be a formidable pose. This World Martial Arts Tournament will be the most spectacular in history. For I, Satan, the world champion, shall once again demonstrate my unparalleled strength. The reporters beneath him snapped photos frantically, the flashes blinding. Moreover, Satan's voice boomed even louder. I have brought my esteemed disciples and friends. They are all formidable masters capable of rivaling my prowess. He gestured towards Cell and the others standing behind him in a line. Cell stood expressionless at the forefront. Goku scratched his head with a goofy grin, while Vegeta crossed his arms, exuding impatience. This is my prized disciple, Cell. Rest assured, you have all witnessed his strength. And of course, he has completely reformed. Satan patted Cell's shoulder, oblivious to the latter's incredulous expression. And these distinguished individuals are martial arts prodigies I have encountered. Mr. Satan, a reporter raised his hand. Given that these individuals are so powerful, are you not concerned they may threaten your championship status? Satan laughed heartily. Threaten? How could that be possible? He pounded his chest, brimming with pride. No matter how strong they are, they could never be my match. Vegeta's temples began to throb. This idiotic world champion truly was the epitome of shamelessness. Furthermore, Satan continued to boast, in this competition, I shall unveil a brand new ultimate technique. I guarantee it will leave everyone astounded. What ultimate technique? The reporters excitedly pressed. Haha, that is a secret. Satan replied mysteriously, winking, you shall find out in due time. Cell smirked inwardly. This fool's ultimate technique was likely begging for mercy. Excuse me, this contestant. A reporter suddenly directed the microphone towards a stranger beside them. He was a young man with pale purple skin, pointed ears, and peculiar attire. What is your name? Sin, the man replied calmly, yet his voice carried an inexplicable authority. Cell instantly became alert. The Kaioshin had finally made his appearance. Sin, what are your thoughts on this competition? Sin glanced at Satan, then surveyed Cell and the others. An intriguing group of contestants, he remarked succinctly, a flicker of depth flashing in his eyes. Particularly these few, their auras are quite unusual. Vegeta furrowed his brow. This guy can sense their energy? Haha, of course, it is unusual. Satan completely missed the underlying meaning. Sin fell silent again, merely standing quietly to the side. And this red-faced contestant. The reporter shifted focus to another individual. All right. Seeing the topic hijacked, Satan quickly reclaimed the spotlight. Does anyone have further questions for me? Mr. Satan. A reporter raised his hand. Sin silently observed it all. These individuals, particularly the one named Cell, possessed an extraordinary aura. There were also several concealed energies. Their strengths far surpassing that of ordinary Earthlings. It appeared this martial arts tournament would be more complex than anticipated. At that moment, two robust figures squeezed past him. Both bore a peculiar M mark on their foreheads. Cell caught sight of this unusual spectacle. Babiti's minions. He made no noise, quietly slipping away from Satan's fervent speech to follow them. In the secluded resting area behind the competition venue, devoid of any onlookers. This time, Lord Babidi has requested us to gather as much pure and powerful energy as possible. Spopovich, do any suitable targets among the contestants present? A slightly lean man, yet equally muscular, asked. He was Yamcha. The towering, muscular man referred to as Spopovich grinned wickedly. I have already conducted an investigation. Behind that useless champion, Satan, there is a fellow named Cell, who apparently caused a ruckus 7 years ago. His strength should be considerable. The others seem inconsequential. If we can gather his energy, our mission will exceed expectations. Is that so? A cold voice emerged from behind them. You need not concern yourselves. What? Spopovich and Yamcha jumped, spinning around in shock. Cell was slowly emerging from the shadow of a pillar. Cell, Spopovich exclaimed in disbelief. How did you get here? The two quickly exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intent. An opportunity has presented itself. Surrender your energy. Spopovich roared, charging at Cell alongside Yamcha, their muscles bulging. Cell merely regarded them with nonchalance. Just as the two were about to pounce upon him, a glimmer flickered in Cell's eyes. A tremendous mental pressure slammed into their minds. Ugh, Spopovich's movements halted abruptly. His eyes bulging, bloodshot. His head swelled like a balloon, veins protruding. Then bang. With a muffled sound, Spopovich's head exploded. Blood and tissue splattered everywhere. The headless corpse staggering twice before crashing to the ground. Yamcha, witnessing this gruesome and terrifying scene, was paralyzed with fear, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. No longer daring to strike at Cell, his mind was consumed by a singular thought, flee. Yet, as he turned to escape, he found his body ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobile. No need to rush, Cell strolled towards him, looking down from his elevated position. After we finish the matches here, you will take me to see Babidi. Yamcha, entirely unaware of the monster's intentions, could only nod in response, paralyzed by sheer terror. As for the energy, a wicked smile gradually spread across Cell's face. Soon, the arena would be flooded with an overwhelming abundance of energy, ripe for the taking. I, too, wish for the demon to emerge sooner. Yamu trembled violently, cold sweat soaking through his clothing. The King Kai, who observed everything from the shadows, dared not even breathe, suppressing his aura to an extreme degree, devoid of the grandeur he once possessed. This individual, no, this creature, was nothing short of a demon. Chapter 41, The Astonished King Kai. This pre-match display is rather acceptable, don't you think, King Kai? Sin jolted at the sound of Cell's voice. His body, concealed in the shadows, froze in place. Gathering his composure, he slowly emerged from behind the pillar. Your methods are exceedingly radical. He attempted to maintain his dignity, although he was well aware that neither of these two were virtuous beings. Moreover, what exactly is your objective? How do you know about the Majin? Cell turned to face the King Kai's eyes. I possess much more knowledge than you realize. The calmness of his assertion left Sin gasping for air. What you need to understand is that I am currently on your side. The Majin pose no significant threat. There was an undeniable confidence in Cell's words. The inhabitants of this planet have already surpassed your imagination. What? Sin's expression grew increasingly incredulous. How could this remote planet possibly? Just observe the battle closely this time. Cell interrupted, glancing at Yamu, who was paralyzed with fear on the ground. As for resurrecting the Majin, this fool will manage it. Yamu, receiving Cell's cue, nodded fervently, adopting an utterly submissive demeanor. 2 days later, the competition officially commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, a host with short blonde hair and sunglasses shouted into the microphone with an incendiary fervor. The highly anticipated 25th World Martial Arts Tournament has finally returned. This arena is specially sponsored by the world-renowned Capsule Corporation. With the newly developed energy-absorbing barriers and high-strength alloy materials, all attendees will enjoy a superior experience and absolute safety. Long live Miss Bulma. Capsule Corporation benefits the world. A thunderous response erupted from the audience, filled with frenzied supporters of Capsule Corporation. In the contestant preparation room backstage, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Cell brought Sin before the Z Fighters. This is Mr. Sin, who is also a contestant in this tournament. Cell introduced him without elaboration. Goku curiously examined him, while Vegeta dismissively turned away. The red-faced attendant beside them, witnessing their reactions, exclaimed, "What is this attitude towards the King Kai?" "Jebbit, it's all right." Sin reassured him. However, the moment Piccolo heard the announcement, his expression shifted drastically. What? The host is stunned. Piccolo has forfeited. Therefore, the winner of this match is Mr. Sin. Goku and Gohan rushed over. "Uncle Piccolo, what is going on?" "I'll explain later," Piccolo replied, visibly tense, his gaze fixed on Sin. Sin could only respond with an awkward smile. Now, on to the second match. The host's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Introducing the beloved daughter of our world champion, Mr. Satan, Miss Videl, competing against contestant number 18. As the two ascended the stage, the eyes of countless male spectators widened. One was a spirited combat girl with a refreshing short haircut, while the other was a stunning blonde, a mature woman of exquisite beauty and charisma. Ooh, Videl, 18, 18. The contrasting cheers reverberated throughout the arena. Ding, the gong sounded. The match began. In the instant the words left the host's lips, Videl vanished from her spot. She reappeared at 18's side, executing a swift horizontal kick accompanied by a slicing wind. Boom. 18 raised her arm to block, feeling a tremendous force reverberate through her limb, causing her heart to leap. The intensity of this attack was far beyond that of an ordinary human. It seemed she would not need to hold back. Without retreating, 18 aimed her palm at the now closed Videl, condensing a powerful energy wave. Whoosh! A yellow beam of energy erupted forth. Videl, unfazed, harnessed her core, arching her body dangerously backward to narrowly evade the attack. Simultaneously, she pushed off the arena floor, unleashing a surge of energy. A white aura surged from her, redirecting the mist energy wave, which collided with the distant protective barrier, sending ripples through the air. What? The audience erupted in astonishment. What was that? Miss Videl can utilize such techniques. On the stage, 18's expression grew serious. Not bad. She flexed her wrist. But I'm not finished yet. Videl called out. Charging forward once more, the two ceased using energy waves, engaging in a primal exchange of fists and kicks. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of their strikes resonated like thunder, moving so fast they were nearly a blur. The audience could only grasp the full scope of their battle through the screen's slow-motion feature. Their fight expanded beyond the ground, each light touch of their toes on the arena floor propelling their bodies several meters into the air. Eventually, they began a fierce struggle mid-air. This surreal spectacle left the ordinary audience utterly spellbound. Meanwhile, in the contestant preparation room, King Kai-Sin was left in a state of shock, his mouth slightly agape. He completely forgot his divine identity. These two women. He could distinctly sense the energy emanating from their rapidly intertwining forms in the air. While not as terrifying as the Majin, they were undoubtedly cosmic-level warriors. Each possessed the power to easily obliterate a planet. How is this even possible? He pondered. Villains like Frieza had been rare in the universe for centuries. Yet on this planet called Earth, even seemingly ordinary women exhibited such formidable combat prowess. He had initially thought Cell's boastful words were mere exaggeration. But now, as he watched the battle unfold on the screen, he realized that this planet had truly surpassed even the god's imagination. Chapter 42, The Martial Arts Prodigy and the Born Beast. As the intense battle reached its climax, both fighters were left severely fatigued, with Videl succumbing to a decisive blow. You are truly impressive. Without the permanent energy core, I might not have been your match. 18 said, supporting Videl. Videl. Gohan dashed forward, carefully taking the girl from 18's grasp, cradling her gently in his arms. Gohan-kun. Videl leaned against Gohan's chest, feeling his warmth. Her pent-up grievances finally spilling over. You've done remarkably well, Gohan comforted softly. In the contestant preparation area, Cell approached the girl with relaxed hands. Well done. Videl, trembling in his embrace, lifted her gaze over Gohan's shoulder, catching sight of the calm figure. Wiping away her tears, she clenched her fists tightly. Next time, I shall undoubtedly become stronger. Wow, what an exhilarating duel. What a noble spirit of martial artists. The host rushed back onto the stage, passionately shouting into the microphone, declaring that although the victor has been determined, friendship endures. Let us extend the warmest applause to these two magnificent female warriors. The entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Contestant 18's battle with Miss Videl has set a perfect precedent for our martial arts tournament. The forthcoming clashes will elevate the atmosphere to unprecedented heights. The host took a deep breath, elongating his voice. Now, let us welcome the next pair of combatants. He is a martial arts prodigy brimming with infinite potential. Son Gohan. Contestant. As he was introduced, Gohan entrusted Videl to the side with Satan, then gracefully leaped onto the stage. And his opponent. The host's voice soared an octave higher, revealing another inscrutable powerhouse. Beneath a facade of silence lies a force akin to a volcano. Broly, contestant. Broly ascended the steps quietly, each step imparting an inexplicable weight upon the entire venue. The two faced each other in the center of the stage, one with a focused expression, the other devoid of emotion. At this moment, the cacophony of the crowd ceased, as everyone felt the oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. I shall carry the spirit of Miss Videl and seize the championship. Dong. The sound of the gong marking the start of the match resonated as the sole sound in the arena. The figures of both fighters simultaneously vanished from their original positions. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted at the center of the stage. A terrifying wave of energy spread wildly from the point of impact in all directions. The seemingly indestructible platform trembled ever so slightly. In the audience, spectators could only manage to catch glimpses of the events occurring within that fleeting moment through the slow-motion footage on the big screen. Two fists collided with tremendous force, exchanging blows dozens of times in mere moments. No extravagant techniques were employed, only the raw clash of primal power. Once warmed up, both fighters slid back several meters, halting at the edge of the stage. Goodness! The very platform quaked beneath their battle. The host clutched the microphone, nearly shouting. In the contestants' preparation room, the Supreme Kai-Shin and his attendant Kibito stood frozen in astonishment. These are mere mortals from the lower realms. Nearby, Yamcha gaped in disbelief, trembling as he raised the energy monitor in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. The digits above fluctuated wildly. How is this possible? Gohan and Broly exchanged glances, recognizing the same fighting spirit reflected in each other's eyes. In the next moment, two drastically different, yet equally terrifying auras surged skyward. Boom. A golden beam of light and a green tempest erupted simultaneously, illuminating the entire martial arts arena in a resplendent glow. Amid the dazzling golden light, Gohan's hair stood upright, transforming into pure gold, while electric arcs danced around him. On the opposite side, Broly's physique expanded within the green flames, his muscles bulging, and his hair shifting to an eerie shade of green. The frenzied energy morphed into tangible wind pressure, slamming against the protective barrier and creating visible ripples. What is this? They are glowing. Instead of fear, the audience erupted into even more fervent cheers. The Supreme Kai swallowed hard, glancing at the composed man beside him. Mr. Cell, please be sure to inform me of everything after the match. So many. Yamcha stared in terror at the device in his hand. The numbers displayed had surpassed a unit he could scarcely comprehend. The energy emanating from them had already reached 4,000 units. This figure is nearly on par with Lord Dubra. On the stage, the battle reignited. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of light, one golden and the other green, intertwined wildly on the platform. Bang, bang, bang. Broly roared, unleashing a barrage of green energy spheres mercilessly towards Gohan. Boom, boom, boom. Gohan's figure darted through the intense explosions, accelerating suddenly to appear directly above Broly, legs together. He struck downward like a battle axe. Boom. Broly raised his robust arms to block, the sound of cracking bones echoing under the strain. The agonizing pain did not deter him. Instead, it ignited a deeper ferocity within him. Roar. Broly disregarded defense entirely, channeling a massive surge of green energy in his other hand, unleashing a close-range energy blast aimed squarely at Gohan's chest. Chapter 43, Super Saiyan 3 vs. Transcended Super Saiyan 2. Bang. Gohan instantly summoned a golden energy shield, absorbing Broly's close-range assault. The terrifying shockwave detonated between them, propelling Gohan backward. A thick cloud of dust swirling in the air, yet he remained unperturbed. As he was sent flying, Gohan clasped his hands together at his waist, rapidly gathering blue energy in his palms. Kamehameha. A robust beam of light shot from Gohan's hands, hurtling towards the still-anchored Broly. Broly had not anticipated Gohan's counterattack under such conditions. Boom. The energy wave struck Broly's chest with immense force, propelling him backward several meters. Excellent. Keep going. Broly let out a satisfied roar. Truly formidable, Broly. Gohan gazed at Broly with equal excitement. The audience erupted in a thunderous ovation. How spectacular. Contestant Gohan managed to launch a counterattack while being sent flying. The host stumbled over his words in excitement. In the next moment, Broly's response intensified. His muscles began to swell dramatically, and the green aura grew even more ferocious. Boom. An unprecedented sense of oppression radiated from Broly. His body expanded yet again, his hair becoming even more disheveled, blue arcs dancing around the green flames. The legendary Super Saiyan second grade. Gohan sensed the terrifying aura, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Broly appeared as though a demonic deity had descended. Whoosh. Broly's speed had multiplied compared to before, almost teleporting in front of Gohan. Bang. A heavy punch struck Gohan squarely on the face. The force of the punch surged toward his cheek, leaving a white shockwave in its wake. Just as Gohan attempted to react, Broly's second punch was already upon him. Bang, bang, bang. A torrential downpour of furious punches rained down, leaving Gohan with no choice but to block with all his might. The overwhelming force rendered his arms numb, blood beginning to seep from his muscles. If he persisted, they would surely rupture. The violent energy momentarily pushed Broly back. Wild electric dragons began to swirl around Gohan, his hair cascading down to his waist. Brow furrowed as Super Saiyan 3 emerged. Observing his opponent unleashing their full power, Broly reignited his assault. After another successful block, Gohan swiftly distanced himself. Broly refrained from pursuing, instead gathering energy with one hand, beginning to coalesce a green energy sphere. Omega. Dozens of green energy spheres, each the size of a basin, rained down like a meteor shower upon Gohan. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted continuously on the stage, clouds of dust rising. Gohan dodged left and right amid the relentless assault, narrowly evading lethal strikes on several occasions. However, Broly's onslaught was too relentless, leaving no room for counterattack. This situation was untenable. Gohan calmly assessed the battlefield. Although Broly's power had surged dramatically, his tactics remained singular, relying entirely on brute force and relentless strikes. Given this, Gohan abruptly ceased his evasive maneuvers, swiftly conjuring dozens of small, golden energy spheres with both hands. Rapid-fire energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless golden specks shot towards the green energy sphere in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The small energy orbs accurately collided with the green energy sphere, forcibly altering its trajectory. The attacks that were initially aimed at Gohan now scattered in all directions. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated around the arena, yet not a single energy sphere struck Gohan. How intriguing! Broly exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that his assault would be neutralized in such a manner. At that moment, Gohan's figure suddenly multiplied into dozens of copies. Illusory punch. Numerous Gohans surged towards Broly simultaneously, leaving him utterly unable to discern the real one. Broly unleashed a flurry of punches, each one landing on an illusion, failing to connect with the true Gohan. Here, the genuine Gohan materialized to Broly's left, hands clasped together. Solar flare. A blinding radiance erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire arena in a blinding white light. My eyes! Broly cried out in agony, shielding his eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Gohan's aura began to ascend wildly. A golden beam shot skyward, more dazzling than before. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from Gohan's center, causing the protective barrier to tremble violently. Now, Gohan vanished from his position in an instant. Broly, still rubbing his eyes, had no chance to react. Bang! A powerful, sweeping kick struck Broly's side with tremendous force. Despite the enhancements of his formidable physique, the sheer power propelled him away. Ugh! Broly soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the barrier at the edge of the arena. The barrier shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. As Broly landed outside the arena, he attempted to return to continue the battle, but was intercepted by the announcer. The crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, Gohan stood serenely at the center of the arena, his golden locks gently swaying in the breeze. Broly has been disqualified. The announcer's voice trembled. In the audience, Cell nodded appreciatively. A commendable battle. He turned to the astonished Kaioshin beside him. Now you should understand. Shin swallowed hard, unable to articulate a single word. The energy they had just unleashed was beyond his comprehension. The readings on the energy collector in Yamu's hands had already exceeded the device's limits. The outcome had far surpassed expectations. After the brief interlude, the fateful battle with Cabe commenced. Truly, Gohan is remarkable. Broly rose from the sidelines, the green aura around him dissipating. Broly's strength was equally impressive. Gohan reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his hair returning to black. The two exchanged smiles, a shared sense of camaraderie igniting fervent cheers and applause from the audience. Absolutely splendid. This is the allure of martial arts. The announcer stammered with excitement. Gohan has triumphed over the formidable Broly with extraordinary strategy and timely adaptability. The next match was about to begin. The announcer's voice rang out again. Now, let us welcome the contestant, Cooler. A purple figure ascended the arena, exuding an icy presence. Cooler. The Kaioshin immediately recognized the figure. Frieza's brother, Cooler. His opponent is Ida, a sumo master from East Asia. Ida was a stout man, his body laden with muscle and adorned with extravagant tattoos. Upon seeing Cooler, a disdainful smile crept across his face. Bakayaru, is this skinny twig my opponent? Ida cracked his neck, making popping sounds. I could take you down with a single punch. He confidently approached the arena, making a throat-cutting gesture towards Cooler. Cooler remained unresponsive, simply standing there. His crimson eyes surveyed, as if appraising a trivial insect. He stood there in silence, not even assuming a fighting stance. In the contestant preparation room, Vegeta scoffed. What a clown. How did such a specimen end up on the arena? He turned away dismissively. Goku scratched his head, but Cooler's demeanor has completely shifted. He seemed utterly unfazed by the battle between Broly and Gohan. The Kaioshin was thoroughly perplexed. Why was Cooler here? They had received news long ago about the annihilation of Cooler's army. The match is about to begin. Ding. As the bell rang, Ida charged forward like an enraged bull. Witness my ultimate technique. Thunder God Fist. His right fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtled towards Cooler's face. Cooler remained motionless, just as Ida's fist slammed into his face. It was far from over. Explosive leg, death whirlwind, divine hammer. Ida unleashed a barrage of his signature moves, gradually finding it harder to catch his breath. But the figure across from him remained unmoving. Had his strikes been so forceful that they rendered Cooler lifeless? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a slender tail shot forth from Cooler's back, effortlessly striking Ida's face. Thud. Ida's consciousness faded, and he was instantly propelled away. His body arced impossibly, piercing through the barrier that hadn't yet activated, vanishing from the audience's view. Boom. A massive crash echoed in the distance, as if something had collapsed. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. The announcer, microphone in hand, gaped as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. Wow, what? Ida has been ejected from the arena? The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Incredible. A one-hit knockout. Cooler. Cooler retracted his tail, his expression remaining unchanged. To him, this was merely swatting away a fly. The atmosphere in the contestant preparation room grew increasingly tense. It appeared that Mr. Cooler had indeed held back, Gohan remarked with a smile, glancing towards the direction where Ida had flown. Had he not restrained his power, that hefty head would have certainly burst upon impact. It seems we have all underestimated him. He must have encountered some new opportunities this past year, Broly stated calmly. Mr. Cell, Shin finally couldn't hold back. What on earth has transpired on this planet? Why are there so many beings that defy logic? Cell cast a sidelong glance at him. You think that was the climax? His words sent a shiver down Shin's spine. There's more? He glanced at the two eager newcomers, who were clearly not to be trifled with. The announcer's voice resumed, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, although the previous performance by the contestant Gula left us in awe, The ensuing battle promises to be the true highlight of the day. Let us welcome our two heavyweight contenders. First to step onto the stage is the illustrious Son Goku, the martial artist hailing from the mountainous regions and the champion of the 23rd tournament. As Goku makes his entrance from the contestant tunnel, his face bears that iconic, endearing smile. The audience erupts into thunderous applause. Former champion, Goku, and now his opponent. The hostess' voice rises an octave, revealing yet another formidable warrior of unfathomable strength. The host glances at the introduction. Prince? Indeed, he is a prince of a certain lineage, a prodigious talent in combat. Vegeta strides onto the arena with his arms crossed, exuding an air of regal authority with every step. The two stand face to face in the center of the ring. Years of rivalry and countless encounters have forged a unique understanding between them. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice resonates, low yet brimming with excitement. Do you have any idea how long I've awaited this duel? It's not training, it's the real deal. Ever since that fateful day on Earth, I've yearned for the opportunity to clash with you at full strength. Today marks the beginning of the ultimate showdown among the Saiyan elite. I share your sentiments, Vegeta. Goku replies, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I look forward to battling you with all my might. The day you surpassed me and transformed. I seem to grasp the feelings you've harbored all along. Let us relish this moment. The two simultaneously assume combat stances, their auras beginning to radiate power. In the contestants' preparation room, everyone holds their breath. Vegeta's figure vanishes from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Goku, launching a fist aimed directly at his face. Goku sidesteps, countering with a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta blocks with his hands, using the momentum to retreat. Kakarot, your skills have progressed yet again. You too, Vegeta. The two charge at one another once more. The ring trembles with the force of their exchanges, each collision accompanied by a deafening crack. Vegeta delivers a powerful punch to Goku's chest, who crosses his arms to shield himself, only to be pushed back several meters. This level is hardly sufficient, Vegeta scoffs. Goku steadies himself, preparing the Kamehameha wave, energy gathering in his palms. Vegeta refuses to be outdone, purple energy coalescing in his right hand. The blue beam and the purple energy collide with a thunderous explosion, sending a wave of dust soaring into the air. The crowd erupts into frenzied cheers, the visual spectacle far surpassing any previous contest. Incredible. This is the essence of a true martial artist. The tickets for this new martial arts tournament were well worth the price. In the contestants' preparation room, Goten exclaims, Dad and Uncle Vegeta aren't even using their full power. Yes, they are merely testing each other. Trunks nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Cell observes the battle unfolding in the arena, his system continuously gathering data. High-quality combat data detected. Analysis progress accelerating. As the dust settles, Goku and Vegeta maintain their combat stances. Kakarot, the warm-up is over, Vegeta remarks, flexing his wrists. Indeed. It's time to get serious, Goku responds, tearing off his shirt. They both unleash their auras simultaneously, golden flames soaring skyward. The ground begins to quake. The entire venue shuddering. Another golden warrior. A spectator exclaims, and soon, the crowd echoes this title with fervent enthusiasm. The golden-haired, azure-eyed fighters face off once more. Their auras sharper than before. Vegeta initiates the attack, his speed so swift that only a blur remains to the untrained eye, while Goku counters with equal rapidity. Their fists and feet collide, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Bang! Vegeta's hook lands squarely on Goku's jaw. Goku uses the force to perform a backflip, aiming a kick at Vegeta's face. Vegeta deftly dodges, grabbing Goku's ankle and flinging him away. Goku stabilizes mid-air, instantaneously appearing behind Vegeta. What? Vegeta reacts with lightning speed, yet Goku's hand strikes the back of his neck. He stumbles but quickly retaliates with a ki blast. Goku presses his palms together, forcefully splitting the ki blast in two. The energy scatters, exploding in the air. Not enough, Kakarot. Vegeta wipes the blood from his lip. Keep going, Vegeta. The two share a knowing smile before simultaneously unleashing even greater energy. The golden flames grow more ferocious, lightning crackling around them. Chapter 45. Intense battle, Son Goku vs. Vegeta. Boom. Vegeta's right fist crashes into Goku's face, his head snapping back as blood splatters. Goku winces but counters with a left hook. Thud. A heavy blow strikes Vegeta in the abdomen, the tremendous force sending shockwaves across the arena, causing the ground to tremble. Spectators feel the intense gust of energy and instinctively step back. This power, it's terrifying. Vegeta spits out a mouthful of blood, sweeping his right leg towards Goku's side. Whoosh. Goku uses his waist to power through, leaning back to narrowly avoid the strike. Simultaneously, he plants his hands on the ground, spinning like a top. his right leg sweeping out with golden energy. Vegeta crosses his arms to block. Boom. The immense force propels him several meters back, his feet sparking against the ground. Not bad. Vegeta shakes his numbed arms, his fighting spirit invigorated. In the next instant, his figure vanishes from sight. Goku locks onto his position. Their hands colliding in a contest of strength, the pressure mounting. Goku seizes the opportunity to drive a knee into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, reacting swiftly, presses down with his arms. Absorbing the blow, they engage in close combat, fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm. Bang, 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 bang. Each impact reverberates with thunderous echoes. Golden flames erupting in all directions. The audience witnesses two blazing orbs of light clashing on the stage, then collectively shift their gaze to the slow-motion screen. Vegeta delivers a straight punch to Goku's chest. Goku sidesteps, the fist grazing his ribs. At the same moment, Goku's right fist crashes into Vegeta's temple. Vegeta tilts his head to evade, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Goku's chin. Goku leans back to dodge, pushing off the ground with his feet, propelling himself backward. Ah! The two unleash even greater energy, golden beams shooting into the sky. The lightning surrounding them intensifies, sending the crowd into a frenzy. In the arena, the battle escalates to a boiling point. Vegeta strikes first, his speed exponentially increased. He appears before Goku in an instant. Thud. The punch lands squarely on Goku's left cheek. Blood oozes from the corner of Goku's mouth as he is knocked to the side. Yet, he does not retreat. Instead, he harnesses the momentum to deliver a fierce kick to Vegeta's ribs, crackling with electricity. Vegeta has no time to evade, relying solely on his left arm for defense. The sound of bones cracking resonates ominously. Ugh! Vegeta grunts in pain, agony surging through his left arm. Nevertheless, he does not relent in his assault. Gathering purple energy in his right hand, aiming it squarely at Goku's chest. Boom! Energy waves erupted in a close-range explosion, propelling Goku through the air. With dark smoke billowing from his chest, he stabilized himself mid-flight, swiftly gathering blue energy in his hands. A robust beam of light shot forth. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, similarly concentrated golden energy. The beams collided in the air, unleashing a terrifying energy that splattered in all directions. The thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire venue violently. The protective barrier strained under the immense impact, emitting a low hum. As the dust settled, both warriors bore the marks of battle. Goku, bare-chested, displayed numerous bruises, with charred flesh on his torso. Vegeta's battle suit lay in tatters, his left arm visibly deformed. Yet, neither's fighting spirit wavered. It was not over. Goku wiped the blood from his lips. Of course, Vegeta turned his injured arm aside. In an instant, they clashed again, escalating their battle from the ground to the skies. A tremendous sound of impact followed. They engaged in a fierce aerial struggle, with Vegeta landing a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen. Goku attempted to block, but the pain from his wound sent him flying backward. Aya! They both roared in unison, their energy surging wildly. The golden beams intensified, intertwining in a dazzling display akin to a web of lightning. Super Saiyan Level 3. The audience erupted into a frenzy. The arena began to fracture. Unable to withstand the onslaught, they charged at each other once more, this time holding nothing back. Bam! Vegeta's elbow struck Goku's chest with tremendous force, shattering his ribs. Goku, enduring the excruciating pain, retaliated with a powerful kick. In close combat, each strike contained cataclysmic power. Goku delivered an uppercut that connected with Vegeta's chin, causing his head to snap back and blood to spray forth. Yet, he immediately countered, head-butting Goku with gritted teeth. Goku barely managed to evade, nearly losing consciousness from the force. Both warriors, battered and bruised, pressed on. Vegeta created distance, his energy surging as he clasped his hands together. It was time to end this. The Big Bang attack. Energy gathered. Goku likewise concentrated all his energy between his hands. Kamehameha. The two energies clashed at the center of the arena. Aya. Energy surged back and forth, their hair gradually retracting, the golden aura beginning to fade. Then, an unprecedented explosion erupted between them. A horrific shockwave spread in all directions, causing the arena to collapse entirely. The protective barrier trembled violently, nearing its breaking point. At the epicenter of the explosion, both fighters were flung away by the immense recoil. Goku crashed heavily against the barrier, slowly sliding down. Vegeta fared little better, crashing into the ruins. They were utterly exhausted, their muscles reverting to their normal state. Struggling to rise, they had reached their limits. Goku propped himself up, gazing at the equally struggling Vegeta. Their eyes met, and simultaneously, they bore satisfied smiles. Crack! They both fell to the rubble, unable to rise again. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience stared at the ruins of the stage, rendered speechless. The host, microphone in hand, spoke with a trembling voice. This. Both contestants have collapsed simultaneously. Chapter 46, The Legendary Evolution Gene. Gohan and Goten rushed forward, cautiously helping the fallen Goku. Dad. Goten's voice trembled. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Goku managed a weak smile, though his body felt utterly drained. Meanwhile, Trunks dashed to Vegeta, pulling him from the debris. Dad, are you alright? Vegeta coughed up blood. This is nothing. Both were escorted backstage, where Piccolo immediately produced senzu beans for them. Goku and Vegeta each swallowed one, their injuries healing instantly. Vegeta flexed his arms, the bones cracking as he moved. Today's battle was far from perfect. He clenched his fist, vowing, one day, I will utterly defeat you, Kakarot. I think so too, Vegeta, Goku replied, equally invigorated. On stage, the host continued his commentary amidst the ruins. This was an unprecedented and thrilling showdown, although the arena has. He surveyed the devastation around him, passionately narrating. In the spectator area, Mr. Satan stood utterly petrified, mouth agape, eyes fixed on the wreckage of the arena. Dad. Videl shook him vigorously. Only then did Satan snap back to reality, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, it's fine. Dad just thinks the fight was pretty good, haha. Videl stared at her father in disbelief before turning away in silence. Backstage, the tournament committee convened an urgent meeting. The arena was completely destroyed, a staff member reported. The protective barrier also sustained multiple cracks. Some seats in the audience area were loosened by the tremors. The committee chairman wiped his brow. Immediately contact the Capsule Corporation and request emergency repairs. How long will it take? At least a day? The chairman clenched his teeth. Then declare the match paused, resuming tomorrow. The host picked up the microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the spectacular performance of our two contestants, the arena requires urgent repairs. The match will be paused for one day and will continue at the same time tomorrow. Discontented boos erupted from the audience. Why the pause? We want to see more matches. Refund. The host quickly attempted to soothe them, to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. We will conduct a comprehensive upgrade of all facilities. Tomorrow's match will be even more thrilling. In the contestant preparation room, Cell quietly observed everything. The system interface materialized in his mind. Current evolution points, 384 billion. He had accumulated a significant number of evolution points. It seemed time to upgrade. He turned and walked toward the exit. Dr. Gero, Jebbit quietly reminded, shouldn't we? Allow me a moment to rest. Cell waved his hand dismissively. He needed time to process everything he had just witnessed. His previous concerns seemed indeed excessive. Should it be said that now, with the revival of Majin DNA, they were able to handle them? A terrifying thought suddenly struck Cell. Perhaps this crisis would instead be a crisis for Majin DNA. Cell exited the martial arts arena. Nightfall enveloping the land. Numerous spectators on the streets continued to discuss the recent match. Those two golden warriors were incredible. It was like a divine battle. Is there more excitement to come tomorrow? Cell paid no heed to their chatter, soaring straight into the outskirts. He needed to find a quiet place for his upgrade. With billions of evolution points, it was enough to incite a qualitative change within him. After flying for over 10 minutes, Cell arrived at a desolate mountain. This place was remote, perfect for transformation. He landed atop the mountain and sat cross-legged. System, expend all evolution points. Countless pure energies surged into two cores, their might converging within every limb and sinew. Subsequently, the system screen illuminated. Ding! Over 5 billion evolution points have been consumed. One fragment of the legendary Super Saiyan data can be utilized. Saiyan Gene Evolution, the power of legendary Super Saiyans 1 and 3. At that moment, Broly had only acquired a single fragment. The remaining two were yet to be found in individuals of the same lineage. It was uncertain whether this world still harbored another Broly, Super. After a moment of contemplation, Cell cast aside these thoughts and turned his focus to evolution, engaging the system to expend the fragment for advancement. Boom! A torrent of green, frenzied energy surged into Cell's core, though it comprised merely 1/3. The primal ferocity emanating from his lineage ignited a sense of restlessness within him. Struggling to regulate his breath, he took a deep inhalation, guiding his energy into a steady circulation. After a while, the discomfort dissipated, and he gazed upon the data displayed on the panel. Legendary Saiyan Gene, incomplete, evolution successful. Base combat power increased 5-fold. Obtained passive skill, dominance, significantly enhancing resistance to key-based attacks, reducing stiffness and dizziness. Infinite growth, unlocked. Demonization, unlocked. Truly remarkable. The latter two gray skills likely represent rewards for further development. Subsequently, Cell harnessed the power of the legendary, enveloping his original golden aura with a verdant flame. His body began to undergo a metamorphosis. Muscles redistributed, dimensions expanded, and bones cracked ominously. The green exoskeleton grew more resilient, and his physique became increasingly harmonious. Rising to his feet, Cell reveled in the surging power within, observing his dual-hued aura. If this continues, will I evolve into Rainbow Cell? He chuckled inwardly before taking flight toward the arena. Chapter 47. Unraveling the Mysteries. Cell returned to the corridor leading to the contestant S resting area. In the distance, two figures awaited his arrival. It was the Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito. As Cell approached, both tensed involuntarily. The Cell before them appeared markedly different. Taller and more imposing, beneath the once sleek exterior lay an ineffable explosive power. Although his aura had been restrained, the barely perceptible pressure radiating from him was stronger than ever before. Summoning his courage, Shin stepped forward. "Mr. Cell, please, I implore you to reveal everything." His voice trembled slightly, yet his resolve remained steadfast. "You, the strongest on this planet, and your intentions, what are they?" "The resurrection of Majin DNA is imminent. This is a crisis that threatens the very existence of the universe." Cell halted. He lowered his gaze, looking down at the so-called supreme deity of the universe. "The Supreme Kai." He spoke, his voice soft yet clear enough for both to hear. "Your existence bears no consequence in the eradication of the Majin." The words, casually spoken, contained an undercurrent of malevolence. Shin's complexion turned ashen. He staggered back, nearly losing his footing, as an uncontrollable dread surged from the depths of his being, engulfing his reason. What do you intend to do?" Kibito, recovering from his shock, stepped forward to shield Shin. He assumed a defensive posture, though his trembling legs betrayed his inner terror. After a prolonged silence, he managed to muster the most defiant words he could. "Heh." Cell let out a light chuckle, sending shivers down the spines of Shin and Kibito. "There's no need for excessive worry. Leave the matter of the Majin to us." Cell's tone was righteous, yet laced with an icy chill. "As for my purpose, it is to personally vanquish a terrifying entity. Subsequently, I will harness destructive energy and ascend to the realm of the gods." "What?" Both Shin and Kibito stood in stunned silence. What entity could possibly be more terrifying than the Majin? Ignoring their astonishment, Cell continued his performance. His expression turned somber, imbued with an ineffable compassion. "All of this is to safeguard." A prophet once foretold that in the not-so-distant future, a slumbering horror would awaken upon this planet known as Earth. His arrival shall herald destruction. To protect this beautiful world and its countless innocent lives, I must gather all-powerful warriors to prepare for the impending crisis. Cell's performance was heartfelt, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, as though tears might spill from his visage at any moment. Shin gazed, mesmerized, at the demon's display. The moment Cell had uttered that his existence was inconsequential, Shin comprehended the stark reality of their positions. He realized he held no bargaining power against this being. This monster cared not for deities or cosmic order. It adhered solely to its own rules. To resist was to invite death. A chill enveloped Shin's heart. It seemed the opponent would not divulge their true intentions. For now, he could only tread cautiously. "I see." Shin spoke with difficulty, his voice dry. "If that is the case, then I entrust the matter of Majin DNA to you." By uttering these words, he relinquished all authority over the situation as the Supreme Kai, gambling the fate of the universe on the whims of an uncontrollable monster. With that declaration, Shin ceased to linger, and he and Kibito's forms blurred, vanishing from Cell's view. Back to the Supreme Kai realm, Cell sensed that the two faint energy signatures had retreated to an exceedingly distant coordinate. With his current abilities, locating them and utilizing instant transmission was not a daunting task. However, now was not the time. Once the tournament concluded, he would take everyone to explore further, allowing them to grow stronger and contribute more high-quality data. Cell withdrew his thoughts, no longer dwelling on them. He leisurely turned, heading toward the exclusive residence arranged for him by the tournament organizers. Chapter 48. The Arbiter of Justice and the Frozen Demon. The following day, the sun shone brightly. On the arena stage, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After a day of urgent repairs, our arena has become even sturdier. Let us witness grander battles together." Following several rounds of mundane matchups among ordinary participants, the audience's enthusiasm began to wane, with many stifling yawns. Finally, the announcer's voice escalated, igniting the atmosphere once more. "Next up, we have an exhilarating showdown. Please welcome our formidable warrior." Contestant Gula. A violet figure emerged gracefully, adopting the same poised stance with hands clasped behind his back. The audience recollected the terrifying spectacle of this man effortlessly obliterating his opponent yesterday. However, his adversary, as the announcer glanced at his card, bore an odd expression. "Wait, two contestants?" A murmur spread through the crowd. "Is this a mistake? Why are there two people? Is it a 2-on-1 match?" Please welcome contestants Goten and Trunks. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Goten and Trunks, two small figures, skipped onto the arena. Goten, still somewhat shy, hid behind Trunks, overwhelmed by the multitude of eyes upon him. Although Trunks stood tall and proud, he too felt a twinge of apprehension. The audience erupted in disbelief. What a joke. They were sending two children to confront that monster? Was this some kind of entertainment arranged by Mr. Satan? The organizers must have lost their minds. In the contestants' preparation room, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. Goku, I overheard your earlier conversation. You must have taught them some tricks, he remarked. Goku, however, wore an expression of eager anticipation. Haha, you'll find out soon enough. On the arena, Gula regarded the two children, barely reaching his waist, with a hint of impatience. Get lost, he commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. I have no interest in participating in such childish games. Perhaps your father could provide a decent challenge. Goten made a face at Gula. Hey, big guy, you sure have a big mouth. Trunks arrogantly raised his chin. We can handle you just fine. Gula, dismissive, remained silent. But the aura emanating from him caused the temperature around them to plummet. Hey, Trunks, let's use that, Goten exclaimed. All right. The two boys exchanged a knowing smile and struck an extraordinarily peculiar pose. Merge. They approached each other with comical steps. Fusion. Their fingers aligned with precision. Huh. A blinding light erupted between them, engulfing the entire arena. The audience squinted against the sudden brilliance, unable to open their eyes. The host stood dumbfounded, the microphone slipping from his grasp, oblivious to his surroundings. What is this? As the light dissipated, a new figure emerged at the center of the arena. Adorned in the traditional attire of the Metamorans, he possessed a balanced physique and wore a confident smile that was a fusion of Goten and Trunks. For the first time, a change appeared on Gula's face. He sensed that this warrior, formed from two small boys, contained a power not to be underestimated. Listen well. The fused warrior struck a heroic pose and declared, Justice's Grim Reaper. Gotenks has arrived. The audience fell into stunned silence, rendered speechless by the extraordinary scene before them. Did they just merge? Is this magic? In the contestants' preparation room, Goku began to explain to the others. Cell watched intently, and the system interface automatically popped up. Fusion dance. Analyzing. Analysis progress 1-5. On the arena, Gotenks flexed his limbs, reveling in his newfound strength. This feels amazing. Watch me take you down. Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Gula, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Gula merely tilted his head slightly and effortlessly evaded the attack. Too slow. With the speed of lightning, Gula's tail lashed out, striking Gotenks squarely in the face. Ouch! Gotenks cried out, spinning like a top as he was sent crashing to the ground. That hurt. Hurt. He clutched his swollen cheek and grimaced as he stood up. How dare you mar my handsome face? Gula wasted no time, appearing before him in a flash and delivering a devastating knee strike to his abdomen. Bang! Gotenks doubled over, spitting out water. And it's not over. Gula seized his hair, lifting him off the ground, while his other hand gathered a sphere of purple energy. It's over. Boom. The energy sphere detonated against Gotenks' face, the tremendous force propelling him violently into the ground. The arena reverberated with a loud crash, dust swirling in the air. The audience's hearts raced. Is it over? Has that child been defeated? Amidst the dust, Gotenks struggled to rise, his clothes tattered. Damn it, this guy is so strong, he thought, realizing he had overestimated himself and underestimated Gula. Hovering above him, Gula looked down with disdain. Go drink some milk for a few years and come back. Gotenks touched his face, seething with anger. You dare to mar the hero's image? I'm furious now, you're finished. A surge of energy erupted from Gotenks. Soaring into the sky, the violent waves of energy swept outward, stripping away the sturdy surface of the arena. Amidst the dazzling golden light, Gotenks' hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold, and his emerald eyes burned with fierce determination. Super Gotenks has arrived. Once again, the audience erupted in cheers, their shouts threatening to lift the very roof of the venue. Gula flicked his tail. Now this is getting interesting. He slowly descended to the ground, finally adopting a combat stance. Come on, do you even need to say that? Super Gotenks vanished once more, this time moving at a speed tenfold greater. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Gotenks landed a solid punch to Gula's abdomen, sending him sliding backward for several meters before regaining his footing. He glanced down at his abdomen, where a distinct imprint of Gotenks' fist was evident. You've successfully annoyed me. Gula's aura began to rise, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the arena. Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack. Gotenks inhaled deeply, releasing a swarm of identical white ghosts. The ghosts cackled sharply as they surged toward Gula from all directions. Child's play. Gula unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each striking a ghost with impeccable accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the ghosts made contact with the energy, they detonated violently. However, while Gula was preoccupied with the ghosts, Gotenks appeared above him. Super Chocolate Ring. Gotenks clasped his hands together, generating massive energy rings that he launched fiercely at Gula's head. Gula, realizing the danger, found himself ensnared by multiple energy rings. Haha, it's not too late to beg for mercy. Gotenks lifted his head, exerting force, tightening the energy rings with his movement. Chapter 49, Golden Pattern Gula. Such childish tricks. Gula bellowed, his purple aura surging dramatically. The energy rings binding him groaned under the strain. Crack, crack. Lines of fractures spread across the energy rings like a spider's web. What? Gotenks' confident smile faltered. My super chocolate rings can't possibly boom. Before he could finish, all the energy rings shattered in an instant, transforming into golden specks that dissipated into the air. Gula broke free. His figure vanished from sight. Gotenks' instinct screamed, and he turned to defend himself. But it was too late. A foot rapidly magnified within his field of vision. Bang! Gula's whip-like leg struck his face with tremendous force, sending him spiraling backward like a top. Wah! Gotenks tumbled through the air for several rotations before barely regaining his composure, one side of his cheek already swollen. You slow fool. Gula's cold voice echoed ominously in his ear. Gotenks' pupils constricted as he perceived that Gula had somehow materialized behind him, a slender tail sweeping towards him like a steel whip. Crack! Another heavy blow landed squarely on his back, causing him to lose his balance once more, plummeting towards the arena below. Gula offered him no respite, descending swiftly to deliver a brutal knee strike to Gotenks' abdomen. Ugh! Gotenks felt his insides shift violently. Now, you shall pay for your arrogance. A surge of purple destructive energy gathered at Gula's fingertips. Boom! The energy beam erupted at close range, engulfing Gotenks entirely before crashing down upon the arena floor. A colossal explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave, causing even the protective barrier to ripple violently. Inside the contestants' preparation room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Allah! If you don't take this seriously, you'll truly be defeated, Goku lamented, covering his face. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression dark and brooding. These two fools are far too careless. As the dust settled, a deep, bottomless pit emerged on the arena floor. Gotenks lay at the bottom, charred and grimacing in pain. Is it over? The host trembled as he grasped the microphone. The audience held their breath in anticipation. At that moment, a faint whimper resonated from the pit's depths. Wah! It hurts, followed by an enraged roar. You bastard! How dare you reduce me to this state? Gotenks staggered out of the pit, his face smeared with tears and snot, pointing an accusing finger at Gula hovering above. I am a hero of justice. You dare to strike the visage of a hero. And you've ruined my incredibly handsome outfit. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. The wrath of a child, at times, is more fearsome than anything else. I will turn you into a pig's head. Boom. An unprecedented wave of terrifying energy erupted from Gotenks' small frame. A golden beam shot skyward, more ferocious than ever before. The entire world seemed to tremble. This energy. Piccolo gaped in astonishment. Amidst the radiance, Gotenks' hair began to grow at a visible rate, soon cascading down to his waist. The youthful innocence faded from his face, his brow became pronounced, and his eyebrows vanished, replaced by a primal and fierce aura. Goku and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances. This can't be real, they actually mastered it too. Vegeta quickly regained his composure, and then smiled. No wonder he bears my blood. Kakarot. It seems your son has benefited from Trunks' influence. The two began to argue over whose child possessed greater talent, even deciding that they should have a private match after the tournament. As the golden light dissipated, Super Saiyan Gotenks made his grand entrance. He cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound, a defiant grin adorning his face. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, let the second round commence. Gula's crimson eyes widened in disbelief for the first time. Whoosh! Gotenks' figure vanished in an instant. Gula's heart raced. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. Bang! A powerful fist collided with his abdomen. Goh! Gula spat out a mouthful of purple blood, his body retreating uncontrollably. Pretty fast, huh? Gotenks' voice, like a nightmare, echoed in his ears. What followed was a torrential barrage of attacks. Bang! 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 Each punch, elbow strike, knee thrust, and whip kick contained world-shattering power. Gula found himself entirely on the defensive, barely managing to block as he was relentlessly pushed back. Damn it! Gula roared, seizing an opening to launch an energy wave at Gotenks. Gotenks merely grinned, nonchalantly swatting the energy wave aside with a single hand. Too weak. Your attacks are like mere tickles. He instantaneously appeared above Gula, unleashing a series of miraculous punches. Boom. Gula was pummeled down to the ground, carving a deep trench into the arena floor. How about that? Now you recognize my might. Gotenks placed his hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly in midair, then gave a thumbs-down gesture, signaling that it was too late for mercy now. Amidst the ruins, Gula slowly rose to his feet. His body was covered in wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Yet he laughed. Hee hee, ha ha ha. The Saiyans. Truly a terrifying race. Just when you think you've reached your limit, you always manage to unleash even greater power. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. In return, let me show you my true form. I, Gula, shall reveal a brand new visage. Boom. An even more malevolent and profound aura erupted from within him. Purple energy surged skyward, accompanied by a faint golden flame. His body began to undergo violent transformations. Muscles swelled, bones realigned, and his smooth skull cracked, becoming larger and more grotesque. Sharp bone spurs sprouted from his shoulders and arms. His mouth was covered by a mask, and he grew significantly taller. Golden stripes began to emerge across his muscular form. It must be said that the power of a Super Saiyan is formidable. Yet that golden hue is not exclusive to your kind. Gula's voice became hoarse and deep. The party has only just begun. New energy form detected. Ice Demon Ascendancy, beginner. A look of surprise crossed Cell's calm face. Just a hint of this power can amplify combat strength to such an extent. No wonder Frieza managed to withstand Super Blue with this transformation in just 4 months. Gotenks' smile faded. He could sense that the opponent's current power was exceptionally terrifying, though he still maintained his bravado. Humph, you've merely become uglier. Watch as I revert you to your original form. Ultimate invincibility. Die. The two roared simultaneously, transforming into streaks of light that collided once more in the center of the arena. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves visible to the naked eye radiating from their point of impact. Chapter 50. The Calm and Ruthless Onslaught. In the audience, people clutched their seats tightly, leaning forward, fearful of missing a single moment. Amidst the cloud of dust, both figures were sent sprawling backward. Gotenks steadied himself in midair, his long golden hair dancing wildly in the airflow. Gula, meanwhile, skidded along the ground for several dozen meters, forcefully pushing off to dissipate the impact. Not so impressive, huh? Gotenks placed one hand on his hip, using the other to wipe his nose, looking down with pride. I thought your transformation would be more formidable. Is that so? You'll soon find out. Gula's voice was raspy, golden stripes flowing across his purple skin, resembling a sanctified demon. Before his words had fully faded, his figure had already vanished. Gotenks was taken aback, instinctively crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Gula transformed into a blur, passing through Gotenks and delivering a devastating blow that struck him squarely in the back. The immense force sent him hurtling through the air. How swift! In the contestants' preparation room, Goku's expression turned grave. On the arena, as Gotenks was propelled backward, he forcibly twisted his body and launched a kick. A golden aura coalesced at the tip of his foot, slicing through the air. Gula elegantly tilted his head aside, evading the attack, leaving a charred mark on the distant shield. Continuous fatal missile. Gotenks roared, arms outstretched as a torrent of energy blasts rained down like a deluge. Several golden energy rings materialized from thin air, encircling Gula from various angles. Come on. Gula did not flinch or evade. Instead, he clenched his fist and expanded his form, allowing the energy blasts to bombard him, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke billowed upward as Gotenks felt he had struck his target and increased his output. The arena began to tremble, and the audience's seats shook incessantly. Moments later, Gotenks panted heavily as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Gula unscathed. Was it over? What? Gotenks' attack had no effect, and the smile on his face froze. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Gula's figure appeared ominously above him. Dare to be distracted while battling me? Boom. Gotenks was swatted down from the air, crashing to the already ruined arena like a meteor. The metal buckled, embedding him within it. Goten, Trunks, Kiki and Bulma, who had been silently watching, could no longer contain their cries. Do not worry, Goku reassured, they have not yet lost. On the ground, Gotenks sprang up suddenly, his face marred with wounds and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You detestable brute. You've ignited my fury. He wiped away the blood, raising his hands high above his head. Behold my ultimate finishing move. Flash cannon. A colossal sphere of turbulent energy coalesced in his grasp, emanating a power that caused the entire venue to tremble. Gula floated in midair, silently observing Gotenks as he gathered his strength. Gotenks hurled the energy sphere with all his might. The sphere left a blazing tail in its wake, distorting the very fabric of space as it passed. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Gula merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers splayed wide. The energy sphere collided with his palm. What is this? The ferocious energy sphere quivered under pressure, and then Gula's fingers tightened, crushing it effortlessly, smoke billowing from his hand. No, it cannot be. Gotenks' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His proud technique had been so easily dismantled by the opponent. The application of energy is not determined by the loudness of one's voice. Gula's figure materialized before Gotenks. Too fast. Gotenks could not react in time. It is determined by one's mastery of control. Crack. A sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed. Gula seized Gotenks' left arm, twisting it with brutal force. Aya! A heart-wrenching scream resonated throughout the arena. Gotenks' left arm dangled at an unnatural angle, the intense pain extinguishing the arrogance from his face, leaving only sheer terror. You are still far from possessing adequate battle experience. Gula released his grip, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Gotenks' nape. Bang! Gotenks' vision darkened. His Super Saiyan form's long hair rapidly shortening, the golden aura extinguishing in an instant. He reverted to his normal state. So naive, Piccolo remarked solemnly. Those two boys possess strength, but utterly lack an understanding of the brutality of combat. They treat this as a game, in a battle of life and death. Even the slightest hint of pride is a pathway to destruction. On the arena, Gula did not cease his assault. He grasped Gotenks by the hair and hoisted him up. Fists fell like rain. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed solidly against Gotenks' abdomen. Gotenks was utterly defenseless, only able to emit pained groans, blood staining his chest. Stop it. Videl could no longer hold back, standing up to shout at the arena. Yet her voice was drowned out by Gula's relentless barrage. It is nearly time to conclude. Gula halted his attacks, casually tossing the half-unconscious Gotenks to the ground. At that moment, a brilliant light flickered around Gotenks. Bang! The fusion was undone. Goten and Trunks separated, collapsing to the ground, bruised and unconscious. Gula's movements paused. He gazed down at the two unconscious children, his faceplate gradually retracting. TCH, how dull. He turned away, heading toward the contestants' preparation room. Goten's son and Trunks have lost consciousness. The announcer's voice trembled slightly, reflecting Gula's cruelty. Chapter 51, Gula's Provocation. In the contestants' lounge, Goku and Vegeta rushed towards the stretcher bearing the two children. Goten. Kiki dashed forward, trembling hands checking her son's injuries. Goten's face bore bruises, his left arm hanging limply. Trunks, you fool. Bulma rushed over, tears welling in her eyes. Trunks lay with closed eyes, his breath faint. Piccolo extracted a senzu bean from his clothing. Give them this. Kiki took the senzu bean, carefully prying open Goten's mouth to place it inside. Moments later, Goten's injuries began to heal rapidly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Mom. Goten. You scared your mother to death. Trunks, too, awakened under the effects of the senzu bean, as Bulma embraced her son tightly. Next time, do not take such risks. I'm sorry. The two boys hung their heads, their earlier pride utterly vanished. Gula's strength had imparted a harsh lesson. The door to the lounge swung open, and Gula strode in slowly, having reverted to his normal form. All eyes turned toward him, the atmosphere growing tense. Do not worry, I am not here to cause trouble. Gula scanned the room before fixing his gaze on Cell. Lord Cell, he said with a tone laced with evident sarcasm. How did my recent performance appear? Those two brats Super Saiyan 3rd grade indeed required some effort on my part. Cell regarded him calmly, offering no response. Gula continued, however, to be frank, their strength is still woefully inadequate. They lack combat experience, possessing power without knowing how to wield it. He stepped forward, a faint golden aura beginning to emanate from him. Lord Cell, it seems the title of the universe's strongest may be up for debate. This statement detonated like a bomb in the lounge. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously furrowed their brows, and Piccolo's expression turned serious. Gula's strength was indeed terrifying, as evidenced by his earlier battle with Super Saiyan Gotenks. Yet now, he dares to challenge Cell? Cell remained silent, his gaze fixed steadily on Gula. That eerie calmness sent shivers down one's spine. What is the matter? Not speaking? Gula's voice dripped with provocation. Or is it that Lord Cell has lost confidence in his own abilities? His eyes turned malicious, brimming with taunting intent. I have mastered an entirely new power. The so-called gaps that once existed are now non-existent. The atmosphere in the lounge became exceedingly oppressive. Everyone could feel the formidable aura emanating from Gula. Finally, Cell spoke. Is that so? Those simple words made Gula's heart tremble. Then let us meet on the arena. Cell turned and strode towards the door. It will be quite amusing to shatter your dreams in front of so many spectators. Gula's expression darkened. Very well. I await your arrival. He shot a venomous glare at Cell before turning to leave the lounge. Silence enveloped the room once more. That guy is insufferably arrogant. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. Gula's power has indeed surged significantly. Piccolo stated solemnly. That golden energy just now bore some resemblance to a Super Saiyan. Yet it was not entirely the same. Goku nodded in agreement. He feels far more dangerous than before. A slight smirk crept onto Cell's lips. Just the opportunity to test out the absorbed power of the legendary Saiyan has arrived. It's time for this restless fellow to experience something new. Hours later, the competition resumed. Next up is contestant Gohan, facing off against contestant Android 18. The host's voice resounded throughout the arena. The two engaged in battle. However, the outcome was already quite evident. Gohan's strength clearly dominated. 10 minutes later, Android 18 was defeated. Contestant Gohan emerges victorious. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Although this match lacked the previous intensity, it was still captivating. Backstage, Mr. Satan hurried towards the tournament committee. Half an hour later, the host picked up the microphone once again. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be an unprecedented climax. Contestant Cell has requested to simultaneously challenge both contestant Gohan and contestant Gula, an ultimate showdown of 1 against 2. This will also determine who will face our champion, Mr. Satan, in a direct confrontation. The crowd erupted in frenzy. The spectators had eagerly anticipated such a match. In the competitor's waiting room, Gohan furrowed his brow as he looked at Gula. Mr. Gula, you heard what the host just said. It seems Mr. Cell is rather indifferent to your provocation. Gula merely sneered. I shall make him regret underestimating me. Join forces? I have no intention of doing so. He turned to Gohan. If you dare to interfere, I will defeat both of you. On the arena, 3 figures gradually materialized. Cell stood on one side, while Gohan and Gula positioned themselves on the opposite side, forming a triangular standoff. The tension in the air was suffocating. Chapter 52, Cell's Power. On the arena, the 3 figures stood silently in confrontation. Gula cast a cold glance at the young man beside him, as a faint purple aura began to emanate from him. Gohan slowly assumed a combat stance. He could feel the almost imperceptible pressure emanating from Cell, more terrifying than ever before. Let us begin. Cell's voice was casual, yet it made both of them tense up. Gula was the first to strike. His figure instantly vanished, reappearing before Cell, his fist aimed directly at Cell's face. Cell merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Gula's attack missed, but he was prepared. His tail whipped around like a steel whip. Crack! Cell raised his hand to catch the strike, his fingers easily gripping Gula's tail. Is that all you've got? Before the words left his mouth, Cell forcefully hurled Gula into the air. At that moment, Gohan charged from the side. Special beam cannon. A golden energy wave shot towards Cell with tremendous force. Without even turning his head, Cell simply extended his left hand and effortlessly deflected the energy wave. Too weak. He turned to face Gohan, his eyes flashing with disdain. Gohan felt a chill run through him and immediately retreated to create distance. Gula regained his footing in midair, his expression grim. That last attack was so nonchalant. It was evident that this guy's power had increased again. A purple aura erupted from within him, his muscles began to swell, and his bones cracked audibly. Golden stripes appeared on his skin, and his aura surged dramatically. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment. That golden striped power again. It's terrifying. Gohan could not afford to be complacent. He clenched his fists tightly, his golden aura soaring skyward. His hair stood on end, transforming into pure gold. And then it began to grow wildly, soon cascading down to his waist. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan has arrived. 2 terrifying auras clashed on the arena, the resulting shockwave causing the entire venue to tremble. Cell observed everything quietly, his expression unchanged. Now this is more like it. He slowly raised his right hand. Green energy beginning to gather in his palm. The 2 charged towards Cell simultaneously. Gula attacked head-on, his fist carrying destructive force aimed at Cell's chest. Gohan circled from the side, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Cell's waist. In the face of their combined assault, Cell remained unfazed. He blocked Gula's punch with his left hand and caught Gohan's leg with his right. Then with a powerful jolt, he sent them both reeling backward. Boom. The tremendous force knocked both of them away, sliding several meters across the ground before they could stabilize themselves. Gula stared at his trembling fist. Just now, he had poured all his strength into that punch. Gohan was not in a better situation. His right leg throbbed with soreness. Cell slowly approached them, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Allow me to show you what true power looks like. Boom. An unprecedented malevolent energy erupted from Cell. A tricolored blaze of gold, green, and pink intertwined, forming a pillar of energy that soared into the sky. The entire arena shook violently, many spectators being jolted from their seats. What is this? It's terrifying. In the competitor's waiting room, everyone stared in shock at the images on the screen. This energy. Vegeta's face turned pale. Damn it. Goku furrowed his brow. Just how much power has Cell been concealing? On the arena, the energy gradually subsided. Cell underwent a tremendous transformation. His physique became more imposing, his muscles perfectly sculpted and explosive, his insect-like features faded, revealing an incomplete pink form. The fury of the legendary Saiyan, combined with the evil of a Majin. Cell flexed his fingers, producing a crisp sound. To what extent can you amuse me? Both Gula and Gohan were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. This is impossible. Gula clenched his teeth in disbelief, shouting, I cannot fathom that anyone could be this powerful. His entire body erupted with shimmering golden stripes as his aura surged once more. Death beam. Dozens of purple energy rays emanated from his fingertips, densely saturating the area where Cell stood. Meanwhile, Gohan was not idle. He clasped his hands together, gathering energy. Kamehameha. A golden wave of energy followed closely behind, creating a crossfire with Gula's assault. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions roared across the arena, thick smoke billowing upwards. Both fighters, panting heavily, gazed towards the center of the haze, hoping to catch a glimpse of Cell wounded. However, when the dust settled, Cell remained unscathed, standing resolutely in place. It's my turn now. In an instant, Cell vanished. Gula's pupils contracted as he desperately sought Cell's whereabouts. Bang! A powerful fist struck mercilessly against his abdomen. Gulp! Gula spat blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward. As he flew away, Cell reappeared by his side, delivering a brutal knee strike to his back. Gula moved as if manipulated by strings, flailing in the air. The rapidity of the events left Gohan stunned. By the time he intended to intervene, Cell had already materialized before him. Too slow. A knee collided forcefully with Gohan's chest, causing him to double over in pain. Cell seized his collar, lifting him effortlessly. Not enough. Your power has been growing far too slowly. With a casual toss, Gohan slammed against the protective barrier, generating a thunderous impact. Gula crawled out of the crater, bloodied but with an even more fervent fighting spirit in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I am the strongest in the universe. He raised a finger triumphantly above his head, beginning to coalesce a massive energy sphere. Supernova explosion. The energy sphere expanded to a terrifying size, reaching a diameter of several meters. Gohan, enduring the pain, stood up, gathering energy with both hands. Kamehameha. Its potency exceeded any previous attempts. The two launched their attacks simultaneously. The colossal energy sphere and the Azure Kamehameha surged towards Cell, tearing through the air. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Cell unleashed his aura. He raised both hands, condensing all his energy within his palms. Special edition, Key Element Slash. The green and pink key compressed to the utmost extreme, hurtling toward the incoming energy. The earth-shattering force met the wildly spinning light wheel in a catastrophic clash. Zzz. Flames erupted, and dazzling brilliance shot forth. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by the scattering energy rain, a horrifying explosion ascending into the sky. The protective barrier cracked under the strain, and the audience recoiled in terror. When the light dissipated, the arena had vanished, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Chapter 53, United Combat, Gohan and Gula. My goodness, what an intense battle. The host's voice trembled as he gaped at the enormous pit before him, a sight he had never witnessed in his decades-long career. The arena is gone, he exclaimed while retreating from the perilous area. The audience erupted in gasps, with the timid ones already fleeing. Bulma promptly grabbed her walkie-talkie. Initiate maximum protective energy. Immediately, external staff rushed to activate the devices, and the protective shields instantly doubled, ramping the energy output to its peak. At the bottom of the pit, two figures emerged unsteadily. Gohan gasped for breath, his chest heaving. His martial arts uniform lay in tatters, with several gruesome wounds adorning his arms. Gula's condition was no better. His golden stripes appeared dull, and his tail was missing a segment. Both raised their gazes towards the edge of the pit, where Cell hovered, unblemished and devoid of even a speck of dust. How is this possible? Gula gritted his teeth, his fists clenching audibly. Our combined attack, and yet he remains unscathed. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hair matted to his forehead with sweat. If we wish to prevail, we must unite our strength. This thought simultaneously dawned upon both of them. Mr. Gula, Gohan turned to the frozen demon beside him. Without our combined efforts, we stand no chance against him. Gula remained silent for a few seconds before scoffing. I am not accustomed to cooperating with others. He paused, glancing at Cell, who stood with arms crossed, exuding defiance. But today, I shall make an exception. They exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Let us go. Gohan charged forth, his golden aura reigniting. Gula followed closely, his golden stripes flickering. As Cell watched the two approach, a smirk crept upon his lips, reminiscent of Goku and Frieza's alliance. Gohan launched a frontal assault, unleashing a flurry of punches, while Gula circled from the side, delivering a sidekick aimed at Cell's waist. Cell blocked Gohan's punch with his left hand, and caught Gula's left foot with his right. Phantom punch. Gohan's figure instantly fragmented, with dozens of identical images surrounding Cell. Foolish technique. Cell unleashed a powerful aura that shattered all the illusions. Just then, Gula appeared above him. Death beam. A multitude of purple rays rained down upon Cell. As Cell prepared to evade, Gohan materialized beneath him. Kamehameha. The golden energy wave surged from below. A pincer attack. Cell was forced to endure both strikes. Boom. The explosion echoed thunderously, smoke enveloping the arena. Did we succeed? Gula stared intently at the center of the smoke, anxiously awaiting the outcome. No, not yet. Gohan shook his head, sensing Cell's aura still strong and unwavering. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Cell stood unharmed in place. Good coordination. Cell flexed his wrists, but still insufficient. His figure vanished, reappearing before Gohan in the next instant. Gohan reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! Cell's fist collided with his guard, the tremendous force knocking him backward. Solar flare. Gohan placed his hands in front of him, unleashing a blinding burst of white light. This technique is ineffective against me. Cell remained unfazed, charging forward. Is that so? Gula's voice resonated in his ear. It turned out Gohan's solar flare was not intended to blind Cell, but rather to create an opportunity for Gula to launch a surprise attack. Supernova explosion. Gula condensed an energy sphere in one hand, firing it point-blank towards Cell's back. Cell was compelled to turn and react. At that moment, Gohan surged in from the side. Kamehameha, he began to gather energy, blue energy coalescing between his hands. Humph! Cell kicked Gula's energy sphere aside, pivoting to face Gohan. Kamehameha. A blue beam shot directly at Cell. Cell extended his hands, resolutely absorbing Gohan's Kamehameha. Gohan unleashed a more formidable output, the energy beam thickening significantly. Cell, grasping the energy column, was pushed back. Give it to me, get lost. With a powerful thrust of his hands, he deflected the Kamehameha back at Gohan. Gohan swiftly dodged, his own technique whistling past him. Now it's my turn. Cell's figure vanished once more. Alarm bells rang in Gohan's mind as he desperately sought Cell's position. There. Gula's voice echoed in his ears. Gohan immediately turned, spotting Cell charging at him from the right. He swiftly blocked, but Cell's fist struck nothing but air. It was an afterimage. The true Cell appeared behind him. Too slow. A heavy punch landed forcefully on Gohan's back. He faltered forward, blood spilling from his mouth. Gula rushed in to assist. Destructive ray. A violet beam of energy shot forth from his eyes. Cell effortlessly evaded it, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Gula's abdomen. Gula managed to block with both arms, yet was still forced back several steps. Gohan regained his composure, wiping the blood from his lips. He turned to Gula. What is your plan? I'll engage him head-on. You find an opportunity to strike at his blind spots. Understood. The two resumed their fighting stances. Cell watched them with keen interest. Shall we continue? Of course. Gohan shouted, charging at Cell once more. This time, his attacks were more methodical. Fist techniques, kicks, energy waves, various moves were deployed in succession. Cell handled them with ease, yet his attention was firmly captured. Gula stealthily maneuvered to Cell's side, the golden stripes on his body beginning to flicker. This time, there were more stripes than before. His aura intensified. Now, Gohan shouted, unleashing all his might against Cell. Just as Cell prepared to counter, Gula's attack arrived. Super Death Beam. Hundreds of energy rays surged towards Cell. Forced to halt his assault, Cell pivoted to confront Gula. At that moment, the electric aura surrounding Gohan blazed even more brilliantly. His potential was being continuously unlocked in battle. Magic Flash. A golden energy wave erupted from his hand. Its power doubled from before. A pincer attack. For the first time, Cell displayed a serious expression, detecting fluctuations in target combat data. Son Gohan, data analysis improved. Gula, Frozen Demon Ascension Progress 8, gained 50 billion evolution points. The system's alerts resonated in Cell's mind. Excellent. Cell's aura began to surge. Allow me to stoke the flames further. Boom. Tricolored flames erupted into the sky, more furious than before. In the audience, even with the enhanced triple barrier, many felt the force of the energy. On the arena, the three energies clashed relentlessly. He has gotten stronger again. Gohan sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Cell. A wave of despair washing over him. Damn it. Gula gritted his teeth. Just when they felt a glimmer of hope, the gap had widened once more. Yet this time, they refused to surrender. Again, Gohan roared, the golden flames blazing even more fiercely. Gula, equally resolute, was now covered in golden stripes, nearly enveloping his entire body. The battle erupted again. This time, the clash was more intense. Although Cell held the upper hand, Gohan and Gula's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. One engaged in frontal assault, while the other provided side support. They occasionally switched positions and attacked simultaneously, preventing Cell from fully suppressing them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous collisions reverberated throughout the arena. The three figures moved swiftly through the air, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. The audience watched intently, afraid to miss any thrilling moments. Far surpassing the previous matches. Is this what a battle among the strongest looks like? It's absolutely breathtaking, Mom. In the contestants' preparation room, everyone anxiously gazed at the screen. Can Gohan and the others win? Chi-Chi tightly gripped Goku's arm. I don't know. Goku shook his head, his expression grave. Each time Gohan and Gula made a breakthrough, Cell managed to surpass them. The battle continued on the arena. Gohan and Gula had fully entered the fray, their potential being infinitely tapped in this life and death struggle. However, Cell still maintained the advantage. As time passed, the stamina of both Gohan and Gula began to wane. Ha. Gohan gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead. Gula was in a similar predicament, the golden stripes on his body dimming. Cell observed the fatigue of his opponents, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Good performance. He slowly descended to the ground. But this battle must come to an end. Cell clasped his hands together, energy beginning to coalesce. Gohan and Gula's faces turned pale. Yet at that moment, a final glimmer of fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. We have not lost yet. Chapter 54. The intense battle, two fighters giving their all. The fighter Cell seems to have stepped out of bounds, according to the rules. The host's voice trembled, and as soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Cell looked down at the ground beneath him. Oh no. So focused on pushing these two to their limits. He had forgotten that this was not Cell's game, but a regulated competition. The tumultuous energy gathering in his hands began to tremble erratically, the tricolored light flickering. Gohan and Gula were also taken aback. They exchanged glances, both seeing the resignation and unwillingness in each other's eyes. Just then, a figure from backstage dashed frantically towards the edge of the pit. Satan suddenly snapped out of his petrified state. Idiot. If Cell loses, how can I become the champion? Without hesitation, he snatched the trembling microphone from the host's hand, taking a deep breath. Ladies and gentlemen, Satan's voice resonated throughout the arena, infused with an unprecedented fervor and charisma. I believe none of you want this unprecedented battle to be interrupted by such a mundane rule. He pointed dramatically towards the arena, his arm waving in excitement, his voice rising higher. I haven't even unleashed my killer move as Satan's disciple. How can it end like this? The audience initially fell silent. Seconds later, as if igniting a powder keg, a thunderous roar erupted. Damn the rules. We want to see the match. Continue. Mr. Satan is right. The voices gradually coalesced into a massive wave, crashing over and over, reverberating throughout the entire venue. The staff of the tournament committee exchanged glances, observing the fervent crowd, and ultimately nodded in resignation. The host, exhilarated, reclaimed the microphone, feeling as though he was witnessing history. Then, let the match continue. Cell regarded this world champion, who usually just boasted, with a newfound appreciation. This fellow, remarkably quick-witted in critical moments. The energy in his hands instantly surged back into a frenzied state, the tricolored flames once again erupting into the sky, more tumultuous than before. Let us continue. Cell turned to Gohan and Gula, a menacing smile creeping across his face. Taste my power. He clasped his hands together, and a terrifying energy began to coalesce at an astonishing speed. Triple spiral. A column of intertwining blue, green, and pink light shot forth, the energy amplifying within the spiral, marking a novel attempt after absorbing new data. Gohan and Gula's expressions changed drastically in unison. The destructive force of this energy far surpassed any previous attack. Mr. Gula, give me a minute. I promise I won't let you down. In a moment of dire urgency, Gohan made a decisive move, bringing his two fingers sharply together and pointing them at his forehead, commencing the accumulation of his final reservoir of power. Without a moment's hesitation, Gula immediately positioned himself before Gohan, the remaining golden stripes on his body flickering with frenetic intensity. You'd better not be deceiving me, he roared, unleashing all his remaining strength without reservation, forming a layer of purple-golden energy barrier before him. Yeah. The moment the triple spiral made contact with the barrier, the tremendous force threatened to shatter Gula's defenses. He exerted every ounce of effort, yet purple blood still erupted from his mouth, the overwhelming thrust nearly crushing his bones. Boom. The entire arena shook violently, and the reinforced triple barrier finally displayed a web of cracks. As the light dissipated, Gula's arms hung limply, blood gushing from the wounds on his arms, his grievously injured body swaying precariously in the air. He strained to glance back. Gohan remained with his eyes closed, wholly immersed in the energy at his fingertips. Gula could distinctly sense a terrifying power coalescing between those two fingers, enough to make even him feel a pang of anxiety. "You bastard. Today, I shall ensure you bear the scars." Gula grit his teeth, the remnants of his will surging forth once more. His entire being enveloped in a frenzied purple glow, transforming into a streak of light, charging unhesitatingly towards Cell. Cell grasped the energy. Observing the oncoming Gula with eyes wide in disbelief, the latter's power seemingly escalating, pushing him backward. "Ha ha ha, quite unexpected. Who would have thought you would go to such lengths for Son Gohan?" "Enough with the chatter," Gula bellowed, each word laced with deep-seated hatred. "I have loathed you since you arrived at High Star. How dare you even think of having me as your subordinate?" Such delusions. The two stood in a stalemate. Gula wished to say more, yet the combination of his injuries and severe exhaustion rendered his mind incapable of further thought. "Son Gohan, if you don't hurry, I truly can't hold on any longer." Just as his consciousness was on the brink of fading away, his body threatening to disintegrate. "It's complete." Gohan's voice resonated like a celestial melody upon the battlefield. Cell turned to locate the source, sensing the energy between Gohan's fingers had become extraordinarily formidable, its concentration far surpassing his current combat prowess. "Even so, at this distance, you think you can?" Before Cell could finish his sentence, Gohan maintained his finger-pointing stance and vanished from his original position. Cell was momentarily stunned. This fellow has actually learned instant transmission. Just as he intended to retract his hands for a block, Gula, invigorated, poured every last ounce of strength into a greater output, resolutely entangling him. "Annoying pest. Prepare to receive my wrath." Gohan's figure reappeared less than 5 meters from Cell's side, his furious roar echoing through the heavens. Full power magic beam cannon. The spiral energy beam released from his fingers was several times thicker than Piccolo's original, exuding an aura capable of penetrating everything, striking solidly against Cell's chest. Cell was propelled into the air by the sheer force, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. This time, the enhanced barrier shattered completely. As the thick smoke dissipated, Cell's upper body had been obliterated, leaving only his head and mangled lower limbs suspended in midair. In the audience, many female spectators screamed, fainting on the spot. The host and Satan collapsed onto the ground, mouths agape, rendered speechless. "Hee ha ha ha." Gula laughed weakly yet triumphantly at this sight, believing victory was his. In the next instant, Cell's calm voice echoed through the silence. "Who would have imagined your collaboration would leave me so damaged? Had you been mere mortals, the victory would have been yours." Under the astonished gazes of the audience, his shattered body began to writhe violently, countless flesh buds intertwining and growing. In the blink of an eye, Cell's form restored to its original state. Exhausted, Gohan and Gula exchanged a glance, a bittersweet smile gracing their faces. They could no longer endure, their bodies giving way as they fell helplessly from the sky. Chapter 55, The Genius Actor, Cell. Contestants Son Gohan and Gula have lost their fighting capabilities. The victor of this match is Cell. The host's voice reverberated through the arena, trembling with the remnants of a narrow escape. Cell slowly descended, standing at the edge of the massive pit. Backstage, Bulma shouted into the communicator, "This pit is utterly outrageous. To fill it and repair the barrier and stage will take at least 7 days." The news quickly reached the host. Just as he was about to announce a postponement of the match, a figure burst forth from backstage. It was Satan. He snatched the microphone. A facade of exaggerated confidence plastered on his face, though internally, he was panicking. "Ladies and gentlemen," Satan exerted all his might to imbue his voice with strength and authority. "Today, I am elated that my disciple has emerged victorious among a multitude of experts. However, in this master-disciple duel, I, Satan, shall show no mercy." After speaking, he hurriedly gestured to the host. The host was momentarily taken aback, then quickly caught on, fervently agreeing. "Indeed. Next up is the championship battle that will determine the title of the world's strongest, featuring our eternal hero, Mr. Satan, against the newly challenged contestant Cell." The suffocating silence in the audience erupted into a frenzy. "Satan! Satan! Satan!" The thunderous cheers coalesced into a colossal wave of sound, as if they would overturn the entire arena. They had entirely forgotten the previous terror, consumed by fervent adoration for their idol. Cell observed the self-righteous clown at the edge of the pit, relishing the applause, finding it somewhat amusing. "Very well, let us conclude this farce with a spectacular performance." An invisible mental force enveloped Satan in an instant. Just as Satan prepared to say something, he found his body suddenly stiffening, his feet uncontrollably lifting off the ground. Oh, did you see that? Mr. Satan is flying too." The host frantically stirred the atmosphere. The audience became even more exhilarated. Satan, terrified, flailed in the air, attempting to break free from the bindings, yet his body remained entirely unresponsive. He was drawn slowly to the center of the massive pit, facing Cell from a distance. If you desire the championship, cease your struggles. Lord Cell, what is the meaning of this? Satan's heart was filled with doubt, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Cell, are you prepared to endure my assault? As soon as the words left his lips, his body surged forward with astonishing speed. A series of fluid, textbook-worthy martial arts techniques unfolded before him. The sound of his punches whistled through the air, his legs moving in a relentless cascade. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be a genuine martial arts prodigy. Incredible! Is this truly Mr. Satan's real strength? The audience erupted in astonishment. In the contestants' lounge, Gohan and Guldo, who had just regained their composure, along with Goku and Vegeta, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. That got Vegeta felt as though his intellect had been insulted. With a resounding thud, under Cell's manipulation, Satan landed a powerful punch squarely on Cell's cheek. Crack! Satan felt as if his finger bones had shattered, excruciating pain radiating from his fist throughout his body. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Yet he continued to perform with fervor. Ha! Behold my Satan punch. Controlled by Cell, his body executed an elegant somersault, delivering a flying kick that struck Cell once more. Explosive flying kick. The violent recoil nearly dislocated his ankle, causing darkness to cloud his vision. Cell remained immobile, silently enduring the barrage of attacks. Good acting. But your body is too fragile. He intensified his mental focus. Satan's movements grew increasingly rapid, an array of astonishing techniques emerging in succession. Satan spinning kick. Satan hell charge. Each move was accompanied by the anguished cries of Satan's inner torment and the crisp sound of his bones fracturing. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. However, in the eyes of the fervent audience, that was merely the tears of a powerful warrior. Overwhelmed with excitement. That's enough. Cell felt a tinge of boredom. He directed Satan into an exaggerated charging stance. Come, receive my ultimate finishing move that will determine the victor. With tears in his eyes, Satan summoned every ounce of strength, following Cell's script, and let out one final roar. Satan's dreamlike, ultra-powerful punch. This strike appeared to be imbued with tremendous might, hurtling towards Cell's chest with unrelenting force. Boom. Cell's body was sent flying backward as if struck by a cannonball. He tumbled through the air, adopting an ostentatious posture to deliver his final words. What a powerful punch. Is this truly the strength of a world champion? I concede. With that, his body went limp, plummeting straight into the abyss below. The arena fell into a profound silence. In the next instant, the outcome was clear. Victory secured. Our champion, the eternal hero, Mr. Satan. Once again, he retained the coveted title of the world's strongest. The host's heart-wrenching shout resonated, accompanied by a shower of confetti and the thunderous sound of fireworks, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. They leaped, shouted, embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won triumph. No one discerned that this was an elaborate ruse. Meanwhile, in the contestants' lounge, the atmosphere had plummeted to a frigid low. Everyone stood with mouths agape, unsure of what to say, while Videl had already shyly covered her face. Vegeta's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a pot. That despicable scoundrel. To resort to such underhanded tactics. Gohan chuckled in disbelief, while Guldo ground his teeth in frustration, spitting, what a tiresome farce. Chapter 56, King Kai's Realm. Within Satan's opulent mansion, the raucous celebration stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of a certain room. Cell's ludicrous performance truly nauseates me, Vegeta lamented, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall, his expression grim. Yet Mr. Satan is indeed impressive, delivering a speech while nursing so many fractures. Goku scratched the back of his head, his face a picture of incredulity. Broly stood by the window, gazing down at the jubilant crowd in the garden. The door swung open, and Cell entered. All eyes turned towards him. The performance had concluded. Cell surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze on several key candidates. Next, I shall take you to a certain place. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where are we going? To a realm far sturdier than Earth, Cell continued. There. You can fully unlock your potential without the fear of accidentally shattering the very planet beneath your feet. Vegeta snorted dismissively. As long as I grow stronger, it matters not where we go. His singular goal remained, to be the best among them. Humph, don't think you are the only one with such aspirations, Scion, Guldo interjected. Rising. His injuries had healed thanks to the healing beans, yet his sense of superiority as a higher being intensified. He refused to be trampled again. Gohan nodded in agreement. Piccolo suddenly sensed something, his expression turning serious. Cell, the place you mentioned, could it be? Cell confirmed his suspicion. King Kai's realm. What? Piccolo exclaimed, taken aback. That is a sacred domain. How can we engage in violent battles there? He immediately asserted his stance. I will not go. Such a place does not permit us mortals to desecrate it. Suit yourself, Cell replied nonchalantly. But the threat of the god of destruction looms large. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to serve as his toothpick. This is your only opportunity for rapid growth. Upon hearing the name of the god of destruction, tension rippled through the group. Cell disregarded Piccolo and turned towards the others. Have you made your decision? Of course I want to go. Goku was the first to leap up, his face alight with excitement. A better training ground? Just the thought sends a thrill through me. Humph. Vegeta and Guldo spoke almost in unison, their thoughts surprisingly aligned. We must surpass Cell as quickly as possible. Cell stepped aside, where a silent figure stood. It was Broly. Since the conclusion of the match, he had remained there, his aura calm, though a flicker of wild green light occasionally danced in his tranquil eyes. Cell aligned himself with the 5 others. Close your eyes. As the words fell, he locked onto a familiar, yet distant energy. Whoosh. The 6 figures vanished from the room in an instant. King Kai's realm. The atmosphere was serene and bright. Shin sat at the edge of a cliff, still troubled by concerns regarding the Majin. Suddenly, he sensed several powerful and unfamiliar presences approaching from behind. Whirling around, his pupils dilated in shock. 6 figures materialized not far behind him. At the forefront stood the green monster that unsettled him. Cell. Jebbit instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Shin, adopting a defensive stance. How did you arrive here? Goku curiously surveyed the surroundings. Wow, this place feels so refreshing. The air is different. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the tense Jebbit. Step aside, we're not here to cause you trouble. Cell ignored Jebbit, striding directly toward Shin. Lord King Kai, it has been a long time. His tone was flat, yet it sent a chill down Shin's spine. It's you. Xian recognized Shalu, the very demon he had encountered on Earth. What brings you here? He inquired. I brought them for training. Shalu gestured towards the individuals behind him. And by the way, I require your sword for a moment. He turned his gaze towards a stone sword embedded in the peak of a distant mountain. Let them attempt to draw that sword. Shalu commanded, his tone reminiscent of a ruler addressing a cosmic deity. And concerning Majin Buu, you need not fret. What? Xian was utterly taken aback. This fellow was aware of the secret of the Kaioshin sword. That sword contains your ancestor. Shalu dropped this shocking revelation, leaving Xian even more astonished. Without waiting for a response, he activated his powers once more, his figure vanishing from sight. Only Xian, Jebbit, and the 4 perplexed Scions and Frost demons remained in the Kaioshin realm. Guldo was the first to approach the sword. Humph, it's merely a broken sword, he scoffed. Vegeta followed closely behind. Don't even think about getting ahead of me. Hey, wait for me. Goku exclaimed excitedly as he trailed after them. Only Broly and Gohan remained, gazing around in confusion. At Satan's home, the party had concluded and the guests had dispersed. Shalu's figure reappeared in the room. He approached a corner where a bald man trembled, curled up in fear. It was Yamo. After the martial arts tournament, he had been brought here by Shalu, living in constant dread every second. Upon seeing Shalu, Yamo immediately prostrated himself, his teeth chattering. Get up, Shalu commanded, his 2 simple words imbued with an irresistible authority. Yamo scrambled to his feet, not daring to raise his head. Observing Yamo's cowardice, Shalu felt no emotional stir. Lead the way. Where to? Yamo's voice was barely above a whisper. He finally understood the purpose behind this monster sparing his life. It is time to meet your master. Chapter 57. The first encounter with Babbidi's minions. The desolate mountains stretched endlessly as Yamu clutched an energy pot, flying through the air. His nerves were taut with anxiety, each breath tinged with fear. The creature behind him remained silent, yet the weight of its unspoken menace was suffocating. Crossing the last mountain, an oddly shaped structure appeared ahead. They slowly descended before the grand entrance. This is Lord Babbidi's spaceship. With a whoosh, the heavy door slid open silently, and a figure emerged. He resembled Frieza's 3rd form, exuding an air of arrogance. Yamo, you worthless fool, why have you only just returned? The newcomer admonished, arms crossed, directing his ire at the trembling bald man. His gaze then shifted to Shalu. Who is this peculiar individual? Where is Popovich? Shalu did not deign to look at him, coldly uttering, bring Babbidi out. I have brought the energy to resurrect the Majin. Pui paused for a moment, then erupted in fury. You dare speak Lord Babbidi's name so casually. Wait a moment, Pui. A sharp, lecherous voice emanated from within. The door swung open once more, revealing a diminutive, cloaked creature. His waxy skin and bulging eyes made him appear both comical and grotesque. Accompanying him was a tall, crimson-skinned man with a stern visage, draped in a white cape. The man exuded an aura that was starkly incongruous with the surroundings. It was Dabura, the Demon King. Babbidi's gaze was fixed solely on the energy pot in Yamo's hands, disregarding Shalu entirely. Oh, has the energy been fully collected? Yamo eagerly nodded and respectfully handed over the pot. Babbidi accepted it, a sickly grin spreading across his face. He turned to Pui, speaking in a teasing tone. Pui, would you like to have some fun? Go, eliminate them. He pointed at Shalu and Yamu. Yamu's heart dropped at these words. He had believed that completing the task would ensure his survival, but he had forgotten Babiti's cruelty. Without a second thought, Yamu turned to flee. However, before he could even cover 10 meters, an energy wave shot forth from Pui, instantly obliterating him into cosmic dust. Next, it is your turn. Pui cracked his neck, confidence radiating as he advanced toward Shalu. To him, this was merely the task of dispatching an insignificant pest. Shalu stood still, unperturbed. Just as Pui's fist was about to connect with Shalu's face, 2 crimson beams shot forth from Shalu's eyes. Thud! The beams pierced through Pui's chest and skull. Pui let out a horrifying scream, his body convulsing in midair before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Save me, Lord Babidi. His vitality drained rapidly, ultimately leaving behind a cold corpse. Babiti's smile froze in place. He had not anticipated that his proud warrior could be dispatched so effortlessly. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. Lord Babidi. Dabura instantly teleported in front of Babidi, shielding him protectively. He sensed that the green figure before him was anything but ordinary, extremely formidable. I will hold him off. You must hurry and resurrect Majin DNA. Dabura's expression was more serious than ever. All right, I leave this to you, Dabura. Babidi exclaimed as if granted a reprieve, swiftly retreating into the depths of the spaceship. In the vast mountainous expanse, only Shalu and the Demon King Dabura remained. I never expected that, apart from the Kaishin, there would be such a being as you in this world. However, your fortune ends here. He struck first, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared before Shalu, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a deafening roar, aimed squarely at Shalu's chest. Shalu did not even flinch. Boom. The fist landed squarely on its target. Yet, the anticipated scene of Shalu being sent flying did not unfold. He remained utterly unmoved. Dabura's confidence and arrogance froze in an instant. He stared incredulously at the figure before him. How could his full-force strike fail? This was an attack even the Kaishin would not dare to withstand. A jolt of realization struck Dabura, prompting him to retreat abruptly, creating significant distance from Shalu. He recognized that his current power was ineffective against this creature. Humph. Dabura inhaled deeply, puffing out his cheeks. A viscous saliva shot forth toward Shalu. This was his special technique, capable of petrifying anything. Shalu calmly raised his left arm. Ha! Fool! Prepare to become stone. Dabura laughed triumphantly. However, he failed to notice the absence of panic on Shalu's face. Analyzing petrifying saliva. Special energy properties under analysis. The saliva struck Shalu's arm with precision. Sizzle. A wisp of azure smoke ascended, and with the naked eye, one could observe the rapid degradation of Cell's entire left arm, transforming from flesh to muscle. Swiftly adopting the texture of stone, Cell cast a glance at his arm, which was on the verge of complete petrification. Then, under Dabura's horrified gaze, he seized his petrified left arm with his right hand and yanked it forcefully. With a resounding rip, violet-black blood erupted like a fountain. That rigid, stone-like severed limb was forcibly torn away. Cell casually discarded the severed arm aside, producing a dull thud as it struck the ground. The wound left behind was smooth. In the next instant, countless flesh buds began to writhe, intertwine, and grow with fervor. In the span of a single breath, a brand new, flawless arm emerged anew. Dabura's regal demeanor as the Demon King evaporated, the color drained from his face. The regenerative ability, impervious to petrification, with unfathomable power. This thought emerged for the first time in the mind of the Demon Realm's monarch. He expended the last vestige of his sanity and shouted towards the interior of the ship, Lord Babidi. Please, cast the teleportation magic at once. Transport me to the meditation chamber. I cannot defeat this person without unleashing my full potential. Chapter 58, The Third Eye of Magic. Babidi's teleportation magic activated, and Dabura's figure vanished without a trace. Attempting to flee, Cell forcefully kicked open the heavy spaceship door. Boom. The sturdy door flew inward, crashing against the wall and warping grotesquely. Although these individuals lacked combat prowess compared to him, their peculiar magics held some intrigue. The interior of the ship was dimly lit. Cell soared directly towards a massive opening leading underground. He descended with remarkable speed. Just then, a gate suddenly slid open from the side, revealing a hideous beast adorned with spikes, blocking his path. It was a Yajirobe. The beast opened its gaping maw filled with fangs and lunged at him. A fine specimen. Cell mused. He halted midair and spat a viscous stream of saliva with pinpoint accuracy at the beast. Yajirobe scarcely had time to react before the saliva struck its forehead. Sizzle. The grayish petrification effect spread with astonishing rapidity. In less than a second, the colossal beast was transformed into a lifelike stone sculpture. Frozen in the pose of its gaping maw, poised to devour. The meager evolution points gained from vanquishing this foe were trivial for Cell at this moment. He did not even glance at the stone sculpture as he continued his descent. Finally, he reached the bottommost level of the spaceship. Before him lay an expansive circular chamber, where Babidi stood before the demon egg, pouring essence from an energy flask into it. On the other side, Dubra had completed his full potential awakening. A malevolent aura, far surpassing his previous state, emanated from him, and confidence returned to his visage. This power is merely on par with that future version of Cell. What a mundane enhancement. You defeated Yajirobe so quickly. Dubra's expression hardened. However, this is where it ends. Dubra, change your location, and you may unleash your full strength. Babidi shrieked, dramatically gesturing forward. Paprapa, an unusual incantation echoed throughout the space. The surrounding metallic walls began to warp and melt. The ground beneath them transformed into molten lava. The entire realm morphed into a hellish landscape, with jagged rocks beneath a dark red sky. Here, my power will receive its utmost amplification. Dubra cackled madly as a magical sword materialized in his hand. Behold the true might of the demon realm's king. He transformed into a shadow, instantaneously rushing towards Cell, wielding the sword with a force that seemed to cleave through space itself, aiming a downward strike. Cell merely extended 2 fingers. Clang. The blade was firmly pinched, unable to advance an inch further. What? Dubra exerted all his strength, yet the blade would not budge. Cell applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. The indestructible magical sword shattered with a resounding crack. Dubra, taken aback, immediately retreated and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. The flames of the demon realm were capable of incinerating souls. However, the flames were halted by an invisible barrier a meter away from Cell's body. Analyzing the demon fire, Cell noted. Futile. Cell's form vanished. The next moment, he reappeared behind Dubra, delivering a devastating energy chop. Thud. Dubra's entire right arm was severed at the shoulder, purple blood gushing forth. He let out a wretched scream, staring incredulously at the figure before him. The disparity was insurmountable, even with his full potential awakened. The difference was like that between heaven and earth. Babidi trembled, peering through the crystal ball. Majin DNA requires more energy to revive. Find a way to stop him. Lord Babidi, this fellow exudes malevolence. Is there a chance to control him? Dubra, clutching his severed arm, cautioned the sorcerer. Babidi, overjoyed, responded, indeed. He directed his mental energy towards Cell's mind, yet Cell's mental fortitude far exceeded that of this sorcerer, resulting in a backlash that made Babidi spew blood and collapse to the ground. Detecting mental manipulation, analyzing, Cell smiled knowingly at a certain point. There was no escape. Even if his body disintegrated, Dubra's eyes brimmed with determination. Despair enveloped the entire space. Cell raised his hand, gathering destructive energy in his palm, ready to obliterate the Demon King entirely. But just then, an anomaly diverging from the original narrative occurred. Dubra retrieved an ancient and exquisitely crafted black wooden box from within his robe. The box was small, intricately engraved with incomprehensible, eerie runes. Trembling, Dubra bit open the box's lid. Inside lay a layer of dark red velvet. Upon the velvet rested a solitary eyeball, which moved as if possessing a consciousness of its own, fixating its gaze upon Cell. The energy in Cell's palm came to a halt. He was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. The third eye of magic? Chapter 59, a battle that drains life. Cell immediately responded, unleashing an energy blast towards Dubra. In the next instant, the eerie eyeball emitted a deep crimson glow. Guided by Dubra's magical energy, the eyeball transformed into a red beam, crashing directly into his forehead. Dubra's body convulsed violently, the flesh on his forehead being forcefully pushed aside as the eyeball embedded itself within. Demon Eye, grant me unparalleled magical power. Boom. Cell's energy blast struck with precision, stirring a tempest of dust and rock debris. Ha! Laughter filled the air as Dubra reveled in his newfound power amidst the swirling dust. This is the power of the demon realm's greatest treasure, the third eye of magic. As the dust settled, Dubra's figure re-emerged. His severed right arm was now regenerating, infused with magical energy, while the third eye on his forehead glimmered with a sinister red hue, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Dupura felt the surging magic coursing through his body, each muscle brimming with explosive power. He twisted his neck, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. Now, the second round begins. Whoosh. Before the words had left his lips, Dupura's figure vanished from sight. Combat data significantly enhanced, reanalyzing. The system's prompt echoed in Cell's mind. In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward his face. With instinct honed from countless battles, Cell crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Bang! A tremendously heavy kick struck his arms with brutal force. The immense power fractured the rocky ground beneath Cell's feet, propelling him violently into the air, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing into a distant waterfall of lava. Did you see that, Lord Babidi? Depura hovered in midair, relishing this unprecedented surge of strength. Declaring that he no longer needed Majin DNA, he was the strongest subordinate. Babidi gritted his teeth, his face alight with praise. Well done, Depura. With a splash, Cell burst forth from the seething lava, unscathed, save for a faint red mark where his arms had shielded him. Excellent. Now it gets interesting. Your power has indeed grown considerably. Cell flexed his arms, but it was still far from enough to subdue him. Arrogant fool, Depura roared, the magical eye on his forehead glowing brightly. He clasped his hands together, conjuring a magic sword that was even more solid and massive than before. Countless sinister runes swirled along the blade, radiating an aura capable of incinerating souls. Demon Realm Soul-Cutting Slash. Depura wielded the sword and swung it at Cell from afar. A massive wave of ink-black energy sliced through the dark red clouds, aimed directly at Cell. Wherever the sword energy passed, deep gorges marred the ground. Analysis complete. In the face of this terrifying strike, Cell merely raised his right hand in calm defiance. His fingers spread wide, and a weapon identical to Depura's materialized in his palm. Whoosh! An equally terrifying wave of green energy surged forth, even more ferocious than the last. The green energy clashed with the black sword wave in a thunderous collision. Boom! The two distinctly different energies collided with reckless abandon. The entire alternate space quaked violently, and the molten sea below surged to great heights. The dissipating energy waves rippled outward, silently absorbed by the massive Majin egg at the lowest tier of the ship. Before the crystal ball, Babidi clearly observed the energy gauge above the Majin egg rise slightly. Yes, just like that. Strike. Strike with all your might. Babidi cackled with a shrill, maniacal laugh, urging them to use their power to herald the resurrection of Majin DNA. After several tense moments, Cell's energy ultimately prevailed. The green engulfed the black, surging forward relentlessly towards Depura. Depura's expression shifted, and he swiftly crossed his sword to block. Bang! The residual energy crashed solidly against the magic sword. The violent impact sent tremors through his arms, and he was uncontrollably hurled backward. At that moment, Cell's figure appeared above him like a phantom. Too slow. With a chilling remark, he delivered a merciless downward kick. Crack! Depura hastily attempted to parry with his magic sword, but the blade, charged with immense magic, was ruthlessly shattered into two by Cell's foot. The leg continued downward, crashing heavily into Depura's chest. Thud! Depura coughed up blood as his chest caved in, his body plummeting to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater upon impact. Cell descended slowly. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow, countless flesh buds, glowing a vivid crimson, writhed frantically from Depura's concave chest in the crater. In but a breath, that horrific injury had healed completely. Target has acquired a regenerative ability akin to that of a Majin through the amplification of the third eye's magic. Ha! Depura slowly rose from the pit, wiping the blood from his lips. Futile. As long as the magic eye remains, I shall not perish. Is that so? Cell's figure vanished in an instant. Depura's pupils constricted, the magic eye on his forehead spinning wildly as it tracked Cell's movements. Here. He spun around sharply and struck the air to his left with a fist. The wind from his punch howled, but met only emptiness. No, above. He looked up, just as an energy blast was nearly upon him. Boom. The explosion engulfed him in fiery brilliance. As the smoke cleared, Cell reappeared on the opposite side. Hands clasped together, aimed at the center of the explosion. Kamehameha. A colossal wave of blue energy, imbued with destructive power, surged forth. Boom. Another earth-shattering roar echoed. The sheer force of the energy shockwave destabilized the entire space. Babidi's magical barrier began to fracture, and the rampant energy surged toward the Majin egg with fervor. Almost there. It's nearly complete. Babidi trembled with excitement. As the radiance faded, only Depura's head remained, wobbling in midair. But in the next second, the magic eye on his forehead radiated an unprecedented resplendent red light. Countless crimson flesh buds erupted from his severed neck, weaving together in midair to reconstruct. A brand new lower half materialized before Cell once more. Yet this time, Depura's complexion was noticeably paler, and the glow of the magic eye had dimmed significantly. Such a degree of regeneration drained him immensely. Damn it, Depura gasped for breath. This monster is forcing me to exhaust my regeneration continually. Do you wish to continue? Cell hovered nearby. This battle had devolved into a war of attrition. Bastard. I am the king of the demon realm. Depura let out one last roar. He channeled all remaining magic within him into his right fist. His entire body began to wither and shrivel, skin losing its luster. as if all vitality had been drained in an instant. Receive my final strike. He transformed into a crimson streak, hurtling towards Cell. This was his all-or-nothing attack. Cell did not evade. He too raised his fist, energy roaring and coalescing into a single point. A confrontation of purest power. Boom! The two fists collided. An indescribable energy storm erupted, sweeping outward in all directions from the two combatants. Babbidi's magical space could no longer withstand the force, shattering like glass. At the lowest level of the ship, the energy gauge above the Majin egg filled in an instant, emitting a piercing alarm. Full. Finally full. Babbidi was beside himself with joy. Crack. A sharp sound of shattering echoed within the silent space. The enormous egg split open, and a cloud of pink mist began to rise slowly. Chapter 60, A New Majin. The residual waves of the shattered space finally calmed. The once formidable image of Dabura, the Demon King, had withered, resembling a decrepit old man flickering like a candle in the wind. With the last vestiges of his strength, he extended his hand towards Babbidi. Lord Babbidi, I am profoundly sorry. Before he could finish, the proud demonic form he once possessed disintegrated into a cloud of ash, scattering with the breeze. The aberrant third eye of darkness rolled from the ashes, quietly resting upon the ground. Gero stepped forward and bent down to retrieve it. This peculiar object, though reminiscent of wholesale merchandise, possesses a terrifying amplification of battle power. System, analyze it. Third eye of darkness, analyzing. This object is a highly concentrated embodiment of dark energy, forcibly converting the user's vitality and stamina into magical power by absorbing their life force, thus granting explosive enhancements in strength and a formidable regenerative capability. A trace of residual autonomous consciousness has been detected within this individual, origin unknown. Gero grasped the still warm orb, realizing that its origins were far more intricate than he initially presumed. At that moment, the scene inside the spaceship rapidly shifted, and Gero's figure reappeared outside. At the shattered entrance, Babbidi and a plump, rosy figure emerged. Upon exposure to sunlight, the rotund figure raised a hand to shield his eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. Ha ha ha! Majin Buu, my beloved Buu, you have finally been resurrected. Babbidi cheered, showing no concern for the demise of his loyal subordinate. He pointed at Gero, issuing his first command to Majin Buu. Buu, quickly, go kill him. Crush that green insect for me. However, the corpulent Buu paid him no heed. Engrossed in patting his own elastic belly, producing amusing sounds, Babbidi's expression fell in an instant. Hey, are you listening to me? Majin Buu remained lost in his own world. You imbecile, do you wish to be sealed back in the egg by me? Babbidi's voice pierced with sharp threats. This statement seemed to trigger something within Majin Buu. His innocent smile vanished, and he promptly turned to nod obediently, indicating he would follow orders. At last, he fixed his gaze upon Gero. Finally, you have arrived. Gero's body tensed slightly. This rotund figure was far more formidable than the original Majin Buu from the future. Within him resided the mingled powers of the South Kaioshin and the Grand Kaioshin, and he was capable of unleashing a plethora of bizarre techniques. Just as the battle intent between the two was about to ignite, an unexpected change occurred. The third eye of darkness in Gero's hand seemed to sense something, beginning to tremble violently. The pupil of the eye suddenly contracted, locking onto the distant Majin Buu. In the next instant, it transformed into a blood-red streak of light, breaking free from Gero's grasp and hurtling toward Majin Buu with unimaginable speed. Upon seeing the peculiar object flying towards him, Majin Buu instinctively raised a hand to swat it away. Yet, at that critical moment, his body froze momentarily. It was this fleeting pause that decided everything. Thud! The blood-red streak embedded itself perfectly into Majin Buu's forehead, a brilliant red light erupting as a torrent of magical energy surged within him. Wah! Majin Buu's squinty eyes widened in shock as he let out a heart-wrenching roar of agony. Billowing gray smoke, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam, surged violently from his body. Along with it, his power was being forcefully stripped away by an external force. The gray smoke coalesced in the air nearby, swiftly forming the silhouette of a tall, slender figure. Entirely gray and agile, as the silhouette materialized, the red glow of the magical eye on Majin Buu's forehead intensified, separating from his body and zipping to occupy the forehead of the gray figure. The gray figure shook violently. Slowly, it opened its eyes brimming with malice and coldness, uniting eerily with the third eye pulsating with sinister red light on its forehead. At long last, I have awaited this moment. A voice deeper than that of an ordinary person emerged from its lips. Everything unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. Gero glanced at the collapsed Majin Buu, whose breath had diminished significantly, then turned to regard this newly formed, imposing Majin Buu. The trajectory of the story had once again veered from its predetermined path. Are you also a Majin? Babidi gazed at the unfamiliar gray figure, disbelief etched across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure. Whoever you are, as long as you are a Majin, you shall heed my commands. Enough. You, come here, follow my orders. Go kill that. Before Babidi could finish his command, the gray Majin's figure vanished from his sight. Babidi was still grappling with the situation when, thud, his head shot upward, soaring into the air. Even as his head landed on the ground, the authoritative expression on his face had yet to dissipate. Bang! A foot came crashing down, decisively smashing Babidi's head into a pulp. Mediocre scum should remain silent. The gray Majin retracted his foot, displaying no emotional fluctuations. Beside him, the plump Majin Bu clutched his head, struggling to rise from the ground. He glared angrily at the gray Majin, not out of rage for Babidi's death, but because he sensed that the most potent part of his power had been usurped by this gray figure. That was his possession. The gray Majin paid no mind to the hostility emanating from Majin Bu. He turned and fixed his gaze squarely upon Gero, an almost limitless life force, boundless stamina, and an unconscious embodiment of pure evil, such a perfect vessel for me. His tone was calm, yet it carried an oppressive aura. I must express my gratitude. Thanks to your unexpected variable, you compelled that worthless Dabura to activate me prematurely, allowing me to absorb his entire life force and fully awaken my consciousness. A cold smirk graced the lips of the gray Majin. As a token of my appreciation, he slowly raised his right hand, a densely concentrated black energy sphere beginning to take shape within his palm. You shall be the first to taste terror. Chapter 61. Intense battle, yet not enough. The pitch-black energy sphere hurtled towards Gero, standing his ground. Just as the energy sphere was about to make contact, Gero raised his right hand, manifesting a magical blade that he brought down vertically. Swish! There was no cataclysmic roar, no dazzling flash of energy clashing. The bizarre energy sphere was cleanly bisected by his sharp blade. The two halves of black energy buried themselves into the ground, vanishing without a trace, not even stirring a ripple. Swish! Gero's figure had already disappeared from his location, instantaneously reappearing behind the gray Majin. A sidekick imbued with terrifying power hurtled toward the back of its head. Yet, the gray Majin seemed to have anticipated this. It did not turn at all. Its entire gray head revolved 180 degrees, meeting Gero's attack head-on. Bang! A thunderous impact reverberated through the air as the formidable Majin Bu was propelled backward with the force of a cannonball. In its backward flight, imperceptible specks of darkness scattered from its form, silently merging into the earth below. This subtle transformation did not escape Cell's keen observation. System analysis in progress. The creature crashed heavily into a distant mountain, leaving a deep indentation where its face had struck, its body contorted in a grotesque arch, presenting an exceedingly pitiful sight. It appears the weakness at the back of its head remains intact. Cell was convinced of this. Your terror seems merely a jest. A chilling mocking laughter resonated clearly in Majin Bu's ears. Ha ha ha. The deformed visage trembled as Majin Bu slowly straightened up, its contorted face swiftly regaining its original form. Oh! With a sudden flourish, its drooping hands shot upward. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, dark pillars of light erupted from the ground beneath Cell's feet, without warning. Following this, the previously absorbed black specks transformed into countless spheres of dark energy, surging forth like vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, striking Cell from all directions in a furious onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions echoed across the sky, the terrifying energy surge completely engulfing Cell's position. A thick plume of smoke ascended, obscuring the heavens. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. Ha ha ha. The malevolent and sharp laughter of the demon had yet to fade when the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a green figure that had become ominously indistinct. As if a reflection in water, twisted and fading away. Majin Bu's consciousness sensed something amiss. In the next instant, 4 identical cells appeared around it, each unleashing a powerful punch. Illusory fist. The true body had long since taken to the skies, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Below, the battlefield erupted into a frenzy as the 4 illusions engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Bu, the sounds of fists and feet colliding resounding incessantly. More light points scattering from the phantoms. Bang, 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 bang. Caught in the chaotic flurry of the 4, Majin Bu found itself unable to extricate from the fray. High above, Cell slowly raised his hands towards the ground below. Now, taste your own terror. He commanded elegantly, and the earth beneath responded. The ground fractured, and countless spheres of energy shimmering with green light surged forth from the fissures, their numbers vastly exceeding those before. Under his will, all the energy spheres shot towards a single coordinate. That point was none other than the Majin Bu ensnared tightly by the 4 illusions. The torrent of green energy engulfed both the four illusions and Majin Buu entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. In the center of the explosion formed an ever-expanding sphere of energy, a destructive force reducing everything in its vicinity to mere dust. When the dust settled, only a bottomless pit remained. Majin Buu's form lay shattered, reduced almost entirely to a pulpy mass of flesh. Yet in the next moment, countless gray chunks began to writhe, coalescing, and in an instant, it returned to its original state. That insufferable wicked grin still adorned its visage. Its regenerative prowess far surpassed that of the original Buu. Cell gazed down at the seemingly unharmed monster. Oh dear! An aura more potent than before surged forth from Majin Buu, a malevolent power intertwined with pure destructive desire, causing its form to swell. With a sudden push against the ground, it transformed into a streak of gray lightning, soaring toward the airborne cell. The fierce melee was finally underway. Clang! Their fists collided violently in midair, generating a visible shockwave that shredded the clouds at the horizon. In Majin Buu's perspective, Cell's every strike was executed with blinding speed, leaving only fleeting green afterimages. Conversely, in Cell's perception, the creature's body was soft and elastic. Each heavy blow felt as though it struck cotton, most of the force unnaturally dissipated. Thud! Cell seized upon a moment of vulnerability, charging his fist with energy and piercing through Majin Buu's chest, creating a gaping hole that passed cleanly through. However, the creature merely grinned, the flesh around the wound squirmed, swiftly ensnaring Cell's arm. Its other hand morphed into a sharp spear, aiming for Cell's head. Without hesitation, Cell severed the ensnared arm and vanished, reappearing beside Majin Buu. Majin Kosatsu, unleashed without charge or forewarning. A spiraling beam of lethal light shot from his fingertips, instantly penetrating Majin Buu's abdomen. The tremendous force propelled it downward towards the ground. Futile, futile. Majin Buu cackled madly in midair, the wounds on its body healing completely during the descent. Is this the extent of the data under the heightened magic eye? Insufficient. Cell's mind raced. He then glanced at the nearby fat Buu. An insidious thought blossoming in his mind. The battle had devolved into a mere war of attrition. He loathed such inefficient combat. Oh dear. The frenzied Majin transformed into a streak of blood red and gray light, charging towards Cell. Chapter 62. United as one, the demon energy source. The two soon clashed once more. With its near-immortal body and inexhaustible stamina, bolstered by the frenzy of the magic eye, Majin Buu exchanged blows with Cell fiercely. The violent energies clashed, rending the earth and vaporizing rock into lava. Yet, it was merely an exchange. Majin Buu quickly recognized something was amiss. It had underestimated the strength of the green adversary before it. No matter how it amplified its power or wielded its arcane magic, the opponent effortlessly countered, displaying an ease that was disconcerting. This creature was concealing its true power. The longer they fought, the more combat skills and strength the opponent revealed, as if it were a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, Cell's attack trajectories subtly began to shift, each collision and evasion guiding the battlefield toward a specific direction. In the distance, amidst the ruins, a pink mass of flesh stirred feebly. Fat Buu, clutching its groggy head, struggled to rise. Just as it regained a semblance of strength, it witnessed the earth-shattering battle ahead and felt that familiar yet loathsome malevolent aura. Torn from itself, it had been robbed of what was most precious. Anger swiftly replaced the weakness in its body. Yoa! Fat Buu let out a furious roar, heedless of the consequences, and directed a ki blast at the gray figure. The pink energy wave sliced through the air, hurtling straight toward Majin Buu. With a casual swipe, Majin Buu dismissed the feeble attack. Annoying residue. It intended to eliminate this past self with ease, but at that moment, an inexplicable impulse surged from deep within its being. It was instinct. This body, occupied by the demon, yearned for completeness. It emits a signal of consumption, yearning to reverse the remnant of the subject left behind and assimilate it into itself. The demon eye, Majin Buu, was astounded that the previously disregarded remnants of power could elicit such a vigorous reaction from this perfectly malevolent form. Devour him. If only I could consume him, I would attain a state of unparalleled perfection. An insatiable greed radiated from the entirety of Majin Buu's being. Cell sensed this dramatic shift in emotion. He laughed, swiftly following with a rapid spinning kick that landed solidly against the waist of Majin Buu. Ha ha ha, fool. Majin Buu considered the opponent's actions to be nothing short of self-destructive. The overwhelming force sent him spiraling uncontrollably like a top toward Fat Buu. Majin Buu continued to scoff at his adversary. In the next moment, utilizing his momentum and instinct, his spinning form suddenly melted and spread through the air. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal wave of gray flesh, casting a shadow over the terrified Fat Buu below. I despise you. Fat Boo's head erupted with steam as he desperately launched energy blasts. Yet those attacks vanished into the flesh wave without even causing a ripple. In a moment of desperation, the antennae atop his head flickered with a peculiar glow. Turn me into candy. A beam of pink energy shot forth from the tip of the antenna, aimed directly at the massive wave of flesh. Analyzing special magic, transformation ray. A commendable technique. Cell leisurely settled beside, casually waving his arm. Boom. A massive boulder weighing tons was effortlessly lifted by his telekinesis. His fingers danced skillfully in the air, and in mere breaths, an exaggeratedly designed stone chair, exuding an aura of sinister beauty, materialized behind him. He reclined, crossing his legs, and took a keen interest in the spectacular battle unfolding before him. On the battlefield, the enormous wave of gray flesh easily twisted and spread, effortlessly evading the candy ray capable of altering material structure. In the next moment, the flesh wave violently contracted, enveloping Fat Bu entirely. Wah! Fat Bu struggled desperately within the mass, throwing punches and kicking, but the disparity in power rendered his resistance utterly futile. The flesh wave completely sealed itself, reverting to a towering humanoid form. Hee. Majin Bu cackled triumphantly. In the following second, an unexpected transformation occurred. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. Violent bolts of electricity erupted from its humanoid form without warning. Dark clouds began to gather ominously above its head, as if signaling the arrival of the apocalypse. A tempestuous wave of pure evil and destructive desire, magnitude stronger than before, surged forth from its being. Boom. The ground was torn apart by this overwhelming force, and the surrounding mountains trembled violently. Above the humanoid form, the third eye on its forehead reappeared, gleaming with an even more sinister red light. Countless writhing pink tendrils spread from its body, enveloping this newly formed mass, escalating and merging in a frenzied dance. Amidst the intertwining of electricity and malevolence, the humanoid's writhing began to settle. Its form elongated, becoming even taller and more imposing, with smooth, powerful lines. Crack, creak. It slowly twisted its new neck, emitting a sound akin to cracking bones. The demon eye had not anticipated that this instinctual drive would yield such an unexpectedly perfect body. Cold, self-assured, and imbued with a serene dominion over all beings, it felt an unprecedented surge of might within. Gradually, it turned to face the distant figure that had remained composed throughout. That arrogant individual, propped up on one hand, sat upon a throne, gazing down upon the world with disdain. Chapter 63, an exceptional experience package. Boom. Without warning, Majin Bu raised his hand, unleashing a colossal energy wave that surged forth like a raging tempest. In an instant, the stone chair and Cell's figure were engulfed in this sea of energy. Rumble. The ground trembled violently, as the terrifying force melted a chasm of unfathomable depth into the earth. Surrounding rocks instantly transformed into seething magma. Majin Bu slowly turned to gaze at the sky, the third eye on its forehead gleaming with prideful red light. Now, it's time to reign in your ridiculous arrogance. Its voice was low and icy, as if victory was already assured. Yet in the next moment, through the dissipating smoke of the energy wave, an unscathed green figure gradually emerged. Cell flexed his shoulders, the parts recently destroyed now fully regenerated. Not bad at all. He assessed the earlier attack with a calm demeanor, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Majin Bu's expression darkened instantly. Just then, Cell's energy underwent a drastic transformation. Two distinctly different energies erupted simultaneously, weaving around him into a golden-green halo. Majin Bu's pupils contracted. Unyieldingly, he continued to amplify his energy. Ayah! Cell's figure vanished from sight. Majin Bu was violently hurled backward by a tremendous force. However, he quickly stabilized himself midair, the red light of the third eye intensifying. Nothing but a scratch. He grinned maliciously, brushing his chest. The two engaged in a fierce aerial clash, the sound of fists and feet colliding echoing relentlessly. Boom, bang, bang. Each impact unleashed ferocious shockwaves, ravaging the ground beneath them. At this moment, Majin Bu experienced a significant enhancement in combat power, continuously receiving evolution prompts from their battle. Turn me into candy. The pink beam shot forth, targeting Cell's chest directly. Cell simply raised a finger. Transformation ray. A similar pink glow emitted from his fingertip. The two beams collided violently in midair, bursting forth in a dazzling display of sparks. Majin Bu momentarily froze. How does this guy know this kind of magic too? But he quickly regained his composure, dashing towards Cell like a phantom. Close quarters combat resumed. Cell seized Majin Bu's incoming punch, tightening his grip. Majin Bu's expression shifted as he attempted to break free, only to find the surroundings warping suddenly. Instantaneous movement activated. In the next moment, both figures appeared in a completely new location. Blue skies, white clouds, and lush greenery. This was the Supreme Kai's realm. The sudden appearance of the two figures left everyone stunned. When Supreme Kai recognized the peculiar entity being grasped by Cell, his expression began to unravel, trembling as he pointed. Majin Bu. His voice barely escaped through clenched teeth. Though the form was different from his memories, the familiar aura of evil was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Cabe and Broly turned their gaze toward the entity in Cell's grasp. Is this the Majin that existed before Beerus arrived? Cabe furrowed his brow, a glimmer of wariness flashing in his eyes. Broly's fists clenched involuntarily, igniting the flames of battle within him. Gula immediately turned around, his curiosity piqued. Could this truly be the demon from the legends of his clan? It was at that moment that Majin Bu realized, with a flash before his eyes, that he had been transported to this place. Cell released his hold on Majin Bu and gradually descended to the ground. In the distance, a lecherous old man, eyes shut, raised his hands towards Gohan, seemingly performing some sort of ritual. Cell smiled faintly, glancing at the others, and pointed a single finger towards Majin Bu. Who among you dares to challenge this creature? His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. After all, he was merely an exceptional punching bag. In serene boldness, Broly took the lead. With each step he took, the earth trembled slightly beneath him. A green aura began to gradually rise from his form. The pent-up desire for battle, long suppressed by the arena's rules, finally found an outlet. Here was the stage for my grand display of prowess. Broly's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Majin Bu gazed at this seemingly ordinary individual before him, as the third eye upon his forehead began to whirl with fervor. Chapter 64. The Wrath of Broly. With every step Broly advanced, his aura surged intensely. Gradually, a pure golden aura erupted from him, only to be swiftly replaced by a more ferocious green. The terrifying waves of energy shattered the trees of the Supreme Kai's realm, snapping them like twigs. By the time his hair stood upright, transformed into a bizarre green, his eye sockets were left pale, and his muscles swelled grotesquely, elevating his entire form. He raised his head slightly, directing his gaze towards Majin Bu, a smile curling upon his lips that only a demon could possess. He chuckled. I shall not allow you to perish easily. The accumulated dissatisfaction erupted into a fierce declaration aimed squarely at the only adversary present. The instant his words fell, the surrounding space seemed to freeze momentarily, followed by a cacophony of shattering sounds, overwhelmed. The raging green tempest erupted explosively around him, and the once solid ground of the Supreme Kai's realm shattered beneath his foot. In an instant, the colossal green figure was before Majin Bu, casting an imposing shadow over him. In the next moment, the green energy cannon that had coalesced in Broly's chest erupted violently against Majin Bu's torso. Boom! Majin Bu's body was sent hurtling 100 meters away, embedded deep within a distant mountain like a cannonball. The old Supreme Kai, engaged in his ritual, was startled by the tremendous commotion, nearly interrupting his incantation. Hey, I said to keep it down. He protested impatiently with one hand, while the other maintained its position to enhance Gohan's potential. Gohan, restless with anticipation, could hardly contain himself. Old Supreme Kai, how much longer will this take? Can we expedite this process? No. If we end it now, all will be in vain. The old Supreme Kai retorted grumpily. Besides, why the rush? Every individual here is capable of dealing with that demon. His gaze inadvertently flicked towards Cell's position, particularly that green creature. Sigh. The old Supreme Kai sighed heavily within, never having anticipated that after merely being sealed for 75 million years, he would encounter such incomprehensibly terrifying beings in the present world. On the battlefield, Majin Bu emerged slowly from the rubble, utterly unscathed. He rolled his neck, veins bulging on his forehead. Oh, what a splendid punching bag. Broly observed the intact opponent, his smile growing increasingly cruel. Energy began to gather in his hands, forming a densely compacted green energy sphere, which he then hurled towards Majin Bu. The energy sphere swelled as it traveled, nearly obscuring half the sky. Meanwhile, Broly's form stealthily concealed itself behind this colossal energy projectile, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Faced with this world-shattering strike, Majin Bu, in a fit of fury, executed an unfathomable action. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the massive energy orb whole. Boom! The explosion did not occur externally but detonated violently within his belly. Majin Bu's soft form instantly ballooned into a grotesque shape, comical in appearance. Bang! Following closely, Broly delivered a heavy elbow strike directly against Bu's swollen abdomen. Oh! The impact contorted Majin Bu's body into a shrimp-like position, steam billowing from the holes on his head, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. In the next moment, agony was swiftly replaced by sheer rage. Yaya! His entire body suddenly melted, transforming into an elongated pink tendril that swiftly ensnared Broly. Broly's muscular form was tightly bound. His muscles contorted uncomfortably. Majin Buu's strength escalated, seemingly intent on crushing him to pieces. Cell sat calmly at the side, observing the battle, as streams of data flowed through his mind, turning into points of evolution. In the next instant, the pained expression that had adorned Broly's face morphed into a mocking grin. With a blinding flash of electricity, he erupted with power. Boom. The tightly bound Majin Buu was obliterated by the violent force erupting from within, scattering a cloud of flesh and debris into the air. Countless pink chunks floated about. Rather than coalescing immediately, the floating remnants wriggled in midair, rapidly transforming into hundreds of smaller Majin Buus, each bearing an evil grin, all aimed squarely at Broly. In the next moment, a torrential downpour of pink energy blasts rained down upon him. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris filled the air, with winds howling fiercely. The entire Supreme Kai's realm trembled violently under the onslaught of this horrific barrage. Amidst the chaos, a gigantic hand suddenly emerged. At its center, it clutched a spinning green energy sphere. Broly burst forth from the explosion's epicenter, disregarding the relentless attacks still pelting him, and began a frenzied assault on the multitude of small Buus. With each swing of his arm, a small Buu was instantaneously vaporized by the green energy, leaving not a trace behind. Observing the rapid decline of his smaller selves, the surviving pieces finally sensed fear. All the little Buus melted into a singular form, reassembling into the towering figure once more. However, this time, Majin Buu's breaths were noticeably labored as he re-evaluated the gleaming green figure before him. Broly gradually ceased his movements, a hint of arrogance and disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. What's the matter? Is that all there is to it? Chapter 65. The Aftermath of the Fierce Battle. Yaha, you are strong, but I am even stronger. Majin Buu screeched with sharp, manic laughter, the swirling magic eye emitting a sinister red glow. His fist elongated with an uncanny swiftness, akin to rubber, circumventing Broly's defenses at a bizarre angle, and with an abruptness, struck Broly squarely on the face. The immense force propelled him backward, hurtling him towards the rocky outcrops. Yet, with a surge of energy, Broly steadied himself mid-air, seizing the still extended, noodle-like arm with a firm grip. Following this, he erupted into a maniacal laugh of combat satisfaction, spiraling wildly in the air, using Majin Buu as a makeshift lasso to spin and hurl him with ferocity. Boom. The distant mountains were instantly shattered, an orchestra of crashes resonating through the air. Broly did not relent. He plunged into the cloud of debris, where blinding light emanated from within the mountain, marking the true commencement of their brutal clash. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. The incessant sound of sonic booms filled the atmosphere, and the violent shockwaves whipped through the air, causing the spectators, including Kaioken, to flail helplessly in their garments. Incredible. That Majin is formidable. Kaioken gazed at the crumbling peak, a spectacle of energy, his excitement palpable. The Supreme Kai and Jebit stood agape, rendered speechless. Cooler, however, remained composed, arms crossed, analyzing the situation. The opponent's strength was formidable. Although Broly currently dominated, that Majin seemed to possess an indomitable resilience. After each seemingly fatal blow, the sinister energy showed not the slightest sign of waning. Following a flash of red light, the foe did not even take a moment to breathe. Such a relentless battle, where one could unleash their full potential without fear of annihilating the adversary, was utterly intoxicating. Boom. Broly's heavy punch sank deep into Majin Buu's form. In the next instant, Buu's soft body coiled around Broly's arm like a serpent. He opened his mouth, unleashing a highly concentrated energy blast aimed directly at Broly's face. Boom. The explosion, mere inches away, finally marred the arrogant visage of Broly with a hint of change. He leaned back slightly, sustaining a few abrasions on his face. Ha! Before my perfect physique, all your attacks are but mere illusions, Majin Buu declared arrogantly. Broly slowly raised his hand, wiping away the trickling blood. Is that so? At that moment, his energy surged once more, erupting with fervor. Crackle. The arcs of electricity within his verdant aura intensified, becoming denser. With one hand extended behind him, he gathered an intensely rich green energy in his palm. Let us see how you handle this. A resplendent green beam erupted from his hand. The moment it was fired, the beam expanded rapidly, growing larger until it transformed into a torrent of energy that engulfed the freshly reformed Majin Buu entirely. Aya! Majin Buu let out a reluctant howl, as his proud form began to vaporize under the searing energy. Yet, at that moment, the sinister eye on his forehead writhed frantically. A small portion of pink flesh, before being completely evaporated, clung desperately to the eye, detaching from the main body. It adhered closely to the surface of the raging beam. utilizing the energy S refraction as cover, stealthily advancing into an absolute visual blind spot. As Broly maintained his attack stance, the tiny mass of flesh swiftly latched onto his bulging arm. It spread rapidly, then suddenly sprang forth, expanding. A vast pink net of flesh formed within mere seconds, ensnaring Broly completely and rendering him immobile. Trapped by this unexpected restraint, Broly thrashed violently within the net. He controlled his body, transforming into a green comet, speeding toward one rocky formation after another. Boom, boom, boom. The robust mountains of the Supreme Kai's realm crumbled one after another under his savage onslaught. The relentless impacts caused the Majin's flesh net to wince in pain, the binding force slightly diminishing. Now's my chance. Broly seized the fleeting opportunity. Aya! He let out an earth-shattering roar, unleashing the full fury of his inner energy. Boom! The flesh net encasing him was torn apart by the cataclysmic force from within. Ripping asunder, pink flesh scattered into the air, only to rapidly coalesce again, restoring Majin Buu's humanoid form. A glimmer flashed from the iconic antenna atop his head. Just as Broly freed himself and noticed the movement, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Zzz. An eerie pink beam shot forth from the antenna, striking his blocking arm instantaneously. Bang! There was no explosion, no shockwave. In the next moment, a miniaturized version of Broly in chocolate materialized in midair. Chapter 66, The Universe's Finest Chocolate. Majin Buu gazed triumphantly at the floating mini chocolate Broly, licking his lips in anticipation. Heroes of the world tremble at my name. Now you are but fish on the chopping block. He prepared to grasp the prize and savor it. Below, Kaioken and the others sensed the peril and ready to intervene. Damn it, Broly. Just then, the tiny Broly chocolate wobbled slightly. Majin Buu halted in his tracks. What was that? An illusion? He blinked in confusion, reaching out once more. Yet, just as his fingers were about to touch the chocolate, the tiny treat vanished from sight. Boom. A resounding thud reverberated as an unimaginable force struck Majin Buu squarely on the side of the face. He was sent flying, tumbling through the air before barely stabilizing his form. Majin Buu clutched his aching cheek, gazing in disbelief at the small brown figure in the distance. No, it can't be. How can you still move? The chocolate began to tremble in the air before erupting with Broly's raucous laughter. What a Majin. You are merely a jester performing tricks. Though transformed into chocolate, the voice became sharp and comical, yet the indomitable spirit of battle remained undiminished. Before the echoes of his laughter faded, the chocolate morphed into a brown streak, charging once again toward Majin Buu's abdomen. Bang! Majin Buu was struck once more. The diminutive chocolate carved countless afterimages in the air as it unleashed a relentless barrage of impacts upon the colossal Majin Buu. Bang! 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 Majin Buu, bewildered by this illogical assault, lost all sense of balance, plummeting straight down from the sky. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the surface of the Supreme Kai's realm, stirring up vast clouds of dust. Without waiting for it to rise, that brown flash of lightning had already pursued, relentlessly colliding with the body of the Majin Buu, whose dreadful power was contained within its seemingly insignificant form. Boom, boom, boom. Under this incessant barrage, the body of Majin Buu was gradually driven deeper into the solid ground. Incredible! How amazing! Goku exclaimed in excitement at this extraordinary spectacle, for even transformed into chocolate, Broly remained Broly. Gula crossed his arms, utterly astounded. The very structure of matter had been altered, yet it retained its combat prowess. To them, victory appeared to be a foregone conclusion. However, the previously calm Cell sensed something amiss. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, landing on the astonishing chocolate form. Even Broly, struck by the augmented energy waves, could not possibly be unaffected, unless it was deliberate on the opponent's part. Meanwhile, the battered Majin Buu, lacking any means to retaliate, revealed a smug grin deep beneath the surface. A minuscule pink mass, nearly imperceptible, quietly detached from its main body, wriggling like a worm, burrowing deeper into the earth in swift escape. As its main form continued to endure the onslaught of chocolate, it suddenly erupted with power, surging upwards. Boom! Majin Buu emerged from the pit, disheveled, landing on the distant ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Damn it, I never expected that after being hit by my magic, you would still be so sprightly. The chocolate Broly swayed in the air, as if expressing that this chocolate body felt rather pleasant. In the distance, Gohan was intently focused on the battle between the two, his heart racing at Broly's incredible strength. He remained oblivious to the tiny pink worm that had silently emerged from the ground beneath him, lurking in the grass. Bang! Majin Buu was once again sent flying by a rapid charge from Broly. This time, its trajectory was precise, heading directly towards Gohan and the old Kaioken. Gohan, be careful! The Kaioshin shouted in terror. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the flying Majin DNA, an unexpected event occurred. The long-hidden, tiny worm suddenly sprang from the grass, transforming into a massive pink flesh net that ensnared the unsuspecting Gohan completely. What? Gohan? Everyone gasped in shock. Not good. Cabe reacted the fastest, his golden aura flaring up as he and his companion dashed towards the bound Gohan. Damn it! Gohan's voice rang out as he attempted to tear through the repulsive flesh net. At that moment, the flying Majin DNA twisted its body midair, unleashing a barrage of concentrated pink energy blasts towards Cabe. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts detonated in Cabe's path, effectively hindering his momentary rescue. Majin DNA seized the opportunity presented by the spinning momentum, colliding fiercely with the net enveloping Gohan. The two became one. Instantly, the heavens and the earth changed color. In the sacred realm of the Kaioshin, dark clouds inexplicably gathered in the sky, and ominous purple lightning danced within the clouds, exuding a foreboding aura. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the writhing pink mass, sweeping in all directions. The aged old Kaioshin couldn't even let out a scream before being blown away by the irresistible energy wave, tumbling through the air, lost to sight. Cabe and Gula, along with the others, were also blown back, struggling to maintain their footing. Cell watched this intriguing scene with a slight lift of his finger, directing a gentle beam of light towards the still-dazed chocolate in the air. The restoration beam flashed by, and the chocolate form rapidly transformed back into Broly's imposing physique. Things were becoming increasingly interesting. Amidst the intertwining of pure white energy and malevolence, the massive flesh mass ceased its writhing. A brand new figure slowly rose from within. Chapter 67. The Arrival of the Super Demon, the Despairing Kaioshin. Ha ha ha, this power is magnificent. The Majin's body had completely transformed, donning the very attire Gohan had worn moments ago, with elongated and thickened antennae drooping softly at the back of its head. It turned leisurely, gazing down at those who gritted their teeth in anger. The plan had succeeded splendidly. This new form of the Majin marked the dawn of its strongest incarnation. It pointed dismissively at Cell. From the moment that fool brought me here, I noticed son Gohan. It patted its chest, continuing in a tone that blended Gohan's voice. Though I remained distant, the pressure and energy occasionally emanating from him were unmistakable. It gestured to the eerie third eye on its forehead. You might as well come at me together. Gohan folded his arms, slowly levitating into the air, looking down at everyone with a condescending gaze. You dare underestimate me. Vegeta's fury ignited in an instant. Wait, Vegeta. Goku attempted to intervene, but Vegeta had already transformed into a golden flash, charging forward. Super Saiyan 2. He launched himself at Gohan, delivering strikes that tore through the air with explosive sounds. Yet, the latter simply embraced the air with elegance, effortlessly dodging all of Vegeta's attacks with a mere turn of the head and slight body movement. Throughout, it maintained an air of arrogance. Sensing the grim situation, Goku transformed as well, his golden aura surging skyward as he joined the fray. With 4 hands and feet, the frequency of their attacks intensified instantaneously. Gohan merely adjusted his movements slightly, continuing to evade with ease. Vegeta, this is no time for games. We must unite our strengths. Goku shouted while attacking. TCH. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, but did not oppose. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously retreated. In the next moment, an even more terrifying power erupted from them. Yeah. Their golden hair grew instantly, and the violent energy waves obliterated the grass and trees of the Kaioshin realm. Super Saiyan 3. With one punch from each side, they launched a coordinated assault. At last, Gohan extended his hands, engaging them in combat. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 figures collided at high speed in the air, generating explosive sounds and dispersing the clouds that had gathered overhead. Having trained together for years, their synergy needed no words. Goku landed a powerful blow on Gohan, while Vegeta fiercely attacked his lower body. In a moment of distraction, they both seized the opportunity, delivering a combined strike that sent Gohan hurtling away. Gohan tumbled through the air, yet a smile graced his face. The tendrils at the back of his head extended without warning, coiling around Goku's neck like a whip. Subsequently, he harnessed his strength and with a mighty heave, hurled Goku into the distant rock wall, dragging him along and carving a long trench. Oh! Goku clutched desperately at the slick tentacle, attempting to sever it. How infuriating! Vegeta, witnessing this, brought his hands together and unleashed a devastating final flash that roared toward Buu's core. Boom, boom, boom. Buu effortlessly swatted the attack away with his other hand, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Goku finally broke free, and the 3 immediately engaged in fierce combat once more. Below, the old Kaioshin finally returned, panting heavily as he pointed at the battle in the sky, cursing vehemently. Fools. You dimwits. Instead of quickly dealing with that Majin, you actually led him toward me. Now, look, he has absorbed that child. I had fully unleashed his original potential, far superior to those two with long hair. The Kaioshin Shin and Kibito hurriedly approached to soothe the venerable elder, while casting desperate glances at the ever-composed Cell. Patera, Cell calmly uttered. The anxious duo suddenly found clarity. According to the original work, the fusion should be able to effortlessly crush Bu. Cell's mind raced with thoughts. However, at this moment, Ultimate Gohan is undoubtedly the strongest among them, and with the third eye, even a waste like Goku can suppress Super Saiyan 3 with such an extraordinary item. He gazed at the heavens with keen interest. What will the outcome be? It truly is something to anticipate. On the battlefield, the situation was ever-changing. A furious green light, brimming with long-suppressed excitement, surged into the fray. Chapter 68, United Efforts. Observing the familiar figure barreling toward them, Bu's focus shifted from Goku and Vegeta. He forcefully separated the two combatants, his crimson gaze locking onto the green energy. In an instant, Bu vanished, intent on making this once indomitable maniac pay. With unparalleled speed, even the sonic boom failed to materialize. In the next moment, he appeared before Broly, launching a devastating punch accompanied by a whirlwind that ripped through space. Faced with this sudden assault, Broly's fury ignited. He did not flinch or evade, but crossed his robust arms over his chest, bracing for impact. Clang! A deafening roar echoed throughout the Kaioshin realm. A visible shockwave radiated from the two, further cleaving the earth below into a deep chasm. The overwhelming force reversed Broly's momentum, transforming him into a green projectile that flew backward. Boom, boom, rumble. His massive frame smashed through several towering mountains, ultimately embedding deep into the core of the last peak, sending debris skyward. Broly, how infuriating. Regaining their senses, Goku and Vegeta wasted no time. Their golden auras surged once more, becoming two streaks of light as they dashed toward Bu, intent on providing support. However, Bu merely tilted his head slightly, a hint of impatience crossing his features. He didn't even turn around, casually swinging two punches backward. Bang! Bang! Two invisible blasts of wind struck the rushing Goku and Vegeta with pinpoint accuracy. They felt an irresistible force surge from their chests, dispersing their gathered energy and sending them uncontrollably plummeting to the ground. Too powerful. Goku struggled to rise from the pit he had landed in, his expression grave. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground, humiliation nearly driving him to madness. Just a casual strike had rendered two Super Saiyan 3 warriors utterly powerless. This Majin, who had absorbed Gohan, had reached an unfathomable level of power. At that moment, rumble. The distant mountain that had been pierced suddenly exploded from within. Oh! Amidst the roar, Broly's figure erupted from the rubble, his surrounding green aura more violent and dense than before. He had clearly been thoroughly enraged. Bu watched him with a bemused expression, amusement dancing on his face. A splendid target. Just as the two were about to clash again, the observing cooler finally made his move. Such terrifying power, he murmured, his blood boiling within. In the next second, a purple aura erupted from him, golden patterns shimmering on his violet skin. His form transformed immediately, his power skyrocketing exponentially until it matched that of the three warriors. Golden patterned cooler. He became a streak of pale gold lightning, instantaneously appearing beside Goku and Vegeta. That fool Gohan cannot die yet. Let us go all out. His words were succinct, yet brimming with battle spirit. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, nodding firmly. At this point, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with Saiyan pride. For figures, for overwhelming auras, locked onto Bu from four directions. The entire Kaioshin realm began to tremble violently under the weight of these four powers. The once solid ground now bore spiderweb-like fissures. In the distance, Cell watched this scene with great interest. With the amplification of the evil eye, absorbing Ultimate Gohan has indeed resulted in a vast increase in data. Such a level of combat data is truly a windfall. Bu surveyed the four who surrounded him, displaying not an ounce of tension, but rather an extreme thrill. Come, let me see how far you insignificant insects can struggle. No sooner had he spoken than the four of them moved simultaneously. Broly charged forward, roaring as he unleashed a powerful punch, simple, direct, and brutal. Bu effortlessly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a knife-hand strike toward Broly's neck. Just then, a flash of gold darted past. Goku's figure abruptly appeared beside Bu, executing a swift kick aimed at his abdomen. Instant transmission. Bu snickered, his body bending at an impossible angle as he evaded Goku's attack, while the tentacle at the back of his head transformed into a whip, striking toward Goku's head. Clang! A purple beam precisely struck that tentacle, deflecting it. It was cooler. Suspended in midair, his fingertips still crackling with residual energy. He calmly searched for every possible opening to strike. Big bang attack. Vegeta's roar echoed from the opposite side as a massive energy cannon roared forth, engulfing Buu's form. Boom. The violent explosion intensified the tremors throughout the Kaishin realm. However, as the dust settled, Buu stood unscathed, not a scratch on him. Are you merely tickling me? He scoffed. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly melted, transforming into countless pink tendrils that shot out in every direction. What? The four were taken aback simultaneously. The tendrils of flesh in the air reformed instantaneously, crafting four identical tablecloths that aligned perfectly with Broly, Goku, Vegeta, and Cooler. Bang, 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 bang. The synchronized sound of four resounding impacts reverberated simultaneously. Caught off guard, all four were forcefully propelled away. The entire Kaishin realm began to wail, as even the most robust sanctum could not withstand the cataclysmic clash of energies. The earth fractured, and the clouds twisted in turmoil. The four tablecloths merged once more in the sky, embracing his arms and gazing down at the four who had managed to stabilize themselves, his expression betraying unabashed mockery. Taste this. His hands slowly rose above his head, gathering an energy that was several times more terrifying than all previous attacks combined, pooling in his palms. It was Gohan's technique. Masenko. Yet, what erupted from his hands was a blood-red, malevolent beam of terror. The beam, upon its release, enveloped the entire battlefield, completely shrouding the four. Chapter 69. Super Vegeto, the one who stands tall in the sky. Aya. The barrier conjured by the four was gradually crushed beneath the crimson magical flash. The three golden and one green figures were inexorably pushed down by the evil energy that pierced through heaven and earth. The ground could no longer bear this overwhelming pressure, beginning to shatter and collapse. Increase the energy. Goku roared, every muscle in his body trembling. Do not command me. Vegeta's pride felt utterly insignificant in the face of such absolute power. Cooler's golden patterns flickered erratically, his radiance becoming increasingly unstable, clearly operating beyond its limits. Broly emitted a beastly roar, pouring all his strength into the barrier. I shall watch as you all, along with this planet, vanish. Buu's maniacal laughter echoed through the skies as he amplified his energy output. Boom. The earth was utterly crushed, revealing a terrifying abyss below. Just then, a feeble energy blast shot up from below, harmlessly striking Buu's back. Can the fly not be bothersome? Buu did not even turn around, merely unleashing a surge of force that sent the recently emboldened Kaishin flying. The old Kaishin watched in despair, jumping in agitation. Cell sat calmly upon a floating rock, observing the gravely injured Kaishin, before finally rising to his feet. He stepped forward, instantaneously appearing beside the Kaishin, disregarding the latter's terrified reaction, and swiftly removed the ornament from his ear. Get your earrings out. His movements were fluid, and he immediately tossed one to each of the struggling Goku and Vegeta. Catch! Two streaks of light sliced through the air. Goku, put it on your left ear. Vegeta, you're right. Do not question. Cell's voice resonated clearly in their ears. In the midst of their utmost struggle, both managed to free a hand, securely grasping the small objects amidst the tempest of energy. Without hesitation, they complied. In the next moment, they radiated a blinding white light, their figures intertwining. While Broly and Cooler felt a sudden lightness in their hands as the terrifying force that had nearly crushed them was defiantly pushed upwards. An unimaginable surge of power struck Buu from below. In an instant, the colossal flow of energy was forcibly expelled from the Kaishin realm, shooting towards the endless expanse of the cosmos. A pure white light hovered quietly before him. Stop your theatrics. Buu snapped irritably, launching an energy blast to obliterate the annoying illumination. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the light dissipated, revealing a voice infused with the tones of both Goku and Vegeta. Filled with exhilaration. Fusion. The energy blast vanished upon contact with the silhouette. A brand new warrior materialized before Buu, clad in an orange undershirt enveloped by a blue GI. With white gloves adorning his hands and earrings adorning his ears, a dashing young man emerged. He stroked his chin, seemingly in contemplation. Since it is the fusion of Vegeta and Kakarot, let us name him Vegeto. As soon as he spoke, before Buu could recover from his astonishment, boom, a seemingly ordinary punch. Yet Buu distinctly felt the pain. He tumbled through the air, barely managing to regain his composure. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at his opponent. Vegeto reveled in the boundless power coursing through him. This is quite impressive. He offered a slight smile towards the distant Buu. Suddenly, a golden light erupted around him. Aya! The golden aura manifested as a tangible, colossal wave of energy, instantly scattering Broly, Cooler, and the others beneath. Even the ever-composed Cell was forced back a step by this overwhelming force. Ding! Detected superclass energy entity, Super Vegeto. Combat data analysis underway. A torrent of evolution points surged within Cell's mind, far exceeding previous data. This was the mightiest Vegeto of the dimensions. He felt the thrilling excitement and desire radiating from every cell in his body, a longing to challenge this formidable foe nearly overwhelming him. Amidst the golden light, a fusion warrior with hair like spun gold gradually emerged, a confident smile adorning his face. Proceed, strongest Majin. Super Vegeto beckoned with a finger towards Bu. In the distance, Jebit had completed healing Shin, and together with the Elder Kai, they quickly retreated to a safe distance, eagerly watching the unfolding reversal. Broly and Cooler exchanged a glance, silently dissipating their energies and returning to their normal states. Clearly, their intervention was no longer necessary here. They instinctively moved to stand beside Cell. Hee hee. Bu cackled at the sight of the golden figure, emitting a sharp laugh. What are two ants fused together supposed to do? Yet, as he spoke, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Bang! In an instant, before anyone could comprehend, Bu's figure vanished from sight. In the distance, a mountain erupted violently. Amidst the debris, Bu stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, every cell in his body seemingly lamenting. No, it cannot be. I actually couldn't see his attack. A haughty voice echoed from the sky, where he had just stood. That golden figure had returned to his previous position, arms crossed, looking down condescendingly at the disheveled form below. Oh, it seems I have become too strong. Chapter 70. The Invincible Stance. Bu slowly rose from the ruins of the mountain. Indeed some power. He forcefully suppressed the shock within, returning to face Vegeto. Boom. Without any warning, an exquisitely condensed energy wave erupted from his hand, striking Vegeto squarely in the face. How do you like that? Bu laughed triumphantly upon successfully launching a sneak attack. As the dust from the explosion lingered, a voice filled with disdain and impatience drifted through the air. Utterly boring. Boom. A surge of energy, more immense and ferocious than that of Majin Bu, erupted violently from the heart of the dust cloud. The golden wave of energy instantly engulfed Bu entirely. Bu could only emit a desperate cry of defiance before his entire form was torn asunder by the terrifying force. As the dust settled, Vegeta slowly retracted his outstretched fingers, maintaining an air of disdain with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, the scattered remnants of Bu rapidly coalesced. His figure was reborn, devoid of any injuries. Yet his once invincible spirit lay in tatters. Just moments ago, he had been the dominant force, effortlessly manipulating everyone present. Now, he found himself the object of mockery. The stark contrast overwhelmed him. An intense fury surged within him, steam erupting from the gaping hole in his head, as his aura transformed into a chaotic whirlwind of rage. Aya! He roared, his form becoming a pink lightning bolt as he charged at Vegeta. Swish, swish, swish. Countless fierce punches and kicks, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sliced apart, descended upon Vegeta from all directions. Yet, Vegeta merely floated in place, his body swaying gracefully. He twisted, turned, leaned back, and lifted his leg. Each movement was executed with impeccable precision, effortlessly evading all of Bu's assaults. His composure surpassed even the time he toyed with Goku and Vegeta. Too slow. Vegeta's voice dripped with disdain. How dare he claim to be the strongest Majin in history? As he spoke, he lifted his foot and, with casual ease, landed a precise kick to Bu's abdomen amid his frenzied onslaught. Bam! Bu's rhythm faltered abruptly. The disparity in speed and strength was glaring. Bam! Another kick followed. Gohan was foolish enough to let himself be absorbed by such a creature. Ultimately, he is just a child. Bam! 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 Vegeta's words sliced through Bu's pride like the sharpest of blades. Silence. Bu was driven to madness, abandoning all technique as he swung his fists wildly, desperate to land even a single hit. Enough. The warm-up is over. Vegeta's playful tone suddenly turned cold. In the next instant, he moved. No longer dodging, he reached out and precisely grasped one of Bu's incoming fists. Bu was taken aback. Then, he saw a massive white fist growing larger in his field of vision. Bam! A resounding thud. A solid punch struck Bu's face. One side of his face instantly caved in, and he leaned back. Yet, before he could fly away, Vegeta had seized his arm and yanked him back. Bam! Another punch landed on the other side of his face. Bam! 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 Vegeta moved with such speed that only afterimages remained. He circled Bu, delivering a relentless barrage of humiliating strikes to a single target. Every punch and kick landed squarely on Bu's face. Bu's once proud regenerative abilities now seemed utterly ludicrous. Just as his face began to return to its original shape, another heavy blow would distort it even further. Regenerate, then be pummeled. Regenerate again, only to be beaten down further. In the distance, Broly and others stood in stunned silence. They had just experienced the terror of this Majin, and now, before their eyes, He was being mercilessly battered like a punching bag by an even more unreasonable entity. Incredible. The Supreme Kai trembled with excitement. Data streams frantically refreshed in Cell's mind. This was true revelry. At the center of the battlefield, bam. Accompanied by a final, forceful kick, Bu spun like a top, violently propelled away, crashing heavily into the solid ground. Boom. A bottomless pit appeared. Vegeta slowly descended, hovering above the crater, patiently awaiting his opponent. Moments later, a disheveled pink figure burst forth from the pit. Bu hovered in midair, gasping for breath. His body had fully regenerated. Yet the chaotic energy emanating from him revealed his shattered psyche. What kind of monster are you? He shrieked like a defeated dog. Me? Vegeta chuckled lightly, his figure suddenly vanishing. Bu's pupils dilated, unable to react in time. Boom. An overwhelming force struck from behind, landing a devastating knee to his back, bending him forward as he plummeted towards the ground. This time, Vegeta offered no respite. He swiftly followed, landing on the ground just before Bu's impending impact. Then, he slowly lifted one foot. Bam! Bu's face made intimate contact with the sole of Vegeta's shoe. The earth shuddered violently. As the dust settled, everyone witnessed a scene worthy of legend. The once mighty Majin Bu was now firmly pinned to the ground in a spread eagle position, standing over him. The confident warrior with flowing golden hair, arms crossed. Vegeta looked down, regarding the twitching form of Bu beneath his foot with disdain. Don't tell me this is your full power, he taunted, grinding his foot lightly. Is this all you've got? Chapter 71, Unexpected Despair. Outrageous. The Majin beneath him radiated an even more venomous and frenzied energy than before. Being so utterly dominated was a humiliation this body had never before experienced since its inception. Bu let out an eerie laugh, ceasing his struggles. In the next instant, his body began to dissolve, transforming rapidly into a writhing pool of pink liquid, spreading outwards. You shall become part of me. With a sharp scream, the liquid surged upward, morphing into a massive net of flesh, ensnaring Vegeta, who still stood atop Bu's face. The pink mass engulfed Vegeta entirely, writhing and contracting, forming a colossal meatball. Ah, no. The Supreme Kai cried out from a distance. Bu's maniacal laughter echoed from within the mass, filled with triumphant malice and bloodthirsty cruelty. Ha ha ha, keep going wild. Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? I will digest you completely. In the next moment, a languid voice emerged from within, sticky and disgusting. Just as the words finished, boom. The mass enveloping Vegeta shot rapidly into the sky, soaring towards the realm of the Supreme Kai. An overwhelming force erupted from within the mass. Zzz. Dazzling lightning shattered the pink flesh, flashing wildly outward. The entire meatball glowed as if it were a lantern riddled with cracks. Boom. The flesh mass exploded in an instant. The sky was awash with splattered pink remnants, which swiftly coalesced in the far distance, restoring themselves to the form of a rice cloth. He gazed in terror at the figure across from him. The overwhelming aura, having shattered its constraints, showed no signs of abating. Instead, it surged forth with even greater ferocity, climbing infinitely higher. The heavens and the earth transformed in hue. The entire sacred domain trembled violently. The once solid ground began to fracture, merely from the caress of this unleashed energy, leading to massive collapses. The nearest rice cloth gaped wide, and he found himself unable to control his body. As he was pushed back repeatedly by the sheer pressure, his face and body bore numerous small wounds, as if sliced by an invisible current. Meanwhile, from the golden light, Vegeta's silhouette continued to gather energy, seemingly boundless. His hair, bathed in golden radiance, grew wildly, not just shooting upward, but elongating, cascading down to his waist. His brow became more pronounced, while his iconic eyebrows began to fade from sight. Ultimately, when that apocalyptic pressure reached its zenith, all tumult fell silent. Behold, the mightiest of all, a brand new Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta materialized before the onlookers. Cell's eyes widened in astonishment. Ding. Accumulated evolution points, 1 trillion. Immediate absorption recommended to unlock Super Earthling genes and evolve frozen demon genes. The emergence of Vegeta propelled him into a new realm. Ha 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 ha. Cell's laughter erupted uncontrollably, ringing out abruptly at the edge of this ravaged battlefield. Both Gogeta and Broly, straining against the onslaught of energy waves, turned to him with incredulity. Even the Kaioshins in the distance cast him peculiar glances. Cell quickly waved his hands, suppressing his mirth. My apologies, I was merely reminded of something joyous. High above in the sky, the battle, or rather, a new round of devastation, had commenced. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta casually raised his fist. Whoosh! A visible white energy fist, infused with violently swirling currents, shot forth. The speed was so astonishing that the rice cloth could not react in time, helplessly watching the attack approach. Thud! The energy fist tore effortlessly through the rice cloth's body, piercing through his chest. Ah! The rice cloth cried out in agony, staring in horror at his wound. There, clinging to it, was an inextinguishable golden energy, rendering his proud rapid regeneration ability dreadfully sluggish. The wound writhed, yet healing remained elusive. That previous fist was imbued with energy. What sorcery is this? He barely had time to ponder this when countless streams of golden energy bombarded him from all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Instantly, the rice cloth's entire form was rendered a mangled wreck, shattered into pieces. The eerie eye upon his forehead spun frantically, fear overwhelming all dignity and rage. Flee! I must escape. The battered remnants of his body forcibly converged, transforming into a pitiful pink streak, recklessly burning energy as he fled into the depths of space. It is over. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta coldly observed the fleeing silhouette, bringing his hands together. Zzz. Dazzling bolts of lightning converged rapidly around a cerulean energy sphere in his palms, the terrifying power distorting the very fabric of space. Finally, the Kamehameha, a fusion of two ultimate techniques, roared skyward toward the rice cloth. Before the energy column could truly reach him, the extreme heat had already begun to vaporize the tips of his toes. No. The rice cloth felt the looming threat of death behind him, desperately channeling all his energy into flight, increasing his speed once more. Vegeta smirked, amplifying his energy output. The golden blue energy column surged faster, swiftly closing the distance to the rice cloth. Crack! At that moment, a minuscule crack appeared on the surface of the yellow patera earring adorning Vegeta's ear. The next second, snap! The earring shattered. Vegeta's towering form disintegrated in a blinding flash of white light, reverting back to Goku and Vegeta. The cataclysmic energy, potent enough to obliterate stars, dissipated into nothingness with the dissolution of their fusion. Oh no! The Kaioshin gasped in horror. Surely it hasn't been an hour yet. Can it not withstand the overload? Cell regarded the sudden change with uncertainty. The fleeing rice cloth paused, glancing back, his terror gradually subsiding, replaced by the elation of having narrowly escaped. Ha 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 ha. He halted midair, his raucous laughter echoing through the silent realm of the Kaioshins, filled with relief at his survival and a twisted sense of pleasure. Truly, that was perilously close. The rice cloth wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing down at Goku and Vegeta, who were equally stunned. I concede, your fusion indeed represents the most formidable adversaries I have ever encountered since my inception. I was so very close, just a hair's breadth, from annihilation at your hands. His demeanor shifted from flippant to solemn, tinged with a hint of dread. However, the game is over. I shall not grant you another opportunity. The rice cloth spread his arms wide, gathering a dark red energy more malevolent and colossal than ever before, forming a massive sphere of destructive energy above his head. The sphere expanded incessantly, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of erasing the entire realm of the Kaioshins. Hey, Kaioshin, bring out another pair of earrings for them. Gogeta immediately shouted towards the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin, flustered and sweating profusely, scrambled in vain. They are gone. I have only that one pair of patera earrings left. He gazed despondently at the enormous energy sphere in the sky. It seems that the earrings, having been worn for too long, had diminished in power and could not withstand the immense energy from their fusion. Thus, they shattered prematurely. The voice of the old Kaioshin echoed softly, resignedly suggesting acceptance of fate. In a single phrase, he blocked all avenues of escape. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each discerning the bitterness in the other's expression. Having just separated from their fusion, their bodies were severely weakened from the overload of energy, making it difficult to even maintain their transformed states. Broly and Gogeta were equally battered and drained. The shadow of death loomed over them all. At that moment, Cell slowly rose from the silence. System, commence consumption of evolution points. Chapter 72, A Newborn Strike. Ding, consumed 1 trillion evolution points. 500 billion consumed. Super Earthling genes evolved into Omnipotent Earthling, passive enhancement of base combat power by 50 times, and evolution points acquisition increased by 20. 1 trillion consumed. Frozen Demon genes evolved into Frozen Demon Ascended Elementary, gaining an Elementary Ascended form, revealing golden patterns upon activation, enhancing combat power by 100 times. Stackable with other transformations or power boosts. The incessant chimes reverberated in his mind, igniting a fervent anticipation within every cell of Cell's being. Suddenly, his thoughts ceased. Buzz. A gentle yet blinding radiance enveloped Cell's entire form in an instant. This unexpected transformation immediately captured the attention of all present. That guy is changing, exclaimed Jebbit, bewildered. Within the luminous glow, the insectal exoskeleton of Cell began to soften and metamorphose. Silken skin emerged from beneath, reshaping his facial contours, while the signature crown-like protrusions atop his head sprouted a head of deep green hair. His entire form was visibly shifting towards a more human-like appearance at an astonishing pace. Yet, time was of the essence. The massive crimson energy sphere above him descended with an unmatched pressure. Boom. The impervious surface of the absolute sacred realm, the King Kai's domain, was being torn apart, revealing unfathomable chasms beneath the onslaught of this force. The entire planet began to tremble violently, on the verge of splitting in twain under the relentless weight. In this dire moment, the newly transformed Cell raised his head, his gaze radiating golden light. He clasped his hands before his chest, striking a pose that Goku and Vegeta found eerily familiar. Let us try this. At last, he clearly uttered the name of the technique, Kamehameha, exactly the same as the one used moments ago by Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Boom. A resplendent energy column, intermingled with golden and azure hues, surged upward, roaring towards the annihilating crimson energy sphere. Bang! The two opposing forces clashed violently above the King Kai's realm. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. The golden blue and blood-red energies collided with a cataclysmic brilliance, unleashing a blinding light that could sear the eyes of mere mortals. A stalemate ensued, but it lasted only a fleeting moment. The golden blue energy column began to falter, gradually being suppressed by the crimson energy sphere. Ha! Futile. Your struggles are meaningless. Vanish. The figure of Babidi in the sky erupted into manic laughter upon witnessing this scene. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. For beneath him, the new form of Cell bore not a trace of anxiety. Instead, a curious smile graced his features. Golden patterns, activate. With a sudden flourish, two brilliant golden lines appeared from his cheeks, winding upwards. Simultaneously, the remaining green spots on his body began to flicker with golden light. In the next instant, Cell's aura erupted like a dam bursting, surging forth with uncontrollable ferocity. The ground beneath him had vanished, leaving him suspended above the abyss. As the overwhelming power warped the very fabric of space around him. Boom. The previously disadvantaged golden blue energy column expanded exponentially, its might skyrocketing. Reversal. The once descending crimson energy sphere was forcefully pushed back by this sudden surge of power. The intensity of the counterpush grew stronger. What? Babidi was struck with terror. Still recovering from his recent battle with Vegeta, he could no longer contain the overwhelming energy. Why? Why did that merged being vanish? Only for such a formidable presence to emerge. But it was not over yet. Within the interplay of golden, white, and purple auras, a faint green hue began to manifest around Cell, rapidly amplifying. For colors of energy swirled around him. The energy column he emitted reversed its pace even faster. No, impossible. Babidi could only watch helplessly as the energy surged forth, unrelenting in its approach towards him. He attempted to evade. Yet, under the relentless lock of that terrifying energy, he found himself unable to move even a finger. Boom. The golden blue light engulfed Babidi's figure entirely. Chapter 73. Sixfold overlap. The battle concludes. Is it over? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, a swirl of pink mist began to drift, coalescing back towards the center. Moments later, Babidi's figure reemerged. However, this time, he bore none of his previous calmness or arrogance. Bent over, he supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Despite possessing the traits of immortality and boundless stamina, why did he feel so utterly weak now? Cell gazed at the disheveled figure below, understanding dawning within him. The fusion of Ultimate Gohan's potential and Majin Buu's physique indeed birthed a monster. But enduring the assaults of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and my new form had drained his stored energy to the brink. No, it's not over yet. Babidi suddenly lifted his head, staring at the green figure surrounded by an unusual aura below him, as boundless humiliation and resentment morphed into pure frenzy. The peculiar eye on his forehead erupted with blinding red light. Aya! He let out an unearthly roar. His skin, once pink, rapidly transformed into a deep crimson, bulging veins coursing across his body. From countless orifices, scorching steam erupted in a frenzy. His eyes, devoid of any glimmer, were now pure black. Anger and defiance compelled him to make one final desperate stand. Yaha! Abandoning all reason, he became a crimson specter, tearing through the air, hurtling straight towards Cell. Boom! Cell raised his arm, colliding fiercely with the oncoming crimson fist. Blinding sparks erupted, and a terrifying shockwave radiated from the two. Babidi extended his leg, whipping it like a long whip, aiming directly for Cell's abdomen. The latter remained steadfast, raising his other hand to firmly block the strike. Tap tap tap. Bang bang bang. Babidi's assault became erratic, yet reached a fever pitch. In an instant, countless shadows of fists and feet enveloped Cell entirely. Cell countered each strike with unwavering composure. His body as steady as a mountain amidst the tempest of blows, each block executed with pinpoint accuracy. An even match. The power gained from losing all reason began to dissolve his form. Majin transformation. With a mere thought, a thin layer of pink energy enveloped Cell's surface, showcasing the initial traits of a Majin. Bang! Babbidi's powerful punch landed squarely on Cell's face. Cell's head snapped back, yet his body did not retreat an inch. Instead, he harnessed the momentum to retaliate with a thunderous headbutt, sending Babbidi staggering. Splatter. Blood erupted. A tit-for-tat exchange. This was the most primal and unreasonable form of combat embodied by the Majin. Babbidi winced in pain, yet rather than retreating, he grew more frenzied. Opening his mouth wide as a blood-red energy sphere rapidly formed at point-blank range, aimed directly at Cell's chest. Boom. A gaping hole was blasted into Cell's chest. Yet his body remained utterly unaffected. A massive hand seized the tentacle of the rice cloth, unleashing a flurry of punches toward his face. The entire Kaioshin realm groaned and trembled under the weight of their primal brawl. It could not endure any longer. Enough. Cell's icy voice shattered the sheer brutality of the moment. He suddenly erupted with tremendous force, thrusting the entangled rice cloth away, while swiftly retreating to create distance. The pink energy of his Majin form began to ripple around his body, and his aura surged exponentially. 20-fold Kaioken. Buzz. The four-colored aura that enveloped him suddenly surged dramatically. Gold, white, purple, green, and pink. The 5 auras, each representing the pinnacle of different racial powers, began to spin rapidly in an arcane manner, intertwining under his command. Surrounding these 5 auras, a faint crimson hue ignited, burning like a flame. 6 colors of aura spiraled together, creating a 6-fold helix. This advancement from a 3-fold spiral belonged solely to Cell. The rice cloth sensed the impending threat and ceased its pursuit, raising both hands high above its head to gather the overexerted power from within. Crackle. Black lightning erupted violently around it, coalescing into a sphere of energy that shimmered with a blend of sinister blood-red and pitch-black hues. With a final roar, it propelled the black-red energy beam, infused with all its might, forward with great force. Cell remained unfazed, meeting the oncoming attack with his own 6-colored energy column. Boom. The clash of energies was fiercer and more violent than any before. The sacred domain could withstand no more, splitting in two at that very moment. The Supreme Kai quickly summoned divine power to erect a barrier before the few weakened individuals. The dazzling energy column clashed with the black-red beam, locked in a stalemate. 30-fold. Cell's roar resounded through the heavens. Boom. The 6-colored energy column surged dramatically, shattering the balance in an instant. The black-red energy of the rice cloth was gradually eroded, vaporized. A primal terror manifested on the rice cloth's face, and as it uttered a sound, its blood-red form was wholly engulfed, leaving no trace, obliterated in the brilliance. Yet, amidst the radiant glow, a single scarlet light shot forth, escaping into the depths of the cosmos at a speed that surpassed all reactions. It was the evil eye. It was the core, but Cell perceived it clearly. After the Majin body disintegrated into dust, he seized the evil eye in his grasp. Chapter 74. The Hidden Hand and New Objectives. Damn it. The captured evil eye expressed its unwillingness in a mental monologue. A voice far more terrifying and chilling echoed within its consciousness. How could this be? It felt the presence of a dreadful figure invading its mental realm. Do not panic. Cell's affably sinister smile appeared in its mind. Reveal your secrets to me, or else. Zzz. An indescribable wave of terrifying psychic energy surged, threatening to tear it to shreds in the next moment. Master, I will tell you. Faced with the absolute threat of death, the evil eyes will instantly capitulate. I was created by a fragment of the dark power of the true ruler of the dark demon realm, but as for the details, I know nothing. At that time, we were mass-produced and distributed to various locations. Cell listened quietly. The information was incomplete. However, it sufficed. Thank you for your intel. The manifestation of Cell's consciousness bore an exceptionally kind smile. The evil eye sensed a slight alleviation of the psychic pressure and seized this last grasp of hope. Master, I wish to follow you. For you. In the next moment, Cell tightened his grip on the evil eye. Crack. What? To implant you in my forehead? The thought alone is repulsive. The crimson evil eye, along with its minuscule consciousness, was swiftly crushed into pure energy dust, dissipating into the void. Ding. Perfectly defeated the evil eye, Gohan Bu, earning 500 billion evolution points. Ding. Destroyed the third eye of darkness, gaining a trace of dark power. Dark power, one of the primordial forces from the dawn of the universe, a symbol of extreme evil. It can enhance the application of energy, significantly increasing destructive capability. After extensive accumulation, it grants the ability to disregard destructive rules. What? A tempest of emotions surged within Cell. The final explanation instantly reminded him of a certain capricious, yet formidable existence. The god of destruction, Beerus. Once the dark power is fully amassed, wouldn't I possess the capability to rival Beerus? After the overwhelming surprise, a new question arose. The remaining evil eyes would not be so easily found. The universe is vast, and dimensions and time are endless. The activation of the evil eye's consciousness will emit a faint wave of dark power, which the host can sense. The system's voice timely responded to his queries. Impressive system. Cell couldn't help but praise internally. The familiar blue screen before him seemed to shimmer with a hint of faint red at the edges. Speaking of which, if just a trace of dark power can enhance a host to such an extent, how powerful must the ruler of the dark demon realm be to create such a thing? It appears that the path ahead is still long. Cell collected his scattered thoughts, completing all that needed to be done before turning to soar back toward the ravaged sacred domain below. The Kaioshin realm could no longer be referred to as the Kaioshin realm. The entire planet had been cleaved in two, countless fragments and land masses floating amidst the void. A scene of utter devastation. Jebbet was sweating profusely, channeling divine energy into Goku, Vegeta, and the others to heal them. Gohan and Goku wore dejected expressions, as everyone gazed toward the place where the Majin had vanished. I shall take responsibility for Gohan's resurrection, Cell descended slowly, and also search for the evil eye in the cosmos. Goku cast a grateful glance. The Supreme Kai looked upon the utterly destroyed homeland. Feeling helpless and on the verge of tears, I'm sorry, Lord Kaioshin, for turning this place into such a state. Goku, having regained some strength and composure, scratched his head, apologizing awkwardly. The Supreme Kai waved his hand, his expression weary yet mustering a semblance of spirit. It's all right, as long as everyone is safe. My divine power should be able to restore this place completely within a few months. He paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and added, moreover, I will reinforce the space and matter here with divine power to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Oh, that's wonderful, Goku exclaimed, bursting into exuberant laughter. I thought we would lose such a perfect training ground forever. Now we can fight with complete confidence. You battle fool. Jebbet, unable to contain his frustration any longer, scolded him from the side. This is the sacred realm. It is not a playground for you to dismantle at will. Ha ha ha, what does it matter? It can always be repaired, Goku replied nonchalantly with a grin. Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his head away, yet his tense body subtly relaxed. Broly and Cooler stood quietly nearby, observing the scene. The shared experience of having survived a calamity seemed to draw everyone closer together. The mingling sounds of reprimand and laughter intertwined in the shattered void, dispelling the suffocating shadow of death that had lingered before. Chapter 75, The New Namekian Dragon. The Supreme Kai cast a glance at Cell. This crisis posed by the demon was indeed as he had described. Although it came at a considerable cost, it had ultimately been resolved smoothly. The universe is finally safe. After a series of events, he expressed sincere respect for this merciless warrior, who, despite his cold demeanor, consistently accomplished miracles. Mr. Cell, and everyone else, I truly thank you for your efforts this time, the Supreme Kai said, bowing deeply. As the guardian of the universe, it is my duty to reward you. Do you have any requests? The cosmic deity should maintain a sense of grandeur. The group exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for anything particularly desired. Vegeta maintained a stern expression, Cooler crossed his arms, and Broly appeared utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Goku clapped his hands, breaking the silence. As previously mentioned, may we train here? We need not worry about causing any damage. The Supreme Kai nodded, a smile gracing his face. Very well, given the growth rate of these individuals. Ordinary places can no longer accommodate them. All right, I grant you permission. The Supreme Kai realm shall always welcome your training endeavors. Wonderful, Goku exclaimed, leaping in excitement. It seemed the matter was settled. However, Cell then approached the old Supreme Kai, who was crouched on the ground, mourning the destruction of his homeland. Supreme Kai. The old Kai looked up warily at Cell's sudden approach. WH, what do you want? I have nothing to give you. The others chimed in, urging him to unlock their potential. Cell's words were plain, yet undeniable. Just do your utmost. Fool. The old Kai exploded in indignation, leaping 3 feet into the air. Do you think such divine arts can be invoked at will? The ritual for that boy named Gohan has already consumed a considerable amount of my divine energy. And you wish, his voice grew louder, his emotions exceedingly agitated. Cell, however, leaned closer to his ear, whispering a sentence only they could hear. Next, I shall travel to various planets across the universe. Perhaps there are beautiful women of different races. The old Kai's intention to continue his tirade abruptly halted. his body freezing in place. Moments later, he stiffly turned his head, his mouth gradually stretching into a wide grin. His murky eyes transformed into crescent moons. A suspicious flush appeared on his wrinkled face. Humph. He cleared his throat, regaining a facade of inscrutability. Very well, considering your considerable contributions. I shall make an exception this once. However, he shifted his tone. It will take half a year for my divine power to recover sufficiently to develop all of you. Deal. Cell turned smoothly, not uttering another word. The matter was settled. He departed the sacred realm, heading into the cosmos. System. Locate the position of the new Namek. Ding. Coordinates locked, positioned at 10 o'clock relative to the host's current location. Whoosh. Cell's figure transformed into a streak of light. After some time, on a serene green planet, faint yet familiar energies began to emerge within Cell's perception. The Piccolo genes within him sensed the warmth of kinship. Whoosh. He activated instant transmission, appearing directly beside a Namekian working in the fields. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? The Namekian gasped, nearly dropping his hoe in shock, stepping back in terror and pointing the tool at Cell. His panicked exclamation quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Soon, several larger and evidently stronger combat-type Namekians surrounded him, watching Cell warily, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from the unfamiliar green warrior. The newcomer does not come in peace. Everyone stand back. Just as the tension escalated, a calm and aged voice resonated. An even older Namekian stepped forward slowly. Grand Elder. The surrounding Namekians immediately parted respectfully to allow him passage. The Grand Elder paid no mind to the others, walking directly up to Cell and nodding slightly in greeting. This is one of the warriors who has protected the universe. His voice was calm, yet resonated clearly with every member present. I have come to resurrect another warrior who perished in battle. I see. The previously wary demeanor of the surrounding Namekians relaxed, replaced by curiosity and reverence. Cell, however, remained indifferent. Do not misunderstand, he began, his tone apathetic. The need for the Dragon Balls is indeed real, but ultimately, my motives are for my own benefit. The Grand Elder chuckled warmly. Even so, we must express our gratitude for all that you have done. As he spoke, he gestured for those nearby to step forward. It became apparent that he had already prepared the 7 Dragon Balls. The Supreme Kai has conveyed all matters to me through telepathy. I understand now, Cell thought, surprised that the Supreme Kai had not been entirely foolish, recognizing the task of resurrecting Gohan without heading directly to Earth. This certainly saved a great deal of trouble. 7 massive orange-yellow Dragon Balls were neatly arranged on the lawn. Without waiting for the Grand Elder to commence the summoning ritual, Cell took a step forward. He opened his mouth and recited the incantation to summon the dragon in pure Namekian. Boom. The sky instantly darkened. A golden lightning bolt streaked across the heavens, and the enormous dragon Purunga spiraled out from the Dragon Balls, obscuring the entire sky. State your 3 wishes. Regardless of what they may be, I can fulfill them. Purunga's deep and majestic voice echoed throughout the cosmos. Cell looked up, unhesitatingly voicing his intentions. For my first wish, I wish to resurrect Gohan, who was consumed by Majin DNA, with the revival to take place on Earth. For my second wish, I wish to resurrect the benevolent DNA, who also fell victim, with the revival occurring at my side. Purunga's enormous dragon eyes flickered momentarily. This wish encompasses 2 powerful individuals. Please allow a moment of time. Understood, Cell nodded. Now, you have but one final wish left. Speak it, if you will. All the Namekians around held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. After a brief pause, Gero requested, bring me some risque photographs of beautiful women from across the universe. As the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Even the venerable elder beside him could not suppress a violent cough, an attempt to mask his own astonishment. The massive form of Purunga appeared to stiffen momentarily. In an instant, a collection of exquisitely printed, vibrantly covered small books materialized, cascading at Gero's feet. Shortly thereafter, a plump, rosy figure emerged beside the pile of books, wearing a bewildered expression. Your wish has been fully granted, Purunga declared, his tone tinged with an oddity. Farewell. With that, a brilliant light erupted, and the dragon transformed into a beam, vanishing in an instant. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls also transformed into 7 streams of light, disappearing into the heavens, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 76, The Second Evil Eye and the Helpless Woman. Fat Bew gazed around in confusion, his face a picture of bewilderment. How does it feel to be revived? Gero's voice echoed in his mind. This time, you truly experienced death. How annoying. Fat Bew puffed out his cheeks in irritation. Who are you, strange fellow? Where's this place? I am Gero, he replied calmly. The malevolent version of you has been vanquished, and your master Babidi is no more. He paused, casting an irresistible temptation. Follow me, and I promise you endless desserts each day. Chocolate, candies, cream puffs, pudding. Before Gero could finish, Fat Pew stared at him, drool forming a thin line as he nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a woodpecker. Bidding farewell to the Namekians, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring through the clouds and into the vast cosmos. Gero floated in the inky darkness of space. Having absorbed the Grand Kaishin, you should be quite familiar with the planets of this universe, correct? Fat Pew closed his eyes, his antennae twitching as he struggled to think, his face reddening. I don't know. Gero was left speechless. Forget it. Bringing you back as an infinite energy punching bag might not be a bad idea. The two drifted aimlessly in the cosmos for a while. Suddenly, a faint yet familiar sensation flickered in Gero's mind. What is this? The power of darkness. It felt distant. Yet the malevolent energy resonated with what he had previously absorbed. On that far-off planet, several formidable auras seemed to linger. Found it. With a swift motion, Gero seized the still-dazed Fat Pew, and their figures vanished from sight. At the edge of the galaxy, on a desolate and barren planet, a striking woman with orange hair and blue skin cried out in alarm, Lord Bojack, what is happening to you? The towering figure she referred to as Lord was now clutching his head in agony, black lightning crackling ominously around him. Zanja, get away, another young man shouted. Just as he spoke, a cataclysmic energy sphere was aimed directly at the woman. In a moment of desperation, a figure appeared between them. Gero grasped Bojack's outstretched arm with one hand, instantly dissipating the raging energy. With a slight pull, he yanked Bojack's arm aside, exposing the crimson evil eye embedded in his forehead. Just as I suspected, Zanja, having narrowly escaped disaster, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. She gazed in terror at the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared. A plump, rosy head cautiously peeked from behind that figure. Are you all right? Fat Pew blinked at her, utterly oblivious to the chaos around them. With a swift motion, Gero, uninterested in the unfolding drama, delivered a punch that sent the struggling Bojack flying. I don't know who you are, Zanja trembled, her voice tinged with a sob, but Lord Bojack suddenly turned against us, attacking us. Biddu and Bujin were killed, and we remained ever loyal. Fat Pew nodded, half comprehending yet earnestly listening. Meanwhile, Bojack, hurled away, crashed into a mountain, shaking as he stood. Gero and the evil-eyed Bojack faced each other from a distance. In a full power state, even a Super Saiyan 2 couldn't match this worthless creature. How much amplification can it achieve with this parasite? Gero crossed his arms, intrigued by the sight of the mindless puppet before him. Aya! Bojack let out a primal roar, his energy surging dangerously. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Gero, launching a heavy punch aimed squarely at Gero's face. Gero did not even flinch. The fist struck solidly, producing a dull thud, yet he remained unmoved. Do you dare to hold back your strength before me? Gero raised his hand, forming a fist. Boom. A torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from Bojack's mouth as he was sent hurtling like a cannonball into the distant mountainside. Without pausing, Gero unleashed an energy beam that followed closely behind. Boom. In the instant the mountain exploded, Bojack scrambled out, still gripping a companion he had dragged along. No, my lord. The blue-skinned swordsman wore a mask of shock and despair. The next moment, he was engulfed in the radiant energy, vanishing along with his final cries into the wind. Gokuya! Zanja's heart-wrenching scream echoed, before her eyes glazed over, utterly collapsing to the ground. Aya! Seizing the moment of explosion, Bojack unleashed his full power. The evil eye on his forehead seemed to extract his potential to its limits, his muscles bulging grotesquely, his blue skin transforming into a ghastly green. Black lightning crackled around him, and he felt invigorated once more. He pointed a finger at Gero, confidently beckoning. Gero's expression contorted in disbelief. A mindless being possessed by a parasite dared to taunt him? In a flash, without allowing a moment for a reaction, Gero appeared before him, delivering a swift strike. Thud! The arm still extending in provocation was severed cleanly at the root, plummeting to the ground while maintaining its taunting posture. Aya! Pain and terror coursed through Bojack, who clutched at his severed limb, retreating in sheer horror, though a new arm rapidly regenerated. The primal fear that originated from the depths of his soul had completely taken control. He abruptly turned around, unleashing all his energy as he soared into the depths of the cosmos. Attempting to flee? Kamehameha, energy wave. A torrent of cerulean energy swiftly closed the gap, catching up to the fleeing figure in an instant. In the distant expanse of space, that silhouette, along with the diminutive demon eye, vanished at the terminus of the energy stream. Ding! Perfectly eliminated the demon eye Bojack, earning 3 million evolution points. Ding! Destroyed the third eye of the demon, obtaining a trace of dark power. Even the smallest fly holds value. As Cell sensed the surge of dark power swelling within him, his anger diminished slightly. It was done. He turned to leave this tedious planet with his newly acquired subordinate. However, just as he pivoted, he heard the sound of fabric scraping against the ground. The woman named Zanya was on her knees, crawling towards him with all fours, her forehead striking the stony surface with a heavy thud. "My lord." Her voice trembled, yet it carried a note of resolve. "I implore you, take me in. I will do anything." Chapter 77, Speculations. Cell gazed down at the woman prostrate before him, disregarding her pleas. Such abject loyalty held no worth. What mattered was information. Where did that demon eye originate? At last, he spoke, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. Zanya shuddered, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival in his emotionless inquiry. She dared not conceal anything and laid bare the entire truth. We were sealed on this planet for what felt like an eternity. Not long ago, a fissure suddenly opened in this space. Her memories quivered with an uncontrollable tremor. That crimson eye emerged from the rift. It spoke directly into our minds. It claimed that by donning it, we could gain the formidable power to shatter all shackles. Lord Bojack, he pursued power throughout his life and did not refuse. Just as he had anticipated, willingly accepting it. At first, everything was splendid. Zanya's narration quickened. With that power, we finally broke the seals of the Kai of each realm and regained our freedom. But soon, Lord Bojack began to change. He became violent, uncontrollable, launching indiscriminate attacks against us and his own comrades. Bidu and Bujin were the first to perish at his hands, until you appeared, my lord. Upon concluding her tale, Zanya buried her head deeper, her body quaking in fear. It appears these demon eyes do not originate from the same space-time. They are like seeds, scattered across the far reaches of the universe. The creator likely intended to garner something from the feedback of those they possessed. With the information in hand, this woman had become of no further use. Cell prepared to depart with Bu. Suddenly, two familiar auras materialized not far away. The newcomers were Goku and Jebet. "Cell, what brings you here?" Goku expressed surprise upon seeing him. However, Jebet, upon recognizing the pink figure beside Cell, reacted quite differently. "Majin Bu? Why?" He immediately assumed a combat stance, filled with apprehension. Instinctively retreating behind Goku, Cell remained indifferent. The malevolent Bu has been vanquished. This is the benevolent aspect. He offered a brief explanation. "I resurrected him using the Dragon Balls of Namek." Zanya, hearing this, felt a tumultuous wave of emotions within her. Vanquished Majin Bu? And revived his benevolent side with the Dragon Balls? What manner of terrifying being is this man? Goku nodded in understanding, while Jebet remained skeptical. "Then, what is your purpose here?" Cell countered. Jebet steadied himself, stepping out from behind Goku, resuming the demeanor befitting a Kai's attendant. "It is the North Kai. He instructed me to report that the barrier initially erected to seal the galactic fiends has been forcefully breached. I was commanded by the Supreme Kai to accompany Mr. Goku to investigate the situation." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the trembling woman on the ground. Goku, curious, glanced over as well. "Is she one of the galactic fiends? She doesn't look like a bad person." Goku scratched his head. "Just a remnant," Cell answered for him. "The rest have already been dealt with." "I see." Jebet exhaled in relief, only to grow serious once more. He stepped forward, prepared to take Zanya away. "As a member of the galactic fiends, you must face the judgment of the Supreme Kai." Zanya's face turned ashen in an instant. She understood that being taken away meant facing an eternity of imprisonment. Her survival instincts propelled her into swift action. Instead of pleading with the cold Cell, she crawled towards the seemingly innocuous pink figure. "Lord Bu." Zanya grasped the pudgy Bu's leg. Looking up with the most sincere and reverent tone, she exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter you here. During our galactic invasion, I have long heard tales of your valor in annihilating countless planets. You are the legendary legend, are you?" "Praising me?" the pudgy Bu asked, taken aback, his antennae twitching with delight. "Absolutely." Zanya fervently nodded. "Your renown echoes throughout the cosmos. You are the greatest idol in the hearts of all who pursue power." A barrage of breathless flattery left the pudgy Bu in a daze. He felt lightheaded, his nose elevated in bliss. He turned to Cell. "Brother, she is a good person." The pudgy Bu's logic was simple. "Those who praise me are good people." Zanya anxiously watched Cell, her heart racing to her throat. What decision would this man, referred to as brother by Bu, make regarding her fate? Cell remained silent. A weakling who couldn't even reach Super Saiyan status was indeed of little use. However, she seemed well-versed in the various powers and planets across the universe. Perhaps she could serve as a living navigator. After all, it's merely a matter of convenience. I can dispose of her later if she proves unhelpful. "Very well." Cell finally spoke. "You may accompany us." "Thank you, brother." The pudgy Bu joyfully leaped. "Thank you, Lord Cell." "Thank you, Lord Bu." Zanya wept tears of joy, bowing repeatedly. Jebet stood by, dumbfounded, his mouth agape but unable to utter a single word. What a joke. allowing a galactic fugitive to accompany these two monsters? Yet he dared not refute. Neither Cell nor the seemingly simple-minded Pudgy were beings he could provoke. Now that the matter is resolved, we should return, Goku suggested with a smile. Jebbet could only begrudgingly place his hand on Goku's shoulder. The two vanished in a wave of spatial distortion. On the desolate planet, only the three of them remained. The magic eye seemed to consciously seek out those with formidable vitality or an insatiable thirst for power. Shala's thoughts returned to their rightful course as he glanced at the woman beside him, still basking in the joy of survival. Zanjia. Yes, my lord. Zanjia jolted, instantly standing upright in respectful attention. Shala's tone remained monotonous, devoid of any emotion. Do you know of Connaught Planet? Zanjia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I do. I do know. Lead the way. Shala succinctly commanded. The three of them transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the dark abyss of space. Chapter 78. The Star of Magic, the Sealed Beasts. Throughout their journey, Zanjia occasionally cast glances at the rosy figure ahead, who consistently responded with an innocent smile. After a considerable duration of flight through the inky cosmos, a planet emanating a peculiar radiance finally appeared before them. We have arrived. This is Connaught Planet. Zanjia felt a twinge of unease. At one time, the might of the galactic marauders was immense, yet they had chosen to forego the invasion of this planet. The indigenous inhabitants, those so-called magicians, possessed abilities that were exceedingly bizarre. She furtively glanced at the tall green figure in front of her. What is the purpose of your visit here, my lord? Shala did not turn his gaze but spoke indifferently, to validate certain hypotheses. If my conjecture is correct, that magic I should manifest shortly. The trio sped towards the planet's interior, piercing through its atmosphere without hesitation. They chose a city at random to descend. The sight before Zanjia was utterly breathtaking. The architecture here bore no resemblance to that of Earth. It was not technological, but rather infused with an enchanting essence. Countless twisted towers spiraled like entwined vines, reaching for the clouds, their surfaces shimmering with runes that formed a vibrant neon display. Floating islands were arranged with meticulous grace, connected by bridges of radiant energy. Just then, several figures emerged from those grotesque buildings, blocking their path. Adorned in extravagant robes, their faces betrayed unmasked malice and greed. Intruders? Judging by their energy signatures, they seemed to make for excellent sacrifices. Surrender everything you possess, and we may grant you a swift demise. These locals were evidently not of benevolent nature. Without further ado, they began to chant incantations. Multicolored magic circles unfurled beneath their feet, brimming with an eerie aura. Zanjia instantly tensed, preparing for combat. Meanwhile, Fatbu curiously observed the dazzling magic circles, seemingly finding them amusing. Shala did not even spare them a glance. He merely stomped his foot on the ground. Boom. An unstoppable force erupted from the point of contact, sweeping outward in all directions. The entire airborne city, along with the once mighty magicians, crumbled under the onslaught of this energy, their screams echoing in the air. In an instant, what had been a bustling locale transformed into desolation. In Shala's grasp was a lone survivor, a magician of seemingly high status, now dangling in the air, trembling in terror. Where is the illusion demon? Shala inquired flatly. I don't know what you're referring to, the captive stammered, utterly bereft of coherent thought, managing only a few shaky words. It seems the terminology differs. Shalu rephrased his question. Where can I find your strongest magician, or rather, the most powerful demon? The dark sorcerers. The magician seemed to seize upon a lifeline, exclaiming eagerly. Only they know the planet's oldest secrets. They reside at the pinnacle of the rootless tower. Having acquired the desired location, Shala tightened his grip, extinguishing the magician along with his final moment of fear. The trio swiftly arrived at the apex of a towering spire, entirely composed of black crystals. Before them lay a spacious circular altar. At the center, a circle of individuals cloaked in black robes, their features obscured by shadows, surrounded two ancient music boxes, chanting incantations as part of some arcane ritual. Click! The crisp sound of gears resonated as both music box lids sprang open simultaneously. Dense white smoke poured forth, quickly coalescing in the air. As the mist dispersed, two figures emerged, one tall, the other short, both sporting mohawk-style red hair. The taller one bore a primitive longsword on his back. Why are we out? Curse it. Who are you? The tall man regarded the surrounding black-robed figures warily, his gaze shifting to Shalu and his companions. He sensed an unfathomable terror emanating from Shalu, yet the circumstances left him no choice. My lord, the man called out. Please help us. They wish to release the sealed monster. A subtle, unnoticed smile graced Shala's lips. Buzz. A surge of formidable mental energy swept through, directly infiltrating the minds of the two brothers. Sealed, illusion demon, upper and lower body, hero. All the pertinent information was already familiar to this reborn soul. Crack. The long sword fell from the man's grasp, and both he and the shorter figure slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. The surrounding black-robed individuals were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. Very well. Shala stepped forward to summon the illusion demons from within the two brothers. The black-robed figures exchanged glances. Though they were oblivious to this sudden intruder's intentions, his arrogance aligned perfectly with their own. Humph, foolish outsider. Utterly unaware of the terror of the illusion demon Hildegan. Once revived, we shall impose our control, and that will be your demise. The leading dark sorcerer chuckled coldly to himself, promptly leading his comrades in executing their intentions. The two brothers lying on the ground were lifted by an invisible force, suspended midair. As the dark sorcerer's chants grew increasingly frantic and nefarious, the brothers' bodies began to convulse violently. Black smoke, as if alive, surged forth from their mouths, eyes, and ears. The smoke converged in the sky, forming a colossal black cloud that blotted out the sun. In an instant, the world transformed. Boom, boom. From within the smoke, two massive feet, encased in thick armor, came crashing down, pulverizing the dark sorcerers who had been fervently casting spells, along with their final expressions of astonishment. Soon, the monster's full form was revealed, a colossal creature, towering hundreds of meters high, enveloped in dark green armor, with a stout tail trailing behind. In stark contrast to its gargantuan physique was its diminutive head, resembling a skull. What is this creature? Zanjia retreated step by step, her heart gripped by an overwhelming dread in the presence of this entity that surpassed her understanding and perception. Bew, would you like to play with it? The words of Sheru lingered in the air. The plump Bew nodded and surged forward, transforming into a streak of pink light, soaring towards the colossal monster. A bizarre confrontation unfolded in the skies, one large and one small, locked in an uncanny standoff. How massive? Let us see who is stronger. The squinting eyes of the fat Bew suddenly widened. In the next instant, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. Chapter 79, Majin vs. Illusionary Majin. Bang! That mighty blow struck squarely against the shell of the illusionary Majin, Hildegan. The tremendous impact caused Hildegan's massive form to lean back sharply, emitting a deep, resonant crash. Hee. With his initial strike successful, the fat Bew offered no respite, unleashing a barrage of pink energy blasts with both hands. Yet, an eerie spectacle unfolded. In the face of this relentless assault, Hildegan's body transformed into a cloud of ethereal smoke, allowing all the energy blasts to pass through harmlessly. Boom. The energy blasts detonated against the rootless tower behind, a structure entirely composed of black crystal, which began to tremble violently amidst the incessant explosions. Countless enormous cracks spread across the tower's surface, causing it to slowly tilt. How intriguing. The sight captivated the fat Bew, prompting him to cease his assault while he scanned the surroundings for the monster's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, that immense cloud of smoke rapidly coalesced behind him. A gigantic tail, armored in thick shell, silently emerged from the mist. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The razor-sharp tail impaled the fat Bew entirely. Whoa! He squealed, his body lifted high. Hildegan then swung its tail, using him like a colossal flail, striking madly against the tower's summit. Bang! 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 Each blow caused the already precarious floating tower to sink further. Debris flew, and dust billowed. Accompanied by the terrifying shrieks of the monstrous creature, the entire altar began to crumble under the savage blows. Zanjia, pale with fear, retreated repeatedly, hiding behind Sheru, unable to bear the horrific scene. After a series of violent strikes, the fat Bew, impaled on the tip of the tail, took a deep breath. Originally the size of an egg before this colossal beast, he suddenly expanded wildly, tightly entwining the massive tail. The formidable force exerted upon him could no longer progress an inch. Subsequently, the fat Bew's form began to stretch in an astonishing manner, transforming into a pink rubber-like entity. Spiraling up the tail, wrapping around the enormous illusionary Majin. Hildegan seemed to sense the threat and attempted to employ the same tactics again. However, as its misty form began to reconstitute, it was firmly suppressed by a peculiar energy emanating from the fat Bew, rendering it unable to revert to its ethereal state. Ding! Special magical data detected, gaining 8 million evolution points. A prompt resonated within Sheru's mind. Special magic? The fat Bew gazed with a dim-witted expression. Indeed. He was a genius in battle. Trapped like an enormous pink Zongzi, Hildegan released a roar of furious defiance. Unable to escape this bizarre restraint, the tightening force only grew stronger. In the next moment, it made a frenzied decision. It relinquished its struggle and, with the fat Bew still tightly wrapped around it, dove violently downward from the heights. Boom! The colossal body, along with the already tilting rootless tower, penetrated downward from the apex. Boom! 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 Fragments of black crystal cascaded like a meteor shower, as the magnificent floating tower collapsed amidst the deafening roar, shattering into countless pieces that rained down upon the ground. Even so, on the surface, the pink figure remained firmly entwined with the monster, showing no signs of loosening its grip. "I'm not playing anymore." The muffled voice of the fat Bew resonated from within the Zongzi. "Try this." As the words left his mouth, a dazzling light erupted from his pink form. Huh. Zanjiao above had no time to react to the unfolding chaos. Gero merely waved his hand, conjuring a pale purple energy barrier that enveloped her entirely. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud, 100 times larger than all the previous explosions combined, shot into the sky. A terrifying energy storm swept through, instantly melting the surface into a bottomless lava pit. When the brilliance faded, the scene at the pit's bottom was revealed. Hildegan's massive form had been completely charred, transformed into a gigantic blackened sculpture, lying quietly amidst the lava. Surrounding the ashen shell were numerous pink fragments of flesh. Those pieces writhed and quickly reassembled, restoring the fat Bew's form. However, at that moment, he stood with hands on hips, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted from the tremendous effort of that last strike. It appears that the portion of power that separated from the evil Bew has not yet fully returned to him. Just as the fat Bew looked upon his handiwork, brimming with pride and preparing to declare victory, a sharp crack echoed from the massive charred shell. A fissure silently appeared upon the blackened charcoal surface. Following that, a second and then a third swish. A massive hand, earth-colored and clawed like a demon's, burst forth from the blackened shell, seizing the still-breathing fat Bew with a vice-like grip. Chapter 80, The Battle of Giants. Crack. With the sound, the immense charred shell of the illusionary Majin shattered piece by piece. The black exterior peeled away like dead skin, revealing a new, far more terrifying visage emerging from within. The relatively simple shell was gone, replaced by a grotesque armor akin to demonic plate, its intricate structure and patterns teeming with ominous malevolence. Behind it, a pair of enormous, insect-like wings unfurled, their mere fluttering causing the already molten ground beneath to fracture once more. Its skeletal head was completely covered by a new bone structure, which sprouted a pair of long, dark horns. This was no longer the illusionary Majin. This was a new being, born solely for destruction. At that moment, a fine crack unexpectedly appeared on the smooth forehead armor of the newly formed illusionary Majin. It has arrived. Gero's focus sharpened. The fabric of space tore open, revealing a nearly imperceptible slit, through which a familiar crimson eye flashed, perfectly embedding itself into the forehead of the illusionary Majin. Buzz. A fusion of malevolence and darkness erupted forth. A terrifying aura, as if capable of annihilating the entire planet, surged into the skies, tinting the heavens a foreboding shade of dark red. Caught in a perilous predicament, the rotund Majin Bew instinctively swelled his form, striving to extricate himself from his bindings through sheer brute force. However, the newly emerged demon, with a glimmering magical eye upon its brow, unleashed a crimson flash. It parted its lips, not with a roar nor a growl, but instead released a torrent of dark purple, world-ending malevolence. As the flames surged forth, everything in their wake was obliterated. The inferno enveloped Majin Bew entirely, incinerating even the colossal arm that grasped him. A piercing wail echoed through the flames, only to be abruptly silenced. When the fire subsided, there were no charred remains, no severed limbs. Instead, a swirling mist of pink energy lingered in the air, writhing as if it yearned to coalesce back into a corporeal form. The demon Hildegard, having just raised its burned arm, witnessed flesh and blood writhing at the severed end, a new arm visibly regenerating, its armored head tilted with curiosity towards the resilient pink mist. Once more, it opened its gaping maw, aiming at the not yet fully restored life force, and voraciously lunged forward to devour Bew completely. With a thunderous clap, its jaws attempted to close, yet were thwarted by two sharp fangs that remained stubbornly agape. A silhouette had appeared by its maw, Cell. Such immense strength. Cell's muscular arms strained against the crushing force of the demon's jaws, resisting the overwhelming pressure. Power assessment. Current individual strength has surpassed the critical threshold of a typical Super Saiyan 3, entering a phase of rapid amplification. The fully realized demon, augmented by the magical eye, possessed a power that transcended mere arithmetic. Terrifying indeed. With a resounding roar, Cell unleashed his full might. The golden-green energy erupted from within him, transforming into a tempest of raw power. As this ferocious energy surged, his body began to undergo an extraordinary metamorphosis. Muscles swelled, bones creaked ominously, and he expanded rapidly before the eyes of onlookers, ultimately transforming into a titan identical to Hildegard. With a mighty force, he pried open the once insurmountable jaws. Hildegard appeared incensed, and dark flames began to churn within its maw once more. A torrent of dark purple flames erupted forth. Cell steadied himself, and, mirroring the attack, opened his own cavernous mouth. Demon King flames. A searing blaze interwoven with crimson and golden lightning surged forth to meet the oncoming destruction. The two opposing flames clashed violently in midair, releasing a heat capable of incinerating all. The molten sea beneath them erupted, generating towering waves that were subsequently vaporized at even higher temperatures, revealing the cracked, parched core of the planet. In the distance, the pink mist finally coalesced back into the form of Majin DNA. Observing the cataclysmic scene unfolding before him, a look of incredulity adorned his cherubic face. Grasping the stunned Zangya, he transformed into a streak of light, retreating to a safer distance. Watching the titanic duel of the two giants, an exhilarated grin spread across Buu's face, akin to a child who had just discovered a cherished toy. My brother is incredible. Go, brother. Zangya, however, stood bewildered. Her mind blank, utterly devoid of coherent thought. With a colossal explosion, the confrontation of flames culminated in a cataclysmic eruption. This was the first time Cell had utilized his ability to enlarge, and he found it somewhat unwieldy. The immense size afforded him unparalleled reach, yet it sacrificed a degree of finesse and control. Testing the limits, he unleashed a colossal punch. The force distorted the very fabric of space, shaking the mountains as if they were but leaves in the wind. Hildegard retaliated with a sweeping tail, the sound of its massive appendage slicing through the air, striking Cell's side with tremendous force. Staggering back from the blow, Cell reeled slightly, taken aback by the swiftness of the attack. With renewed determination, he adjusted his stance, pivoting to unleash a leg as thick as a house, propelled by boundless rage. Striking back fiercely, Hildegard seemed to anticipate the force of the blow, its form beginning to dissipate into mist. Once more, this technique. Binding technique. Cell clenched his fingers tightly. A surge of magical energy, akin to that of Majin DNA, enveloped Hildegard instantly. The demon, which had begun to fade into the ethereal, suddenly solidified, drawn back from its vaporous state into corporeality. For the first time, astonishment flickered across Hildegard's armored visage. Enraged, it bellowed, forsaking all finesse, charging at Cell with overwhelming malevolence. The battle between the two giants descended into a primal clash of flesh and bone. The entire planet of Konak trembled violently beneath the ferocious struggle of the titans. Each collision of fist against shell unleashed a terrifying shockwave potent enough to rend the surface apart. The remaining enchanted structures, suspended in midair, crumbled like fragile toys under the relentless barrage, scattering into dust from the heavens. At the opposite end of the planet, dozens of figures raced toward the battlefield, their speed unparalleled. They were the last magicians of this realm, the remaining elite of the Magic Alliance. Hurry, faster. They sensed it, the power of Hildegard. So immense, so sinister. The lead magician's face contorted with a feverish zeal, his body trembling from sheer exhilaration. Once we arrive and chant the time-honored incantations, this unrivaled power shall be ours to command. We will dominate the universe. Victory is within our grasp. Greed illuminated the faces of every magician. As they drew nearer, the battlefield came into view. The towering demon before them was none other than the vile entity they had summoned, Hildegard. Yet, who was the equally colossal monstrosity? Resplendent in gold and green, standing opposite? More astonishing was the sight of a plump pink figure and a striking blue-skinned woman at the edge of the fray. What is that? One magician, sensing the unique energy emanating from Majin DNA, noted an unfathomable magical presence that was distinctly different from their own. No matter. They must be foes, simply because they are outsiders. We must eliminate these two nuisances first. The lead magician decisively targeted Majin DNA and Zangya. Simultaneously, dozens of magicians began chanting, vibrant magic circles unfurling beneath their feet, as countless bizarre chains of runes shot forth from the circles, converging upon Majin DNA. Zangya, startled, instinctively sought refuge behind DNA. Fat DNA tilted his head slightly, observing the approaching magical chains with a sense of amusement. He extended a finger towards the arrogant sorcerers and playfully declared, "I'll turn you all into snacks." A beam of pink light shot forth from his antennae. Wherever the light passed, whether it was the menacing magical chains or the greedy, bewildered faces of the sorcerers behind, they instantaneously lost their original forms. Pop, pop, pop. It began to rain snacks from the sky. Chocolate bars, cream cakes, strawberry puddings, milk candies, and an array of delightful desserts cascaded down, blanketing the ground. Wow! Fat DNA exclaimed joyfully, immediately darting over to grab a handful of chocolate bars, stuffing them into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Although the flavor of the transformed treats leaves much to be desired, he mumbled with his cheeks puffed out, yet his hands continued their relentless motion. He seized a box of milk, recently transformed from a sorcerer, and flew over to Zangya. Here. He handed her the milk, chewing as he spoke. Zangya looked at the box of milk, still gently swaying, and then recalled the grotesque, greedy visage of the sorcerer mere moments ago, causing her stomach to churn violently. "Thank you, Lord Bu," she managed to say, suppressing her discomfort and waving her hands. "I did not participate in the battle, and I am not hungry at all." She resolutely declined. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Cell's form suddenly shrank, reverting to his original size. This body is indeed the most suitable. With a swift motion, he evaded a powerful punch from Hildgarn that swept towards him. The massive fist whizzed past, generating a gale that flattened mountains several kilometers away. Bang! Cell raised his arm, expertly blocking the tail that lashed out like a steel whip. The clash of the two figures, one large and one small, produced shockwaves more intense and concentrated than those from the previous titanic brawl. The power is overwhelming, but alas, devoid of any combat finesse. Brute strength alone cannot suffice. Nowhere near the prowess of that Goku who was once parasitized by the demon eye. The rhythm of the battle had been entirely commandeered by Cell. He no longer engaged in a direct confrontation, but instead utilized his regained agility and speed, darting around Hildgarn's colossal form. Each strike landing precisely on the joints and energy weak points of his opponent. Hildgarn roared in rage, wildly swinging his fists and tail, spewing forth destructive dark flames. Yet he could not graze even a single hair on Cell. His immense body had become his greatest burden. Minutes passed, and Hildgarn's movements began to noticeably slow. Each attack lost its potency, and his stamina waned rapidly. Now is the moment. Cell seized an opening, instantly appearing behind Hildgarn. Golden, white, green, and red flames converged in an explosive display, transforming into visible torrents of energy that blazed fiercely around him. 20 times KO Ken. Boom. He unleashed a punch that struck solidly against the back of Hildgarn's head. Crack. The seemingly indestructible armor shattered upon impact. Hildgarn emitted a pained roar, his massive form stumbling forward. Cell did not relent, following up with a second punch. Bang. The cracks rapidly expanded, resembling a spider's web. A third punch. Bang. With a crisp shattering sound, the Crimson Demon Eye was violently dislodged from Hildgarn's forehead armor by the sheer ferocity of the attack. The Demon Eye spun through the air. Without a glance, Cell concentrated a lethal purple light at his fingertip. Death Ray. Whoosh. The beam accurately pierced the airborne demon eye. Ding. Destroyed the third eye of the demon, gaining a minuscule amount of dark power. Almost simultaneously, Hildgarn's colossal form halted midair, all motion ceasing. The red light in its eyes extinguished entirely, leaving behind a soulless giant shell. Bu. Cell's command resonated throughout the skies. This fellow is a considerable source of nourishment. In the distance, Fat Bu, still pondering which flavor of snack to consume, immediately discarded the cake in his hands upon hearing the call. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the enormous, suspended demonic figure. In the next instant, his entire pink form began to melt and reshape. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic pink flesh net that covered half the sky, exuding an appetite to devour everything as it surged towards the abandoned body of the wicked god. Chapter 82, The Cosmic Chef. The vast pink flesh net began to contract rapidly. Flesh and armor were forcibly compressed and fused, emitting a grotesque sound that made one's teeth ache. Zanjia, terrified, covered her mouth, afraid to utter a sound. Cell merely observed quietly, a certain satisfaction rising within him as the instinct to consume stirred deep within his cells. Soon, the massive lump of flesh shrank dramatically, ultimately reverting to the form of Fat Bu. He retained his endearing appearance, yet his once smooth pink body was now adorned with a set of menacing black armor. The design of the armor mirrored a miniature version of Hildgarn's demonic plating, its intricate patterns and ominous structure lending him an air of authority and intimidation. Ah, what a splendid sensation. Fat Bu clenched his fists, relishing the new power surging within him, jumping gleefully in place. I feel so empowered. It seems I have absorbed the strength and physical traits without acquiring any malevolence. Cell meticulously sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Bu. Pure, formidable, yet devoid of any trace of the demon's evil aura. When I vanquished the demon eye earlier, there was no anomaly. Is it possible that the true purpose of the demon eye was to absorb these negative energies and malevolent essences? A bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. No wonder it chose to parasitize individuals brimming with desire and wickedness, or beings like Hildgarn who are innately evil. It acts as a harvester, traversing the cosmic fields to collect crops known as evil, which are then returned to some unknown entity. An existence capable of sowing seeds across the universe and possessing such power is unfathomable. An intangible pressure intensified Cell's yearning for strength. I must elevate my power promptly. Bu, do you feel anything extraordinary? Cell inquired. Feelings? Fat Bu tilted his head, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, he suddenly squatted down, clutching his belly tightly, his chubby face contorted in pain. Cell and Zanja immediately grew alert. Could it be that the absorbed energy is causing a rejection reaction? Or has the will of the wicked god not been entirely eradicated? What's wrong? A note of gravity colored Cell's tone. Brother, the voice of Fat Bu emanated from the crook of an arm, heavy with grievance. I think I've eaten something that disagrees with me. In an instant, Bu's antennae flickered, summoning a portable toilet nearby. Zanya, her taut body instantly relaxing, let out a long sigh, nearly losing her balance. Even Cell fell into an unusual silence for a moment. Ultimately, the trio departed from the now utterly desolate Konak planet, which had been reduced to a mere dead star. In the ensuing months, their cosmic voyage turned monotonous and protracted. Under Zanya's guidance, they landed on countless planets. Some boasted advanced technology, with floating cities gliding amidst the clouds, while others remained in a primal state, where colossal creatures roared within untamed jungles. During this time, the mysterious eye of magic manifested twice more. The first instance was when it took residence in the leader of a band of interstellar pirates, who, before he could demonstrate his power, was casually swatted aside by the passing Fat Bu, transforming him into a strawberry-flavored sandwich cookie. The second occurrence involved it inhabiting the guardian beast of an intelligent life planet. Cell, disinterested, merely released a fraction of his energy, causing the physically imposing yet internally weak creature, along with the eye within it, to self-destruct in sheer terror. These two kills provided Cell with a trifling amount of dark energy, a meager reward for an otherwise tedious journey. However, the true transformation of their expedition came from Zanya. She revealed an astonishing talent beyond that of a cosmic marauder, culinary skills. On a planet abundant with peculiar luminescent flora, faced with bizarre and even slightly wriggling ingredients, Zanya, wielding only an iron pot salvaged from the ruins, conjured a feast that left even Fat Bu in awe. The thick mushroom soup, exuding a rainbow of steam, sent waves of euphoria through every cell upon the first sip. The roasted, golden-brown legs of a three-headed giant lizard, towering to half a person's height, were succulent and perfectly tender, rich in flavor yet not greasy. There were fruits as translucent as blue crystals, bursting with strange juices upon biting. For the first time, Fat Bu refrained from turning the creatures before him into candy, instead clutching a lizard leg larger than himself, devouring it with greasy delight while incoherently praising Zanya as the best among good people. Cell, too, relished a rare indulgence after a prolonged period of photosynthesis had dulled his palate. While delectable ingredients are not uncommon in the universe, Zanya's unique ability to transform these extraordinary ingredients into culinary masterpieces is what set her apart. Her status within the group subtly shifted from a mere navigator to a rather competent chef. One day, they arrived on a planet where civilization had been utterly annihilated. As far as the eye could see, there lay shattered ruins, the remnants of a colossal city resembling a graveyard for titanic steel beasts. Silent beneath the dim glow of a distant star, Fat Bu languidly sprawled atop a fallen giant statue, idly poking the ground with his finger. The absence of worthy adversaries and delectable food left him feeling utterly drained. Zanya, however, stumbled upon what appeared to be a restaurant, its kitchen still relatively intact amidst the debris. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, dispelling the silence of the ruins. It's ready, it's ready. Zanya's slightly excited call echoed as she emerged from behind the ruins, bearing a massive stone platter. Upon it rested a freshly roasted rack of ribs from an unknown colossal beast, sizzling and gleaming with golden oil, the rich aroma mingling with an exotic spice that boldly invaded the nostrils. Wow! Fat Bu sprang up from the statue, his eyes sparkling, drool glistening at the corners of his mouth. Even Cell, who had been resting with his eyes closed, straightened his posture. Zanya carefully placed the enormous stone platter on a flat stone slab between the three, which served as their makeshift dining table. However, just as they began to indulge in their meal, a voice silently echoed in Cell's mind. Mr. Cell, it's bad. Earth is in utter chaos. Cell's hand mid-bite abruptly halted. It was the Supreme Kai. The slightly anxious and frantic tone was instantly recognizable to Cell. With Goku and his band of battle enthusiasts on Earth, what could possibly go wrong? His thoughts raced. Could it be that Beerus, the god of destruction, has awakened ahead of schedule? How much time has passed? Indeed, Goku and the others possessed unparalleled strength. Yet, the voice in his mind was laden with bitterness and helplessness. But this time, the number of foes is overwhelming, including former rivals and notorious marauders from millennia past. Former rivals? Cell echoed the phrase, his hand ceasing its motion as he chewed on the roast. Have they all been resurrected? The Dragon Balls lack the capability to revive beings from millennia ago. Then there's only one possibility left. A faint smile curved Cell's lips. Interesting. With a flicker, the space around them twisted, and two figures materialized above the desolate ruins. It was East Supreme Kai, Shin, and his attendant, Kibito. Mr. Cell. Shin's face was etched with urgency, completely devoid of divine composure. Kibito, on the other hand, regarded Cell and the pink, armored figure beside him with wary eyes. Fat Bu tilted his head, curiously observing the two unexpected arrivals. Zanya, frightened, slid off the stone slab. The details are better discussed in the new Supreme Kai realm. It's too complicated to explain here, Shin urged. Cell did not refuse. He simply rose, brushing off the grease from his hands. Kibito hesitantly stepped forward, placing a hand on Cell's shoulder, while Shin did the same with Fat Bu and Zanya. With a flash of light, the trio vanished from the barren planet. The new Supreme Kai realm was more expansive and imbued with a sacred, tranquil atmosphere than it had been before its destruction. Yet, at that moment, the ambience was laden with tension. An aged figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, a frown etched deeply upon his features as he gazed at a colossal crystal ball. It was the old Supreme Kai, liberated from the Z sword. Ancestor, what is the situation? Shin rushed forward upon landing. It's dire. The old Supreme Kai immediately pointed at the crystal ball as he noticed Cell and the others arriving. The underworld is in complete disarray. King Enma just sent word. The soul-cleansing machine has malfunctioned, set off by some unknown force. The image within the crystal ball depicted chaos in the underworld, which should have been orderly. Countless grotesque souls surged forth from the shattered machinery. Black malevolence rising into the sky, tearing open a massive rift connecting the realm of the deceased with the living world. The accumulated malevolence of thousands of years, perhaps even longer, broke through the barriers in a torrent. Evil souls, which were destined to have their memories erased and enter the cycle of reincarnation, have manifested in the mortal realm, retaining their former appearances. The voice of the old Kaioshin trembled slightly. The image within the crystal ball shifted. Earth, cities erupted into flames, and the sky was filled with numerous villains and monsters that had once existed solely in legends. The screams of civilians, the sound of collapsing buildings, and the roar of explosions converged into a symphony of apocalypse. What about Goku and the others? They are all fighting separately, but the enemies are far too numerous. The malevolent beings that have escaped from the underworld number in the billions. Moreover, among them are some who once made the very universe tremble. The scene changed once more. Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive cyclopean giant. Meanwhile, Piccolo was surrounded by three bizarre-looking demon warriors, perilously outnumbered. Jebbet was left utterly astounded. This is nothing short of a global war. Gero merely observed with a calm demeanor. As expected, the narrative of the film is unfolding. But has the dark energy wave yet to appear? With so much malevolent energy, the evil I should manifest soon. Lord Kaioshin, please send a message to the warriors. The evil I should appear shortly. After we collect it, I have a use for it. Bu. Gero spoke indifferently. Immediately, Fat Bu sprang up eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Go to Earth and eliminate those who offend you. Hooray, it's time for a grand rampage. Fat Bu exclaimed excitedly. Xin watched the scene unfold, opening his mouth, but ultimately refraining from saying anything. Whoosh. In a ripple of spatial distortion, the two vanished from the Kaioshin realm, leaving Zanja bewildered in their wake. West City. Once the bustling center of commerce, it now lay in ruins. Boom. A blinding white light swept across. The entire street, along with the people who had no time to flee, was instantly reduced to dust. Amidst the swirling dust of the ruins, two figures slowly rose. Halt! A furious shout rang out. Son Gohan descended from the sky, positioning himself before the two. He surveyed the ravaged city and the lingering life force still palpable in the air, a surge of rage igniting within him. Among the ruins, a tall man clad in an old-fashioned battlesuit slowly turned around. Upon seeing Gohan, he paused for a moment, then scoffed derisively. You are. Gohan froze as he recognized the faces of the two. That face, that bald head, and the long-haired man beside him. Even though he had only seen them as a child, the fear and hatred buried deep in his memory surged forth in an instant. Nappa and Raditz. Kakarot spawn? Nappa grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. His interest piqued. I never imagined you'd grow up so quickly. Raditz crossed his arms, observing Gohan with a scrutinizing gaze. Humph, still the same whiny little brat, I see. Nappa sneered. I still remember how you crapped your pants in fear back then. Since we've met, I might as well send you to reunite with your useless old man. Before the words had fully left his lips, Nappa's figure disappeared in an instant. He charged toward Gohan with a brutal momentum, his massive fist aimed squarely at Gohan's head. Die. Yet, in the face of this ferocious strike, Gohan calmly raised his hand. A gentle motion. No one could even discern his action. Bang! Nappa's unstoppable charge abruptly halted, as if he had collided with an invisible wall. The sneer on his face had yet to fade when his body stiffened and toppled backward, crashing down into the ruins below, lifeless. One strike. Merely one strike. The sudden turn of events left Raditz completely dumbfounded. The arrogance and disdain on his face froze, replaced by an uncontainable terror. Wait. As Gohan's gaze shifted toward him, Raditz quickly adopted a different demeanor, waving his hands frantically. No, don't. We're family. He pointed to himself and then to Gohan. Your father Kakarot is my biological brother. By lineage, I am your uncle. Gohan silently regarded him. Raditz, believing his words had struck a chord, continued to force a smile. Nephew, you see, we are both Saiyans, bound by blood. Gohan's gaze slowly drifted away from Raditz's duplicitous face, scanning the desolate ruins beneath him. Taking in the innocents whose lives had been extinguished in the explosions, he raised his head once more, locking eyes with Raditz's hopeful expression. You are unworthy. Chapter 84. The Unexpected Resurrection of F.I. Raditz's words were left unspoken. Gohan had already teleported before this so-called uncle. With no superfluous movements and devoid of any energy fluctuations, he delivered an unceremonious knee strike. Bang! The sycophantic smile on Raditz's face instantly solidified as he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several dilapidated buildings, ultimately buried beneath the rubble, devoid of life. From appearance to defeat, scarcely a few seconds had elapsed. Whoosh! At that moment, an exceedingly sinister purple beam silently surged from behind Gohan, aimed directly at his back. Slap! Gohan didn't even turn around. Relying solely on his combat instincts, he effortlessly swatted away the attack capable of piercing mountains. Oh ho ho ho! I never imagined you could even strike your own uncle. You truly are a classless, lowly monkey. A familiar voice, dripping with sarcasm, yet unmistakably recognizable, echoed above the ruins. Gohan slowly turned around. Upon seeing the newcomer, he was instantly electrified. That pale, diminutive form, the long tail swaying leisurely behind him, and that eternally polite facade concealing endless malice. Frieza, the deepest nightmare of his childhood, the cosmic tyrant who had once plunged him into despair, had also resurrected from the depths of hell. I never anticipated that place would suddenly erupt in chaos, facilitating my resurrection. Ha ha ha. Frieza elegantly stepped upon the rubble, a wisp of smoke still emanating from his finger where energy had dissipated. For countless ages, I have awaited this day, to personally crush you detestable monkeys. His tone retained its gentlemanly quality, yet the malice and intent to kill contained within it caused the very air around to freeze. In the stasis of that immobile world, I did not remain idle. My spirit has been perfected through endless torment. As his words fell, a terrifyingly unimaginable aura erupted violently from Frieza's diminutive form. This energy's intensity had far surpassed his peak state on Namek, even exceeding the initial complete form of Sheru. I shall ensure that you, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, pay the most excruciating price for your actions. Frieza's smile remained unwavering, still anticipating the terror his astonishing combat power would instill in his opponent. A golden aura surged skyward. Gohan's dark hair instantly stood on end, transforming into a resplendent gold, and the previously gentle glint in his eyes was replaced by a piercing emerald intensity. Super Saiyan. This aura. This visage. Frieza was struck by the uncanny resemblance of Gohan's transformed form to the figure that had utterly vanquished him on planet Namek, bringing him eternal disgrace. You wretched monkey. In a fit of rage, Frieza could no longer maintain his regal composure. In the next instant, the rubble beneath his feet shattered into fragments. A white afterimage, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the atmosphere, charged swiftly towards Gohan. Bang! A cataclysmic punch landed with tremendous force, the sheer might dispersing the dust and debris within 100 meters. However, Frieza's fist abruptly halted, thwarted in its relentless advance. The anticipated scene of bloodshed did not manifest. His fist was effortlessly intercepted by a single hand. Nanny? The grotesque expression on Frieza's face froze in disbelief. He felt as though his proud attack had struck an immovable bastion of cosmic steel. An irresistible force radiated from the opponent's palm, firmly ensnaring his fist. Frieza exerted all his strength, but found himself unable to budge even an inch. The ground beneath him cracked under the strain, forming a vast, spiderweb-like depression. Damn it! Frieza, both astonished and furious, raised his free hand with ferocity, aiming it at Gohan's chest to unleash a destructive energy blast at point-blank range. Boom! The explosion engulfed Gohan entirely. Yet, when the brilliance dissipated, Frieza's pupils constricted in shock. Gohan remained steadfast, unmoving. The explosion had merely singed his GI, revealing the iron-like musculature beneath. Enough, Frieza. Gohan calmly wiped away the dust from his chest and spoke with tranquility. I must commend you. It is remarkable that you have cultivated such formidable strength solely through mental meditation. It is difficult to fathom the heights you might have reached had you trained normally over the years. However, the chasm between us now is still far too great. This statement, rather than an accolade, felt more like a merciless verdict. Arrogant scum. Frieza's pride was trampled like never before. He forcefully wrenched his hand free from Gohan's grasp, soaring hundreds of meters into the air. I will kill you. I will annihilate you all. He descended into utter madness, raising both hands high. A sphere of energy, a blend of black and purple, began to coalesce rapidly in his palms, swelling ominously. The malevolent energy fluctuations set the very atmosphere of the planet trembling. And this planet, everything you rely on for survival, all shall vanish. Frieza bellowed in a fit of hysteria, just as the sphere, capable of obliterating planets, was on the verge of completion. A cold, familiar voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Frieza. So naive, Frieza. Frieza's energy gathering halted abruptly. He turned in disbelief. There stood a figure, strikingly similar to him, shrouded in purple, exuding an even more chilling aura, arms crossed, and hovering silently behind him. Brother? Frieza uttered in surprise. How could you be here? Have you also been resurrected from hell? Below, Gohan, who had been on high alert, exhaled in relief upon seeing the purple figure. Mr. Cooler. He waved at the figure in the air. The man dubbed Cooler returned a slight nod in acknowledgement. This scene shattered Frieza's understanding. He stared incredulously at his brother and then at the Saiyan monkey on the ground. They know each other? Cooler acknowledged that monkey. What is happening? Is this all a nightmare? Am I still hanging in that wretched place, dreaming? The energy sphere in Frieza's hands slowly dissipated, leaving him dazed, suspended in midair. His mind a blank slate. Chapter 85. The Meeting of the Colossal Villains. Shaking his head vigorously, Frieza forced himself to awaken from his overwhelming shock. What transpired before him was undeniably real, not a mere illusion. He adjusted his posture, regaining the regal demeanor befitting an emperor, scrutinizing his brother, who always presented himself with an air of superiority. What is the meaning of this? Frieza's tone was laced with suppressed inquiry. Brother, why are you here? And why do you know this filthy monkey? Cooler merely cast a cold glance at him, betraying no emotion in response to his questioning. In a measured tone, he began to elucidate the entire situation to Frieza. He recounted how he, too, had been defeated by a Super Saiyan, barely escaping death, only to merge with a mechanical brain, crafting countless regenerating metal bodies. He then spoke of a formidable entity that descended upon his planet, one so powerful it defied comprehension. So, the subsequent defeats, captures, and eventually, in his quest for greater strength, his decision to temporarily collaborate with the warriors on Earth, training alongside them to confront the terrifying foe known as Majin DNA. Each of Cooler's words detonated within Frieza's mind like a bombshell. Defeated by a Super Saiyan? Merged with a planet? Encountered a formidable existence? Vanquished Majin DNA? Each term pointed towards a powerful presence that filled him with both curiosity and a shiver of dread. So, this name seemed to connect all the incredible events. If I could recruit such an individual into the Frieza force, then I could select planets across the universe at will. Frieza's mind raced with possibilities. So that is it. A polite, disingenuous smile returned to his face. He regarded Gohan from a newfound perspective, one of scrutiny and evaluation. However, I must admit, brother, your close association with the Saiyan monkey is quite astonishing. Enough. Frieza. Gohan interjected sharply, having tolerated the incessant monkey jibes for far too long. Even if you refer to me as a monkey, what does that make you? A worthless wretch who cannot even defeat a monkey? You. Frieza's temples throbbed, but this time, he refrained from lashing out. Cooler continued, stating, enough of this. More importantly, you must be eager to meet Cell. I have shared much, and you should understand that I have watched you grow. For true talent, the kind one would go to great lengths to recruit, is something you value above all else. Ha 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 indeed. Frieza emitted his signature laughter, fully embracing the absurdity of the reality before him. At that moment, Gohan, regaining his composure, spoke up. Mr. Gula, I must depart to resolve these troubles elsewhere. I shall leave this place in your capable hands. With that, Gohan's figure soared into the sky, transforming into a golden streak of light before vanishing into the horizon. Amidst the ruins, only Frieza and Gula remained. Are you serious, brother? Frieza's smile faded, and that venomous, familiar tone resurfaced. You are simply going to abandon revenge? Our Frost Demon clan has never been one to rely on others. Frieza. Oh, Frieza, Gula turned, regarding him with a look tinged with pity. You are, indeed, far too naive. Do you truly believe I was merely expounding on how formidable that Cell is? Gula's voice dropped, imbued with a beguiling allure. This individual is unfathomable. Even a deity like the Supreme Kai cannot see through him. Moreover, Gula paused, seemingly weighing his words. Moreover, that madman even dares to challenge the god of destruction, Beerus. What? The revelation sent Frieza reeling, unable to maintain his composure. The god of destruction, Beerus. The entity that has existed for eons, a true harbinger of annihilation. Even our father, King Cold, warned us repeatedly to never provoke such a taboo existence. That wretch named Cell wishes to challenge the god of destruction? Is he not a lunatic? Gula observed Frieza's aghast expression and continued, through all of this, I have finally comprehended that self-strength is paramount. That Cell possesses countless avenues for you to grow stronger. Temporarily yielding to him is hardly a matter of consequence. Once we become sufficiently powerful, revenge will not be delayed. Furthermore, with his audacious demeanor, he will inevitably meet his demise at the hands of the god of destruction. Gula's face reflected the sun's rays, yet it appeared increasingly frigid. At that point, it will be mutually assured destruction. Perhaps even Beerus will fall to us. Gula's sentence trailed off. Yet the glimmer of gold in his eyes spoke volumes, a perfect script of a clamor and a fisherman profiting from their struggle. In an instant, Frieza grasped the magnitude of this grand and audacious scheme, his breath quickening with the exhilarating prospect. Oh ho ho, what a flawless plan, brother! Frieza exclaimed with genuine admiration. Truly a magnificent scheme. An unfamiliar voice, laced with a hint of languor and amusement, suddenly resonated behind them. What? Gula's entire body stiffened, an icy shiver coursing down his spine. Brother, why are you hiding here, eavesdropping on their conversation? It's stifling. A rather foolish voice followed, laden with complaint. Gula and Frieza turned stiffly, only to see two figures emerging from the shadow of a collapsed building. One was the terrifying entity that had just been referred to as a mere pawn, Cell. Beside him was a pink, rotund figure clad in a miniature version of Majin armor, scratching his head and curiously observing them. Cell. Gula's eternally haughty visage morphed in an instant. He stammered, how did you arrive here? Why did you not inform me? Cell, however, paid him no heed. His gaze bypassed Gula, landing directly on the relatively shorter figure, exuding an aura of malevolence and arrogance. Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Beep. New high-intensity life form detected. Frost Demon Clan, Frieza. After mental fortitude training, combat power has significantly increased, possessing immense potential. Classified as an extraordinarily rare mutant. This must be the highly esteemed Frieza, the emperor who commands fear across the cosmos. A barely perceptible smile graced Cell's lips as he addressed him. I presume you are the illustrious Frieza, the ruler who instills dread throughout the universe. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such courtesy from this legendary figure. Nevertheless, being Frieza, he swiftly regained his composure. After a brief moment of astonishment, his trademark disingenuous smile reemerged. Ho ho ho, you are the esteemed Mr. Cell, are you not? It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you in person.